The three of them walked and chatted, not feeling cold. In just an hour, they reached the town. Zhao Guohua and her daughter went to the town hospital. The hospital was small, and the director's office was easy to find. They headed straight there. Unfortunately, the door was locked, and no one was inside for some reason. The vice director's office door was open. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Guohua said, "Since Chun Biao isn't here, we can report to the vice director first. Anyway, our goal is to make Su Aihua look bad, so it doesn't matter who we tell." Han knocked on the vice director's door. Inside, a voice said, "Come in." They pushed the door open and saw a man in his 40s sitting behind a desk. He was slightly chubby, bald, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and looked quite like a leader. The vice director looked up and saw the three of them, his eyes stopping on Hanke for a moment, and he looked surprised. He thought to himself, "Wow, I've never seen such a pretty young girl at this age." But he was older and had self-control, so he only admired her without any bad thoughts. Zhao Guohua spoke first. "Hello, you're a leader here, right? We came to find Director Chinbin, but he's not here. We're here to see you instead." The vice director nodded slightly, signaling them to continue. Zhao Guohua said, "Leader, we're here to complain today. Your hospital's Su Aihua is just too much. I want to report her for persecuting her own niece." The vice director raised an eyebrow.
Su Aihua?
"Is she the Su Aihua at the hospital's payment window?" Zhao Guohua replied, "If there are two Su Aihuas in your hospital, then it's her. Oh my, let me tell you, this person is really unkind. She usually looks down on her brother and gives us strange looks. She hasn't had any contact with our family since she was young. Yesterday, she suddenly came with a man. That man clearly isn't a good person, and he even wanted to introduce himself to my daughter. Does my daughter need her to introduce a match? She's so unkind. What good intentions could she have?" When the man came to our house, his eyes kept sneaking around, staring at my daughter. Isn't that just being a pervert? I'm just the sister-in-law, so I can't do anything. That's why we came to the hospital, hoping the leaders here can manage this better and not keep bringing such shady people to our family. This statement is exaggerated, and some people are just lying blatantly. But so what? Today isn't about that. It's about dealing with Su Aihua. We should completely ruin her reputation. Han Ko, standing nearby, tightly bites her lip to cooperate with Zhao Hoha. Her face shows feelings of grievance and anger. Wang Zaidi also says angrily, "Even if they don't get along, she looks down on our family. At least she's an elder and a relative. How can she be so cruel, selling my younger sister for her own benefit? What did my sister do wrong to be treated like this?" Zhao Hoha, with red eyes, continues. She introduces hooligans to her niece. Isn't she pushing the child into danger? How can Su Aihua be so mean and wicked? She wants to exchange her own daughter for benefits. She has her own daughter, so why sell her brother's daughter? Can someone like her serve the people? That's nonsense. Who can she serve with such a character? I request the hospital to dismiss her as a backward element, so she won't affect the hospital's reputation. Hanke says, "Leader, we really had no choice but to come here to complain. Su Aihua's behavior is so infuriating. She never considers how I, her niece, feel." Before the vice president could say much, he was bombarded by several women. He furrowed his brow. If what these women say is true, Su Aihua's actions are indeed too much. She already has a bad reputation in the hospital. Many people dislike her because she's talkative and rude. Many colleagues have opinions about her. Last week, she even argued with the head nurse, which reached the director. As a result, the head nurse was criticized. She was unreasonable and stubborn, yet the head nurse had to apologize and make a self-criticism. It's unbelievable. Director Chen also seemed lost in thought. How could he protect someone who doesn't get along with others and damages team unity? The vice president pondered for a moment. "I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If the accusations are true, I will give you a proper explanation." Zhao Hoha doesn't want these excuses. She insists on a conclusion today. Who has time to run here every day? Besides, it's so cold. Why not stay warm at home? Director, when will Director Chen come? Will he come today? Since the vice president's words are not convincing, she decides to directly find Director Chen. After talking so much with this person, it might be good to damage Su Aihua's reputation in the hospital. Zhao Hohot even wants to openly praise and promote Su Aihua's actions to the doctors and nurses in the hospital. The vice president said the director has gone to a meeting at the health bureau. He's probably coming back to work this afternoon.
Huh?
He's at a meeting at the health bureau. Today's visit really is unlucky. But since they've come all this way, they don't want to go back. Going again means facing the cold wind and traveling so far. Han Ke said, "We're waiting for the director. We must resolve this today. I really can't stand Su Aihua's harassment anymore. She's selfish and only cares about her own interests, willing to do anything to achieve her goals. If we delay any longer, who knows what harm she might do to me." It sounds like the vice president can't make decisions about her. We'll just have to wait for Director Chen to decide. His words make it seem like the vice president is just a figurehead. He's just an employee, so why can't he make the decision? Though he's the vice president, he's still a director. He felt annoyed when he heard this. Being overshadowed by Chen, who's only in his 30s, made him unhappy. He's over 40, and it's hard for him to get promoted further. Chen is much younger. Originally, when the old director left, he should have been promoted to the main director because of his experience. But instead, a young man named Chen was brought in suddenly, taking the position from him. Talking about Su Aihua made him even angrier. She was just a temporary worker before, and she didn't get along well with colleagues or patients. She often argued with patients and their families and was not cooperative with coworkers. Many colleagues complained, asking for her to be fired. He had his own reasons. After Su Aihua was fired, the position would be vacant, and he planned to put his daughter in that role. But Chen Bin unexpectedly promoted Su Aihua to a permanent position. He was furious. That was the job he had planned for his daughter, so she wouldn't have to go to the countryside. Now that Su Aihua was promoted, her job was secure. His daughter had no hope of staying and could only go to the countryside. She's still suffering at the Northern Wilderness Forest Farm. The vice president got angrier the more he thought about it. He slapped the table loudly. Comrade Su Aihua really has issues. She's not only uncooperative and unfriendly, but also looks down on rural doctors. She often mocks them and has high standards but poor skills. Forget it. That's just her behavior in the hospital. Let's not talk about that now. Let's focus on today's matter. I can handle it. Why can't I manage her as vice president? Just wait and see. After saying this, the vice president opened the door and called a nurse to summon Su Aihua. Anyway, the person named Chen didn't come either. Since it's a rainy day, I might as well discipline the children. Being bored is boring, so I might as well give Su Aihua some trouble and vent my frustration. Today, Su Aihua came to work with a lot of injuries. Last night, she had a fever and dreamt of being chased and bitten by a big goose. This morning, her eyes were swollen and dark. She wanted to take a day off, but she didn't want to lose her bonus this month, so she endured the pain and came to work. She sat there looking tired and unwell, even too exhausted to argue with patients like she usually did. "Accountant Su, the deputy dean wants you to go to his office," the nurse said impatiently before leaving. This Su Aihua had argued with the head nurse, which caused the head nurse to be scolded by Director Chen. No one knew what kind of relationship she had with the director, but he was so biased toward her. No one in the hospital thought about anything else, especially not about personal relationships. Because Su Aihua was not young anymore, over 30 and not very pretty, how could she possibly have an inappropriate relationship with the dean? Director Chen was around 37 or 38, not very old, and considered young and capable. How could he be interested in someone like Su Aihua, who wasn't very attractive and looked older? Su Aihua thought, the deputy dean wants to see me? Hey, did Qian Fong come today? She called out to the nurses back from the window. The young nurse responded indifferently. I didn't see her. That darn girl, just wait and see, Su Aihua muttered, annoyed without even knowing why. Qian Fong was an obstetrician and gynecologist. She knew Director Meng, which was why she introduced her to Su Aihua. She didn't know what the deputy dean wanted, so she handed over her work to someone else and left the billing window. The door to the deputy dean's office was open. When Su Aihua entered, she saw Zhao Hohot and her 2 daughters. Her heart sank sharply. She immediately remembered the scene from yesterday when Zhao Hohot had scolded her and how she had run away in a hurry. Her face showed guilt. Feeling guilty and scared, she instinctively wanted to step back and avoid entering the office. In her opinion, Zhao Hohot's visit definitely wasn't for good reasons. She was probably here to settle scores. What was Zhao Hohot trying to do? This was a family matter. How could it come to the hospital? It would only embarrass her here, and what good would that do Zhao Hohot? This shrew, no wonder her reputation in Yangshugo was so bad, and no wonder her mother disliked her so much. But Zhao Hohot was already here, looking at her with a fierce gaze as if she wanted to eat her. Su Aihua's mind was racing quickly, thinking of different ways to respond. Should she turn around and run? But that would be like admitting guilt. After all, the deputy director was inside too. If she ran, it would leave a bad impression on the leaders. She clenched her teeth and forced herself to stay calm. She forced a fake smile, which looked more like a grimace, and asked sister-in-law, "Why are you here? You could have just come straight to me instead of bothering the leaders. Come on. Follow me, let's go to my place. Don't disturb the leaders, they are busy." Before Zhao Hohot and the others could speak, the deputy director looked at her with a cold face and said, "Su Aihua, look at yourself and see what you've done. Not only are you causing trouble in the hospital and doing things that spoil the atmosphere, but you're also stirring up trouble at home. The hospital is a sacred place for saving lives. How can someone with such poor morals work here? You're like a rotten apple spoiling the barrel. Isn't that embarrassing for the organization? Do you think you're being fair to the hospital's trust? Do you think you're being fair to the patients who trust the hospital? Let's put aside these matters for now. Your sister-in-law came here just to complain. What did you do yesterday? Huh. You're so unkind. I heard you don't get along well with your brother's family and rarely visit. Why did you introduce someone? If you're introducing someone, it should be suitable. But you introduced a troublemaker? What kind of behavior is that? Bang! The deputy director yelled and slammed the table, making Han Ke feel the pain. And she kept piling on accusations, leaving Su Aihua stunned. Su Aihua thought, why is she being so harsh right from the start? She had worked at the hospital for many years, and the deputy director had never said anything before. What was going on today? Could it be that someone had falsely accused her again? The deputy director was clearly using her authority to vent her anger. What was wrong with her work? Was she not diligent? She guessed it was probably the nurses' station girls who had reported her. It was just because she argued with the head nurse, right? It wasn't just her fault. And that day, the payment was made by the head nurse's mother-in-law. Since her mother-in-law was visiting the hospital, couldn't the head nurse just say hello? That caused a misunderstanding. Whose fault was it? If she had known that was the head nurse's mother-in-law, she wouldn't have acted that way. The vice president was still loudly criticizing her numerous wrongdoings, becoming more and more agitated. His voice was so loud that the entire hospital could probably hear him. Several people were already peeking around outside his office door. Some were whispering and pointing at her, but it was all mockery and schadenfreude. Not a single person speaks well of Su Aihua. It shows how unpopular she is in the hospital and how bad her relationships with colleagues are. Yesterday, she was beaten by Zhao Hohot and developed a fever that night. Now she still felt unwell and was feeling wronged. Tears started to fall from Su Aihua's eyes. It seemed as if everyone inside and outside the room was bullying her. Han Ke pretended to sigh gracefully. Vice President, you must really manage such colleagues carefully. We can't let people like her continue causing trouble in the hospital. Otherwise, who would trust your hospital in the future? Who would entrust their health and life to you? Please don't let one colleague's poor character affect the hospital's overall reputation. Aside from my personal reasons, I truly want what's best for your hospital. That's all I'm saying. Su Aihua glared sharply at Han Ke, as if she wanted to cut her into pieces with her eyes. Zhao Hohat was fed up and snapped. What are you looking at? Why are you glaring at my daughter? Isn't what she said right? I tell you, my daughter is now someone who can be featured in the newspaper. The things you've done, your actions, my daughter could report you. Everyone in the province would see what kind of person Su Aihua really is. Su Aihua was too angry to continue biting Han Ke. How could she forget that this stubborn girl had such ability? If she really managed to get her name in the newspaper, she would be completely finished. Big sister-in-law, what are you saying? I don't mean anything bad. I'm just Xiao Ke's aunt. How could I do anything to her? If she's doing well, I'll be fine too. If she's not, what's the benefit for me? It's just a partner, right? If she doesn't want to, then forget it. We're not forcing anything, right? Although Zhu Wenjie had said in the car yesterday that he seemed determined to marry Han Ke and wouldn't give up, he was wise enough not to act impulsively. Now, his priority was to stabilize Zhao Hohat and her daughter, making sure they didn't turn against him and drag him down. Those who are barefoot aren't afraid of those in shoes. He was the one in shoes, so he had to be cautious. It will soon no longer be yours. Zhao Hohat hit Su Aihua with a stick, saying, without my permission, you brought that troublemaker into our home. Now you tell me to forget it? You shameless person. If I wanted to forget, I wouldn't be standing here today. I will have the hospital fire you. Su Aihua got upset. Sister-in-law, killing someone is a serious matter. I am your younger sister-in-law. How can you do something so extreme? Zhao Hohat snorted coldly. If killing people wasn't illegal, I would have cut you into pieces yesterday. By the way, Vice Dean, we have some private matters to settle, so we won't bother you with work. You be busy. Then Zhao Hohat pulled Su Aihua by the collar, took her daughter and wife, and left. The Vice Dean looked stunned, stretching his arms. Hey, what are you here for? This is not a good place. He didn't want to get involved. These people were trying to persuade him to help, but then they left him hanging. What are they here for? Because Zhao Hohat knew this Vice Dean was useless and couldn't solve any problems at work. Today, her main goal was to catch the hospital director and Su Aihua in a mistake to make them give up their jobs. Chattering with a Vice Dean was just a waste of time. Anyway, everyone in the hospital now knew about Su Aihua's bad deeds. Once her goal was achieved, she planned to leave quickly. Zhao Hohat, what exactly do you want? Why can't you handle this at home? Why come to the hospital to ruin my reputation? In a less crowded place, Su Aihua straightened up, shook Zhao Hohat's hand away, and started questioning her. Zhao Hohat said, I came to the hospital specifically to ruin your reputation. Do I need to ask? Are you stupid? Su Aihua pointed at Zhao Hohat angrily. How can you? Zhao Hohat slapped away Su Aihua's finger, saying, How can I? I can. Su Aihua, today no one can save you. Su Aihua asked, what do you want to do? Your troublemaking today has already affected my work. Isn't that enough? Moreover, I only took the person over yesterday for you to look at, and it wasn't successful. Your family wasn't harmed. Why are you so vengeful? Han Ke said, What do you mean you weren't harmed? You brought a troublemaker into our home and introduced him to me. It disgusted me, you know? I didn't even have dinner, and I almost vomited the leftovers. Wang Zhaodi added, Yes, it made our whole family unhappy. Isn't that harm? Su Aihua said, You people are unreasonable. She chuckled. So this is what you call unreasonable? In the afternoon, I will show you what it means to be unreasonable. Follow me. Zhao Hohat pushed Su Aihua. What are you doing? Where are we going? No. Why should I follow you? I still have to work. Can you all handle me missing work? Su Aihua dodged Zhao Hohat's hand and tried to return to the hospital. Zhao Hohat said, Work? It won't be your work for much longer. Su Aihua asked, What do you mean? Explain yourself clearly. So, I want you to come with us so I can tell you what I mean. Do you have money? It's noon, and we're here to find you. You'll have to take care of lunch. Su Aihua thought for a moment, then said, Fine, I'll buy you food. Just to bother you. Su Aihua had no choice. She knew Zhao Hohat well. She was a troublemaker. Even in Yangshu Valley, she had no rivals, not even her own mother. Now, she was alone and definitely couldn't fight 3 women. She could only be taken to the state-run restaurant by the 3 women. Zhao Hohat looked at the small blackboard on the wall listing the meals and said, Su Aihua, this is the first time in your life you're treating us to a meal, so don't be stingy. Get a little of everything. Su Aihua asked, can you eat all that? Wastefulness is shameful. Wang Zhaodi said, who says we can't eat it all? If we can't, we'll take it home. Just wait a moment, buy me a lunchbox and we'll bring the food home. Don't worry, we won't waste it. Su Aihua took a deep breath and said, wait. The 3 women sat at the table like bosses, waiting. Su Aihua went to pay, got the rice, and served the food, all done by her. When the food was on the table, the 4 of them started eating. Su Aihua's eyes flicked around, then asked, Big sister-in-law, what exactly are you doing? What do you mean by what you just said? Zhao Hohat swallowed a piece of braised pork and said, my cooking isn't great, not tasty at all. It's not as good as my daughter's. Do you want to hear now? I'm afraid you might lose your appetite after hearing. Or finish eating first, then I'll tell you. I'm thinking of you, she added. Su Aihua put her chopsticks down on the table and said, if I haven't done anything wrong, I'm not afraid of ghosts. I have nothing to hide from you. Han Ko, sitting next to her, looked at Su Aihua with a righteous and innocent expression. She licked her lips and then used the chopstick tip dipped in water to write a few words on the table. When Su Aihua saw what Han Ko had written, her mouth and eyes widened in shock. She quickly wiped away the words with her hand. Her heart was pounding wildly. Her face was full of panic and confusion. How could she be so guilty? Her face clearly showed her nervousness. How did they know? It won't happen. They are definitely trying to deceive themselves. Su Aihua quietly said to Zhao Hohat, Big sister-in-law, you can't slander me like this. Do you know how important a woman's reputation is? Zhao Hohat leisurely took a bite of food. Of course I know. That's exactly why I came to settle this with you today. Su Aihua, can you stop messing around? This isn't your Yangshu Go. You can cause trouble there and it won't matter much because it's a small place. But if you cause trouble at our workplace, it will have serious consequences. I'm your younger sister-in-law. You can say whatever you want, but he hasn't done anything wrong to you. Why do you have to offend him? Zhao Hohat leaned in and whispered to her, don't act so innocent. Without proof, how could I come find you? You know your relationship with that person is suspicious, right?
Don't look at me like that.
Yes, your mother told me everything. Su Aihua suddenly felt icy cold inside. Oh no, this matter is only known by her mother. No one else knows. Now Zhao Hohat and the others also know. Will they spread the news everywhere? In the middle of winter, Su Aihua was so scared that she was sweating on her forehead. Just as Zhao Hohat said, she really couldn't eat anymore. How could she? Her mind was filled with worries about what would happen if her affair was exposed and the consequences she might face. Although her husband was just a small team leader in the production team, Su Aihua didn't want to divorce him for now. They still had 2 children. She was over 30. After divorce, who would she be with? At her age, if she looked for someone new, it would probably be an older man. It's strange. Su Aihua was thinking about finding someone after divorce, not considering how her reputation and career would be affected if everything got exposed, or whether she would be rejected by everyone. Would her husband divorce her? She was somewhat self-aware. Chunbin definitely wouldn't divorce her for her. Her mother was really good at causing trouble, and she wondered if she was losing her mind to tell Zhao Hohat all this. TSK, are you scared now? I knew you were all talk and no action pretending tough just now, huh? Keep pretending. Why don't you show off that arrogance you have when you see our family? Zhao Hohat was someone who enjoyed gloating and kicking someone when they were down. Su Aihua pinched her palm nervously. What are you trying to do? If my reputation is ruined, what good does that do you? You are my sister-in-law. If everyone knew how ruthless you are in dealing with your younger sister-in-law, have you ever thought about how others might see you? Do you think they might gossip about you behind your back? Zhao Hohat rested her arm on her shoulder. Oh my. Who was caught cheating and got into trouble? With your tough attitude, I thought it was me who was caught cheating. Now you're threatening me in return? If your reputation gets ruined, it might actually benefit me. Then you won't feel so proud in front of me anymore. If I report you to the committee, what do you think will happen to you and your old lover? I really look forward to seeing that. Su Aihwa's shoulders suddenly sagged. Sister-in-law, I apologize. I was wrong about what happened yesterday. How about this? I'll bring a gift tomorrow and come to apologize at your house. What do you think? Zhao Ho-hot shook her head. No, I don't think so. I don't plan to forgive you. Su Aihwa's eyes widened with anger. Are you trying to fight me to the end? Although she looked fierce, she didn't dare raise her voice, only muttering through clenched teeth. Zhao Ho-hot said, Fight to the end? We're not going to destroy each other. When did I, Zhao Ho-hot, ever do something to hurt a good person? If you want to die, go ahead. But I plan to live well. If you listen to me, you won't die. Su Aihwa said, Come on, let's go outside and talk. They didn't finish their food. Zhao Ho-hot and Wang Zhaodi didn't want to throw it away, so they wrapped the buns in a handkerchief and left. They found a quiet spot by the wall, away from the wind, and started negotiating. Just tell me, what do you want? Is it money? I'll give you 50 yuan, and you'll shut up. Once you take my money, you're not allowed to gossip outside. Zhao Ho-hot chuckled softly, but her laugh angered Su Aihwa. Zhao Ho-hot, don't be shameless. 50 yuan is a lot. You should know when to stop. If you cause a big fuss, 50 yuan won't be enough. You won't get a single penny. Han Ke said, Then there's nothing more to say. I'll just report you to the committee. It's okay if you're criticized alone, but you'll also drag down your director. Moreover, your husband will divorce you, and your children will be ashamed to see people. The worst part is, you'll lose your job and your home. Where will you go then? I feel sorry for you. Wang Zhaodi's eyes lit up with a new idea. Little sister, you write novels, right? Could this kind of thing be turned into a story? Han Ke snapped his fingers. Exactly. Sister-in-law, you're so clever. I've finished 2 novels already, but I don't have new inspiration. Now I do, right in front of me. Su Aihwa said, Don't push your luck too far. Even if I did some wrong things to you before, we are family behind closed doors. Do you think my older brother knows about this? Does he agree? Zhao Ho-hot waved her hand and interrupted, Don't mention Han Taizhu. I haven't called him brother all these years. Now that I need him, I call him brother. Whether he agrees or not, it doesn't matter. I'm the head of the family, and even he has to listen to me. Who do you think you are? Then 100, Su Aihwa gritted her teeth and admitted defeat. Just wait and see. Zhu Wenjie has set his sights on Han Ke, and he definitely won't let her go. After marrying her, he will find ways to torment her. She heard that Zhu has other hobbies in bed, or he wouldn't have introduced Han Ke to him. His main goal is to make Han Ke's life difficult. Today she paid 100, and tomorrow she would come back even stronger to get it back.
Puffed.
Does our family lack 100 yuan from you? Who do you think you are looking down on? Honestly, I like your job. Give me the job, and I'll leave you alone. Otherwise, you'll be eating rotten eggs, getting a tattoo, shaving your head, and being sent to farm labor. By then, when you kneel and beg me, I won't even want your lousy job. Su Aihwa was stunned, almost thinking she heard wrong. Did she mishear? Say that again? Zhao Ho-hot sneered. Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? Even if I repeat it 10 times, I want that job you have. Hand it over immediately, or I'll make your life miserable. My daughter, I'm using proper words, right? Han Ke nodded firmly. Yes, that's right. It's perfect for this situation. Su Aihwa opened her mouth wide, gasping for air like a fish out of water. You are dreaming, Zhao Ho-hot said. Do I look like I'm dreaming? It seems you don't really know me. I keep my promises, I say what I mean. Let's go. Go back to the hospital and talk to your lover properly. Su Aihwa tightly grabbed Zhao Ho-hot's arm. Don't go. If you dare to do that, I'll fight you. Han Ke grabbed her hand and twisted it slightly, making Su Aihwa unable to bear it.
Ow.
It hurts, let go. Look at you, what kind of fight are you talking about? Even my daughter can't beat me, let alone you. I advise you to behave and listen to advice. Those who listen eat well. Those who don't end up losing. Right now, you're just losing a job, and you owe us that position. Do you understand? Who told you to run around and jump around at our house yesterday without knowing your place? If you hadn't run, I wouldn't have had to jump around in front of you. I almost forgot about you. This was your chance. Su Aihwa's hand hurt so much she was crying. Let go, let go. I will go with you. These people are really bullies. She couldn't handle them alone. Aren't they here to find Director Chen? Let them go look for him. Maybe Director Chen has a way to deal with Zhao Hohot, this old tiger. At 2 p.m., the so-called Director Chen finally arrived. Honestly, he doesn't look bad. They say he's around 37 or 38, but he looks about 35. He's quite young and looks okay. Zhao Hohot couldn't understand why such a talented young man would like someone like Su Aihwa, who looks quite old. And Su Aihwa isn't pretty. She looks very old. When standing next to the director, they look like siblings. Does this deputy director have some special hobby? So Zhao Hohot looked at Chunbin with a complicated expression. Chunbin saw Su Aihwa bring 3 women into his office. One woman in her 20s even locked the door. What does that mean? And another girl looked like a painting, very beautiful. Chunbin's eyes widened, but his gaze was blocked by a woman nearly 40. This woman is a bit older, but her features are nice, and she looks a bit like the pretty girl. Yes, under Han Kaling's continuous nourishment, Zhao Hohot looks much younger. When Han Ke first came back, she saw Zhao Hohot with a face full of wrinkles and thought she was a different person. Months passed, and Zhao Hohot now has black hair, no wrinkles on her face, and her skin is fairer. She looks much younger. She was already pretty, but the harsh rural life aged her quickly with the sun and wind all year round. Not to mention her, even Han Taizhu looks like he's nearly 40. Chunbin was confused. What are these people here for? Zhao Hohot said, to find you. Su Aihwa stood behind Zhao Hohot, winking at Chunbin. He couldn't understand her gestures either, but he was sure these people had something to do with Su Aihwa. It seemed Su Aihwa was quite afraid of them. Could she have fought with a patient's family or the patient again? He thought, even if he protected her, the hospital wasn't his own. That should be enough. He often bullied others outside, but after a while, wouldn't people start talking? Thinking of this, Chunbin's face looked a little unhappy. Everyone, if you have any questions, just say it. Oh dear, they haven't even said anything yet, and his face already looks bad. Who are they talking to? Zhao Hohot said, we came today to talk to you about your inappropriate relationship with Su Aihwa. Suddenly, Chunbin stood up sharply, knocking his chair over with a loud crash. Who are you? What do you think this hospital is? Can you just say whatever you want here without proof? If you have no evidence, you're just slandering. I could sue you. Zhao Hohot clapped loudly. I really admire your shamelessness. You've done all this, and you still speak so confidently.
What?
Because you're loud. You think you're right? Fine. Jia, open the door. He didn't feel guilty or ashamed, believing he had done nothing wrong, so he said loudly. Wang Jia turned to open the door, but Su Aihwa moved faster, rushing forward and leaning against the door to stop Wang Jia from opening it. Chunbin, please don't argue with her, really. If she loses her temper, she might do something reckless. Chunbin squinted. What's going on?
Who are they?
Zhao Hohot sat down on a chair, crossing her legs arrogantly.
Who am I?
She should call me sister-in-law. But Su Aihwa looks down on us and doesn't even look at us.
Just stop struggling.
Your little secrets have already been exposed. Exposed? Chunbin's body instantly bristled with sweat. He looked at Su Aihwa leaning against the door. Is what she said true?
Su Aihwa not that se luten.
Chunbin clenched his teeth. Caught in the act, caught the thief, caught the loot. What if I deny it? Zhao Hohot smiled. You can't do anything about it. But the person who exposed you is Su Aihwa's own mother. Han Ke said, Director Chen, your accent doesn't sound local. And judging by your age, you're probably married. Do you think your wife knows about this inappropriate relationship with Su Aihua? We don't need to catch you in bed. Just telling your wife might be enough to make you regret it. Chun Bin's scalp went numb. He helped himself up and sat down dejectedly, holding his head with both hands. Yes, he was transferred from outside, practically parachuted into this small town, relying on the Yu family's connections. After 2 years here, he could be transferred back, just gaining experience and credentials. He's already been here for over a year, and leaving is not far off. He has power in his family. If his wife finds out what he did here, she will definitely divorce him, and maybe even hurt him. Thinking of this, he shivered. He now deeply regrets that when Su Aihua, that woman, charmed him, he should have resisted. He only planned to stay here for 2 years. His wife has a job and can't come to this small place. Long periods apart can be lonely, and there are certain needs. When Su Aihua leaned in, he hesitated for just a moment, then naturally ended up with her. They were caught twice. Cheating is exciting and becomes a habit. Although Su Aihua isn't very attractive, she's still a woman and doesn't cost anything, just needs to be promoted to a regular position. It's wrong to not take advantage of opportunities. Over the past year, they maintained an improper relationship. Because no one found out for so long, they felt lucky. But secrets can't stay hidden forever. Today, they got caught, and he couldn't understand. Does Su Aihua's mother have a serious illness? Is she really that willing to harm her daughter? He slowly raised his head. What do you all mean? What are you trying to do? They are too much. They even want my job. It's just wishful thinking. A family of common folks, even if they get the job, can they really do it? Slap. Shut up. It's not your turn to talk.
Honke slaptar.
Su Aihua covered her face in disbelief. If Zhao Guohua had hit her, that might be understandable. She's her sister-in-law. But Han Ke, a younger person, why?
Why?
Because there's no blood relation. Because she betrayed Han Ke. What's wrong with slapping her? The slap was loud and painful to hear. Could it be that you're feeling sorry for her? Do you think your wife would be happy if she knew? Zhao Guohua's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Chun Bin closed his eyes. He knew these people were dangerous from the start. They weren't ordinary. They are tough. Zhao Guohua reached out, and Han Ke took out the confession letter that old Madame Han had written to expose Su Aihua, handing it to Zhao Guohua. Zhao Guohua spread the paper open across the table for Chun Bin to see. Chun Bin read everything clearly. There were signatures and fingerprints on it. He glared angrily at the main culprit, Su Aihua. Just for this woman, he was now under control. Fortunately, these people only asked him to handle Su Aihua's work. Since his relationship with Su Aihua had already been exposed, he decided they should stop seeing each other. Su Aihua must leave the hospital to prevent more trouble. Now, his goal and thoughts were the same as Zhao Hohat and her daughter. Su Aihua, since this mess is your fault, you deal with it. Who caused the mistake on your side? Su Aihua was stunned. Why was it like this? She brought these people here hoping Chun Bin would find a way to fix things, but now she was being asked to give up her job?
How can I do that?
My job is mine. If I lose it, what will I do? Chun Bin slammed the desk. What do I care? How should I handle it? And these problems are not your fault? You were the one who approached me first, and I was just caught up in it. Zhao Hohat grinned. TSK, men are really heartless. Su Aihua lost her temper. No, I can't be without a job. Without work, I'll have to go back to the countryside to farm. And I already have a city household registration. Even if I go back, I won't have land there. What will I eat? She was panicked, truly panicked. All her hopes depended on Chen, and she was even thinking about transferring to the county, but now she was close to losing her current job. Wang Zhaodi couldn't bear to watch anymore.
Just be happy about it.
We'll keep your secret if you give up your job. If your scandal gets out, you'll lose your job anyway, and your man might even hit you. Focus on surviving first, then worry about work. Su Aihua responded, who's to blame? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Zhao Hohat grew impatient. Hurry up and decide. I don't have time to waste here. It'll be dark soon, and I need to get home. You have 20 minutes to think it over. After that, no more chances. Chinbin said, I agree now, no need to wait 20 minutes. Su Aihua, I advise you to know the situation and not let it get to a point of no return. Like this lady said, giving up your job now to meet their demands might save your family's stability. If they find out and expose everything, both of us will be finished. And I won't let you off the hook then. Su Aihua listened to Chinbin's cold words and saw the fierce look on his face. His eyes seemed poisoned, staring at her intensely. Zhao Hohat made a very good point. Men are ruthless when it comes to breaking up, and they can turn hostile suddenly. The two of them had once been close, and at the beginning, they were very affectionate. This made Su Aihua consider divorce. But then Chinbin poured cold water on her hopes. He said his family was complicated, and his wife was very fierce. If Su Aihua dared to break up his family, his wife would tear her apart. This made Su Aihua realize things more clearly. Since she couldn't stay with Chinbin and Chinlin was about to leave, she planned to transfer to the county town. But now, this man was willing to sacrifice everything for her. Chinbin seemed to see her thoughts and sneered, You are just a temporary worker. You've been here over 3 years and still haven't been promoted. That shows you have no hope of becoming permanent. Old Wu is eyeing your position for his daughter. If it weren't for me, you'd already be back farming. You've been here over a year more. What are you still unhappy about? Also, your performance in the hospital isn't good. Many people have reported you to me. If I hadn't protected you, you'd have been fired long ago. Honestly, even with my protection, you're about to be fired because I've had enough of you. You rely on me to act arrogantly outside, but have you thought about how others see me, how they gossip about me, and how it affects me? I advise you not to push your luck, just agree with them now. Now, Zhao Hohat no longer needed to urge her. Director Chin took the initiative to ask Su Aihua to give up her job. Su Aihua leaned against the door, feeling weak, and slowly sat down on the ground. She had been fighting over trivial things all day, only to end up with nothing. Big sister-in-law, don't look at the face of the monk, look at the face of the Buddha. Please, for my brother's sake, let me go. I'll change, I'll improve. If I lose my job, I'll be finished. How can I explain to my husband and mother-in-law when I go back? Zhao Hohat shook her head mercilessly. Now you think you're useless, so you're begging me. But when you were capable, you never spared us. Do you really think I, Zhao Hohat, am a good person? Pretending to be pitiful won't help. Hurry up. Han Ke said, there are 10 minutes left. After 10 minutes, if you don't leave, we'll come directly to your house. It was ruthless, too ruthless. Su Aihua was already crying, tears and mucus covering her face. Yesterday, Zhao Hohat's face was already bruised and purple, and she looked very tired from a fever last night. She didn't look like someone in her 30s. She could easily be mistaken for nearly 50. She cried very badly, and Chinbin felt his eyes hurt. He turned his face away to avoid looking at her. He felt even more regretful. How could he have slept peacefully back then? Su Aihua was just crying and delaying her answer, as if she thought Zhao Hohat might change her mind if she kept stalling. Unfortunately, time's up, Han Ke said coldly, like a death knell. Zhao Hohat covered her face and cried loudly, as if everyone in the house was bullying her alone. Unfeeling, Chinbin took out a form from the drawer. He didn't want to be buried with this woman. Everyone, fill out this form, please.
Zhao Gihua looked at Han Ke.
Daughter, next.
Chinbin was silent.
It turned out that the one who made the decisions among these 3 was the youngest, most beautiful girl. Han Ke said, Director Chin, this isn't over yet.
Chinbin frowned.
Is it ever going to end? Even though he was talking to a stunning beauty, he was starting to feel impatient. Didn't I already promise to give you the job? Han Ke sneered. That was Su Aihua owing us. It has nothing to do with you. Chinbin didn't understand this. Han Ke said, now it's your problem. We've caught a handle on you, and we're not asking for much. Just arrange a temporary worker. For example, it's easy to add someone in the cafeteria, right? Chinbin said. Don't push your luck. Han Ke was fearless. I will push my luck, but only this once. That's it. Chunbin was annoyed and turned his face away again, ignoring Han Kuo and Zhao Hohot. Arranging a temporary worker was still manageable for him, especially since the cafeteria's staffing was flexible. Adding or removing a person was easy. But who would feel comfortable being threatened and coerced? Moreover, he was proud by nature. Today, being manipulated by a few women made him grit his teeth with anger and hate them deeply inside. In reality, he had to agree whether he wanted to or not. Fine, but you have to promise to keep your word. As long as I do my part, I hope you keep quiet about it. Zhao Hohot said, of course. 2 people from our family are working under you. How can I not stay silent? That was more like a proper sentence. Since these people entered, they either bullied or threatened him. Now, finally, he heard a decent word. Zhao Hohot looked at Han Ku again. Daughter, you fill out the form. Who should I write for? Han Ku said, Su Aihua's work will go to my older brother and the cafeteria job will go to my sister-in-law. Wang Zhaodi's chin almost hit the ground. How could they give her the job? She thought that the work arranged by the Han family was definitely for their sons, so it had nothing to do with her. Han Lichuan is the eldest son, so giving him the job makes sense. But why was the cafeteria job given to her before Han Lixia even had a job? She was surprised, but she wasn't stupid and knew she couldn't ask now. Han Ku also shook her head at her, then started filling out the form. After Han Ku finished, Chunbin asked Su Aihua to fill out hers. Su Aihua refused to do it no matter what, but Han Ku forced her up from the ground and carried her to the table like a little chick. Zhao Guohua still stood with her hands on her hips like a village headwife, saying, This is not up to you. All these years of frustration finally boiled over today. That mean old woman was very cunning and had often given bad advice to Grandma Han to deal with their family. Filling out the form and getting approval from the hospital wasn't enough. They also had to go to the health bureau for procedures. So, changing shifts wasn't so simple. Su Aihua had to finish this month's work, and only after that could she and her husband come to work next month. Han Tieju's work was completed in a month, and the unit handled the paperwork for him. The procedures were only fully completed recently, but it was already decided. Han Ku wasn't afraid of Chen's family playing tricks because they didn't dare. It seemed they also wanted to cut ties with Su Aihua and kick her out of the hospital. Since the work is done, shouldn't you hand over the things you have? Director Chun pointed to the evidence Zhao Guohua was holding. Zhao Guohua said, That's not possible. If I give it to you, what if you don't keep your word? Then you could just blame my son and daughter-in-law and fire them. Do you think I'm stupid? But don't worry, as long as you don't do that, this matter ends here. We are people of our word. Chen's family member gritted his teeth in anger, but had no choice. The control was in their hands, so he had to accept it. Aihua, we're leaving now. You two can take your time talking, Zhao Guohua said kindly before leaving and even closed the door behind her.
Zhao Guohua said, Wow.
Things went so smoothly. Daughter, does that mean we're not far from moving into the city? Han Ke replied, Yes. Once I get Han Air's job sorted out, our whole family can move into the city. Only my third brother will stay in the village.
Haha.
Wang Zhaodi asked, Then we won't farm our land anymore? We're still rural residents. Zhao Hohot waved her hand and said, You're so stubborn. Your husband has a job now. Why don't you stay behind and keep an eye on him so he doesn't get tempted by others? Have you seen that person named Chen? Su Aihua doesn't look very good, and that Chen guy is always eager to find someone. My son might not be like that, but there are plenty of people like Su Aihua out there. Don't bother Zhao Chun. What if someone else bothers her? Zhao Chun is much younger and more handsome than that Chen guy. Aren't you worried? Wouldn't you feel upset or uncomfortable then? Wang Zhaodi nodded wildly. Su Aihua is a clear example of that. Han Ke said you have your salary now, so it doesn't matter if you farm or not. I get some money from writing articles, so I don't need to work either. Our mom's husband makes money too. So those small work points don't matter much. Big sister-in-law, we should open our minds and learn to choose. Look at our mom, she was like this a few months ago, and now she's like that. Ha ha ha, that's right. A few months ago, I'd feel guilty if I used too much oil to cook. Now look at me, I've changed so much. My daughter, what did you say you've become?
Han kere plid. Reborn. Ah.
Yes, that's the word. It means like a different person. The three women, despite the cold northeast wind, didn't feel cold. They sat on the heated bed, chatting, walking with small steps as it got dark and finally reached home. It was time for the family meeting after dinner. This time, all the younger ones were home and participated. Zhao Hohot, the head of the family, sat cross-legged on the Kong and said, "Kids, I didn't tell you earlier during dinner about what happened today. Were you all anxious waiting? Let me tell you, everything went very smoothly today. It was perfect. Su Aihua got the job, and not only that, she also asked for an extra temporary job in the cafeteria. Mom, is it really settled? Is Su Aihua so obedient?" Han Lichuan looked like he was dreaming. He thought his mom was joking earlier, but now she had actually managed to get it done. See, all the leverage is in our hands. That's why we can be sure of what to do. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Once the paperwork is done next month, Su Aihua will finish her work and leave. Our family will be safe. Everyone in the Han family, both adults and children, was very happy. They had gained 2 more jobs, and the family had truly taken a big step forward. Zhao Hohot waved her hand again and said, "No more arguing. Now, let's talk about work arrangements. Who's going where to work? Who will give the jobs? We'll hold a meeting to decide." Yes, it was a notice, not a discussion. This showed Zhao Hohot's authority in the family. That's just how I've decided things must be done, with no room for discussion. Fortunately, the Han siblings understand Zhao Hohot's temper. Zhao Hohot said, "Here's what I think. These 2 jobs in town are perfect for the older couple. Once they start working in town, they can rent a house there, and you 2 can stay there temporarily. As for the second child, he will take over Han Idong's position. Since the second child is alone if he works in town, he can't be expected to commute with Zhaodi every day. That wouldn't be convenient, so this is the best way to arrange it. Regarding the children, I've discussed with your younger sister. After finishing this semester, they will all go to the county for further studies next year." Oh, if the second child's job improves and his household registration can be changed, it would be great if both children could also change to town household registration. After all, Mi Chunhua is divorced, and her household registration doesn't follow her. It's with her father now. If that could happen, it would be wonderful. As for Zhaodi, there's no way around it. The children follow their mother's household registration. When Zhaodi gets her official status, the children can also change to town registration. About the third child, I'm not biased towards your older brothers. Your younger sister said your future is bright, and as long as you hold on to Dr. Wu, your prospects will be limitless. You can trust what your sister says. Look at all these family matters she pointed out, what was wrong, or what hasn't been achieved. So don't think your parents are biased. Once you get into university, your father and I will give you a few hundred yuan as a reward for your efforts. As for the fourth child, he's developing in the military. When he gets married, I'll give him a bit more as a reward. But the biggest contribution in our family is your younger sister. Without her worrying about these 3 jobs, none of this would be possible. Don't you think she deserves some reward too? After you 2, the older and second brothers, get your jobs, each of you should give your younger sister 10 yuan a month. Zhaodi should give her 5 yuan a month. If, as your sister said, the college entrance exam is reinstated someday, and you pass it, then you won't need to give her anything anymore. What do you think? Do you have any opinions? If so, speak up quickly. No, how could we have any opinions? It's like a gift falling from the sky. Our brothers are dazzled and overwhelmed. How could we object? Everyone nodded repeatedly, saying they had no objections and thanking Han Ke for his efforts for the family. Although Han Ke, with his simple ways, didn't care much, Zhao Hohot accepted the arrangements since he made them. Siblings should settle accounts openly. They shouldn't let their hearts grow too big. In the future, they should see her efforts as just what she's supposed to do. The only ones who really lose out are Zhao Hohot and her husband. They have to cover this and that, but no one is giving to them. Zhao Hohot thought carefully. The house in the city has a spacious front and backyard. She plans to build a pig pen in the north yard, raising 2 or 3 pigs. Over a year, it will cost only a few hundred yuan, which is not less than her rural farming income. She can also sell vegetables on the black market, so her thoughts changed completely. She gave up her old ideas. In the countryside, people work from sunrise to sunset. Besides working, they eat and sleep. There's nothing else to do. After going to the city a few times, Xiao Hohot felt empty and bored. No wonder old helper always goes to the city. It's really convenient there. Now that she has 2 jobs settled, she's just waiting for Han Aipai's situation to develop further. In the Xiao family in the imperial capital, Xiao Yinghua suddenly opened her eyes and took deep breaths. She nervously touched her neck, recalling the fear before death and the sharp pain of her windpipe being cut. She felt like it just happened. She covered her neck, her eyes wide with shock. What's going on? Wasn't she dead? She looked around anxiously. Moonlight shone through the thin curtains, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The room was dim and blurry, but she could see the porcelain cup on the desk, the double-door wardrobe, and the familiar chair she often sat in while studying. The small alarm clock on the bedside table ticked quietly, the soft ticking sound especially clear in the quiet night. But all these things had been thrown away and replaced with new ones. Why are they here again? And this is her room? What's going on? She was sure she was dead, so how is she back now? Is this a dream? She pinched herself hard. Pain shot through her, and tears came out. She got off the bed and felt how cold it was. Is it winter now? When she was cut in the throat, it was summer. She clearly remembers that scoundrel wearing a beautiful suit. She put on a cotton-padded coat, pulled the lamp cord, and the room lit up. She got off the bed and touched the things she used to have but later threw away. Finally, she walked to the mirror. It was a square wall mirror with peony flowers printed on it. She looked at her face in the mirror. She was only 18. Yes, 18. She wasn't mistaken. That means she has returned to 6 years ago after her death. Xiao Yinghua covered her face with her hands and cried silently. Tears flowed from between her fingers. After crying for a while, she lowered her hands and started to laugh, an eerie, strange smile in front of the mirror. She really came back. Does heaven know she died unwillingly and gave her another chance? You scoundrel, in this life, with me here, you won't be able to return to the Xiao family. I not only want to keep what we deserve, but also to get back what I didn't receive in my past life. In the mirror, there is a beautiful face twisted with anger. Xiao Yinghua calmly returns to her bed, lies down, and slowly closes her eyes. Scoundrel, just wait. I will make you pay for what you owe me. The Xiao family is a large clan. Both branches live in the big courtyard, and everyone knows that as long as Old Master Xiao is alive, the family won't be divided. Old Master Xiao holds an important position, and his 2 sons are not interested in splitting the family. Despite many hardships over the years, the Xiao family has remained safe. No mistakes, no pitfalls, and no wrong alliances. Because of this, the family still holds some status in the capital. The Xiao family is prosperous, with many talented grandchildren. Several are quite successful, which makes the old couple very happy. The family has many members, so they set 3 tables for meals. 1 for men, 1 for women, and 1 for children. Aunt Zhang brings breakfast to the dining table. Family members arrive one after another at the front yard's dining area. The Xiao family lives in a 3-entry, 4-courtyard house. The old couple and Aunt Zhang live in the main courtyard. The 2 sons, along with their children, live in the east and west wings. During meals, everyone gathers in the old couple's courtyard. The family's dining rules are a bit different from before. The old couple must sit and eat first before the children and grandchildren can start. Xiao Yinghua sits at the women's table. Before her death, she still lived in the main house of the Xiao family. But 6 years later, the house was renovated and much better than now. Ironically, it was still paid for by that scoundrel. She had contributed only a little, yet she received praise from her grandparents, while her siblings' efforts seemed dull in comparison. 6 years later, she has returned, and her gaze at old Master Xiao is full of hatred. She sharply pinches her palm with her fingernails. using pain to remind herself not to act rashly. But she died so tragically. How could she just endure it? Xiao Yu, are you feeling unwell? Suddenly, Xiao Yingyue snaps back to reality.
Ah,
Mom, I didn't sleep well last night.
I'm fine.
It's her mother, Bai Ruoyun. She notices her daughter's strange expression.
Ah,
Then you can sleep a little more later. I'll call your office to ask for leave. Drink some porridge first, then rest. Bai Ruoyun says. Her daughter's work is easy, so there's nothing urgent, just reading newspapers and drinking tea. Okay. Xiao Yingyue just came back to life and needs some time to recover. After breakfast, the old master is taken away by car to work. Aunt Zhang accompanies the old lady for a walk. The younger generation should go to work, and those who don't are back in their own yards. Xiao Yingyue sat on the bed, finally realizing she truly had been reborn. Living this life again means revenge for past wrongs and settling old grudges, but she is only 18. Without power or influence, how can she prevent that family from entering the capital? In her previous life, that despicable person got into university, and when Xiao Yunxin sent Xiao Qingyun to school, Uncle Sen saw her. His face was recognized, and suddenly, they acknowledged their relationship. This time, how can she stop that hateful girl? She is top of her class, scoring the provincial top score in her exams. With such good grades, she will definitely attend a top university. Can fate really be changed? Xiao Yingyue nervously fidgeted while pacing inside the room. There are still over 2 years before that girl enters the capital. That time is enough for her to plan carefully. No, she can't do it alone. Oh, she must tell her parents and brother what happened in her past life. That person made her father and brother feel so embarrassed and uncomfortable. If her father believed her, he would take action. With his effort, there would be no problem. That family of common folk can only stay as they are, never entering the imperial circle again. Brother Duda is hers and only hers. She needs to get close to Du Wenxuan quickly, win him over, and give no chance to anyone else. He is her obsession. She died tragically for him, and he owes her this life to repay. What does she lack compared to Xiao Qingyun? Is her background or upbringing any worse than that girl, who has been rolling in the dirt of a poor village since childhood? Does she lack the heritage of a noble family? All she has is a scent of greed and a fox-like face. That night, at the main house of the Xiao family, Xiao Yingyue thought again and again, rebirth is truly unbelievable. She doesn't know if her parents will believe her, but if she doesn't tell them, will her family fall into the same old trap again? After hesitating all day, she decided to tell her parents the truth that night. She knocked on their door. Come in, her father, Xiao Shuhan, said. Xiao Shuhan was reading the newspaper, and Bai Ruoyun was knitting a sweater. Everything was peaceful and beautiful. But all of this was destroyed after that family returned. Xiao Shuhan looked up from his newspaper at his daughter. Xiao Yu, what's the matter? Her expression was hard for him to understand. Bai Ruoyun asked, are you still feeling unwell? I see you didn't eat much dinner either. Xiao Yingyue sat on the edge of the bed, opening her mouth but unsure where to start. In these times, everyone is fighting against evil spirits and superstitions. She said she was reborn. Would her parents believe it? Xiao Shuhan looked at his daughter, hesitant to speak. What is it? Do you want to say something? Xiao Yingyue's eyes grew firmer. She took a deep breath and said seriously, Dad, Mom, I need to tell you something very unbelievable. I am mentally normal. I am not sick, and I am not joking about this. The couple exchanged a look and put down the newspaper and sweater in their hands. They looked at Xiao Yingyue seriously. Her eyes welled up with tears again. I was reborn. I died, and then came back. The couple was stunned. This statement hit them like a thunderbolt, making their eyes widen with disbelief. Xiao Shuhan frowned. Yingyue, it's okay to talk about this at home, but don't say it outside. Xiao Yingyue replied, I knew you'd react like this, but I am telling the truth. I came back from 1982. I died that year very tragically. She couldn't hold back her emotions, tears falling like broken pearls. Xiao Yingyue understood her parents' reaction. Rebirth is beyond normal understanding. But she knew she had to make them believe her, because what was about to happen was very important for the whole family. She steadied herself and began to explain her rebirth experience in detail. Mom, Dad, I know this sounds unbelievable, but it's all true. I remember clearly that our family faced many difficulties and setbacks in the past. Now I have a chance to change everything because I am back. Her voice trembled slightly. Byroyan finally found his voice. Ingxue, are you having a nightmare? He was starting to doubt his daughter's mental state, not because he didn't believe, but because rebirth is too incredible. Seeing their disbelief, Xiao Yingyue continued, Next, I want to tell you about some things that are about to happen, like the restoration of the college entrance exam in 1977 and the gradual reform and opening up starting in 1979. Xiao Yingyue listed several major events, and her parents' brows furrowed more and more. Now, they had no choice but to believe her, because she was only 18, and these were big events, things she couldn't have made up at her age. Yingyue, wait a moment. I'll call your two brothers too. Xiao Shuhan interrupted Xiao Yingyue and then turned around to call his two sons. His daughter said something important that affects the whole family, so both sons must know. Byroyan hugged her crying daughter, thinking that if what her daughter said is true, that she might die tragically in a few years. What caused it? She trembled as she held her daughter's arm. She believed her now, completely. Her daughter is so good. Who could be so cruel as to hurt her? The door opened. Yun Shu Yuan entered with the two sons. The eldest son of the Xiao family, Xiao Bojun, is 25 years old. The second son, Xiao Bolin, is 23. Both are involved in official work and plan to go into politics. They are outstanding descendants of the Xiao family, and Grandpa Xiao is proud of them. Yingyue, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Tell Big Brother, and I will make it right for you, Xiao Bohan said, worried seeing his only sister crying. Xiao Bolin placed his hands on Yingyue's shoulders. Tell your second brother, you know I can handle things. Whoever dares hurt our little princess, I will make them suffer. Yingyue threw herself into her second brother's arms and cried loudly, her eyes closing and opening, as if reliving two lives. In her past life, she suffered unfair fate. Her two brothers were so talented, yet a family of brothers took their resources. Grandpa's connections all favored that family, which was her family's enemy. Her parents and brothers were overwhelmed by Yingyue's tears. Byroyan, feeling heavy-hearted, used a handkerchief to wipe Yingyue's tears. Yingyue, don't cry anymore. Don't hurt your eyes, be good, she said gently.
Yingyue's nicht I'm fine.
It's just that in this life and the past, I came back from a difficult time, and I can't help feeling sad. The brothers looked confused. Xiao Shuhan said, Sit down, both of you. What your little sister is about to tell concerns our family's future. The brothers obediently sat down. Yingyue asked, Dad, do you have a twin brother? Was he lost right after birth before the liberation? Xiao Shuhan immediately straightened up. He did have a twin brother. But the story of that twin is a family taboo, a pain for their parents, known only to the siblings. Usually the younger generation doesn't know. Yingyue knew, and it seemed her story of rebirth was quite real. Though unbelievable, the facts were in front of him, and he had to believe. The two brothers looked at Xiao Shuhan, who nodded at them. Xiao Yingyue then said, It's your twin brother's return that has caused so many problems in our family. Because the children of Uncle Air's family are all successful, and due to Grandpa and Grandma feeling guilty and indebted to Uncle Air, they have given them all of Grandpa's resources and connections since they came back. Even Du Dage, whom I like, was taken away by Uncle Air's daughter, Xiao Qingyun. At this point, Xiao Yingyue's voice choked with emotion, and her heart felt a sharp pain. Byroyan asked, What? Du Ziyuan has changed his mind? This news caused a storm in everyone's hearts. Their family's old master and the Du family's old master had plans for an engagement. Plus, their daughter really liked Du Ziyuan, so both families wanted to match the two young people. Du Ziyuan is 24 years old now. A few days ago, Byroyan met with Du Ziyuan's mother to discuss their marriage. Although Du Ziyuan hadn't agreed yet, The decision made by Du's old master was not something he could refuse. Du Ziyuan has been doing very well in the military these past few years. He is already a battalion commander at a young age and is quite handsome. In the upper circles of the capital city, he is a rare, talented young man. Even though everyone's hearts were stormy, they didn't interrupt Xiao Yingyue. Your twin brother is still in the countryside. His name is Han Taizhu, and he is surnamed Han. His foster mother treated him very badly and was harsh to him since he was young. Later, for reasons unknown, he learned about his true background and sent his foster mother to jail. After that, he changed his name to Han Yunshin, and after recognizing his roots, he changed it again to Xiao Yunshin. My second uncle's family is very prosperous. They had 4 sons before they finally had a precious daughter. Without the restrictions of his foster mother, the family became wild and uncontrollable. In 1977, when the college entrance exam was restored, Xiao Qingyun, Xiao Yingyue's daughter, scored as the top student in the province and was admitted to Imperial Capital University. Not only that, besides their 4th son who developed well in the military, the other 3 sons all went to university. Their eldest studied economics, the second studied law and politics, the third went to medical school, and their 4th also did well in the military. Their family truly flourished in all areas. When I died in 1982, their second son had already become a judge. The turning point in fate was after Xiao Qingyun was admitted to university. When Xiao Yunshin took her to school, my third uncle recognized him immediately as the son stolen from the Xiao family, because he looked just like you. Since then, she recognized her family roots, and the whole family moved to Beijing. Xiao Qingyun not only did well in school but also ran a business, studying and managing a company at the same time. My grandfather is the kind of person you don't know. He always supports anything beneficial to the family. Even if you and Uncle San stayed in front of him for decades, it wouldn't compare to the son who can bring him benefits and honor. So, Grandpa helps them build connections, establish relationships, and send resources. There are only so many connections and resources. Once given to them, others won't have any. The room fell silent, as quiet as a pin drop. Bai Ruoyun trembled as she asked, "Then, how did you end up dying tragically?" Xiao Yingyue painfully covered her face. "It's because Brother Du was captivated by Xiao Qingyun. I admit, Xiao Qingyun is prettier than me and capable. People like her have a deadly charm for men. I like Brother Du. I chased him for many years, but he didn't notice me. Yet, he fell in love at first sight with Xiao Qingyun.
Why?
I was the first to know Brother Du, and after more than 10 years, that shouldn't compare to someone who knew him for only a few months. Later, Grandpa Du couldn't resist and proposed a marriage alliance with our family, but the partner was changed to Xiao Qingyun. I can't accept this." Xiao Bojun slapped the desk loudly. "That's too much. Did Xiao Qingyun actively charm the cousin-in-law?
Is Du Ziyuan blind?
Doesn't he have any standards?" Xiao Yingyue remained silent. She didn't want to explain to her enemies. In fact, Du Ziyuan had always pursued Xiao Qingyun out of his own wish, but Xiao Qingyun openly said she had no interest in him. But in her view, it was just playing hard to get, pretending to refuse to advance, acting like a virtuous woman while secretly being unfaithful. Bai Ruoyun said, "Go on, I can handle it." Xiao Yingyue bit her lip. I hated Xiao Qingyun so much that I did something I regret for a lifetime. Because of this, I paid with my life." The father and son clenched their fists when they heard about the cost of life. It must have been something that Xiao Yunshin's daughter did to her daughter-in-law Yingyue. Otherwise, how could Yingyue, so gentle and kind, do something so extreme? Seeing that the two families were about to marry, I was blinded by hatred, so I paid some reckless people to kidnap Xiao Qingyun. She lowered her head, twisting her hands in her clothes. I don't know what happened. I had already kidnapped her, but when I went to see her, she suddenly disappeared. The kidnappers asked for money, I asked for her back, and then we argued. At this moment, Mo Tsongji arrived with people and the police. They surrounded the warehouse. A few outlaws thought I was the one who brought them there, so they took me as a hostage. Then Xiao Qingyun appeared. Only then did I realize that Emote Songji came specifically to save her. How ironic. She clearly doesn't lack men, so why is she fighting with me? Especially after she appeared, the kidnappers trusted my words even less. Then I was cut across the throat. When I opened my eyes, it was last night. That's everything. So, Mom, Dad, Big Brother, and Second Brother, please don't let them recognize their ancestors. This family is too strange. Their luck is better than ours. I think their good luck means ours will be bad. As long as they don't come back, I won't let that mean girl Xiao Qingyun interfere between us. Brother Du and I will definitely have a happy life. The reason heaven let me come back is surely to set things right. I will live my life well this time. Especially because I know the future development, we hold the script in our hands, and we should live better than that family. But the key is, we absolutely must not let them recognize their ancestors. Xiao Bojun looked at Xiao Shuhan.
Dad, what do you think about this?
Xiao Bolin said, if what Ingwe says is true, that family is so powerful. They can even get the top student in the province. Do you think we can stop them from entering the capital? Once they get there, Uncle San will definitely run into them. Xiao Shuhan frowned. Honestly, my half-brother is a real trouble for your grandparents. After liberation, they looked for him for many years, but found nothing. Everyone thought he was gone. Your grandparents once told me, and your uncle, that if we had the ability we should try to find Uncle Air someday. But what Ingwe went through seems to suggest that their return wouldn't be good for the Xiao family. Ingwe became anxious. Dad, what time is it? Are you still worried about brotherhood? Do you think they think of you? Do you think they care about you? Stop hesitating. Do you realize that after those brothers returned, they made my two brothers look dull? Is my two brothers' future more important than that uncle we've never even met? Anyway, you know they are doing well. Even if they don't recognize their ancestors, they are living fine. In the past life, they owed us a family. Shouldn't they repay us this life? I lost my life because of this. Byrian said, Old Xiao, what our daughter says makes sense. I think this family is just incompatible with us. If they really come back and our daughter goes down the old path again, I can't imagine the consequences. That really would ruin me. Our family is about to fall apart. Xiao Shuhan felt very conflicted at this moment, but of course his children and wife were more important to him than his brothers he hadn't seen in a long time. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table and finally made a difficult decision. It's better to loosen than to tighten. Instead of worrying that they will become proud and seek their roots later, it's better to tell your grandparents now while they are still weak. What?
Why?
Old Xiao, are you confused? Everyone, stay calm and listen carefully. Ingwe said that in their past life, your grandparents supported them mainly because they were very talented. You know your grandfather is a practical man. He favors those who are useful to the family, giving special support. Those who are useless or less helpful are ignored or even abandoned. Fortunately, your third uncle and I are still doing well. Besides, with our family's current situation, not fighting for what we want is impossible. Your third uncle's children are still young, and the current situation is favorable for our main family. You two brothers should seize this opportunity to develop well and aim to succeed early. I hope you understand why we wanted your grandparents to recognize your second uncle early. Their family now lives in the countryside. From your grandparents' point of view, even their own children might not be noticed. Rather than waiting for them to gain fame and then recognize them, it's better to have them recognize each other now, while they're still humble. When your grandfather feels that Xiao Yunsan's family is useless, they will give up. How can the family resources be used on them? Xiao Yunsan has been living at the bottom of society since he was young. Even if he had opportunities, he wouldn't be able to use them. I mean, your grandfather thinks he can't use them. As for Xiao Yunsan's family's glory in their past life, only our family knows the truth. Others don't know. Xiao Yue's eyes sparkled. Yes, Dad is right. This is like killing someone with a soft knife. It makes them suffer while they think they are alive. I want them to watch us enjoy wealth and high status, while their family struggles at the bottom. They will see us have everything, but they will never get it. Let them be jealous. Let them envy. Just thinking about it makes me feel sorry for them. By the way, Dad, make sure they don't get into university. That's the key. I told you, Xiao Yunxin's children are very capable. As long as they get a stage, they can climb up easily. As long as their family lives a simple life and no longer interferes with us, I am willing to forgive the grudges from the past. This time, I just want to live my own life peacefully. We should keep our distance from their family. Bai Ruoyun gently stroked Xiao Yingyue's hair, her eyes turning red again. My daughter, you are so kind. In the past, they forced you into such a terrible situation, and you suffered so much. Have you really forgiven them? No, I can't. I feel sorry for you, and the pain you've endured. As a mother, I can't be generous or peaceful with enemies, and I definitely can't forgive easily. Old Xiao, Yingyue just said that Xiao Yunxin sent his adoptive mother to jail. We refuse to let her go to jail. Let her stay outside and bother him, control him, and keep him occupied. With such an adoptive mother as a stumbling block, how can he have a good life?
Dream on.
Once our parents recognize them, we will get her out and keep in touch with her often, letting her be our spy to monitor their family's every move. Just some small favors can do the trick, annoying him and keeping us informed at the same time. When the college entrance exams are back, we can do some tricks when their children apply. After all, they're just rural folks. How much can they really do against us? Xiao Bolin, my mom is right. We should cut them off at the root. Give them no chance to cause trouble again in their lives. Xiao Bojun agrees with his brother. With our power and status, it's easy to get Xiao Yunxin's adoptive mother out. It's just a matter of a sentence. Xiao Shuhan shook his head. If we do that ourselves, what will our grandparents think of us? So, Xiao Yunxin's adoptive mother shouldn't be released by us. Yingyue said, when the time comes, let the grandparents speak. I don't believe Xiao Yunxin will dare to oppose them. As long as you, Dad, talk to them properly. If he dares to go against the grandparents, I think they might even refuse to recognize him anymore. Their background is a stain on our family. No one in this circle wants to have such an unworthy relative. Especially Grandma. She's very vain. Don't forget, she keeps saying she wants to bring Uncle Air back. If they do find a useless son, just look at her attitude. So releasing Xiao Yunxin's adoptive mother is a brilliant move. If Xiao Yunxin agrees, he'll be annoyed by the old lady. If he refuses, he'll offend the grandparents. Especially after offending her biological parents, her grandparents refuse to see her. Do you think she feels upset about that? As long as they are upset, I feel better. I can't let my life be wasted for nothing. Although I don't want them to die in this life, they must pay some other price to soothe my angry heart. Bai Ruoyun said, My yaya, why are you so kind? They are about to take your life, and you're still thinking of forgiving them. It's good. Since our yaya says to forgive, let's consider it a good deed for today and do some good for our daughter. If yaya wasn't kind-hearted, how could heaven give her a second chance at life? The other three agree, completely forgetting that in the past life, Xiao Yingyue was the one who kidnapped Xiao Qingyun first. It was her own scheme that backfired, leading to her being killed. It's like they're blind and deaf. They only hear what they want and automatically block out what they don't want to hear.
Beruoyen Sudanli Roman Beret du Ziyuan.
Xiao Yu, Du Ziyuan is so unfaithful. Are you sure you still want to continue? As my mother says, forced marriages are not sweet. There are many talented young men in Jing, and you can choose anyone. Our Xiao family isn't lacking, and you're a well-known young lady in the circle. If our family makes a move, even the gates will be open wide. Why are you hanging on to just one tree? Mom hopes you find a different partner. Xiao Yingyue was silent for a moment. Yes, Du Ziyuan isn't the best, but he's my obsession. Sometimes I wonder, he doesn't like me, he loves someone else, and he has said many harsh things to me. He's rejected me so many times. What am I after? Why am I so cheap? But if I give him up, I feel unwilling. I've liked him since I was little, dreaming of being his bride when I grew up. But when I finally grew up, he liked someone else. Look at this. If my obsession ever disappears, maybe I will find someone better. Emo Tsongji isn't interested in that person, right? They haven't even met this lifetime. What if I get Emo Tsongji first? Xiao Shuhan frowned. Yingyue, Songji does come from a good family, but his family is too complicated. As a father, I don't want you to get involved in such a family. Byrian said, Old Xiao, you're overthinking. Songji and his father will never reconcile. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken his mother's surname. That shows he is determined to cut ties with his biological father. Let's not talk about this now. There's still a long way to go. Our little Yaya is so outstanding. She can choose anyone she wants. Let's discuss what to do next. Dealing with Xiao Yunshin is the main issue. Xiao Baijun said, This is simple. Xiao Yu, don't you know where their family is now? As long as we know their location, we can ask our contacts to gather information about Xiao Yunshin's family. At least, we need to understand our enemy and ourselves. Once we have the information, we can plan the next step. When my dad has a chance to accidentally meet him, it will be easier. I heard that the face looks a lot like my dad's, so things should be straightforward after that. This idea is good. As long as the people below make a few calls, it will be easy to handle. Yang Shu go. The mother and daughter sit on a warm Kong bed, cracking sunflower seeds. Zhao Guohua spits out the shells and says, Phew girl, are we really going to let that Meng woman go? When she left that day, she left a bold message that she wouldn't let us go. I've been thinking these past few days, how could she possibly not let us go? Han corresponds, what can she do?
Our family now has a job.
People have power. It's easy to control my dad. Zhao Guohua throws the sunflower seed shells into a small bamboo basket and says fiercely, if she dares to cause trouble at your dad's workplace, and the leaders there start giving him a hard time, I'll go all out. I don't care if we lose this job, I'll fight her with everything I've got. My mother is so stubborn. Hanka cracks a seed and speaks casually, looking completely unbothered. Mom, what you're talking about is an open strategy. Open strategies are easier. Confrontation, fighting involving authorities, those are straightforward. People who use open strategies are honest and upright. We're just afraid of schemes. Most schemers are bad people. Zhao Guohua's eyebrows jump. Do you think she might be secretly scheming against your dad? If so, we should tell your dad. Oh my, what if she gets someone to beat him up after work tonight? I think that Meng woman's son still has feelings for you. Could he be controlling your dad and forcing us to agree? After Han Ke said this, Zhao Guohua couldn't sit still, as if her bottom was on fire. Han Ke said, Mom, how about we go to the city and stay for a few days? Right now, there's no work in the fields, so we might as well stay in the city and keep my dad company. My dad doesn't cook much, so he probably eats irregularly. If we go, we can make some good meals for him and let him eat better. I also want to ask Sun Jiejie about the background of that Meng woman. Sun Jiejie's dad is somewhat influential in the county. That Director Meng's father must know him. Seeing how calm and organized her daughter was, she felt reassured. Zhao Hohat felt her heart settle down. Sun Jiejie has been transferred back to the county. Han Ke clapped his hands, scattering sunflower seed shells. I don't know. Tomorrow, when we take the bus to town, let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative and ask around. We can find out from her colleagues. Zhao Hohat sighed. Oh, this matter is bothering me. I haven't been able to sleep tonight. I wonder what kind of backing that Meng person has. Look at her. She seems so impressive. Han Ke said, why didn't we ask Su Waihua about this? Never mind. Tomorrow we'll tell Sun Jiejie the same thing. The next morning, Zhao Hohat announced she wanted to take Han Ku into town to stay for a few days. Mom, there's nothing much at home, and we don't need to earn work points. Let's go into town with you. The vegetables there should sell again, suggested Han Lichuan. Zhao Hohat replied, why go? If you all go, what will the third child do? He doesn't know how to cook or anything. Han Laosen, I told you you're holding the whole family back. Starting tomorrow, your sister-in-law will teach you how to cook while she cooks. Take today, for example. If you knew how to cook, our family would be gone. Han Lichu's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. In the end, it seemed to fall on him, so he was the one holding the family back. Fine, I'll learn. I'll learn. As for the vegetables in town, it's no trouble. After harvesting, I'll go with your dad to the black market. When I leave, you all must take good care of the pigs and chickens at home. Especially my daughter Dajwang. She can't suffer any injustice. In the evening, put Dajwang in my room. It's too cold outside. The plan was set. Everyone went about their business. Zhao Hohat said she was leaving soon. Daughter, bring a few more sets of clothes, she instructed, then waved her hand, signaling the meeting was over. The others looked on, confused. Are we just staying for a few days? While packing her things, Zhao Hohat muttered to Han Ko, "Oh, your dad still doesn't know he's not his biological father. If he finds out, he might be really upset. Why is your dad's life so hard? He was stolen at birth, ended up with the old woman, and not in a good place." Han Ko replied, "Who says my dad's life is hard? If he knew how lucky he is to have you, he'd be happy. You gave him several big sons and a beautiful daughter. He should be secretly happy. Any other wife wouldn't have achieved this."
Haha.
Girl, you always know how to make mom happy. Ever since me Chunhua and Liwan left, our life has been getting better every day. I wonder if our past days were cursed by those unlucky stars. Zhao Hohat said while constantly trying to carry everything, but she couldn't hold more. Han Ko kept stuffing things into her bag, while Zhao Hohat was taking things out. Han Ko said, "Mom, can you stop trying to do it for me? I can carry it just fine." "What are you afraid of?" Zhao Hohat slapped her forehead and said, "Oh, I forgot you got stronger." Later, the mother and daughter packed 3 big bags. Han Ko carried 2, and Zhao Hohat carried 1. They happily left the house, waving goodbye without taking a single cloud with them. But they deeply felt that behind them, a lot of resentment was gathering. Wang Zhaodi also wanted to go, but there were chickens, pigs, her brother-in-law, and some children to feed at home, so she couldn't leave. She watched helplessly as her mother-in-law and sister-in-law went to the county town to enjoy themselves. "Dear, I see you're getting quite wild," came Han Lichuan's teasing voice beside her. Wang Zhaodi bit her lip hard and said, "Han Lichuan, have you fed the pigs? Picked up Dajwang's eggs? Did the sun poop?" Han Lichuan chuckled, shoulders shaking. "Wang Zhaodi, do you remember the 5 words I told you last night? Come on, let me test you." Wang Zhaodi was stunned. Her mind went blank, as if she couldn't remember any of them. Han Lixia said, "You two keep hurting each other. I'm going to feed the pigs." "Girl, it's really good to have strong muscles. Mom is so jealous of your strength." On the way to the town, Han Ku already had 3 big bags in her hands. She carried all 3 bags and moved quickly, with Zhao Hohat jogging behind her. At first, she thought it was a good idea to carry 1 bag, but reality was harsh. After walking a while, she had to rest. So, Han Ku ended up carrying all 3 bags. "Wow, the supply and marketing cooperative is here. Put the things down and I'll watch. You go inside and find Sun Jejia." Zhao Hohat was waiting by the roadside for Han Ko, who crossed the street to the supply and marketing cooperative. Since she had been there several times to find Sun Jejia, the staff at the cooperative all knew her. "Oh, isn't this little Han? You came just in time. Little Sun has a message for you." The clerk next to Sun Jejia was on good terms with her and asked her to pass a message to Han Ku when she wasn't there. "Li Jie, is Sun Jejia not here? Did she leave a message for me?" Han Ku took out a handful of fruit candies from her pocket and gave some to each of the sales clerks. Since no one was at the supply and marketing cooperative now, the clerks all gathered around. The first clerk, surnamed Liu, who exchanged industrial coupons for grain vouchers with Han Ko, pushed the candies into her cheeks to be more approachable. "You don't know yet? Sun Jejia has been transferred away, gone to the county office." Han Ko was very surprised.
Wow, really?
Congratulations to her. Next to her, a clerk surnamed Li said, "Yes, she left the day before yesterday. She told me if you came, I should tell you. You can find her at the county supply and marketing office." She also wanted to tell you herself, but it snowed heavily these past 2 days, so she didn't go. 2 other female clerks, sleeves rolled up, leaned on the counter and said, "TSK, Sun Jejia is lucky. She has a good family background and got transferred to the county office easily. We'll probably never have that chance." "That's right. Having a good father is better than anything." Sun Jejia only worked here for a year before leaving, and I've been here for 7 or 8 years. Oh my. That feeling of envy made Han Ku almost feel her teeth ache. Han Ku forced a smile. Sis, you're so lucky. You don't know how much I envy you. Don't compare me to Sun Jejia. Compare yourself to me. Look at me. More than a year after graduation, I'm still stuck in the countryside. All that studying was for nothing. Hearing this, the woman felt much better. Yes, with her current position, this girl will never reach her in her lifetime. Being good-looking, what's the use? Han Ku left the supply and marketing cooperative. When the door closed, the women started gossiping about Han Ku and Sun Jejia. Zhao Hohat saw her daughter come out running and asked, Hey, is Sun Jejia here?
Han kan just sit her skuff under her team.
She's been transferred. She left the day before yesterday. She left me a message. Let's go. The mother and daughter grabbed their bags and headed straight for the town's bus station. They bought 2 tickets and got on the bus. When they arrived in the county, they got off the bus. Zhao Hohat asked Han Ku, should we go home or to your dad's place? Han Ku thought for a moment. Let's go home. Maybe my dad is there at this time. Zhao Hohat agreed, so they carried their bags, mainly Han Ku's, and walked on foot to the outskirts. Oh my, we're almost home. I'm from the countryside, working in the fields every day, but I still can't walk properly. My feet are frozen numb, Zhao Hohat said, feeling her legs heavy, as if filled with lead. It was really tiring. At this moment, having a bicycle would be so good. No, for now, I'll wait until I have enough money to buy one. Fortunately, their house door was right in front of them. Since it was a fence wall, the door was easy to open, even if no one was home. The 2 women entered the yard and saw that their door was not locked, which meant Han Taiju was at home. Zhao Hohat opened the door, and the 2 women carried in big and small bags. Their faces immediately darkened. Han Taiju was sitting in the main room, living room, next to the dining table, where a woman in her 30s was also sitting. She looked a bit surprised when they came in. Because the 2 women were dressed very warmly, only their eyes showing, the woman didn't recognize Zhao Hohat, but Han Taiju did. Why did you come? He quickly stood up to take the bag from his daughter. Zhao Hohat took off her scarf, her eyes cold and sharp. What? Shouldn't I come? Did I ruin your good thing? Han Taiju was confused. What are you talking about? Later, he understood that Zhao Hohat misunderstood something. After she took off her scarf, the woman recognized that she was Han Tieji's wife. She smiled and stood up. Hello, sister-in-law. I am your neighbor. Please don't misunderstand. My son had a fever last night, and I had no choice but to ask Brother Han for help to send my son to the hospital. I came today mainly to thank Brother Han. Well, Brother Han, you're busy. I'll go now. Zhao Hohat looked at her lightly. You came to thank our old Han? After helping you so much, you come empty-handed? The woman's face suddenly turned red. She was at a loss. Sister-in-law, I have difficulties at home. When I have more money, I will thank Brother Han properly. Zhao Hohat clicked her tongue. TSK, Brother Han, you're calling him so affectionately. And I might misunderstand, but that's between me and him. As an outsider, you have no right to say anything. Han Taiju felt awkward. He didn't expect this woman to come specifically to thank him today. A few days ago, he switched shifts with a colleague who owed him money, so he didn't go to work these days. Last night, this woman knocked loudly on their door. He didn't want to open it, but she was outside crying and calling Han Taiju. He couldn't ignore her, worried it might cause trouble, so he opened the door. She asked him to help save her son, saying her son had a high fever, and asked him to ride his bike to take her son to the hospital. She also told him they were neighbors not far from his house. He didn't want to go, but it was hard to refuse. The woman kept crying and wouldn't leave, so Han Taiju, feeling helpless, helped her. Last night, she kept thanking him profusely. Han Taiju thought that was the end of it. Today, while he was taking a nap, this woman knocked on the door again. He didn't have much to say to her, and it was quite awkward. She kept talking herself, and he found her annoying. He wondered when she would leave. It wasn't good for a man and a woman to sit together like this. If her husband found out, what would happen? Just as he was getting impatient and thinking about sending her away, Zhao Hohat arrived. To his surprise, his daughter-in-law misunderstood the situation. Comrade, you should leave now. You won't need to thank me anymore. Since you're worried my wife might misunderstand, just don't come here if there's nothing important. Her words were very blunt and hurtful. The woman looked almost ready to cry, as if he owed her something. Han Tieju's expression grew more sour. Hearing this, Zhao Hohat finally felt a little better. She watched to see how the woman would handle Han Taiju after leaving. Zhao Hohat never talks about her husband in front of others, nor does she embarrass him publicly. But she has principles and a bottom line. Han Taiju must not cheat. If he has someone outside, she won't give him any face. The woman hesitated and left. Zhao Hohat waved her hand and slammed the door shut.
Daughter, go rest.
I have something to talk to your father about, she said, then took Han Taiju by the ear and led him into her room. Hanka stared blankly at the closed door, afraid they might fight. She was good at spotting insincere people. From the way that woman acted so innocent, it was clear she had an agenda to get close to her father. It was good that her father was being disciplined by her mother. It would prevent him from being fooled and getting into trouble later. Their family had recently moved in. The woman had lived here for many years, and everyone nearby knew her. If she didn't ask others for help, why would she come to their house to ask her father? Also, the child was sick. Where was the child's father? Their good days were about to start, and they couldn't afford any accidents. Hanka decided that after her mother finished dealing with her father, she would give him a lesson on how to spot insincere people. Her father had lived in the countryside for over 40 years and had never seen such a manipulative, two-faced woman. Men tend to be protective. Men might not like a tough, strict woman like her mother. They often prefer someone gentle and fragile who cries easily. Men are not naturally unfaithful, but over time, they can be tempted. They might seek excitement. In the other room, Zhao Hohat looked angry. Tell me, how many times have you been in contact with her? What's her name? Where does she live? How many family members are there? Did her husband die or get divorced? Why does she insist on asking for your help? Questions kept coming, almost overwhelming Han Taiju. I really have nothing to do with her.
I swear I'm innocent.
Last night, she knocked on my door and was crying outside her house. I was scared she might be up to something. I'm not that naive or simple. I live alone here. If I get tricked, no one will help me. Can I let her inside? I really didn't know what to do, so I just helped her take the child to the hospital. I only took them there, and then left. I truly wasn't with her at the hospital. I just took her there and came back. I was worried about causing trouble, so I only sent her to the hospital. Otherwise, I wouldn't get involved. I'm afraid of being tricked. Guohua, this is a lesson. Look, nothing's happening in the village anymore. Just stay here with me in the city. Zhao Guohua's anger eased a bit. You shouldn't have let her in today. Han Taiju felt helpless. This woman was like a persistent rash. He really didn't want her inside, but she kept knocking on the door outside. If he didn't open, she would keep knocking. The neighbors around saw everything. They knew he was home. If he didn't open the door, they might think something was wrong and start gossiping. They might even think he hurt her. Han Taiju had no experience handling this kind of situation. He didn't know what to do. Luckily, Zhao Guohua arrived, and Han Taiju felt relieved. Zhao Guohua rolled her eyes at him. Luckily, I came today. If I hadn't, maybe something would have happened between you and her. Listen, Han Taiju, don't think just because you got a job, you're all that. If you dare to cheat and wear a green hat outside, I'll leave with the kids and grandkids. I want a clean break from you. Oh my. That would be terrible.
Han Taiju vred in chock.
Zhao Guohua looked at her husband from head to toe, feeling more and more annoyed. Oh no, ever since he got a job, he's been looking more handsome. He doesn't look like he's in his 40s anymore, more like he's in his 30s. Zhao Guohua felt more frustrated and pulled Han Taiju to the mirror. There was a mirror on the wall in their room. They looked at each other in the mirror. Zhao Guohua kept looking, feeling that she and Han Taiju looked like a couple. And compared to him, she didn't look much older. Even though they are the same age, she felt she was just as good. Why shouldn't she match him? Humph. If she had the chance, she'd find a job too. Who's better or worse?
Antiesos motuisham consciously.
Are you jealous? That's good. It makes you feel a bit of a crisis, so you care about me. Share some of your attention from the kids with me. Do you know? Since we had the kids, you haven't cared about me anymore. I'm also feeling jealous. The man and woman in the mirror both had mischievous smiles. Zhao Ho-hot happily said, "If another shameless woman tries to get close to you in the future, you must stand firm and not waver. Understand?" Han Taizhu hugged his wife. "I regret taking this job. I've realized that since I started working, I've become lonely. The warm days with my wife and kids are getting further away. Maybe I should give this job to the kids. I want to go home and keep you company. Without you by my side, I feel empty inside." "Oh dear, just a few days in the city, and you're already talking sweet. But forget about the job for the kids, because our family will soon have 3 more jobs." Han Taizhu in the mirror looked at Zhao Ho-hot with a teasing expression, as if saying, "You think I'm naive? Huh?" Zhao Ho-hot turned around and pushed him aside. "Come on, let's go to bed and talk carefully." "Oh, my legs. Do you know? I walked all the way from the station to home. The snow was so thick, I stepped deep and shallow, and my legs are almost worn out. Oh, hurry, and lie down on the bed to warm up." Zhao Ho-hot took off her shoes and climbed onto the bed, lying down. Han Taizhu also got on the bed and massaged her legs. "What's the story with those 3 jobs I mentioned?" Zhao Ho-hot, feeling the soreness from Han Taizhu's massage, grimaced and said, "Oh, this is a long story. Han Taizhu, I need to tell you something, and you must hold on." Han Taizhu asked, "Could it be that I'm really not the old lady's biological son?" Zhao Ho-hot suddenly turned to the side, supporting her head with her hand.
"You're really right.
You're not the old lady's biological son. Let me tell you, a lot has happened while you were away these days." Zhao Ho-hot took the old lady and Su Aihua and their people to their house to introduce Han Ke to a matchmaker. Then, she and her daughter went to blackmail Su Aihua over this matter and got 2 jobs. They told Han Taizhu everything. His face grew darker and darker as he listened. "There's also one more job, and it's related to Han Aihua. At first, my daughter and I didn't dare tell you about exposing Han Aihua. Now that Han Aihua is no longer your biological brother, I'm not afraid to tell you. My daughter and I already exposed him long ago. Their family has done many terrible and unkind things to us. They have bad behavior and are unfaithful. We are right to expose them." Han Taizhu, you wouldn't blame us for this, would you? Han Taizhu, do I look like I blame you now? If I want to expose them, I will. Han Taizhu felt cold inside. It turns out the old lady had stolen someone else's child. He used to think maybe he was picked up somewhere, but now he knows he was stolen. It's so wrong and bad. Such a person has called her mother for over 40 years. Is she worthy? Zhao Ho-hot saw her husband was in a bad mood. "Last time, you hoped you weren't her real mother, right? Congratulations, your wish has come true. From now on, our family won't let her jump around in front of us." Han Taizhu shook his head silently. "I'm not upset, because she's not my real mother. It's because, forget it, after so many years, it doesn't matter if I find my real parents or not." But not knowing where his roots were made Han Taizhu feel uneasy. So he looked a bit sad. Zhao Ho-hot understood. Parents and children need to have a bond. If there's no bond, you can't force it. If you think about it, what if your real parents are even better than Tang Mei? What would you do then? It might be better if they weren't around, right? Hearing this, Han Taizhu shivered. Indeed, after all these years, he had endured enough hardship from Tang Mei. If his real parents were like her, it would be better not to think about it. That way, he would feel much better. His desire for new parents disappeared instantly. Once he let it go, he didn't feel troubled anymore. But what they didn't know was that someone was already investigating their family. Zhao Ho-hot said, "I'm in such a hurry to bring the daughter here because I'm worried that someone named Meng is causing trouble in the city." If it affects your work, what should we do? It's not that we're afraid of losing our jobs, but we shouldn't be careless. We should try to prevent it. She asked, if she causes trouble at your workplace, what can we do?
Han tischer frovnid.
I really can't think of anything. We're not bad people, and we don't do bad things. Of course, I can't imagine how others might do it. I wonder if we should ask our leaders at work to watch out for us. You said that Meng has some influence in the county. Zhao Hohat quickly got up. Wait a moment. We need to call our daughter over. She's smart and can help us. Han Ke was alone in the kitchen watering the vegetables with spiritual spring water. She noticed that the vegetables weren't growing very fast here, as her mother said. Maybe they should bring some from Yangshu Valley to take care of them? Today, the concentration of the spiritual spring was a bit stronger, and the vegetables visibly grew a little more and looked healthier. Girl, come here, to Mom's room, Zhao Hohat called her from outside. Han Ku washed her hands and went into Zhao Hohat's room. The family of three sat on the Kong, a traditional heated bed, discussing what kind of tricky tricks the Meng family might try if they don't give up. Zhao Hohat said, your dad just mentioned that maybe their leaders will give him a hard time in the future. Han Ke replied, you're right. That could happen and the chances are pretty high. There's another concern, safety. What does my dad do? He's the one guarding the factory gate, related to security. If something happens at my dad's shift, like theft, a fire, or safety issues, they'd probably come after him, right? Hearing this, the couple felt cold all over. If such things really happened, wouldn't he end up in big trouble? Han Ke said, don't doubt it. They might use this to pressure our family. Hopefully, I'm just overthinking. She couldn't help but think too much, having read too many novels in her past life. Zhao Hohat was worried sick. What should we do? There's no way to guard against everything. We can't just stop working out of fear, right? Han Ke said, don't worry. I'll go see Sun Jejia this afternoon and ask her to find out more. Zhao Hohat nodded. Yes, but we shouldn't just rely on words. Let's cut some vegetables and take them over to them. Han Ke shook her head. No, the supply and marketing cooperative is crowded.
How can we do that?
If someone sees the vegetables and they've bought from the black market before, it doesn't mean they'll tell others that these vegetables are ours. Zhao Hohat and Han Taiju were startled. This was serious. From now on, they had to be more careful with their words and actions. Han Ku especially warned her father, Han Taiju, Dad, if anyone comes to our house, you must lock the kitchen door so no one can see inside. People's hearts are hard to read. Since we're not familiar with the neighbors, we must be careful not to get reported. Like that woman just now. People like her, we need to watch out for in the future. Han Taiju nodded repeatedly, I know. Usually, I don't go into the kitchen when I'm home alone, and I lock the door. It's been a long time, and only that woman has come by. No one else has visited. Han Ke said, that woman is even more suspicious. Others don't come to our house, so why did she? I think she's not simple. Look, am I just being unreasonable? Our daughter also said that woman is not simple. Han Taiju replied, yes, I will learn my lesson. Zhao Guohua remembered something. Taiju, last night our family had a meeting and decided to change our names. You should pick a nice one. Han Taiju, your name sounds so bad. Choose a more cultured one. I think my name isn't very good either, but since I have no feud with my parents, I won't change it. If I do, I don't know what to change it to. Han Ke said, if you all change your names, I will too. Mom, you can change Hua to something else, like Yun.
Ji.
Fun. Any of those sounds better than Hua. Zhao Guohua's eyes lit up. Yes. Her name is a bit old-fashioned because of the last character. If I change the last character, it won't sound old-fashioned anymore. How about Zhao Guiyun? The father and daughter agreed. Han Ke chose the name Han Qingyun, inspired by the phrase pine wind is pure and graceful, stream moon is clear and dustless. My daughter is really cultured. I don't understand it at all. Zhao Guohua thought her daughter's new name sounded nice, but she didn't understand its meaning. She still needs to read more books. Han Taiju kept writing several names. In the end, The three of them agreed on Han Yunshin, which sounds like a powerful CEO's name. Han Ke said, "All right, I've finished choosing the names. I'll go cook now. When my older brother, second brother, and sister-in-law go to work, they will all change their names." Office Family Compound. This neighborhood is home to leaders and their families. Zhu's family doesn't really qualify to live here. Zhu Wenjie's father is a small section chief at the Grain Bureau, and Meng Shu is deputy director of the Women's Federation, better than her husband, but still not qualified to live here. The real issue is Meng Shu's younger brother works at a certain committee. That position used to be very prestigious and influential. So Meng Shu relied on her brother to move into the Office Family Compound. Even though their levels are low, they have strong backing. With such backing, even those higher in rank don't want to offend them. But secretly, who doesn't talk about them? Especially Meng Shu, whose reputation isn't very good. There's also Zhu Wenjie, who has been divorced twice. One wife gave birth to one child, and he has two children with two different mothers. Everyone laughs at him. Recently, Zhu's family seems to be looking for a third wife. The high divorce rate is very rare in this era. So, Zhu's family has become a topic of gossip and jokes in the big yard. A family of 5 is having lunch. Meng Shu frowns as she watches her grandchildren eat. These 2 kids are not well behaved at all. He is already so old and still eating everywhere. Not only that, his cotton-padded jacket is so dirty, it can't be seen. At his age, he still has to serve his grandchildren. When will he grow up? He wasn't a very hardworking person when he was young. Others took care of him, but he never took care of anyone else. He married 2 daughters-in-law before. Even though he wasn't happy with them and looked down on them, at least the children had someone to care for them. Now, everything is just dumped on him. Even with his own children and grandchildren, he feels overwhelmed. He is a leader at work, a strong woman. How can he spend every day cooking at the stove? Zhu Chenyang scooped a bite of rice and asked, "What did Wenjie say about that girl?" No news for days. Does he still not like her? In his eyes, only their family looks down on others. He can't imagine that someone might not like his son. Since Yang Shegu came back, Zhu Wenjie has lost his appetite. The reason is simple, he's lovesick. Whenever he closes his eyes, the face of that stunning girl flashes before him. This makes it hard for him to eat or sleep. These days, he's been irritable and often angry at work. Mainly because his mother refuses to help him, as she disapproves of Han Ke. His mother, this mother-in-law, is really hard to please. If she doesn't look good enough, she's unacceptable. If she looks too good, that's also a problem. Is she marrying a daughter-in-law or is he marrying a daughter-in-law? So lately, he has been in a cold war with Meng Shu. Now that Zhu Chenyang is asking, Zhu Wenjie looks angry and ignores everyone. He is the only son, spoiled since childhood, never given an inch when he wants a star. That's the expression of someone who's not satisfied. Zhu Chenyang feels that the atmosphere at home is a bit off. A few days ago, he went to the countryside to guide work, so he knows his wife and mother went on a matchmaking date, but he doesn't know the outcome. He just came back today, thinking that his son's future is a big family matter. Even though they change daughters-in-law often, adding new people is always a big deal. As a father, he needs to ask. He finished eating, placed his chopsticks on the table, and asked, "What's going on? Tell me, which girl's family is giving you trouble? Is she not pretty? Or does she have no job? Or is she divorced?" He won't accept a divorced woman. That's his bottom line. Other things can be considered, as long as his son likes her. Zhu Wenjie proudly looked at his mother and said, "Mom, did you hear that? My dad has spoken. Anyone except divorced women is okay." Meng Shu couldn't take it anymore. No wonder it's the father and son. They both stare at women's faces. She suddenly slammed her chopsticks on the table and said, "This meal is impossible to eat. Do you know anything? Do you understand anything? I am a woman, and I am very good at judging women. I have worked with women for many years, and I can tell right away if someone is a troublemaker. Marrying her wouldn't help. Would she cook and do laundry for you, or take care of the children? Our family needs a daughter-in-law who can work and take care of the whole family. She is from the countryside, and I can accept that, but her flirtatious look is not okay. I don't want to marry someone who causes trouble. That kind of person is only good to look at like a picture. After saying this, she picked up her chopsticks and continued eating. I tell you, I absolutely disagree with this. Zhu Wenjie immediately threw his chopsticks in frustration. Are you marrying her for yourself or for me? If you don't like her, that's okay. I like her, and that's enough. Dad, as a man, you should understand me. It's so painful to spend your life with someone you don't like. Zhu Chenyang glanced nervously at Meng Shu.
What are you talking about?
Your mom is right. A woman who is just for looks isn't practical. He also gave Zhu Wenjie a quick look to signal him not to get angry. Having been with this woman for decades, Zhu Wenjie knows Meng Shu well. She is someone who gives in easily and doesn't stand firm. Zhu Wenjie hasn't said anything good. He's tried both soft and hard approaches, but nothing worked. His mother's attitude was more determined than ever. This made him feel powerless, and that's why he and his mother are now in a cold war. Mom, no matter what, I want her. I don't want anyone else. If you're willing to see your son stay single for the rest of his life or have no one to take care of your grandchildren, then oppose me. Zhu Wenjie gave up and spoke bluntly. His words made Meng Shu almost throw her bowl at him. What are you thinking? You want her, but she doesn't want you. Han Fong has responded for me. The Han family doesn't agree. I didn't even want to tell you. What kind of family is the Han family? They are not reputable at all. Because of this, Su Aihua lost her job. If we become relatives with such a family, oh my goodness, we'll never be able to get rid of them. Zhu Wenjie was stunned.
Mom, what did you say?
The Han family took Su Aihua's job away? Chenyang also looked surprised. Could that be true? Such a big deal, and they took her job? What kind of person is so important that my son can't forget her? If my son truly likes her, just marry her. She's just a woman. When he's tired of her, he can leave. Meng Shu frowned. Honestly, she was very upset that the Han family refused them and even kicked them out. You could say her anger has reached its limit. Not only did she embarrass them publicly, but she also caused them to run away from the village in shame, which made her even angrier because the Han family didn't even want her son. Plus, her pants were pulled down, and her husband still doesn't know. If he finds out she exposed herself in front of everyone, Zhu Chenyang probably wouldn't know how to react. Thinking about the incident of exposing herself, Meng Shu felt guilty and her confidence dropped significantly. Overall, the Han family seems to be against her, as if they dislike her. Within half an hour of arriving at the Han house, so many things happened. It's all bad luck. Marrying such a troublemaker? Fine, she plans to teach her a lesson. She has many ways to deal with her daughter-in-law. She has a big grudge against the Han family. Meng Shu squinted her eyes. Once she's in charge, she can do whatever she wants. If she says she should live, she will. If she says she should die, she will. In just a moment, she felt she had successfully taken control. All right, then we'll leave it to you two. But the problem is they don't want to, and we can't just force them to come back, right? The matchmaker also told us to go back, and you saw the Han family's attitude. They're just uneducated country folks who don't make sense. They keep calling our son a hooligan. Does our son look like a hooligan?
What kind of family are they?
They look down on us. Meng Shu didn't know the full situation either, but hearing her say this, Zhu Chenyang was also unhappy. A rural family looking down on their family? I think their team doesn't want to cooperate. Next year's seeds, they won't get good grain seeds. I don't believe their team can stay indifferent. Meng Shu rolled her eyes. You really can't handle it? Don't tell me you have no way. Of course, she had plenty of ways. These days, she's been thinking of ways to get revenge. Bad ideas keep coming to her mind. Meng Shu looked at her father and son with a bit of annoyance. I'm going to visit my brother tonight. I may seem like a confident woman director, but I don't have much power. This is something I can only ask my brother for help with. Zhu Wenjie grinned. There's nothing his uncle can't do, at least not in this county. Although he's a deputy director, his power isn't less than a full director. If he wants to do something, he can. Otherwise, how could their family afford to live in a big house just because of his uncle's reputation? Mom, hurry up. I can't wait anymore. Zhu Wenjie finally gave his mom a hopeful look. Meng Shu felt uneasy inside. They haven't even gotten married yet, and he has already confused his son so much. After seeing this, how could she deal with her? Look at your little achievements. You've only met once, and I don't know what kind of confusing nonsense you've been told. Just wait, I really owe you from a past life. She really is a fierce mother. The father and son exchange a glance but say nothing, as they have already achieved their goal. Meng Shu's brother was not yet a deputy director of a certain committee. Zhu Chenyang was just a small worker at a grain shop. Meng Shu was also a woman leader in the rural team. Since the movement started a few years ago, Meng Shu's brother had moved from the countryside to the city. No one knew how he managed it, but he was ruthless and did everything. In the end, he even became a deputy director of a planning committee. Their family's fortunes soared together. He went from a grain shop worker to a grain bureau employee. 2 years ago, he was promoted to head of the grain bureau's planning and coordination department. Although he is just a department head, he holds real power. His position is more influential than the deputy director of the bureau, because he controls many things, like distributing seeds to the countryside during spring planting, deciding who gets good quality seeds and who gets inferior ones. He also manages grain sales and storage, which makes his department very busy. During harvest time, when they grade and distribute grain, their household is always busy with visitors. People come to give gifts, almost trampling over the door. Now, since grain is still allocated according to plans, his power is even greater. But at home, he still fears the fierce woman, because all his pride and shame depend on her. So, no matter how successful or impressive he is outside, at home, he can only swallow his pride and act humble. Meng Shu's original name was Meng Chunchao. These years, she has been doing well and often insults others as country bumpkins, forgetting that she also comes from a humble rural background. She relies on her brother's special job to dominate the Women's Federation, even ignoring the main director. She is very ambitious, thinking she could also be the main director someday. She's just waiting for the right moment to find a flaw in the main director and replace her. Because Han Taizhu didn't go to work today, he didn't need a bicycle. Han Ku rode his bike to the county supply and marketing cooperative. The supply cooperative in the county is more than twice as large as the one in the town, so it naturally has many more goods. Currently, Sun Jiejia is at the food counter. When Han Ku arrived, several people were gathered in front of her counter. Sun Jiejia was weighing fruit candies. After weighing, she wrote a receipt, then clipped it onto a wire above her head and pushed it along the wire to the checkout. Han couldn't disturb her and waited until she finished. Sun Jiejia finished with the customers and waved to Han Ku, who had already seen her. I feel like moving up here from downstairs isn't very happy. Look at how busy I am now. When I was downstairs, I rarely had people buying things, Sun Jiejia complained to Han Ku. Suddenly, she sniffed, wondering why the smell was so tempting and so familiar. Little sister, tell me this isn't a dream. Tell me it's real.
Oh my.
I'm starting to drool. Sun Jiejia actually smelled the aroma of braised meat. It was the smell from the first time Han Ku brought her braised pig's feet, a scent she couldn't forget. Now it was making her crave again. Yes, Han Ku had brought braised meat for Sun Jiejia. Zhao Hohot had refused to bring vegetables, so Han Ku went into her space, cooked a pot of braised meat, including pig's head, pig's feet, and intestines for Sun Jiejia. She also wanted her father to try some. The rest, she planned to find an excuse to share with Zhao Hohot and Han Taizhu. Actually, now they should be called Zhao Guiyun and Han Yenshin. Living in the county town is convenient. At least, she has a black market to cover her activities. It's not as easy in the countryside. Han Ku looked around and saw both counters were busy. She put her cloth bag on the counter. Sun Jiejia paused, then whispered, "Sis, is all this for me? All meat?" She swallowed nervously as she said this. Han Ku tilted her chin, "Open the bag and take a look inside."
Ha ha ha.
Sun Jiejia really opened the bag and stuck her whole face into it, getting close to the greasy paper bag inside. The strong aroma of braised meat was even more tempting. She took a few big sniffs like an addict, closing her eyes in bliss. Oh my, it smells so good. This is the taste I've been dreaming of. Little Ko, I love you so much. I wish I were a man. I'd marry you, and then I could eat braised meat every day.
Han Ke said, don't say that.
Who knows, maybe one day, you'll have the chance to eat braised meat at our house every day. Sun Jejia was confused and didn't understand what Han Ke meant, but she didn't ask. All her attention was on the meat. Han Ke softly said, it's unlikely to be eating pig's paws in front of everyone. There's some pork head meat inside. I've sliced it into pieces. You can have a few to satisfy your craving.
Wow.
What a thoughtful little sister. Oh my. If only she were my real sister. Sun Jejia was deeply touched. Quickly, she reached into her bag and opened the paper bag, picking out a few pieces of meat with fat and lean parts. She looked around secretly, saw no one paying attention, and quickly put them in her mouth. It was delicious, so tasty that Sun Jejia couldn't help but hum happily.
Qu'est-ce que dico?
Why did you bring so much for me? How much did it cost? Sun Jejia loved the meat, but it was expensive and hard to find. The bag weighed several pounds. How could she be so shameless to take so much meat? She clenched her teeth, closed her eyes, and said, listen, you should take half of it back and give it to me now. If you wait too long, I might regret it.
Boo-hoo.
Han Ke pinched her nose with her finger. Sun Jejia, take back those insincere words. Your expression tells me that even if I give you a few more pounds, you'll still enjoy it. Sun Jejia ignored her nose turning into a pig's nose and said, really, it's too much, even if I don't mean it. Han Ke leaned closer and whispered, just eat it. There's more at home. I gave you half. Besides, I'm not just giving it to you, it's for you to take home and let Uncle try. We haven't properly thanked Uncle for my dad's work. Just consider this my little gesture. Sun Jejia responded with an O, but it was a long O, and she even thought about secretly eating all the meat herself. Jejia, come to my house for lunch tomorrow. I'll cook something delicious for you. You came to the city to visit us, right? To satisfy your cravings? Why not do it tomorrow? I'll show you a few tricks. Han Ke invited Sun Jejia, but she had her own plans. Her older brother was single now. Sun Jejia had once liked him, but she stopped because he was married. She quickly changed her mind and lost that thought. Now that Liwan was gone, Han Ke wanted to help her brother find a new opportunity. But it all depended on what they both wanted. Her brother's divorce was obvious, and whether Sun Jejia and her parents agreed was their own business. Han Ke wouldn't take the initiative to introduce her to anyone. What if people dislike her older brother because he is from the countryside or because he is divorced? But Sun Jejia's temper really matches hers. The sister-in-law she wants is someone simple and sweet like Sun Jejia. Her older brother is also kind and naive. He wouldn't be suitable for someone like Li Wan, who is very scheming and sharp. Someone like Mi Chunhua would be even worse. For family harmony, she wants to find a good sister-in-law for herself. Sun Jejia's eyes lit up. Okay, tomorrow is Sunday. My mom will come back in the afternoon, and this meat can also be tasted by her. You don't know, the last time I brought back some meat from your house for dinner, my mom still remembers it. It seems my craving has a reason, I just followed my heart. Sun Jejia was very natural and didn't act shy or reserved. She didn't see Han Ke as a stranger. Han Ke's mouth twitched slightly. Since opening up to Han Ke, she considered Han Ke like a sister. Sun Jejia is also an only child at home, with two older brothers. As the youngest at home, she longs to have a younger brother or sister. After forming a sisterly bond with Han Ke, Sun Jejia naturally treats Han Ke as a real sister. No need to be polite. Luckily, she still has some food coupons. Later, she plans to use them all and buy some delicious pastries to take to Han's house tomorrow, but she hasn't told Han Ke about shopping plans. She knows Han Ke would stop her. Han Ke clapped her hands. All right, it's settled. Tomorrow, I'll be waiting to welcome you. Sun Jejia clicked her tongue. TCH, I know you write novels, so your words sound all fancy. Then the two started chatting casually. Sun Jejia shared her recent experiences and complaints with Han Ko. Since she was new, young, and inexperienced, some of the older helpers bullied her, and a few were especially mean. She found out that two women were talking behind her back, and she caught them in the act. I told you, Xiao Ko, I don't tolerate them. When they talk bad about me, I stand behind them and listen, I don't hide. I exposed them right then and there so they couldn't save face.
Han kan odeda provingly.
Well done. Sun Jejia kept talking nonstop. Han couldn't mention anything about Director Meng's family. There was no rush. She could tell her tomorrow. When a few more people gathered at the counter, Han Ke felt it was about time to leave, so she said goodbye. On her way home, she took out chicken and pork from her space, along with several large hairtail fish from the freezer. Since it's winter now, the frozen goods in the freezer won't reveal anything. I thought about it and took out some rice and flour, but there really isn't much of either here. Her father used to eat at the canteen when he was at work, and he still eats mixed grains and rice when he comes back. There's a little rice and flour left over in Yangshugo for a few children to eat. Having a black market is great. With a black market, anything is possible. So when Hanka got home and placed the things on the table, neither of the couple suspected anything. They didn't say anything. They knew how capable their daughter was, and going to the black market was quite safe because they had been there more than once. Now it seems they don't pay much attention to the black market anymore. Sometimes there are checks, but they are not as strict as before. People just have their goods confiscated and are released. Zhao Guiyun tied the meat with a rope and hung it under the eaves of the house. The inside was too warm, which could spoil the meat, and burying it in snow risked wild cats and dogs stealing it, so it had to be hung outside. Han Yenshin stepped on a stool, and Zhao Guiyun, holding the stool, asked Han Ke, "Did you tell Jejia?" Han Ke pointed to the meat in her father's hand. "I bought this meat at the black market just to invite Jejia to dinner. Let's talk about it when Jejia comes over tomorrow. Her work environment is different now. The county supply and marketing cooperative has many visitors, so it's not good to mention certain things. If someone overheard, it could be bad." Zhao Guiyun nodded. Yes, the county town is so small. Maybe someone knows that Meng family. After hanging the meat, the family of three went back inside. Zhao Guiyun remembered Han Lao Air's situation. "I told her dad, our daughter sent the report letter over a week ago, and there's been no news from the factory. Haven't you noticed anything unusual? Like someone talking to Lao Air or something?" Han Yenshin said, "You just told me that this morning."
I had no idea about this.
"Where would I pay attention? I'll check at the factory tomorrow." "Wait, tomorrow is Sunday, isn't it? Lao Air has gone home, and the factory is closed. Let's wait until Monday." When Zhao Guiyun heard tomorrow was Sunday, she looked at Han Ke, and mother and daughter exchanged a glance. Lao Air is going home, and the Han family will be lively. It's really something to look forward to. Indeed, Han Adong took the last bus home. He found his bicycle in his small yard in town and rode back to Yangshugo. "It's been a very long time since I last came back. Since Widow Li's belly grew bigger, he has been busy taking care of her, buying a house in town, and looking after her. He hasn't had the time or mood to go home. And when he does go home, he doesn't want to see Yang Bengxia's face." Widow Li is several years younger and more beautiful than Yang Bengxia. Before Widow Li, he never thought about visiting other women. But after starting with her, his mind became wild and uncontrolled. With a son to continue the family line, he hopes to go further and improve his life. He goes home not because of Yang Bengxia or because he misses his mother, but because he misses his son. Han Adong enters the village. The villagers haven't seen him in a long time, so he stops to greet people along the way. He meets several people on his way home. Han Adong is good at pretending. No matter how mean or dirty his thoughts are inside, he always looks honest and upright on the outside. "Oh, second brother, you're back? It's been so long. What are you up to?" Han Adong puts on a kind smile. "Busy with work, heavy tasks, and the leaders keep giving me more responsibilities. It's beyond my control." "That's great. The leaders must value you," someone says.
Han Adong modestly replies, "Oh, no, haha."
He shows off his success as he walks home. not noticing the gossip and pointing fingers behind his back. When he reaches the door and is about to knock, he hears the children crying loudly inside. The crying sounds like it has been going on for a while, and the child's voice is hoarse. Han Adong feels very distressed as a caring father. What is Yang Bangxia doing? She can't even take care of a child properly. What's her use? No, he has 3 children himself, so he knows how to take care of them. Is it because they're not his biological children that he treats them poorly? He was mistaken about her. When she was young, she was a kind girl. Why has she changed so much as she got older? Open the door. Open up. Han Adong knocks loudly, his voice filled with anger. He hears the door opening and the sound of footsteps on the snow, slow and unhurried, not in a rush. The door swings open and it's Han Yu.
Han Aidan Frovens.
What's wrong with this girl? Every time he comes back, Han Yu greets him happily, calling him Dad. Today, she looks cold and indifferent, not even bothering to look at him. It's so rude. What is Yang Bangxia doing? How can she raise such a daughter poorly? Han Ida pushed the car into the yard and saw a bicycle parked there. Recognizing it, he realized it belonged to Su Aihua. Your older Anne has come? Han Yu pursed his lips.
Yes.
He only said one word, and then went to close the gate. Han Ida was very angry. After being away for a few months, this was how he was greeted? He worked hard outside for the family. Was it easy? Their mother and daughter were living comfortably in the countryside. Did they know how hard and tough his efforts were? Forget it. First, he needed to see why the child was crying so loudly. Later, he would settle accounts with Yang Bangxia. He carried his bag into the old lady's house. Mom, I'm back. Why is the child crying so badly? Is he feeling unwell? Seeing his mother holding a red-faced, crying child and Su Aihua standing on the ground with a very unhappy look and red eyes, Han Ida asked quickly, "What happened? Did something go wrong? Where is Yang Bangxia? Is she dead? Can't you hear the child crying?" Old Lady Han felt very bitter inside. Her daughter had just come, but she was here to settle scores. She arrived shouting and scaring the child, and the crying never stopped. No matter how she tried to soothe him, it didn't work. Since Zhao Guohua brought her daughter and daughter-in-law here to cause trouble last time, Yang Bangxia and her mother seemed possessed and refused to listen. They cooked only for themselves, didn't care about the child, and ignored her completely. They always kept a cold face, not talking unless spoken to. It was like she was invisible. As an old lady, she had to cook for herself and take care of the child. How could she manage everything? These past few days had been very hard. Luckily, she knew her son would return soon. Otherwise, she would have taken the child into town to find Han Ida. Su Aihua saw Han Ida come back and turned her head away. She felt unworthy, having to cover for her son and offend Yang Bangxia. But how had they treated her? She didn't know about her affair with Chin Bin, and why was old lady Han bringing that up? Did she think she was already dead? She was truly useless, causing trouble everywhere. Such a confused old woman was good for nothing. She didn't expect Han Ke to be so clever and trick her. She thought old lady Han was just talking nonsense, but now she was worried about losing her job. So, Su Aihua took advantage of Saturday, a day off, and rode her bike to Yangshugu. One reason was to confront old lady Han and ask for an explanation. The other was to see if anyone could be responsible for what happened, especially since she had helped them a lot. They couldn't just ignore her. If Zhao Hohot and the others really took over the work, Han Adong must compensate her. This is unreasonable. Introducing a match for Han Ke was her own idea, but now she blames everything on the old lady. Han Adong, heartbroken, takes her son from the old lady's hands. "Mom, why is the child crying so hard?" Oh, don't cry anymore. Dad is back." Old Lady Han looks at Su Aihua, feeling helpless about her revealing Su Aihua's privacy to Zhao Hohot. These women are like bandits. If they don't speak, they threaten to die. Especially that goose. If she had to go through it again, she would still speak. But at this moment, She doesn't know about Zhao Hohot and Han Ke's great achievements because Su Aihua just arrived and immediately accused her of telling Zhao Hohot about her relationship with Chinbin. Aihua, Mom really can't help it. You don't know, Zhao Hohot brought that goose here. You understand, I didn't do it on purpose. Su Aihua sits heavily on the bed and wipes her tears. Do you know?
You're going to ruin me.
Boo-hoo, Zhao Hohot, that wicked woman, went to the hospital and threatened me to give her the work.
Boo-hoo.
Su Aihua is truly upset, crying sincerely. Her family, including her husband, doesn't know her job is gone. If they find out, how will she explain? No one is stupid. How could she just give her job to her nephew without crying or making a fuss? Everyone would suspect. If they follow the clues, they might discover her relationship with Chinbin. Then her only option would be divorce. She's already so old and has lost her job. What will she do if she divorces? Thinking about this, Su Aihua cries even more hopelessly. Han Adong listens in confusion, rocking the crying child in her arms. Su Aihua, can you stop crying? Look, you're scaring my son. Can't we talk nicely? If we ask questions, we can solve the problem. Can crying solve it? Su Aihua wipes her face forcefully. You say that easily. If I let you give away your job for free, would you do it? I lost my job because Zhao Hohot extorted it from me. This is all our mom's fault. I don't care. You can't ignore me. If I lose my job, next I'll divorce. Han Adong, what is this all about? How can a good job be extorted away? Are you stupid? The child keeps crying, and he loses patience with Su Aihua, so his words become a bit harsh. Grandmother Han was also confused, but she quickly understood because her secret had been leaked, and her daughter's mistake was caught by Zhao Hohot. As a result, Aihua lost her job. Regarding the matter of infidelity, Su Aihua found it hard to speak about. She looked nervously at Han Adong, who had a serious face. I have a good relationship with Director Chen from our unit, she said. Zhao Hohot used this to threaten me, saying that if I didn't give her my job, she would expose me. As Su Aihua spoke, she saw Han Adong's face turn more and more serious. At first, Han Adong didn't understand what a good relationship meant, but then he realized it meant his sister was having an affair with someone named Chen. You're so bold. That Chen guy has a complicated background. Why steal from someone else when you could steal from him? Han Adong said, feeling speechless. Hearing this, Su Aihua was annoyed. She thought, only you can do whatever you want and I can't? Do you think I haven't cleaned up your mess? Not only did you have an affair, but you also had a child out of wedlock.
How can you criticize me?
Han Adong, when you talk about me, look at what you're holding in your arms. Who are you to belittle me? Yes, I cheated. I had an affair, but I didn't have a child out of wedlock. Shut up.
What are you arguing about?
Are you jealous of our family's chaos? Granny Han was getting angry. Her eyes widened, and she was about to slap Su Aihua's mouth. Yang Banxia was sitting in her room. If she heard all this, it would be terrible. Their family already had enough problems. If Yang Banxia found out that Han Adong had a child outside marriage, she might start causing trouble for them. Granny Han definitely didn't want that. Han Adong also looked upset, his eyes dark and cold, staring at Su Aihua. Although Su Aihua felt wronged, she knew she had spoken carelessly, especially since Yang Banxia was still at home. Outside the door, Yang Banxia stood silently, expressionless, with cold eyes like ice. She turned and went back to Hanyu's room. Hanyu sat on the Kong bed, staring blankly, lost in thought. Yang Banxia sat down slowly, recalling what she had just overheard. She had been in her daughter's room when she saw Han Adong return. He had been gone for several months, and she should have been happy to see him. But when she looked at him through the glass window, she didn't feel the happiness she expected.
She still felt a strange distance from that man.
She had been married to him for over 20 years, but suddenly, it seemed she never truly understood him. He had changed. She didn't know exactly when, becoming unrecognizable, a different person from the man she once knew. So Han Adong went straight to the old lady's room, while Yang Banxia didn't move. Later, her daughter urged her to go see her, fearing that Hanyu might complain. Recently, the mother and daughter had been unusually cold toward the old lady. Originally, Yang Bangxia didn't agree to adopt that child, and with the old lady revealing the story about stealing someone else's child, she couldn't accept such a woman like Old Lady Han. She knew Old Lady Han was cruel. Over the years, she had seen everything her mother-in-law did to the main family. But if such cruelty happened in their home, she couldn't accept it. Her resentment toward the old lady and her dissatisfaction with Han Adong burst out. But Hanyu said that if they offended her father, they would have no hope of moving to the city later. In fact, the mother and daughter farmed in the countryside, earning their own work points and supporting themselves. They had never relied on Han Adong for money, which was why Han Adong had savings, could buy a house in the county and town, and even keep a mistress. All they hoped for was that one day, Han Adong would take them to the city to live as city people. After hearing Hanyu's words, Yang Bangxia didn't want to cause more trouble. Her husband only came back every few months, so maintaining their basic relationship was important. Plus, Su Aihua was here now. As a sister-in-law, she shouldn't cause trouble. She decided to go to the old lady's room to say hello to Su Aihua and also to try to protect their fragile marriage. But then, what did she hear at the door? She heard Han Adong comforting the child, repeatedly calling him Dad. It seemed Han Adong had known about the child's existence for a long time. His tone when soothing the child revealed genuine tenderness. There was no pretense. Was this child really found? Next, Su Aihua yelled angrily. And what was said after that? What was left unfinished? Yang Bangxia dared not imagine. Her heart felt torn and painfully heavy, making it hard to breathe. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of despair, more painful than death. She should have rushed in to ask questions, but now she couldn't even be bothered. She was afraid of the truth, afraid of facing her husband's coldness, afraid that her years of effort would turn out to be in vain. So she dared not face the truth. She turned around and escaped. Mom, why did you come back? Hanyu asked, snapping Yang Bangxia out of her thoughts. Yang Bangxia remained expressionless, silent, needing time to digest what she had just heard. Su Aihua cheated, and Zhao Hohat blackmailed her out of her job. The child might not be adopted. Perhaps he is actually Han Idong's biological son. But who is the child's mother? Yang Bangxia felt confused for a moment. How many things about this family does she not know? Mom? Mom? Why aren't you talking? Hanyu crawled over, waving her hand in front of Yang Bangxia's eyes. Why is her mother silent? Yang Bangxia looked at her daughter, and tears suddenly started to fall. Her world seemed to collapse. She covered her mouth, tears flowing like a flood, which frightened Hanyu. Hanyu was usually disobedient and spoiled by Yang Bangxia, but Han Adong was often away, so mother and daughter depended on each other. Yang Bangxia was quite indulgent with her. Mom, he bullied me. Boo-hoo. Hanyu cried out anxiously, but Yang Bangxia covered her mouth. Don't cry out. When I get through this, I will tell you everything. Hanyu watched her mother cry, feeling very sad. Her mother was proud. At least in the village, she was respected, unlike other women there. Take Zhao Hohat, for example, a rude, uneducated woman. Her own mother would never become like that. But her proud mother was now crying like a tearful person after being hurt. She silently handed Yang Bangxia a towel. Mom, what happened? You have to tell me. I stand with you. Yang Bangxia wiped her face, her eyes red, and asked seriously, if one day I divorce your father, who would you support? Me or him? He has a job and skills, and can find work for you. I am just a rural woman. I can't give you much. Hanyu opened her eyes wide. Why was it about divorce now? What exactly did her mother hear? She mentioned divorce right after coming back. But Yang Bangxia was still looking at her, waiting for an answer. I will support you. If I have a stepfather, I will have a stepmother. Just one sentence, and Yang Bangxia burst into tears again. Yang Bangxia's gaze grew sharper. Xiaoyu, from now on, just listen to Mom. Hanyu didn't know what her mother was planning, but since she had made her choice, she would support young Banksia. But why did her mother think about divorce? How serious must things be for her to consider it? She leaned closer to young Banksia and whispered, "Mom, what exactly did Dad do to make you so sad? If there's nothing serious, maybe you should give him another chance." Young Banksia's eyes immediately darkened. "Daughter, your mother has been strong all her life, and now I finally understand. It turns out I haven't been living clearly. I've been living in confusion. We all look down on Zhao Guohua, right? But now I envy her and admire her. At least she can control her husband. Look at me, I've lost everything. I suspect Zhao Guohua knows something. Listen to what she said the other day. She said your father is capable but hasn't used his skills on us, and she also said I helped raise a child whose origins I don't know. Thinking back, I believe those words might have been a warning to me. And your grandmother, after your father left for several months, she went there several times. Why did she stop us from going too?"
Yes.
Hanyu also felt confused. She suddenly looked at young Banksia's face. "Mom, could it be that my dad really has someone outside? That child." Young Banksia's eyes flashed with determination. "Don't jump to conclusions. I'll investigate first. If Han Ibong and his mother really did something wrong to me, don't blame me for being harsh." Her last words were spoken through clenched teeth. Hanyu's heart sank even more. She had a bad feeling. Young Banksia said, "Your second sister hasn't come home for a long time either. After your dad goes to work the day after tomorrow, I'll go to town and find her." Hanyu asked, "Why are you looking for her?" Young Banksia replied, "Are you stupid? Your second sister is in town. We live in the countryside and can't go to town or the county every day. We need her to help find out what's going on."
Han är ju från ned.
"Mom, my second sister just started a relationship recently. If what you say is true about Dad, and it gets out, will her boyfriend be upset? She's just a substitute teacher, not a permanent staff yet. If her boyfriend dislikes her and things fall apart, what will we do?" Young Banksia narrowed her eyes. "If he dislikes her because of this, we should be glad. Glad we saw his true nature before marriage. If, after marriage, we find out he has problems, that would be terrible. If he looks down on your second sister because of this, I think it's better to end it early. His character isn't good." That's final. In the old lady's house, the atmosphere was heavy. Su Aihua said, "You all should talk. In less than half a month, I'll be laid off. You won't just watch our family fall apart, right? If I really have nothing one day, don't expect to have it easy either." As she spoke, her eyes looked clearly at Han Ibong's child in his arms. The meaning was obvious. She was holding a trump card. You decide how to handle it. Han Idao's face turned pale with anger. His own sister-in-law was actually threatening him. Old Madame Han was at a loss. Han Idao was also worried that Su Aihua might really do something irreversible out of anger. He could only hope that old Madame Han would talk to his brother. "Mom, why don't you talk to my brother? We're all family. He shouldn't be so extreme, right? It's hard to believe if this gets out. My sister-in-law did such a thing, and I wonder if my brother even knows. Don't you know what kind of person my brother is? He's very proud. He definitely won't allow my sister-in-law to do whatever she wants." Old Madame Han hesitated. Han Taiju isn't my biological son. How can I go to him?" Although her voice was quiet, the room was silent. Only 3 people were there, and the siblings heard everything clearly. "What did you say? Say that again. Is there something wrong with my ears? Brother, did you hear what Mom just said?" Su Aihua raised her voice several degrees, shouting loudly. Her shouting woke the baby, who started to cry and fuss. Han Idao glared fiercely at Su Aihua, and she sulked and shut up. After putting the baby back to sleep, the siblings looked at old Madame Han together. Old Madame Han knew she couldn't avoid it, so she braced herself and told the story again, recounting what happened back then. She also revealed that Zhao Hohot had come a few days ago, learned that Han Taiju was not her biological son, and especially discovered Su Aihua's secret, telling everything openly to the siblings. The siblings were stunned, like being struck by lightning, speechless for a long time. Old Madame Han felt wronged that her daughter resented her. If you hadn't been so fanciful and tried to find a match for that little brat, Zhao Hohat wouldn't have been so angry and come knocking on our door. She wouldn't have let that darn goose bite me either. It's all your fault. Now Zhao Hohat has used this to hold a grudge against us, and you've lost your job. And if Han Taiju finds out he's not my biological son, who knows what he'll do? Han Idao opened his mouth as if he had heard something unbelievable. His mother had exploited Han Taiju for so many years and treated their family badly. Even though she and her husband had 4 grandchildren, she still didn't treat them well. Was it because Han Taiju wasn't her biological son? Muscles twitched on Han Idao's face repeatedly. That Zhao Hohat, we all know her. She's sharp-tongued. I'm just worried that in a few days, everyone will know Han Taiju isn't my big brother. The real problem isn't whether he was adopted, it's that our mother stole him. That's the trouble. Su Aihua pouted. Trouble? How many years has it been? I believe that Han Taiju was born during the time when Japan was invading China. If our mother hadn't taken him away, he might have died. Staying with his parents might not have kept him alive. Our mother not only survived but also did a good deed. She is truly Han Tieju's savior. Loving someone is not as important as raising them. Our mother raised him for many years. Even if he's not her biological son, she still raised him without letting him go hungry. As long as he is a person, he should have some conscience. Mom, go find him and talk to him. Make him appreciate your kindness, feel guilty, and take responsibility for Zhao Hohat. Tell him to return my work. Su Aihua's thoughts were quite confident and justified. Han Aiden secretly cursed her for being naive. He remembered what she had done before. Anyone with a bit of sense would cut ties because of the fact that he's not her biological son, unless they are mentally unwell. Old Madam, Han rolled her eyes. If you're so capable, why did your job get taken away? I wouldn't dare go. If you can do it, go ahead. Su Aihua's face fell. Nothing she said was right. She felt like she had to sacrifice herself. The strong ones don't realize how hungry the weak are. They talk without feeling any pain. They don't know pain because the knife hasn't cut them. Mom, talk to her first. I want to see Bangia. Later, you help with cooking. Even if you don't do it perfectly, just lend a hand. Don't come home acting like a lady of a landlord's family, expecting to be served. Yang Bangia, no matter how bad she is still your second sister-in-law. Han Adong thought of himself as a good man for the family and even scolded Su Aihua before pushing the door open and leaving.
Su Aihua's not?
Mom, I tell you, my brother is just a hypocrite full of bad intentions. I've realized I can't trust what he says. I have to see what he does. If he really cares about my sister-in-law, he shouldn't keep other women outside and have children with them. It's clear that siblings share the same blood and understand each other well. Old Madam Han was so angry she gritted her teeth and pointed at Su Aihua's broken mouth. Han Adong pushed the door open and entered the room he shared with Yang Bangia. Mother and daughter saw him come in. Hanyu looked at Yang Bangia's face.
Han Eidang smiled kindly at Hanyulu.
Daughter, go cook. I want to talk to your mother. Hanyulu looked at Yang Bangia, who nodded at her. Han Adong watched Hanyulu leave, then closed the door. Look at this girl. She's grown up but still so naive. Don't spoil her too much. Does this sound like what a real father would say? What has he done for his children as a father? Is he giving the child pocket money, or has he taken his salary home? Or has he been in charge of the children all these years? He has nothing to do with them, and after months of not coming home, he criticizes the children when he does. No, this is a mockery of her, Yang Banksia.
Ha!
This is her husband, Han Adong. After speaking, Han Adong took off his shoes and got onto the bed. Oh, it's still better at home. At the factory, I work so hard I barely have time to breathe. When I get off work, I'm exhausted. Yang Banksia looked at him blankly, silently. She also wanted to pretend nothing had happened, but her acting was poor and pretending was too tiring. Seeing Yang Banksia pursing her lips and not speaking, Han Adong got angry. With her attitude, how could he expect her to welcome him home? He was just an ordinary man, and now he's a bit older. His face has become long and unrecognizable when he's angry. He's no match for Widow Lee. When he first liked Yang Bangxia, he didn't have a job and had never seen much of the world. Plus, Yang Bangxia's father was a leader in the village, so he thought marrying her was like reaching the peak of his life. Who knew he would later succeed in taking over a position and, with his ability, transfer to the county office. So, the once flower of the village in his eyes now looks old and dull. There are many young women in the unit. He, who used to be dazzled by beauty, no longer cares for Yang Bangxia, his wife. Although his relationship with Widow Lee was a transaction, if she bore him a son, he would help her find a job, and then everything would be settled. It's easier said than done. They had been living together for over half a year. Breaking up isn't that simple. Widow Lee still maintained that relationship with him, and they even shared a house in town. Han Adong thought this was fine. His son could stay at home properly and Yang Bangxia could take good care of him. As long as they didn't divorce, his work and big dreams wouldn't be affected. He could still be a good man outside. Plus, Widow Lee didn't demand that he divorce her, which made Han Adong feel no pressure at all. He was becoming more and more carefree. After a while of him being inside, Yang Bangxia still paid him little attention. Han Adong also furrowed his brow. Bangxia, are you blaming me? But what can I do? Should I stop working and stay home to farm with you? Other women would be happy if their husbands were successful. Why are you so unreasonable? I'm in a critical moment now. As a family member, you should support me, not hold me back. All right, let's discuss this later. First, let's talk about the child. When it came to the child, Yang Bangxia finally responded. She sneered. The child? Wasn't it your mother who brought him back without asking? So, you think I, Yang Bangxia, am useless? Can't have a son, and I'm just a hen that doesn't lay eggs? Nonsense. Do you think I'm that kind of person? We both went to school and are educated. How can our thoughts be as simple as those uneducated, common people? Our mother did act on her own, but now the child is already here. We can't find the child's parents, so we have to keep him. And after all this time, you don't feel any affection for him? Bangxia, stop making trouble. You're not that petty. I liked you because you are generous and kind. Han Adong kept trying to persuade Yang Bangxia, flattering her constantly. Yang Bangxia sneered, and then what? What do you want to do? Han Adong said, I think since the child is already with us, and it's been a few months, we should register him officially. I just looked at him, and he's really adorable. When I held him earlier, he even smiled at me. It seems we are quite destined to be a family. Han Adong was thinking happily, having Yang Bangxia at home to take care of the child, and outside, a widow named Lee to sleep with him. As a man, he was enjoying the best of both worlds. Yang Bangxia lowered her eyes, hiding her resentment.
Fine.
You can do it. Han Adong had planned to keep persuading Yang Bangxia, but to his surprise, she agreed immediately. He was overjoyed. Even though Yang Bangxia was older and not as pretty anymore, a wife like her, generous, kind, and obedient, was what he wanted. Bangxia, you're still the Bangxia I like. It's been months since I saw you. I've missed you. Tonight, I want to treat you well. Han Adong thought he was being charming, winking at Yang Bangxia, almost making her feel sick. Once she suspected he was cheating, she felt he was dirty. Yang Bangxia was very clean and would never sleep with another woman. She didn't want to look at him anymore, especially after seeing his greasy, disgusting expression earlier. He had a big forehead, and now in his 40s, his hairline had receded, making his forehead even larger. Yang Bangxia carefully looked at Han Idong's forehead, and her mind suddenly thought of Han Taiju. In terms of height and looks, Han Taiju was much better than this man. It's true that the son of a dragon is a dragon, and the son of a phoenix is a phoenix. Mice's children will dig holes. So, why doesn't Han Taiju behave like Grandma Han? Because he wasn't born by her. The man in front of us is truly the biological son of Tang Mei. They are both shameless, without shame, and equally disgusting and lowly. She feels uncomfortable just being in the same room as this man. She finds an excuse. I want to see what Han Yu is cooking. Since my sister-in-law is here, we should add a couple of dishes. It's my wife and I, Han Adong, am truly lucky, Han Adong said with a grin, watching Yang Banhua leave. After Yang Banhua closed the door, Han Adong lay on the Kong bed, hands behind his head, feeling very pleased. His main reason for returning was to discuss registering the child's household with Yang Banhua, and it went surprisingly smoothly. He guessed that because she was from the countryside and not worldly wise, she believed him easily with just a few words. However, he still cares about the fact that Han Taiju is not his biological son. Since Han Taiju works in the same factory as him, any gossip from him could affect Han Adong. On Monday, he needs to have a serious talk with Han Taiju and tell him to watch his mouth. In the county town, a house with a courtyard and 4 rooms. This is Meng Shua's brother, Meng Chunqing's home. He illegally acquired this house after some tricks. It's called getting it, but in reality, it's more like destroying a family and taking over. After dinner, Meng Shua took Zhu Wenjie to Meng Chunqing's house. Thanks to Meng Chunqing's success, the Meng family's status has risen. Such miracles are common in this era. Big sister, have you eaten? If not, just stay and eat some. Meng Chunqing's second wife, Lu Yingying, warmly greeted her. Since Meng Chunqing's success, he no longer cared for his original rural wife. 4 years ago, after meeting Lu Yingying, they started a relationship despite the big age gap. Meng Chunqing quickly divorced his first wife, not only leaving her but also abandoning their children. The price was arranging jobs for his grown children, a small matter for him. Right after the divorce, he married Lu Yingying. She was only 18 then, and 4 months after marrying, she gave birth to a chubby son. Lu Yingying was Meng Chunqing's younger sister. At Meng Chunqing's age, he could easily be her father. But they were both playing their own games, each one pursuing what they wanted. Men tend to admire young and beautiful women, while women admire powerful men. Following such men can bring happiness and even help their families gain status, allowing them to live a better life. Over the years, Meng Chunqing has been successful in his career and confident in love. LV Yingying still has some charm. Otherwise, Meng Chunqing wouldn't have been so crazy as to give up his children for her. Whenever Zhu Wenjie sees his younger aunt, who is about 8 or 9 years younger than him, he feels a bit dazed. It's good to have power. Looking at his uncle, he can have any woman he wants. He especially admires his uncle, Meng Chunqing. He works in an art troupe, a place full of beautiful women. LV Yingying is as attractive as the main stars in their group. When he first saw her or met his younger brother-in-law, he would secretly admire her beauty. But now, he doesn't need to do that anymore. He is about to have a stunning girl, even more beautiful than LV Yingying. After seeing Hanka's beauty, he can now face LV Yingying calmly and doesn't need to sneak peeks anymore. Now, she just looks average. Meng Shu puts down what he's carrying. Eat up. Sister-in-law, don't bother. You eat yours. If you keep working, the food will get cold. Meng Chunqing sits cross-legged on the Kong, a traditional bed, holding his 3-year-old chubby son. He eats a bite himself and feeds his son a bite.
Sigh.
Whether the child is loved by his father depends entirely on whether his mother is loved. Meng Chunqing's previous wife gave him 5 children, but he never treated them like this. He never even held those children. But now, holding the son, Meng Chunqing feels like he might melt from tenderness. It's a deep pain in his bones. He feeds his son a bite of rice, then looks up. Sister, Wenjie, you two sit down. Why be so polite at your own home? Why bring things here? Do I lack these?
Take them back.
They don't lack anything. These things aren't a big deal for their families. But as a daughter-in-law, showing up empty-handed doesn't look good. Meng Shu takes off his scarf and sits by the Kong. Don't mind me. You guys eat. I don't have any big issues. Once you finish eating, we'll talk. Zhu Wenjie also sits down and looks around the room. Suddenly, his eyes light up. Uncle, you bought a TV? His surprise catches Meng Shu's attention and makes Meng Chunqing and his wife proud. A TV isn't something you can buy just because you have money or with a ticket. You need connections and power to get one. Having a TV at home isn't just a sign of wealth, it also shows influence and connections. Meng Chunsheng pretends not to care.
Ah,
Not much, your aunt likes to watch it, so I got her a new TV. Meng Shu felt very jealous inside. Men are never good. Look at this. After getting a young wife, her brother is all about her, giving his heart and soul for her and her family. My own sister has become just a guest at their house. The TV is a good thing. There are only a few in the whole county. Their family is pretty well off, but they can only envy others. The mother and son both looked very jealous, which made Lu Yingying feel proud. Then Lu Yingying turned on the TV for them to watch. It's just a small black and white TV, about 7 inches. Even with good eyesight, you need to sit close to see clearly, or the characters are too small. But even such a small black and white TV amazed the mother and son. They kept exclaiming at interesting parts. Meng Chunsheng and his wife finished eating, and Lu Yingying tidied up the table. At least they still know how to do important things, and aren't completely captivated by the TV. She quickly turned off the TV and started talking about serious matters. Meng Shu pinched his little nephew's chubby face and said, "Chunsheng, your nephew has a girl he likes." Meng Chunsheng wasn't surprised. Men. Getting married several times. What's the big deal? It's nothing serious, so he just nodded and kept playing with his son's chubby hand. Meng Shu sighed and said, "But the problem now is, we like that girl, but her family doesn't like our Wenjia." This caught Meng Chunsheng's attention. He sneered and said, "What kind of family wouldn't like our Wenjia? Is it because Wenjia has been divorced twice? So what? It's no big deal. He's tall, dark-skinned, and looks a bit scary when angry." His proud attitude scared the child in his arms, so he quickly changed his expression and comforted his son. Meng Shu gave a sarcastic smile and said, "What family? A rural family, country folks, huh? Can you believe it? With such conditions, they don't want my son? I find it unbelievable." "Really? A rural girl wouldn't want Wenjia?" At this moment, Lu Yingying just came in and overheard the joke. Although Zhu Wenjia has been divorced twice and has 2 children, these flaws are nothing compared to his family background and work. Isn't it just a joke? What kind of rural girl wouldn't want him? If Zhu Wenjia hadn't liked her, maybe even a pie from the sky wouldn't fall into their family. In this life, I can only find a rural person to spend my days facing the yellow earth and working hard under the sun. Older sister, do you think you misunderstood? Is that family pretending to be innocent? Lu Yingying doesn't believe there are people so ungrateful. Meng Shu twitches her mouth. She can tell if someone is pretending or not. If they were pretending, they wouldn't have pulled down her pants and beaten them like headless flies. Thinking about being stripped, Meng Shu's anger suddenly rises. "Ha! Sister, let me tell you a joke. It's about your women's federation. They say one of your unit's directors went to the countryside and got his pants pulled down. Haha. Is that true?"
who was it?
"Sister, tell me who it was?" Lu Yingying suddenly remembers a joke her colleague told her these days. Just then, her older sister-in-law comes in. She asks to find out who this person is so she can brag about her information sources to her colleagues. The faces of the mother and son opposite immediately darken, especially Meng Shu, whose face keeps changing from black to red. She didn't expect that in just a few days, even the county would know about her embarrassing incident. The atmosphere suddenly becomes strange. Lu Yingying's mouth opens wider and wider. She covers her mouth and says, "Sister, no way. Could it be you? It can't be, right?" She looks at her older sister-in-law with surprise and suspicion. Meng Shu doesn't answer. She just closes her eyes, wanting to lie and cover it up. But lying is useless. Everyone knows she's the deputy director of the Women's Federation. There's also a driver. Even though the driver was called out for a private talk, who knows if he told his family? Even if he didn't, with so many people present at the time. It was a scene of social death then, and now it's a small social death. No need to ask anymore. Meng Shu's reaction is her answer. Meng Chunsheng suddenly gets furious, his eyes wide like a cow's. He tries to slap the table, but halfway through, he notices the child in his arms watching his hand, so he stops. He grits his teeth and says fiercely, "Sister, who is it?
Tell me."
These days, there aren't many people who dare to offend me. Tell me, I'll deal with him. If I don't ruin his family, I won't be surnamed Meng. Seeing the man about to get angry, Lu Yingying quickly takes the child out of his arms and gives him a look. Look at you, don't scare the child. That's not a glare, it's more like a flirtatious wink. Meng Chunsheng immediately relaxes a little. Meng Shu cursed silently in her heart, this flirtatious fox. She couldn't believe she was trying to charm the man in front of his nephew. Then she saw Wen Jie's strange expression. Meng Shu thought, I dislike pretty women, and I dislike pretty women who flirt with men even more. So, when she tried to persuade women, she only chose carefully. Anyone who looked good and beautiful wouldn't catch her eye. Even if it almost got her beaten by a man, she would still tell her family that harmony brings prosperity. But inside, she thought they deserved it. After all, they were just a flirt. At this moment, she was cursing Lu Yingying fiercely in her mind. With a dark face, she said, I came today just to ask for your help. Your nephew is useless. He likes a girl, but she doesn't want him, and her parents also disagree. They even kicked us out. She openly admitted, the person who took off his pants is me. Since she couldn't hide it anymore, she decided to own up. The couple gasped in shock. They looked at Zhu Wenjie in disbelief. Do they have a serious illness? Or are they mentally unstable? They already treated his mother badly, yet they still want to marry her? What a shock. Well, how can we settle this? If we want to help you get revenge, we can't even do that. And if you want to marry her, what am I supposed to do? Meng Chunsheng's face darkened. Zhu Wenjie said, Uncle, I won't marry anyone but that girl. Please help me get her. My mom has no ideas left. Without you, Uncle, I can't do anything. Please help me out. Lu Yingying sneered. Oh, what kind of fairy-like beauty makes you so obsessed? You're useless and have to ask others for help. These words hit them hard. Both mother and son didn't want to hear it, but they had no choice under the roof. Meng Shu looked disappointed and frustrated. Yes, I admit that girl is quite pretty. Otherwise, how could our Wenjie's standards be so high? What should I do as a mother? I can only support my son. Brother, for my sake, can you think of a way to help? If we don't get her, this kid won't have a good life. Meng Chunsheng scoffed. What a joke. It's just a woman. You've seen many women in the troupe, so why do you have to pick someone from the countryside? Zhu Wenjie chuckled nervously. Her only flaw is her background. But she's really beautiful. The women in our troupe aren't as attractive as her. Suddenly, he realized something and quickly shut his mouth. His uncle is a big troublemaker, otherwise he wouldn't have married a wife younger than his daughter. If his uncle knew what Hanke looked like, would he try to compete with him? That's hard to say. Fortunately, Meng Chunsheng doesn't mind. No matter how good-looking she is, she's just a rural farmer, working in the fields all day and getting sunburned. This kid must be crazy, probably thinks that girl is somehow attractive. Forget it. She's just a woman. Getting her for him is easy. For him, it's a simple task.
Which team is she from? Tell me.
Meng Shuo sighs. Don't think you can control her just because she's from the countryside. That girl is good with words. She's written articles and been in newspapers. If it were easy to control her, Wenjie's dad could do it. But the truth is, she's very talented herself, and her father still works at the county towel factory. Here's what I think. You can't control her from the team. You know the recent big case involving the Wang family? The county government secretary, it's because of this girl that things got complicated. I'm suggesting we start from her father's workplace. Create some trouble for him, find a weakness, and force their family to submit. What do you think? I'm just a women's director. I don't have much power, and I can't reach far. Mainly, I don't have anyone who can help me get things done. Meng Chunsheng waves his hand. This is easy. Just tell me her father's name and what he does at the factory. In less than a week, I can handle it. Wenjie, get ready to marry a wife. Meng Chunsheng pats his chest confidently. To him, this is nothing. Only murder and arson are serious. It's just framing him with a crime easy. After getting Meng Chunsheng's assurance, Zhu Wenjie is overjoyed. Meng Shuo, however, feels annoyed seeing his son so useless. Alright, your uncle will help you. Don't bother me anymore. Meng Shuo glares at Zhu Wenjie. Lu Yingying looks down on him. Even getting a woman requires help from others.
Such a waste.
If you have the ability, do it yourself. The mother and son didn't come for nothing. Their wish is halfway fulfilled. Meanwhile, Han Tie's family doesn't know that the Meng family has already started plotting against them. Han Ku prepares the ingredients for tomorrow's dinner with Sun Jejia. The next noon, Sun Jejia arrives as promised, carrying her things. Han Ku and Zhao Guiyun have already prepared the food. Han Yinshan doesn't come home at noon, so the three women sit in Zhao Guiyun and Han Tie's room to eat. You see, kid, we're not strangers. Just come in, no need to bring anything. Zhao Guiyun was not polite. She genuinely didn't want Sun Jejia to spend money. Their family already owed many favors, and she didn't understand why they still took advantage and never paid back. Sun Jejia waved her hand. What's this? Just some snacks for Auntie, to chew on when bored. Zhao Guiyun liked Sun Jejia more and more. She thought it would be great if the fourth brother came to visit. She wanted Jejia to meet him. Sun Jejia looked at a table full of good food and gave Han Ku a thumbs up. Girl, your cooking is this good. I've eaten at several state-run restaurants, but none compare to yours. What should I do? Sun Jejia was helpless. She loved tasty food and was picky. She hadn't tasted Han Ku's cooking before, so she didn't know how good it was. But once she did, she couldn't forget it. Still, she couldn't always rely on others to cook for her. Especially after yesterday's braised meat was taken home, her dad and mom couldn't stop eating. They were so into it that they forgot their manners. Han Ku used her chopsticks to pick a piece of sweet and sour pork for Sun Jejia. Try my sweet and sour pork. It's tangy and sweet. Zhao Guiyun pointed to the hairtail fish. Jejia, Annie made this hairtail fish.
Try it.
Now, my cooking's pretty good. My specialty is pickled vegetables. When you go back, bring a couple of bottles for your parents to try, Han Ku said. Han Ku honestly said, I'm good at cooking, but my mom's pickled vegetables are better. The three women didn't drink alcohol. Han Ku used apple juice as her drink. Sun Jejia was happy eating and drinking juice. While eating, they talked about local news and work. Then Han Ku and Zhao Guiyun mentioned Meng Shu. Zhao Guiyun asked, Jejia, do you know there's a deputy director named Meng in the Women's Federation here? Sun Jejia took a sip of juice. Yes, I've heard of her. Why do you ask? Han Ku sighed. We got into some trouble with her, but it's not our fault. They brought it on themselves. So Han Ku explained everything to Sun Jejia. She was so angry, she slammed the table. That shameless woman. Doesn't she know her son's reputation? And she dares to have ideas about you. She's got a big face.
Who is she anyway?
A relative? But even if she's a relative, she shouldn't push you into trouble.
Han Ku agreed. Exactly.
I think we did the right thing. Zhao Guiyun said, I just want to find out about that Meng family. Why are they so powerful? We need to be careful about possible revenge. Your dad is an important official in the county, so he must know who her backers are. Our family just wants to know how strong her support is so we can understand the situation better. Sun Jejia waved her hand. No need to ask my dad. I already know because they are very famous. Just ask anyone in our county, and they'll tell you. But this fame isn't good. Meng Shu's brother is notorious. She then quietly added with 2 fingers, her younger brother is a deputy in a certain committee, and he's done many bad things. This year, he seems to have calmed down a bit, but before, he caused a lot of chaos and even took lives. Zhao Guiyun gasped, feeling a natural awe and fear of that department, as their actions have deeply affected people over the years. She looked worriedly at Han Ku, who appeared calm. It wasn't that he was pretending to be composed. It was because those people, like grasshoppers after autumn, wouldn't survive the next year. 2 big events are coming. People like Meng Shu's brother will be held accountable soon. They are close to death. If he doesn't provoke her, Han Ku has no intention of harming him. But if he keeps seeking trouble and dares to offend their family, she won't hold back. Reporting to the authorities is a gentle way of dealing with such matters. Sun Jejia was also worried. Why is her best friend so unlucky? It's like sitting at home and having disaster fall from the sky. She hadn't gone out, yet a big calamity struck her. Zhao Guoyun frowned. What's Meng Shu's brother's name? Sun Jejia felt like she couldn't even eat anymore. Meng Chunqing. People behind him call him the living king of hell. He's very ruthless. His methods are extremely cruel. I only heard about it. His family's yard is where he caused destruction, leaving people dead and homes destroyed. The adults died, and a young girl disappeared. Then Meng Chunqing moved in. Zhao Guoyun exclaimed, "Isn't that wiping out an entire family? What kind of hatred is that? Why would he do such terrible things?" Sun Jejia's face turned pale. "I heard that the women in his family were assaulted, and they all committed suicide afterward. The men fought desperately and were beaten to death. Someone who was there said their brains were splattered. It was tragic, so tragic. Children cried desperately, women screamed, men roared. In just one day, their family was destroyed." Zhao Guoyun was almost suffocating. What kind of demon was their family dealing with? Sun Jejia's description made her feel dizzy. Their family was just farmers, and she feared they might not survive. Hanka noticed her face was turning worse and held Zhao Guoyun's hand. "Mom, don't be afraid." Zhao Guoyun was comforted. "If worst comes to worst, we can give up my dad's job. We'll just farm in the countryside and see what they can do to us. People usually have some leverage, right? But our family is just rural folks. What leverage could we have?" Zhao Guoyun felt regretful inside. She regretted losing the 2 jobs they had just gotten. They hadn't even started yet, and now they might be gone. Not to mention Han Er's job. But she was just comforting herself with these words. Han Ke was only angry about what Meng's family had done. She wasn't really afraid. Whether she had her divine powers or her space ability, she would never allow her family to be in danger. She narrowed her eyes dangerously. At worst, she could secretly use her space to deal with Meng and get rid of him. Using her space to cheat was invisible and untraceable. Sun Jejia then told the mother and daughter more about Meng's family, then left with a heavy heart. Zhao Guoyun felt restless. In her eyes, the enemy was too powerful, like the ruler of the whole county. If she wanted to reason with them, she could report it to the police, but those people were unreasonable. They could frame her easily. Sometimes, they didn't even need an excuse. Seeing Zhao Guoyun's worried look, Han Ke felt she had to say something. "Mom, just ask my dad to be more careful. If needed, we can both go to work with him. That way, you'll feel better, right? Besides, our family has no weaknesses for now." Although Zhao Guoyun was nervous inside, she nodded. She couldn't be less calm than her daughter, right? Han Yenshin was finishing his shift in the afternoon and would be able to go home soon. "Comrade Han Taizhu, please go to the HR department at the factory." Han Yenshin was about to leave on his bike when an HR staff member called out to him. "HR department?
What could they want?"
Han Yenshin thought about the recent paperwork he had completed and couldn't think of anything else they might need from him. It wasn't that he was paranoid. Because of what happened with Meng's family, his daughter and wife kept reminding him to be careful at work. So if anyone called him for something, he was especially alert. Han Yenshin put his bike back and went with the staff member to the HR office, which was directly led to the director's office. "Director Hao, you wanted to see me?" Hao Liang enthusiastically told Han Yenshin to sit down. "Comrade Taizhu, are you used to working here after some time?" He personally poured hot water into a teacup for Han Yenshin. Instead of feeling flattered, Han Yenshin became more alert. Being overly attentive without reason usually means trouble or deceit. If this had happened before, or if there had been no issues with the Meng family, he wouldn't think much of it. But he's just a gatekeeper, and why would a senior department head in HR be so friendly to him? He's only been working for less than a month. Quickly, he pretended to be surprised and stood up, accepting the teacup with both hands. "Thank you for your concern, leader. I'm quite used to life in our factory." Hao Liang signaled him to sit again. "Comrade, don't be nervous."
Seat. Haha.
"I called you here for nothing special, just about your work." A sudden worry struck Han Yenshin. What was wrong with his work? He had been extra cautious these days. Comrade Taizhu, when you first came to handle your procedures, I knew you were educated. It's a pity to just have you guarding the gate. Now, the factory has decided to transfer you to a position where your skills are more needed. Han Yunshin's heart sank. Here it comes. He didn't foolishly believe the factory needed him. He had only been there for 28 days, and now they wanted to change his position. How would the veteran workers who had been there for decades see him? Did he think he was naive? He quickly declined, "Director, I think I haven't been here long, and I haven't achieved much in my current position. If I change roles, will it cause other colleagues to feel uneasy or dissatisfied? If so, I might cause trouble for the company." Hao Liang's smile froze. He hadn't expected Han Yunshin to refuse such a good opportunity. Could it be that this person is lacking in sense? Comrade Han Taizhu, don't underestimate yourself. Your current position shows you're suitable for it. Rest assured, this decision was made in a meeting, and no one will object. This made Han Yunshin more certain of his suspicion. Was Director Meng so eager to act? I wonder where the factory plans to let me shine? Hao Liang smiled. It's the warehouse manager position. That's a good role, most people can't even get it. Actually, he didn't know why the factory made this decision, but since the higher-ups entrusted him with a task, he would carry it out. Han Yunshin lowered his head, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. To Hao Liang, it looked like he was thinking. Did he need to think about it? Going to the gate and then to the warehouse manager is a big step. The warehouse manager has some authority, and everyone knows about the little tricks he used to do secretly. This job is very lucrative, and I don't know why it was given to this simple-minded person right in front of me. Come on, Comrade Han Taizhu, what are you still thinking about? Do you really need to think? He was already worried for him. The reason he was so polite to Han Yunshin was because he suspected Han Yunshin might have some strong backing or connections behind him. Otherwise, why would the factory decide to transfer someone who had only been there a month to such an important position?
Han ingen loket trobled.
Director Hao, first I want to thank the factory and the organization for trusting me, and I appreciate the leader's concern. But I know my own abilities. I'm afraid I really can't do this job. I only know how to read a little. I'm not completely clueless, but being a warehouse manager means keeping records, and I've never done that before. Do you think I can handle it? This was a polite way to refuse. Hao Liang received instructions from the leaders to complete the task no matter what. He clapped his hands. That's not a problem. We can learn. A warehouse has 2 managers, and the new one is usually trained by the experienced one. Don't worry, I'll teach you step by step. Han Yunshin pressed his lips into a straight line. It seemed he had no choice but to accept the transfer. Director, can I go back and think about it? I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Han Yunshin was planning to talk to his wife and daughter. He knew it was a trap, but it felt like he couldn't avoid it. Okay, then go back and think it over. Hao Liang saw Han Yunshin out of the office. Once Han Yunshin was gone, his smile disappeared. He was a powerful leader in the factory. When did he ever get so cold? A gatekeeper with no skills. What right does he have to act so arrogantly? If it weren't for the repeated orders from the leaders, who does he think he is? When Han Yunshin returned home, he saw that his wife's face was also not looking good. What's wrong? Didn't your daughter come to eat? Why do you look so upset? Zhao Guiyin looked tired. The enemy is too strong. No wonder I look so bad. Sun Jiejie came by at noon and I don't need to ask her dad. She knows everything. I don't have any ideas now. Zhao Guiyin was brave, probably braver than anyone else. Not many things could scare her. It seemed the other side was not to be messed with. Zhao Guiyin said, "Your fake mother-in-law once mentioned that Meng's sister is part of some committee. We didn't pay much attention at the time. But now I've found out her brother is very powerful. He's ruthless and doesn't hesitate to kill.
How can we deal with this?
If I were you, I'd take a sick leave before they make a move. Let's look at the situation first." Han Yunshin took off his shoes to go to bed, but it was too late. Zhao Guiyin asked, "What do you mean?" Han Yunshin sighed and said, "Today after work, the HR department called me. They said they want to transfer me to a new position, to work in the warehouse as a warehouse manager." Zhao Guiyin's mouth opened in surprise. Who gets transferred at this time? Suddenly, her mind filled with all kinds of conspiracy theories. She asked, "Why do you think they want to move you to the warehouse? Could they set fire to the warehouse and blame you? Or, if something gets stolen, could they also blame you?" Han Yunshin was startled by her guesses and felt a chill. Why all the talk about blame and punishment? He rubbed his forehead and thought, maybe it was possible. Zhao Guoyin slapped her thigh and said, "Then we shouldn't be afraid. Just agree to it." Han Yunshin felt like he was close to going to jail. This matter still needed Han's advice. She agreed with Zhao Guoyin, saying there's no way to guard against thieves every day. Han Yunshin couldn't refuse the warehouse transfer. There was always a trap waiting. Better to take the initiative and catch the enemy off guard. The warehouse accounts weren't complicated. Han Ku explained a bit, and Han Yunshin understood most of it. She also told him that 2 people manage the warehouse, so they must keep the accounts correct. This can't be sloppy, and he shouldn't cause mistakes that would be blamed on him. Zhao Guoyin said, "Old Han, this is also your chance. If they don't bring us down this time, you'll become the warehouse manager in the future." Han Yunshin rubbed his face and thought, what else could he do? Just grit his teeth and go for it. The next day, Han Yunshin replied to the HR department, saying he would follow the factory's arrangements. Then he packed up and went to the warehouse. Honestly, this job was better than guarding the gate. At least no night shifts. He carefully checked the accounts with the other manager and didn't find any problems for now. Han Adong returned to the county to work, and Yang Bansha was about to go to the town to visit her second daughter. Old Lady Han was furious. She wondered why her granddaughter was never apart from her. Yang Bansha wasn't caring at all now. Who was she doing all this for? Han Adong was at home, and his wife had promised to behave well. But as soon as he left, she turned hostile. It seemed she was pretending for her son's sake. Next time, he would definitely tell Adong how unreasonable his wife was. All these years, she had been pretending to be virtuous. In this cold weather, why aren't you staying at home to look after the kids? Yang Bansha wrapped a scarf around her head and ignored Old Lady Han's angry face. She said, "I'm going to town to see Han Jing." Grandmother Han had a gloomy face. She was tired of taking care of the children, so Hanyu simply hid away and didn't help. What's so interesting? A girl this old, can't she be left alone? Yang Bangxia suddenly turned around, and her cold gaze startled Grandmother Han. What? Can't I say anything about you? You have a baby just a few months old at home, and you're out having fun? Yang Bangxia sneered. Haha, I don't look after my own, but I'm supposed to care about some unknown wild child? This angered Grandmother Han. My grandson is not a wild child. If you could give me a grandson, I wouldn't have to bring one home. Hey, don't go. Yang Bangxia didn't bother arguing whether the child was wild or not. It was a waste of time. No matter how Grandmother Han shouted, Yang Bangxia kept walking away firmly, without looking back. At the door of the second house, only Grandmother Han was left alone. Although the family had added a new member, she felt like the family was falling apart. She shook her head hard, trying to dismiss this frightening thought. She already heard the crying of the children waking inside. She sighed, oh, what a tragedy. Yang Bangxia walked to the town's elementary school. Her second sister worked as a substitute teacher there. She was also carefree, like her father, and hadn't been home for months. Actually, Hanjing only had 1 day off each week, and even then, she was busy with her boyfriend. She had no time to visit home. Her boyfriend worked at the county's agricultural machinery station, now handling affairs at the town's branch. He was a college graduate from a workers' and farmers' university from the county town and quite talented. Her second sister was capable herself, choosing her own partner. Their family was better off than theirs, so Yang Bangxia naturally supported her. The school had no gatekeeper. The main gate was wide open. Yang Bangxia simply walked in. She didn't know if her second sister was in class today or in the office. She first went to the office, and luckily she was there. Han Jing was grading papers. She felt the room darken a bit, looked up at the window, and was startled to see someone leaning against it. The person smiled at her, and when she looked closer, it was her mother. Seeing her daughter alone in the office, Yang Bangxia didn't bother knocking and just entered. Mom, it's so cold. Why did you come here? Yang Bangxia stomped off the snow from her feet and warmed her hands by the stove. Oh, so cold. I was almost frozen solid. Han Jing quickly poured her a bowl of hot water. Yang Bangxia took it, and only then did her hands feel alive again. Why are you alone? Where's she? She nodded toward the other desk. Han Jing said, she's sick, so she took a day off today. Yang Bangxia took a deep breath, relieved that there were no outsiders around. She sat in the chair behind her desk, holding a teacup with cold hands.
Jing.
Something's happened at home. Han Jing was tidying up some notebooks and paused when she heard this. Is it Uncle's family? My mother, really? Why does she cause trouble at her age? Mom, you should try to talk to her. Her reputation is already known all over our town. Many people know she's my grandma. Where do I put my face?
My boyfriend even asked about it.
It's so embarrassing. Yang Bangxia hadn't seen Han Jing for a long time. So many things had happened recently, she didn't know where to start. Han Tieju's family is doing well, better every day.
Don't worry about them.
Han Jing said, I'm not worried about his family. I just think some unnecessary fuss could be avoided. She doesn't care at all about her children's future. Yang Bangxia was so angry, she closed her eyes.
She's selfish.
She only cares about herself. No, actually, your dad and her mother are just the same now. I suspect your dad might be seeing someone outside. Suddenly, the pen Han Jing was fiddling with fell onto the table. She looked wide-eyed. Mom, that's not a joke you can make. You can't say that casually. Do you have proof? Not exactly. Are you arguing with her? If something's wrong, let's clear it up face to face. Don't jump to conclusions, okay? Yang Bangxia sneered. I'm not jumping to conclusions. Your grandma brought home a child, saying our family has no heirs. She said it was for me, that I don't have a son, worried that one day I'd be gone and no one would care for her. Listen to this. Every word is for me. She wants me to take care of that child. But from how Grandma and Han Adong look at that kid, it's obvious he's not a real grandchild. He's probably just a kid she rescued, right? And if Grandma's so kind, why does she treat the rescued child so well? Han Taiju isn't her biological son. She stole him back. Look at how she treats Han Taiju. That's why I suspect something. Han Jing, sitting across from her, was stunned. The amount of information was overwhelming. She needed a moment to process. What does it mean that her family brought home a child to carry on the family line? That Han Taiju was stolen back? Yang Bangxia curled her lips. Now you see I'm not just talking nonsense, right? Let me tell you, it's like this. Yang Bangxia explained everything that had happened in recent months to her second daughter. Han Jing listened, as if she were hearing a strange story. So, Mom, you mean I should find out if my dad is seeing someone outside?
Yes.
Han Yu asked, and what if he is? Yang Bangxia squinted and said, if he dares to betray me, betray our family, I will make sure their daughters suffer forever. Her words made Han Jing shiver and feel very cold. Yang Bangxia said, Jing, what good has your dad brought us over the years? Who has he ever cared for? Your sister is unemployed. Although she found a job as a worker, she has to please others to get by. If your sister had a proper job, she wouldn't have to rely on others for support. Your job was obtained through your own efforts. If he had helped you, you would have become a permanent employee by now. Has he ever cared about you? And your younger sister, Han Yu, only finished middle school. She can do temporary work at the factory. It's been many years since she graduated. He hasn't even asked about her. What's the difference between me and a widow? What's the difference between you and having no father? Why should I give birth to them, die for them, and work hard for them all my life? Where has all the money he earned over the years gone? Yes. Where did the money go? That is a very important question. Since Han Adong started working, he has never given his money to Yang Bangxia. All these years, Yang Bangxia has been working in the fields with her children to earn food and support herself. They have been living on their own, using their own money. The four women have never spent Han Adong's money. The most Han Adong did was bring back some old thread and defective towels from his workplace, but that's about it. As for the envy in the village, that was just Han Yu and Yang Bangxia boosting their pride and showing off. This also includes old Madame Han, whose retirement pension is only a few dozen yuan, but she has never spent a penny on them. Thinking about it, Han Adong is a really bad father. So, did he spend that money on other women? Now, even Han Jing suspects that the child might be Han Idong's illegitimate son.
Bah.
Those two women keep fooling me, saying they will bring me and your sister to the county to enjoy life someday.
How many years has that been?
My sister and I are still struggling in the countryside. If I still believed what that old man said, Yang Bangxia, should be dead by now. I think I'm not stupid, but I've been fooled by these two for so many years. How can I not hate them? I wish I could cut them with a knife. Han Jing finally snapped out of it and said, Mom, it's not worth it. Killing is against the law. She quickly comforted her excited and almost frantic mother, saying, All right, I'll take care of this. I'll ask my partner to help find out more. He knows a lot of people, so investigating this won't be difficult. Just wait, I'll have an answer for you in 2 days. Yang Bangxia asked, Can I tell your partner about this? Will he have any thoughts? What if he finds out the truth about your dad? Will he still want to be with you?
Ching.
Mom is telling you this is also a test for him. If he really leaves you because of your dad, we won't be sad. Getting to know someone through one incident is worth it. Yang Bangxia is very smart and cautious, so the Han family sisters generally listen to their mother. Although Han Jing doesn't think her boyfriend is with her because of her family, since her own family is quite ordinary, she is confident in her feelings for him. Good, genuine feelings aren't afraid of fire. As long as they love each other and he cares about her, outside issues won't affect their relationship. Yang Bangxia saw what Han Jing was thinking but didn't say anything, trusting time to reveal the truth. The mother and son from the Han family are almost unbearable. She steals her son's partner, and he has a mistress and a child outside marriage. Both are shocking, and together, they challenge morals. Who would want such in-laws? If it were her, she would definitely tell her son to break up quickly. Her daughter is still too optimistic. Yang Bangxia explained everything clearly and then left for Kaohsiung. 2 days later, Yang Bangxia received a call from Yang Shugo Brigade headquarters, calling from the town. When she was about to answer, Grandma Han was still cursing and complaining, saying Yang Bangxia didn't know what she was doing outside and questioning who gave her the phone, almost implying Yang Bangxia had someone else. Yang Bangxia vaguely guessed it was their second daughter calling back. The call was in the office of the new secretary, Qin Dachuan, so she couldn't ask too many questions. On the other end, Han Jing's voice was heavy, saying, Mom, I need to tell you something, and you must hold on. When I heard it, I felt like I'd been struck by lightning. Yes, go ahead. Yang Bangxia's eyes darkened, already suspecting the truth. Han Jing continued, My dad really has someone. Do you know how bad it is? He bought houses both in the county and the town. And his mistress is a widow from our village, Li. Han Jing could hear Yang Bangxia's heavy breathing on the other end. Later, Yang Bangxia responded with an M, indicating she could handle it. Widow Li moved from the county house to our town house a few months ago. My dad is impressive. He has a secret love nest, and not only that, he also helped Widow Li give birth at the town hospital. Without proper paperwork or referral, the town hospital wouldn't deliver babies. Mom, guess who helped? Yang Bangxia replied, No need to guess. It was Su Aihua. Su Aihua is having an affair with the head of their hospital, so it's no surprise she could do this. Isn't that just sleeping with someone for favors? Qin Dachuan almost dropped his teacup. Could he believe what he was hearing? So, the newly appointed secretary Qin perked up his ears, afraid of missing a word. On the other side, Han Jing was furious. Yes, with her usual attitude, it was actually my dad who arranged her work. So, she used delivering her illegitimate child as a way to thank my dad? Fine, very good. My aunt is really something.
Yang Bangxia greeted her.
What a joke. Her job will be gone soon. She overheard her mother and 2 sisters talking a few nights ago. Knowing Su Aihua's job was about to end, Yang Bengxia felt very happy inside.
Karma.
She was extremely grateful to Comrade Zhao Guifang. Well done. Han Jing knew Su Aihua's work was ending, but she felt better saying it out loud. By the way, my dad also arranged a job for that widow at the town's coal mine. It's a temporary position. Yang Bengxia said, "You're wrong. If she works at the coal mine, it must be thanks to that old lady at home. This old woman, while her granddaughter is unemployed at home, first got her a job with some fox-like woman outside." Very good. Qin Dachuan said, "Can you be more detailed?" Yang Bengxia had no intention of hiding anything. She initially didn't plan to speak on the phone, hoping for some luck. Now that she knew Han Aihua had completely betrayed her, she had no reason to show him respect. She almost wanted to drag him out and beat him up. Han Jing said, "Mom, let me tell you something very interesting. Actually, my dad was also cuckolded. The child widow Li gave birth to isn't really his." Yang Bengxia was speechless. If men and women weren't different, Qin Dachuan would have stuck his head into Yang Bengxia's phone. He was so curious about what was being said that Yang Bengxia looked like she had eaten something terrible but also seemed strangely satisfied. Yes, Yang Bengxia felt disgusted, like eating something rotten, but she also felt a strange sense of relief. Karma. Karma. Serves her right. Who is the child with widow Li from?
Qin Dachuan.
This is another explosive piece of news. A widow has had a baby. They're from the same village. Everyone knows who's who. No one thought about anyone else with the surname Li. The widow's surname is Li, and Yang Bengxia knows her. Who else could the widow be? That woman just came back last month with a referral letter, saying she went to work temporarily at the coal mine in town. I knew it. The widow Li is almost considered missing. She's been gone so long. Her referral letter has expired. Turns out she's been involved with Han Adong and even had a secret child. From Yang Bengxia's tone, that child might not even be his. Big news, huge news. Yang Bengxia paused for a moment, then said, "It's hard to talk about on the phone. Someone's here. I'll come find you."
Qin Dachuan.
This woman, is she polite? Yang Bengxia finished her call and was about to leave. She stopped at the door and looked back. "Secretary Qin, about today's matter." Qin Dachuan interrupted, "Am I that talkative?" Yang Bengxia shook her head. "No, you are. Go ahead. Say what you want, say it all." Qin Dachuan was stunned. Really? Aren't they supposed to keep family secrets? It seems this woman has been pushed to her limit. Yang Bengxia said she's not crazy and firmly supports Qin Dachuan to gossip around the village.
Qin Dachuan.
Yang Bengxia looked calm and cold on the surface, but inside, she felt like she had a fire burning. The fire grew hotter and hotter, making her suffocate and smoke. Back home, she was met with old lady Han's harsh face. "You're getting worse and worse. Do you even know how to be a good daughter-in-law? Can we still live our lives? Is AI Dang doing okay outside? Look at you, always fighting and throwing tantrums. Who are you showing off for? We, mother and daughter, are owed by you. And you always give us attitude."
Huh?
Yang Bengxia ignored Old Lady Han and turned to go into her room. Old Lady Han got angrier the more she yelled, especially since Yang Bengxia didn't reply. If she had responded, maybe she wouldn't be so mad. So she followed Yang Bengxia, nagging nonstop. Yang Bengxia was full of anger, but had nowhere to vent. Old Lady Han kept scolding her without reading her face. Finally, Yang Bengxia couldn't take it anymore. She turned around and slapped her. The slap was loud and sharp. Old Lady Han wasn't prepared at all. She was slapped so hard she staggered. She covered her face, looked at Yang Bengxia in disbelief, and stared blankly for a long time, unable to react. Did Yang Bengxia really hit her just now? Is she dreaming? Her face was burning hot, reminding her that she had indeed been hit earlier. Yang Bengxia, how dare she? After so many years, the only person she couldn't compete with was Zhao Guohua. Because Zhao Guohua didn't listen to her, she never considered Zhao Guohua as her real daughter-in-law. But Yang Bengxia was different. Yang Bengxia was her real daughter-in-law. How could she treat her like that? Moreover, Yang Bangxia didn't behave well and didn't stand by her side. Not only that, she even hit her own mother-in-law. It was simply wrong and unkind. Did she not fear punishment from heaven? Yang Bangxia wasn't easy to provoke, but she was still manageable as her mother-in-law. At least, Yang Bangxia usually listened to her. But if one day this obedient daughter-in-law disobeyed her and even raised her hand against her, it would be too much for her to accept. She jumped up high and raised her wrinkled old hand, ready to slap Yang Bangxia's face. But Yang Bangxia pushed her away, almost knocking her down. She was old, but Yang Bangxia was strong enough from working in the fields. Since marrying Han Shouxin, Han Laotai hadn't done much work. Later, she only did some cleaning at her workplace. Compared to Yang Bangxia, who worked hard in the countryside, she was quite pampered. So, she was no match for Yang Bangxia. People like Han Laotai, relying on their age and acting bossy, were usually not challenged. But if someone did challenge her, who could really fight her? Yang Bangxia pushed her, but didn't stop immediately. She grabbed Han Laotai's collar and pulled her forward. Yang Bangxia was tall, and Han Laotai was thin and small. With one tug, she was like pulling a little chick, bringing her right in front of Yang Bangxia, toes barely touching the ground. She looked into Yang Bangxia's fierce face, especially those murderous eyes. Han Laotai trembled with fear. This woman had gone crazy. Was she really crazy? What was she trying to do? At this moment, Han Laotai was completely confused. She didn't understand why Yang Bangxia had changed. What caused her to change? Honestly, she knew the reason. Maybe she had a conflict with Han Adong? If her son and daughter-in-law argued, why should she take it out on her? If she had the guts, she should go find Han Adong. Yang Bangxia gritted her teeth and stared at Han Laotai's old face, saying fiercely, "Old woman, do you know how much I hate you? Do you know how much I hate your worthless son? Yang Bangxia, married into your family with bad luck, and I've been played around by you and your son all these years."
Good, very good.
Yang Bansha couldn't hold back her anger and slapped Old Lady Han's face repeatedly. Because they were too close, Old Lady Han felt Yang Bansha's hot breath on her face. "Let go of me. Can't we talk properly, without resorting to violence? What has AI Dang done to deserve this? Tell me, and I will help you deal with him."
Bansha.
"I've always treated you like my own daughter. I've never wronged you all these years."
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Yang Bansha burst into wild laughter at these words. Old Lady Han was almost scared to pee her pants. Yang Bansha looked completely crazy. She used to be calm and proper, but now she seemed like a madwoman. "Old and useless. You dare to say such unkind words? Aren't you afraid of lightning striking you, or dying a bad death? Just wait. You'll be lonely all by yourself. I will let your son keep you company. You two love to stick together and cause trouble, right? Well, I'll send you both on your way." Yang Bansha pushed Old Lady Han away and turned to go back inside. Old Lady Han, hiding at the door of the other room, felt like she had been struck by lightning. The children in the East Room had woken up and were crying loudly. Still shaken, Old Lady Han dared not scold anyone. She tiptoed back to her room, closed the door tightly, afraid Yang Bansha might go crazy again. She held her beloved grandson in her arms, trying to soothe him. No, this can't go on. Yang Bansha's madness was inexplicable. She seemed to have gone crazy after taking a phone call. What happened? This place isn't safe anymore. She had to take the child and find AI Dang. Old Lady Han hurriedly packed her things to leave, but as an elderly woman holding a child in the middle of winter, it was impossible to walk to town. She clenched her teeth and went to the village to find someone with a bicycle to give her a ride, even if she had to pay more. So, Old Lady Han wrapped the child well, held him in her arms, and left the house. In the West Room, Yang Bansha was also preparing to leave. "Hanyu, Mom, what's really going on?"
Just now you and my grandma.
"She's not your grandma. She doesn't deserve it. Your dad, no, Han Ai Dang, really cheated. The child in the East Room was born from him and the widow Li. I'm going to find your second sister now to discuss what to do next. Hanyu, I'll go with you." At the towel factory. As soon as Han Ai-dang arrived for work, he found out that Han Taiju had already been transferred to the warehouse. How long has it been? Over the course of a month, from watching the main gate to becoming the warehouse manager, Han Ai-dong's promotion speed made even Han Ai-dong himself feel jealous. If there were no tricks involved, he wouldn't believe it. He suspected someone was behind Han Taiju and wanted to find out more by visiting the warehouse, but then he remembered that Han Taiju was no longer his real older brother. He felt annoyed at old lady Han. How could she admit to such a serious mistake so easily? She should have kept quiet at all costs. If Han Taiju didn't know he was the biological son, he could rebuild their brotherly bond, and maybe he could get some help from him. Just as he was feeling regretful, the door to the workshop office was pushed open. It was two staff members from the personnel department. "Comrade Han Ai-dong, please come with us." Their tone and attitude made Han Ai-dong feel uncomfortable. He wasn't a criminal, so why were they speaking to him like that? "Where are we going? What's the matter?" "I need to finish my work in the workshop soon. Can we talk here?" Han Ai-dong asked with a frown. "Comrade Han Ai-dong, please put aside everything you're doing and come with us to the personnel department for an investigation. The factory's investigation team is waiting for you."
What?
"An investigation team?" Han Ai-dong exclaimed in surprise. An investigation team? Being called by them was never a good sign. They usually target people who have made mistakes. Han Ai-dong quickly thought about whether he had done anything wrong recently. No, he hadn't. "Please cooperate," one of the staff said, noticing Han Ai-dong's uncertain and distracted look, but he didn't move. He urged him again. Han Ai-dong's face darkened. Were these people just bored and causing trouble? Are they trying to falsely accuse someone? Do they realize how this affects innocent colleagues? Even if he was proven innocent at the end, being called in for questioning would still affect his reputation. At the very least, his image wouldn't be as pure and spotless anymore. This would be a stain on his record. Han Ai-dong thought to himself that he was probably targeted out of jealousy. Someone couldn't stand his good work and secretly framed him, which is why the investigation team was after him. But honest people have nothing to fear. Han Ai-dong worked diligently and impeccably. He wasn't afraid of investigations and could stand up to scrutiny. With that in mind, Han Ai-dong straightened his clothes, lifted his head confidently, and followed the personnel staff out of the office. When they arrived at the personnel department, Han Ai-dong saw several people inside, all with serious expressions. "Comrade Han Ai-dong, please sit down. We called you here to ask you a few questions," said the head of the investigation team, inviting Han Ai-dong to sit. Looking at the scene and atmosphere, it feels like they're interrogating a criminal. Han Ai-dong is very angry and sits down on a chair with emotion, saying, "Ask."
Feel free to ask.
"I, Han Ai-dong, am doing the right thing, so I'm not afraid of questions." The person smiles slightly. "Comrade, don't let your emotions take over. First question. Do you know Li Xiangxiang?" Suddenly, even though the person's voice isn't loud, it sounds like a thunderclap in Han Ai-dong's ears. He never expected that these people weren't investigating his work, but his personal reputation. Could it be that someone found out about him? He and Li Xiangxiang kept their relationship very secret. During the day, they were rarely together, and no one ever saw them together during daylight. Even when they were intimate, it was only in the town, and only during the first few days in the county did they do so, mostly at night in the town. Stay calm, don't panic. These people are probably trying to trick him. Han Ai-dong's mental strength is decent. Even though he's panicking inside, he remains very calm on the outside. "Of course I know her. She's a well-known widow in our village." The person smiles slightly. "I only said Li Xiangxiang. I didn't say she's from your village." "Comrade Han Ai-dong, why do you think of Li Xiangxiang from your village just because I mentioned her name?" Han Ai-dong's face immediately flushes red. He's been trapped by a verbal trap. He was so careless that he fell into it. I only know one Li Xiangxiang, the widow from our village. I don't know any other Li Xiangxiang." No wonder he was a workshop director for years. His mind is quick. Second question. Someone said you have an improper relationship with her, and that Li Xiangxiang even gave birth to a son for you, who is now being taken care of by your mother. Is this true? Han Ai-dong. The other person's detailed description makes it seem like they've seen everything. Han Idong's forehead beads with sweat. No matter how calm he tries to be, his heart pounds like a drum at this moment. I don't know what you're talking about. As a workshop director in a big factory, how could I have such a relationship with a widow? I'm not tired of life. My family is happy, and my relationship with my wife is very good. We have 3 lovely daughters. Why would I seek death? And Li Xiangxiang's reputation is so bad, with countless men involved with her. Do you think I would pick up a broken shoe? The person sneered, we are not just talking nonsense. We have investigated your family and confirmed that you did bring a child home. The child is right here in your house.
Can you deny it?
Everyone in the village knows about this. Han Idong's forehead veins bulged with anger. Slander.
Pure slander.
The child was found by my sister at the hospital. We don't know which family abandoned the child. My sister is kind-hearted, and since my mother was in town, the 2 of them decided to bring the child home. They didn't inform me when they took the child, so I didn't know about it. What can I do? The child is innocent. Should I just abandon the child too? No one would do such a thing. I don't know who is using this to attack me. If I did it, I admit it. If I didn't, I absolutely deny it. Han Idong clenched his teeth, almost swearing to the sky that he would never admit it. Just joking, admitting it would mean certain death. But deep inside, he was still scared. If Widow Li insisted and accused him of involvement, he would be finished. He was planning that once they let him go, he would find a way to contact Widow Li quickly, make her stay silent, or everything would be over. The leader of the investigation team looked at Han Idong with a deep gaze, making Han's scalp tingle. He tried not to look into those almost unbearable eyes. Han Idong was stubborn. He would never admit to anything. Some team members exchanged glances. The leader said, Comrade Han Idong, you can go back to work. We will continue our investigation. If there's nothing wrong, your name will be cleared. Han Idong sighed in relief and left with a righteous look. Watching his figure, one team member asked in confusion, Leader, he clearly has a problem. Why are we letting him go? Xiao Lu has already confirmed that they did bring a child home. The leader replied, he's refusing to admit it. Our supposed evidence is only verbal. Without witnesses or physical proof, what can we do? Even if everyone knows what happened, what evidence can silence him? Let him go home and make arrangements. We'll follow him. If he's guilty, he'll feel guilty and act suspiciously. His actions will give him away. We just need to follow the trail and catch him in the act. Then, he won't be able to deny it. Boss, I really admire you, one team member said. The leader replied, that's what I do. If I didn't have skills, I wouldn't be the team leader. Inside the house, a few people were competing to flatter each other. He said something right, but Han Idong was so frightened after leaving the personnel department that he hurried back to his office. He then collapsed onto his chair like a lump of mud. No, he couldn't just wait and see. He had to take action. He wanted to find Widow Li, but she was in town, and such matters couldn't be discussed over the phone because the operator could hear everything. Still, he couldn't leave immediately, or the work group might become suspicious. Maybe he should ask for leave tomorrow or the day after, claiming his elderly mother was ill. In town, Yang Bangxia and Han Yu were already sitting in Han Jing's dorm. Mom, what should we do? I really have no idea. He's my dad after all, and as his daughter, I can't completely cut him out, Han Jing said, looking tired. Since learning the truth about her biological father, she had been like this. It was a big blow. Guessing was one thing, but confirming was another. Han Yu also frowned and looked at her mother. Among the 3 daughters, she felt closer to her mother than her father. She had been raised by her mother since childhood, so at this moment, she would definitely side with Yang Bangxia. Yang Bangxia squinted, her hands clenched and relaxed repeatedly, showing her inner conflict and hesitation. Finally, she said, second and third, here's what I think. Divorce isn't very realistic, and I'm not willing to give up. In this life, Han Idong will never get rid of me. I want to stay with him and torment him to death. He shouldn't keep his job. Let the third one take over his position. And that kid, I don't even know whose it is. Once I find out, I'll send him back to his family.
Anjing sayabrous wisha.
Mom, why bother? Since you two can't be together, there's no need to keep tormenting each other. When you torment him, you're also punishing yourself. I think it's better to just divorce. Her father treated his job like his life. Do you think he would agree to give his work to Xiaoyu? Yang Bengxia sneered. If he dares not to give it, I'll expose his affair. Then he'll be ruined, with nothing left. And when that happens, I'll divorce him and let him sleep on the street with his dead mother. If he obediently gives the job to Xiaoyu, I might still take in the mother and son. She understood. This was a threat to force him to agree, or they would be at each other's throats. The two daughters fell silent. Had the couple become enemies to the death? Yang Bengxia asked, by the way, whose child is it? We need to send the kid back. And then there's Widow Li. Just wait for me. I will handle her. Before this matter gets exposed, I need to step in quickly. If it ever comes out, there won't be a chance for me to take over. Then what's next? Han Jing asked. Yang Bengxia made up her mind and waved her hand decisively. This afternoon, go to his workplace and settle the work. First, have a meal. After eating, we'll take the car to the county. In the county, Han Yunshen hurried home on his bike, full of energy. There's no wall that keeps secrets. News about Han Adong being questioned by the work team spread quickly across half the factory. He knew his daughter's report had caused a stir. He asked another warehouse manager to watch over things and took leave to come back for a while. Old Han? Why are you back? Zhao Guiyun was about to cook when she saw her husband return, cold and tense. Han Yunshen said, Han Adong was called in for questioning by the work team. I came back to tell you. Han Ke overheard their conversation in her room and hurried out. Dad, you've prepared all the evidence that proves the work belongs to our family. Keep it with you at all times. If the evidence against Han Adong is solid, go to the personnel department immediately and explain the situation. Don't delay. If he gets fired, he'll lose his job. Zhao Guiyun agreed. My daughter is right. Since you're back, stay for dinner before leaving. Okay, I'll go to my room and find the materials. I've prepared everything long ago. Han Yunshen went to his room to get the written proofs from the two elders. Old Granny Yun finally managed to bargain with someone in the village and hired a bicycle. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so slow. The problem was they asked for 10 yuan. That was a bit much, but since she needed it now, she had to pay. In this heavy snow, riding a bike in the cold wind to the town, wasn't that cold for her? But Granny Yun thought 10 yuan was too much. She was reluctant and insisted on paying 5 yuan, but the person refused. They argued back and forth, wasting half a morning. In the end, Granny Yun paid 10 yuan, and the cyclist braved the cold wind to take her and her grandson to the towel factory. Yang Bengxia's mother and daughter left a step later, taking the last bus to the county in the morning. If Granny Yun hadn't delayed, maybe they would have run into each other. The trouble was with Granny Yun. She carried the evidence in her arms, got on the bus, and when she arrived in the county, she couldn't walk so far with the child. So she paid for a bicycle to take them to the towel factory. The elderly woman was holding her beloved grandson at the gate. I am Han Tieju's mother. Comrade, please open the door for me. I want to go inside and find Han Adong. Comrade, I can't wait outside. The child in my arms is too small, and it's so cold today. What should I do if he catches a cold? The person at the gate was a worker from the factory, responsible for security. He was also injured and couldn't do his previous job, so he was now watching the gate. He knew the elderly woman because she often came to see Han Adong. The last time she and Su Aihua caused trouble at the factory, he had watched from afar. His impression of her was not very good. But the elderly woman was holding a few-month-old baby. She wasn't looking at him with hostility. She was just worried about the child's safety. The baby hadn't done anything wrong, and he felt guilty about letting the child freeze outside. After registering her, he allowed her to enter. Since being called in for a talk by the work team, Han Aidong's heart hadn't felt at ease. He was always nervous and jumpy. Whenever he heard a door open, he thought the work team was coming to find him again. His colleagues in the workshop looked at him strangely. Some of his closer friends quietly asked if he really had a secret child with a widow outside. Han Adong was angry and threatened that if he caught anyone spreading rumors about him, he wouldn't let them go. He argued passionately several times. The colleagues were skeptical, but because he was so firm, some of their doubts wavered. They even tried to comfort him, thinking maybe he had offended someone at work or someone was jealous of him and talking behind his back. He kept explaining himself to everyone throughout the afternoon, to the point where he told everyone he saw, "Adong, Mom is here." Han Adong was inspecting the production line with a few team leaders. This task was similar to doctors making rounds in a hospital. So, Han Adong still held some authority in the factory. While they were talking, a ghostly voice suddenly came from behind. Han Adong froze completely, then slowly turned around. He saw his elderly mother holding the child, standing a few meters away, tears in her eyes. She was really crying. Yang Bangxia had upset her, and she had gone through many hardships, like a journey to the west, to reach the county town. Adong. When she saw her family, she immediately called out, "Mom, I've suffered so much. I tell you," Yang Bangxia dares to hit her mother-in-law. "Adong, oh Adong. This wife is no longer acceptable. Let's get a divorce. Quick, take the child away. My arms are numb. It's really hard on her. At her age, she has been holding the child all along. She managed to get to the factory, which shows she's strong. In the workshop, everyone who could put down their work has done so, and is watching Han Laotai and the child. Right now, Han Adong is in a big social mess. Just now, he was telling others how innocent he is, how he wouldn't have a love child. Then his mother appeared, bringing the love child with her. Is she afraid he's unhappy to die? Han Adong wants to explode, but with so many people watching, he can only hold back his anger. He forces a smile and says, "Mom, why are you here? Come, let's go back to the dorm." He ignores the nonsense his mother is saying. She's really confused. Can she say such things here? Especially about divorce. At his most difficult and critical moment, she talks about divorce? Isn't that risking his life? He wants to quickly send the old woman and the child back to the dorm, so she won't keep talking nonsense. Hey, hurry back to the dorm. The child is almost freezing. Han Adong wants to ask if he knew it was cold and shouldn't bring the child out. Why did she insist on bringing him? And it's so coincidental. This morning, the work team talked to him, and in the afternoon, the old lady brought the child. All his efforts seem wasted, and his explanations sound so weak. At least the child doesn't look like him. If the child did, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Everyone continue. Don't let me delay your work. I'll take my mom back to the dorm and come back. Han Adong greets a few people. Everyone looks at him with complicated eyes. So, he really has a child. Han Adong says he can't support a love child, but he doesn't tell everyone that his family actually has a child. After his mother brought the child, everyone felt deceived by Han Adong. "Director, is this your child?" Han Adong looks very uncomfortable. "Yes, my mother is old and old-fashioned. She thought I had no son and cut off the family line. Then she and my sister decided to adopt this child without asking me. Honestly, I didn't want that. I don't favor boys over girls. Leaders say gender equality. Women can hold up half the sky. Do you think I can turn back history? But now the child is back, and the parents can't be found. I want to send the child away, but where to? These days, there's not enough food. Who would want to adopt a child? Come, everyone look at my adopted son." Han Adong suddenly decided not to hide anymore. Since this child doesn't look like him, he confidently let everyone see the kid. Once they see the child's appearance, they will naturally no longer think he is his biological son. Truth is more powerful than words. No matter what is said, the facts in front of them will prove everything wrong, and rumors will fall apart on their own. The child is indeed adopted by him. He just wonders what the work team can do about it. After thinking it through, he suddenly feels very relaxed and thinks this is not a bad idea. It also saves trouble in the future, which is good. He even considers whether to take his son to the work team and personnel department later for them to see. The thought of openly showing his own son to them makes him feel very satisfied, as they can't do anything about it. Originally, whether he flirts with women or steals or causes trouble is his own business. Why should they interfere? Then Han Adong takes the child from Grandma Han's arms and shows everyone, saying, "Look at my adopted son. The little guy is quite handsome, probably better looking than me, haha." Everyone is curious, and Han Adong generously lets them look. Some skeptics immediately stop doubting and feel a bit embarrassed. How can they doubt their comrade? That's not good. So, everyone gathers around to look, and indeed, the little boy is fair and tender. Grandma Han has taken good care of him. The child has been drinking formula milk. The little boy has grown a lot in these months, and is incredibly adorable. Li Xiangxiang looks beautiful, though her character isn't great, but her genes are good, so the child is also good-looking. He definitely doesn't resemble Han Adong at all. Han Adong feels very relieved about this. He's glad the child doesn't look like him, but like Li's widow. Oh wow, this kid looks really good. Where did you find him? I want to adopt one too. He's so cute. Exactly, Director Han. It seems this child is destined to be with you. Director Han, you're such a good person. If you hadn't adopted this child, who knows what his future would have been? That's right. Those gossipers deserve bad luck. These days, even doing good deeds isn't safe. Even when you do good, people slander you. If we knew who this person was, we definitely wouldn't let him go.
Han Aidang feels satisfied.
If he had known that bringing the child here could solve everything, he wouldn't have hidden him before. All problems would have been solved long ago.
Han Aidang, you headless yerk.
A woman's loud shout disrupted Han Adong and Grandma Han's actions. Han Adong and Grandma Han turned around and saw Yang Bengxia and her daughter, along with 2 other people. All 5 women looked at them with anger or hatred. Especially Yang Bengxia, whose gaze was like she wanted to eat them, completely different from before. The mother and son looked frozen and stiff, panicking inside. Han Adong quickly shoved the child into Grandma Han's arms, then took a few steps to stand in front of Yang Bengxia. He smiled and tried to hold her hand, saying, "Bengxia, you're here. My mom and I were just about to go back to the dorm. Come, let's go together." He secretly glared at the workers in the workshop and whispered, "Go back. If you dare to ruin my plans, I won't forgive you." Yang Bengxia shook her hand off and slapped him hard across the face. "You beast. You've been sneaking around with a widow, and even had a love child. You think you can hide it from me? I already know. Everyone has been fooled by your fake kindness. You haven't gone home for most of this year, because you've been with the widow. She bought houses in the county and town, switching between them. She's pregnant, and everyone around knows. Han Aidong's mother takes care of her. If you don't believe me, check for yourselves. If you don't believe my words, believe what the neighbors say. He's not even human, he's a beast. Yang Bengxia, have been married to him for over 20 years. I have nothing to be guilty of. He says he's busy with work and makes excuses not to come home, but in reality, he's out living with the widow. All these years, he never brought his salary home. I raised my 3 daughters myself, with my own labor and hands. And what about him? As a husband and father, he earns money to buy houses for the widow and hide his affair, but he never brings money home to support his children. I demand an investigation from the organization. I want justice." Yang Bengxia's eyes were bloodshot, and she was no longer caring about anything. Her only thought now was to destroy these 2 women. She stood high and shouted loudly, hoping everyone in the workshop could hear her. Grandma Han and her daughter felt their vision darkening. What should they do? How could they explain? It turned out that the organization didn't know Han Adong owned a house outside. Now Yang Wanya had exposed it. The problem was that once they checked thoroughly, everything would be revealed. The neighbors indeed knew Grandma Han and the heavily pregnant widow Li. Han Adong felt the complex gazes from all directions, some with contempt, some with disdain, and some with anger. These eyes were sharp and piercing, as if they wanted to tear him apart. "Sniff, sniff, Dad, are you still not my real dad? I'm already 18, And I've been unemployed at home for so many years. You haven't even arranged a job for me, not even a temporary one, but you did for Lee Widow. Sniff, I hate you. Hanyu was overwhelmed with sadness. She had been hoping for something at home. She boasted every day with her village friends, bragging endlessly, but her dad preferred to give Lee Widow a temporary job instead of helping her. Even if Han Laotai arranged it through connections, it was because of Han Adong, right? Now Hanyu not only hated Han Adong, but also hated Han Laotai. Han Jing said, Dad, you don't know yet? The child you're carrying isn't yours. It's Lee Widow's child with someone else. You're raising someone else's son. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, Han Idong's vision blurred. How is that possible? When she was with me, she didn't. Yes. Back then, he had simply picked up Lee Widow from the street, and that very night, they had been intimate. He never thought about whether she was pregnant at that time. But later, Li Xiangxiang told him, over a month later, that she was pregnant. Could it be that Li Xiangxiang had played him? However, what he just accidentally said revealed his relationship with Lee Widow, and he was met with a wave of contempt from the crowd. It was basically an admission. Just now, someone had confidently claimed they were innocent, falsely accused, or framed, and that the child was adopted. How could they lie so blatantly? As if it were true, without blushing or feeling guilty, fooling everyone. Han Adong looked like a trapped animal, surrounded from all sides. He was doomed, completely finished. Yang Bengxia sneered mockingly, pointing at the two people following her. These two, one is the child's biological grandmother, and the other is the child's aunt. Lee Widow was helping out at their home before you even knew her. The child's grandmother broke her leg at that time and was bedridden for over a year, cared for by Lee Widow. But Lee Widow wasn't honest at all. She charmed her husband, causing their marriage to break up, and they later divorced. They also claimed innocence back then, but now, after checking, the child's birth month doesn't match, and the child doesn't look like you. So, they came to see who the real father is. Grandmother Han tightly held her grandchild. Nonsense. You're talking rubbish. This is my grandson. If you dare to take him, I will report to the police.
Yang Bansia laughed loudly.
Ha ha ha, old woman. Do you still not understand the situation? Your son is involved with a widow, having an improper relationship. Now that this is exposed, I wonder how the organization will punish him. Will you report it? Go ahead. Let's see if the police arrest you or me. You knew your son was with a widow outside, yet you did nothing and even helped him. You're just as guilty. I hope you report it to the police. Maybe they'll arrest you too.
Grandmuja Han's lips trembled.
Nonsense. Nonsense. Her mind was so frightened it was a mess. She didn't know how to argue with Yang Bengxia, so she just kept shouting nonsense, as if that made her right. The members of the investigation team arrived like dogs catching a scent. Leading the team was the head of the group. He looked at Han Aiden with a smile that was very sharp, like mockery, disdain, or a challenge. It seemed to say, "Finally caught you, huh?" Han Aiden sank to the ground in despair, muttering, "How did it come to this?"
How?
The team leader sneered. How did it come to this? Lies can't hide the truth. Doing wrong always leads to downfall. Either you haven't done anything, or if you have, be prepared to face the consequences. Comrade Han Aiden, come with us. It's time for a serious talk. The team members didn't expect the Han family to be so reckless. They hadn't even started their investigation, and the family had already handed over evidence. It saved them some trouble. Han Aiden never thought that just a few hours after leaving the investigation team, he was taken to a strange office. This was the real office of the team. It was strange because Han Aiden had never been there before. The team's office was not a good place, and no one wanted to come here if they could avoid it. Everyone was present. The suspects would be questioned separately. Grandmother Han was the first to be called into an office. She had never seen such a scene before. Her legs were trembling like instant noodles. She didn't even know how she got there. She sat on a chair, facing two members of the team behind a desk. Her teeth chattered loudly. She was scared. Yang Bengxia said she was an accomplice. Would she be implicated and end up in prison because of Han Aiden? No, it won't happen. If things go wrong, she might be sent to farm labor reform. She just knows the truth, so maybe it won't happen, right? And that child, is he really not her grandson? While she was lost in her thoughts, the team leader across the table cleared his throat twice. Grandma Han was pulled back to reality.
Your name is Tang Mei, right?
Grandma Han nodded blankly. Yes, but her voice was weak and tired. Tell me, when did Han Adong start having a relationship with the widow Li? The team leader asked many detailed questions. Grandma Han, scared, admitted everything. Meanwhile, in the office, the children had already been taken into the arms of two women. The old lady carefully examined them. Yes, yes, they are our children, just like your brother when he was little. That's wonderful, really wonderful. Yang Bengxia looked at the happy mother and daughter with disdain. Isn't this just another case of Grandma Han and Su Aihua? Of course, she despised them because she shared the same pity for her daughter-in-law. Both were betrayed by unfaithful men. But her daughter-in-law acted quickly after catching her husband, decisively divorcing him. Not only did she divorce, but she also took her children away. No wonder these two women cherish this child so much. They have no children at home now, as the wife took them all. Yang Bengxia sneered. This child is yours, so your son must have had some issues with his conduct. Aren't you afraid the organization will punish him? The old lady sighed. My daughter-in-law already caused a fuss about the divorce. Everyone knew about my son, and the widow Li. My son was expelled from the company and is now on the farm. At first, we didn't know about the child, but now that we do, I have to bring the child home. No matter how hard it is, I will raise this child. We owe my daughter-in-law an apology, I admit that. But my son is now alone, in labor reform, and without children. What will happen to him in the future? Yang Bengxia had nothing more to say. She thought, what's the point?
Han Ying pulled her aside.
Mom, we've made such a big fuss. My dad is definitely finished. What should we do? Should you divorce him, or keep going? I don't think you should keep going. That's just inviting trouble. Yang Bengxia said, but first, we need to get Hanyu's job sorted out before divorcing. I've thought it over. For someone like this, I shouldn't risk my whole life. But even if we divorce, those two women won't get any benefit. The house is mine. They can get lost, leave everything behind, and get out. The two sisters didn't know what to say. One was the father, the other the mother, and they really had a hard time being caught in the middle. But there was no real father-daughter bond with Han Adong. This was also a mistake Han Adong made himself. Old Madam Han came out after more than half an hour, supported by the work team members. Her legs were so weak they looked like noodles, and she couldn't walk. Yang Bengxia looked down on her even more. Where was her usual strength? Why didn't she use her usual tricks? Why was she so afraid now? Next was Han Adong. The work team continued questioning, while Han Ke had already brought the two old men from the local coal mine. This was arranged by Han Yenshin before noon, after lunch, when he went back to work. The family of three had agreed that if Han Idong's situation wasn't fully resolved today, the two old men would stay at their house. If there was a clear result today, they would quickly take the two old men to the factory to testify. When Han Adong was first called by the work team, he surprisingly came out safely. Han Yenshin thought today might just end like this. Maybe the investigation would take a few more days. But then old Madam Han caused a scene, and Yang Bengxia, with her daughter and two unfamiliar women, came to the factory to cause trouble. This made everyone know that Han Adong had a widow outside and a child out of wedlock. It was then said that the child was from the widow and someone else, and Han Adong was just a scapegoat. While the factory was investigating, Han Yenshin rode his bike back home quickly. So, Han Ke and Zhao Guiyun, along with the old man, arrived at the towel factory. Today, the factory was very lively. All the Han family members had come. Han Yenshin went straight to the factory director's office. Director Chun, I want to tell you something. Han Idong's work belongs to our family. It was left to me by my father, but my mother, without my permission, gave the job to Han Adong herself. Now that he has done such disgraceful things outside, I believe the company will discipline him. But this work was left to me by my father, and I can't let it go to waste just because of him.
I want to take back my job.
These two old men are my witnesses. My father entrusted them to testify. Here are my documents. Han Yenshin placed his proof materials on the director's desk. Director Chen suddenly felt much more worried. He picked up the materials, frowned as he looked at them, then put them back on the table. Comrade Han Taiju, your current job isn't what your father left for you. Originally, it was a position at the coal mine, but later Han Idong's work was changed. How am I supposed to explain this to you?
Han Inchen smiled slightly.
We can think of this job as property. That is, Han Idong owes me a piece of property. Now, just return that property to me, and it will be fine. Let our family take over the position. Director Chun waved his hand. Impossible, it's not realistic. If he really made such a big mistake, he would definitely be fired. How could they let you take such a big loophole? Han Ke said, Han Idong did such morally wrong things. Doesn't your organization have any responsibility? As the saying goes, a child's faults reflect the parents. The workplace is like a parent to its workers. If he did such things, it means you didn't educate him well or watch over him properly. If anyone is responsible, it's not only him but also you.
Wow.
What kind of twisted logic is that?
No. How can this girl be so beautiful and still so unreasonable? Han Ke continued, Director Chin, let me tell you, there's a famous case in our county, the Wang family case. You know about it, right? It's about a certain bureaucrat who favored his own brother. That's our family's case. I wrote about it in the newspaper, and he was dismissed. Director Chen's lips pressed into a straight line. Was that a threat? Did he understand it correctly? He also doesn't know what kind of relationship exists between Han Taiju and Meng Chunsheng. But since Meng Chunsheng has so much power, transferring Han Taiju to a different position is just a matter of a word. He doesn't see the point in offending Meng Chunsheng over factory matters. Now, he's thinking whether Meng Chunsheng is some kind of supporter or has a special connection with Han Taiju. Otherwise, why specifically assign Han Taiju to be the warehouse manager and at a designated position? Thinking this way, it doesn't seem impossible. He wants to ask about their family connection to Meng Chunsheng, but he's afraid that asking too much might reveal some serious secrets, and offending Meng Chunsheng further would be bad. After thinking it over, he makes a decision. I can help you, but you have to wait for news. And also, don't mention the reason for the succession plan. Just avoid creating trouble, because that reason isn't solid. If someone jealous finds out, I won't be able to handle it. All right, of course, that's fine. What they want isn't the process, but the result. As long as the work goes to their family, that's enough. Han Yunshin and his wife, along with the two elders and Han Ke, left the office. The couple asked the elders to stay at their home for a couple of days to relax, but the elders refused and insisted on returning home. Later that afternoon, Han Ke took the two elders back to town. When leaving, he didn't let them go empty-handed. Han Ke took several pieces of meat and some rice from his space to bring back for the elders. The couple didn't ask. They knew it must have come from the black market. Things are worse for Han Idong. Now that the truth is out, Han Idong's moral character is badly damaged, and the unit decided to dismiss him. However, Director Chen's worries came true. Yang Bansha caused a scene, insisting that their third daughter take over. Luckily, he didn't let the Han family make a fuss publicly. If she had taken over Han Idong's position, conflicts would never end. If Han Idong is dismissed and Han Taiju is reassigned, it wouldn't be about Han Idong's job anymore. The Han family wouldn't have a reason to cause trouble. But in reality, that job was indeed Han Idong's, just a roundabout way of saving face. It must be said, those in leadership are really clever. Several factory leaders looked grim. Director Chen said, "Do you think your Han Idong did something truly honorable? I've never heard of someone being dismissed for misconduct, but still having their children kept on working. Was it a punishment? Or was it some kind of reward in disguise? This isn't your place to cause trouble. If you keep causing trouble, we'll report you. Your family's loud arguing here has disrupted our normal work and delayed our factory's production. The hats affecting production are very heavy, and the women can't carry them. We can only sadly leave. Han Adong is somewhat lucky. The company only fired him and didn't send him to re-education through labor. If Han Yenshin knew that Han Adong wasn't punished with re-education because of himself, he would be so angry he might faint. Yes, because Director Chen thought Han Yenshin might have a special connection with some committee members, and Han Adong is Han Yenshin's brother. Brothers fighting over property is one thing, but sending a real brother to re-education is another. If Han Yenshin uses this to retaliate someday, they would be acting like villains. Anyway, they've expelled Han Adong from the factory, which has nothing to do with their factory. It's like they've removed the trash from the revolutionary team. Old Madame Han feels lost and dizzy, as if she's walking on cotton. Because her beloved grandson is gone, she watches helplessly as the mother and daughter take the child away. This blow is too hard for her. She took care of Widow Lee for over half a year, feeding and supporting her, spending so much money on her, then arranged a job for her and gave gifts. Later, she raised her grandson, working early and late to take care of him. Now, all her efforts have gone to waste. It's a miracle she's not foolish or crazy. Han Adong, like a wandering soul, followed Yang Bangxia and her daughter back to Yangshu Gully. Yang Bangxia didn't stop them from returning to Yangshu Gully because there were many accounts to settle, including divorce and property division, leaving the mother and son with nothing. She and Han Adong had a marriage certificate, so divorce procedures are complicated. Now she even envies those in the village who haven't taken a divorce certificate. Once the team approves, it's considered divorce. They arrived home. Yang Bangxia said, "Hanyu, go invite our village secretary, team leader, and women's director. Tell them our family has a problem. We want a divorce." The two sisters sighed. Do they have to wait until the next day to divorce? Han Jing said, "Mom, everyone's tired today. Maybe tomorrow?" Yang Bangxia was firm. "No, I can't stand living under the same roof with him for even a minute. Are you going or not? If not, I'll go myself."
Hanyu ran off.
I'll go. Meanwhile, the main culprits, Han Adong and his mother, were lying flat in old Madame Han's house. They have lost everything, dreams, ambitions, even their jobs. Han Adong looked pale and lifeless, still feeling like he was dreaming, but this dream was too frightening. How did things get to this point? Who is to blame? Actually, it should be blamed on Widow Lee. Not because she charmed him, but how could he still be with her today? She even accused him of fathering a wild child whose paternity is unknown, using the child to trick him into giving her a job and also tricking him into spending money on her. It's also her fault for being so irresponsible. Why did she take the child to work instead of staying at home? What happened today seems like someone was secretly behind it. Otherwise, such coincidences wouldn't happen. And that woman, Yang Bangxia, she keeps causing trouble for him, ignoring their marriage. If she hadn't been so disruptive, things wouldn't have gotten so serious. What's her gain from causing all this? She lost her job, and now she doesn't know how to live. She completely forgot that Yang Bangxia hasn't spent his money all these years. She's been spending it all on herself. So, he has no job or salary, but it doesn't really affect Yang Bangxia. However, Han Adong doesn't think that way. He blames everyone else but himself. He's not willing to accept this. Someone used to being successful outside can't be satisfied with a dull life. Because Yang Bangxia told Qin Dachuan this morning that she didn't mind if their family's matters were shared outside. But it's cold, and the whole village is covered in snow, so no one goes out for walks. Because of that, news spread slowly, and only the village leaders at the office know about it. Once they found out, there was a lot of gossip. Most of these people grew up with Han Adong. They all live in the same village. Everyone knows everyone. Han Adong has always been sneaky and dishonest. Not only did he rely on his older brother to support him, but he also tricked his brother into losing everything when he got married. It wasn't until he got a job that he started acting decent. And after gaining a little power, he became more shameless. He was only a few days into his new role when rumors about him supporting a widow started spreading. Village officials don't have much to do in this cold weather. Since they can't go outside, they gather in the office to chat. Now, these people are sitting in Qin Dachuan's office, talking about Han Adong. Do you think Yang Bangxia will divorce Han Adong because of this? Probably not. Our village has had plenty of men ruined by widow Li. Has anyone divorced?
Hard to say.
Women and women, are they the same? Yang Bangxia is straightforward. She doesn't tolerate nonsense. Then, let's make a bet. I say they won't divorce. I say they definitely will. Then a few people started joking around just because of whether Han Aidang would get divorced, even betting a pack of cigarettes. Zhou Jianxi used a hook to pull out the roasted sweet potatoes from under the iron stove. Wow, it's hot.
Ouch.
Anyway, let's talk about Widow Li. She's the only one in the village who always goes out with a referral letter. She's gone for so long each time. It seems she's causing trouble not just here but also outside. Why did they give her such a long referral letter before? Does anyone remember? Left accountant, haha, it was Wu's secretary who gave it before, but I guarantee Wu's secretary wasn't harmed by her. She doesn't work in the team and causes trouble for the men there. Wu's secretary thought it was better for her to go out, so the family and the team would be more peaceful. It was like throwing a hot potato away. After Widow Li left, our village became calmer. Before, there were always fights between couples, and they would come to us for judgment. Since she left, such things have become less, right? So Wu's secretary's decision wasn't wrong. It was just hard on the men outside.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Get lost.
It's so hard, but it's just because you can't control that little bit of meat. Everyone was happily chatting when the office door was knocked. Left accountant was standing by the door. He reached out and opened it. Han Yudong, with her hands in her sleeves and her neck shrunk, stood at the door. Oh, isn't this party-loving family's third daughter? Come in quickly, it's cold outside. Left accountant invited Han Yudong in. Han Yudong stepped in, stomping snow off her feet. My mom invited a few leaders to our house. Everyone exchanged glances, clearly sensing something was wrong. Can anything happen? Who wouldn't be upset if they found out their husband was cheating outside? Your mom is back, Qin Dachuang asked, having been there all morning and knowing Yang Bangxia went to town to find her second daughter. My mom said she wants a divorce.
Huh?
Oh, how should I put it? I won. Hand over the cigarettes. You're jumping to conclusions too early. Maybe she's just making a fuss, Han Yudong said. These people really like to make trouble out of nothing, betting on her parents' divorce. Are they human? My mom said she also wants to invite the women's director. Zhou Jianxi said, she's at home. You can go find her there. We'll head over now. Han Yudong went to find Zhou Ping. Qin Dachuang and a few others went to Han's house as the hosts. This big tile house is so beautiful. Why ruin such a good day? It's probably because they wanted to enjoy good days. If they couldn't eat or drink well, do you think they would still indulge in such behavior? Everyone felt sorry for Han Adong. With such a good job and a nice family, he ruined everything himself. When Han Yu left, the door wasn't closed, so a few people just came in. Han Adong was lying stiff on the bed, so he didn't realize anyone had entered the yard. Yang Bangxia came out to greet them. Sorry to trouble you today. It's no trouble at all. That's our job, said Qin Dachuan. He had heard some things in the morning and felt uneasy. Now he had a chance to learn more. He could sleep better tonight. The voices of the people talking disturbed Han Adong. He quickly got up from the bed, sensing something was wrong. It sounded like several people, all village officials. Why are they here now? They must have been invited by Yang Bangxia. What does she really want? Is she still trying to harm him? No, he had to go. He couldn't let her talk nonsense. He still wanted to stay in the village. Lying stiff on the bed earlier wasn't for nothing. Though he didn't move, his mind was active. Since he's back in the village, maybe he can try to become a village official? It's impossible for him to go to the fields. He hasn't worked in the fields for many years, and before working, he never did either. He only worked in the fields during those 3 years at the Su family, bullied by his stepfather and his stepbrothers. After that, Han Taiju was the one working in the fields. Now that village officials are here, if Yang Bangxia goes crazy and treats him like at work, putting his face on the ground, exposing his secrets, his reputation in the village would be ruined. He wouldn't be able to compete for the village official position anymore. No, he must stop Yang Bangxia. He was used to being an official. How could he become a farmer working in the fields? While thinking this, he completely forgot that he still had an urban household registration. There was no land for him in the countryside. Where could he earn work points? And where could he run for village official? Old Lady Han finally regained her senses. She struggled to get up, ready to settle the score. When she was alone at home, Yang Bengxia bullied her so much. Now her son was back, and village officials had arrived. She had to tell them everything. Divorce was impossible. Things had changed. Before, she wanted her son to divorce because he still had a job. Now he had lost his job. Who would support him? If they divorced, her son would be left all alone. And he was an old bachelor who couldn't find food or drink. His mother didn't need anyone to invite her. She went out by herself. Hey, why are we bothering you? This is family stuff. No need to make a fuss, Han Adong thought, trying to get these people to leave before Yang Bengxia revealed his situation. He received some complicated looks in return. He was very familiar with those looks. They were the same ones he saw earlier at the factory. His heart sank. Could it be that everyone in the village already knew about his problem? They had just come back. No matter how thick-skinned he was starting to feel a little feverish. Yang Bengxia turned her face away. Just looking at this mother and son made her feel dirty.
Sit down.
Han Adong and Old Lady Han sat down nervously. Now they were both acting honestly, though Old Lady Han was secretly watching Yang Bengxia's expression. Ahem, well, Adong were childhood friends. What can I say? That widow Li, can she be trusted? Many men in our village have been harmed by her. We didn't catch her in the act, but... Never mind, let's not talk about her now.
Let's talk about you.
You're so confused. Such a good family, such a good job. How could you be so careless? Zui Yongjun, who had played well with Han Adong as a child, really felt sorry for him. Is a few happy minutes worth a lifetime? Han Adong's head was buzzing. His last bit of hope was gone. It seemed everyone in the village already knew. He hunched over, holding his head, tears falling onto the ground. He regretted it. Why didn't he regret earlier? But only after his secret was exposed did he realize his mistake. Yesterday, he hadn't regretted it at all. It was too late now. Regret came too late. For the sake of a child who wasn't his, he had lost everything. He looked up with a tear-streaked face at Yang Bengxia. Bengxia, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Can we just live a good life from now on? Old Lady Han was heartbroken. Her son had been made to cry by this terrible woman. She shouted at Yang Bengxia, enough already. My son has apologized to you. What more do you want? Killing someone is just a matter of a head falling, and you want to ruin us both? They say family shame shouldn't be shared outside. Why did you bring the leaders to our house? To make fun of us? People will laugh at my son, and you're proud of that? If she hadn't already regretted it, she would now. Her son was definitely going to take over the family business. She shouldn't have listened to her son and married Yang Bengxia back then. She thought about how her son had worked so hard to marry her, and now, what's the situation? This ungrateful person shows no respect and has already forgotten how kind her son was to her. With their family situation, do they deserve to love the party? If her family loved the party, she should marry a city girl, and then everything would be fine. It's not a big deal that she speaks like this. Everyone here looks at her with disdain. You also know it's embarrassing. But the shame is your son's fault. He did something terrible, and now people can't oppose him? If they do, it's considered wrong.
Ha ha.
Truly the worst troublemaker in the village. At this moment, Yang Bengxia turns her face away. You mother and son are really shameless. So you know he did wrong, and you also know that your family's secrets are shameful. Why doesn't heaven strike you down? Your son keeps a widow outside, and you help take care of her. Your son's current situation is partly your fault. If you hadn't spoiled and coddled him, would he be so bold? Being fired is deserved. He brought it on himself. These officials aren't here just to watch a joke. They're here to oversee our divorce.
What?
Divorce?
Han Adong forgets to cry.
He stares blankly at Yang Bengxia's now less youthful face, which is full of sharpness and bitterness. When did she become so hateful? Today, she caused a big fuss at the factory and he no longer recognizes her. She's a stranger to him now. He had thought about divorce before. When he was deeply in love with Widow Li, he really considered divorcing Yang Bengxia. But he thought about how Yang Bengxia had been with him for so many years, how he had pursued her first, and they had 3 daughters together. He couldn't bear to do it. He didn't want to divorce Yang Bengxia, but she was willing to leave him. That ungrateful woman. He was mistaken about her. When he chased her, he thought she was sensible and generous, tolerant of others. It turns out all that was fake. That was before trouble came. Now, after more than 20 years together, her husband says he doesn't want her anymore. How unkind and heartless is that? Ha, divorce?
Dream on.
When he had a job, why didn't Yang Bengxia want to divorce him? She always wanted to enjoy life with him. Now that he's lost his job and has no ability, she just wants to leave him. That's just a dream. Old Madame Han suddenly jumps up like a spring, pointing fiercely at Yang Bengxia. Yang Bengxia, you shameless woman. How dare you divorce my son? Given your age, you're already halfway buried in the ground. Who would want you after divorce? Your parents have passed away. Will your brother and sister-in-law take care of you? I advise you to face reality. From now on, live well with my son. We won't talk about how you behaved outside today. Otherwise, I will make things difficult for you. Suddenly, everyone noticed Grandma Han talking, but no one saw Yang Bansha casually pick up a teacup and smash it onto Grandma Han's forehead. Old woman, what are you thinking? I still live with your son? I'd rather die than be uncomfortable with you. I'm giving you one last chance. Leave peacefully. If you leave, you and your daughter will leave everything behind and get out. This house belongs to me and my 3 daughters. It has nothing to do with you. Let's handle the paperwork, and I won't trouble you.
What?
You dare to ask us to leave everything behind? That's outrageous. This house is ours, and so are the belongings. What does Yang Bansha have? When you married in, you didn't bring anything, and now you want to take over our things. That's just a dream. Grandma Han was so annoyed she ignored her headache. She covered the spot where Yang Bansha hit her and shouted at her. To her, Yang Bansha's demand was unreasonable. She thought it was a joke. All the belongings are theirs. To ask them to leave everything behind? That's just wishful thinking. Before Yang Bansha finished speaking, she couldn't hold back and interrupted. Yang Bansha wasn't in a hurry. After she finished, everyone would understand. They'd probably be kicked out immediately. Everyone, you might not know this. Han Taiju isn't her biological son. She stole him back, Yang Bansha revealed.
You.
Shut up. Grandma Han was shocked when she heard that Han Taiju was stolen back. Her face turned pale instantly. She quickly told Yang Bansha to stop talking, but Yang Bansha had already spoken. Everyone present was stunned. Qin Dachuan swallowed hard. Is that true? Yang Bansha nodded. Yes, I believe so. If they agree to divorce, I won't mention this anymore. But if they refuse, I will report and file a case. Han Adong, your mother's retirement pension is only a few dozen yuan a month. You, who have no job, will have to rely on your mother. If she goes to jail, you'll be left with nothing. Think carefully about this, Yang Bansha warned. Everyone was silent. This was truly shocking. On this cold winter day, Grandma Han was sweating coldly on her forehead. Everyone could see she was feeling guilty. Zhou, Jian, she was almost wrinkling her eyebrows in worry. How could such a thing happen? Why tell them? If they find out, what should they do? It's a headache. If they ignore it, they're village officials. How can they turn a blind eye to such illegal acts? If they intervene now, they might end up arresting someone. Qin Dachuan was quick-witted and asked, Does Taiju know? They needed to know Han Tieju's family's attitude first, then see the situation. If Taiju thought Yang and was too important to report to Grandma Han, why bother?
Right.
Zhou, Jian, she no longer frowned. Yang Bengxia said, I know, but it's been so many days, and nothing has been investigated.
We don't understand why.
At this moment, Han Yu and Zhou Ping arrived. Oh, what's going on? Why has it come to divorce? If the couple didn't have serious issues, their arguments wouldn't be a big deal. Everyone argues sometimes, right? Han Yu told me on the way that Banksia wants to divorce Han Adong. I was shocked. Is there a big problem that would lead to divorce? Zhou Ping is the women's director of the brigade. She often mediates when couples argue about divorce. She's very experienced. Most disputes are just arguments, and few actually divorce. But today, Han Yu only told her that his parents wanted a divorce.
She didn't know the details.
Zhou Jian hadn't even had a chance to tell his wife yet. Yang Banksia spread her hands and said Han Adong was involved with Widow Li, and they even had a child. Although that child isn't his biological kid, he was tricked by Widow Li. But Han Adong really thought the child was his and brought him home. Mother and son teamed up to deceive me. Han Adong's mother even helped her son take care of the widow. That old lady brought the child back to show off, bragging about having a grandson to embarrass me. They treat me like I'm nothing. They play with me without considering our marriage. If I don't divorce, what's the point of staying for the new year?
What?
Zhou Ping's mind was almost overwhelmed. Could there be some misunderstanding?
Yeah.
Could there be a misunderstanding? Do you understand now? Do you have proof? What happened later when you went to the town? Qin Dachuan kept asking, very curious. Why didn't you just tell the whole story and say you're getting divorced? Without you, do you even want a smooth divorce? Yang Banksia's eyes turned red. There's no misunderstanding. We found the real father's family. The child was taken away by that family. The woman, Widow Li, had a child with their son. Widow Li is just someone who likes to break up families. The couple divorced because of her, and now we are also planning to divorce because of her. Han Adong bought houses in town and in the county just to support Widow Li. He was very happy hiding his affair. My loyal wife asked to leave, so I won't stop the two lovers from being together. Today, I went to work and they are investigating him. The evidence is solid, and there's no misunderstanding. Just please process our divorce now. It's just this one thing. If we divorce, let's do it quickly. If not, I will go report it. Are there really two options? No, it's clearly one path. Either we divorce or we don't. If we don't, then you have to go. You're so ruthless. Yang Banksia, you're really cruel. Han Adong slowly stood up. Yang Banksia, we've been married for over 20 years. At this critical moment, you just throw me under the bus? You really don't care about our marriage at all. I told you I would change, and I will. I want to be a good husband and father, to take responsibility. Isn't that enough? They say a prodigal son can turn over a new leaf. Can you give me one more chance? He spoke passionately, but Yang Banksia remained unmoved. He had been cheating with Widow Li for almost a year. During all those days, didn't he ever think about their marriage? Now that everything is exposed, he's unlucky and suddenly remembers their marriage. Why should Yang Banksia take back a broken man? No forgiveness. It's too late. Don't talk about marriage anymore. It's funny. Don't you find it especially ironic when you say those words? Don't tarnish those words. Old Madame Yang was completely discouraged. She had pinned all her hopes on Zhou Ping. She looked at Zhou Ping eagerly, no longer daring to be firm, only begging, Director Zhou. As the saying goes, better to tear down 10 temples than break up a marriage. Married couples are bound by fate. It's not easy. What if they regret it later? We should consider their feelings, especially for the sake of the 3 children. Arya and Sanya aren't married yet. If her father divorces, what will the future in-laws think of us?
Come on, stop it.
Your son did something shameful that probably everyone in the county knows about. If they don't divorce, it will only drag down our 2 daughters. Please, I beg you to divorce, quickly. Don't tarnish my daughter's reputation anymore. Yang Banksia was almost furious. The old man still thought others didn't know about her son's scandal. Today's fuss might make him famous across the county. Zhou Ping licked his lips, unsure what to say or how to persuade. Previously, the most common phrase she used when talking about work was family harmony leads to prosperity. But now, Han Adong is suspected of stealing, supporting a widow, and having a child outside marriage. This is something she can't persuade him about. No matter how she tries, it's like talking to a wall. She is also a woman, and if her own husband Zhou did such things, she would even consider taking drastic action. Honestly, it's too difficult. She can't persuade him. It's better to just leave it. Even the women's director was silent, unable to speak a word, showing that there's no way to settle this matter. Yang Bengxia remembered something and said, "By the way, you and your son are registered in the town. If you divorce, you can't stay in the village, only in the county seat. So, what's the use of holding on to the house? I'm just trying to help you. Why live in the countryside if you're on government food? Hurry up, don't wait any longer. If you wait too long, I will really report it." Old Lady Han was crying, tears streaming down her face. "Oh my God. Please, open your eyes and keep your promises. Loving the party is your only son." Yang Bengxia looked down on her and said, "Grandma, shouting won't help. If you call for the old man, do you miss him? If you miss him, go see him. Honestly, the world can't let go of you, and it's really unkind." Old Lady Han couldn't speak anymore, her mouth open but no words came out. "Mom, agree with her, let's go," Han Adong decided. Since he had houses in town and the county, and his mother's pension, the two women wouldn't go hungry. Yang Bengxia didn't want to get divorced? Well then, just divorce. He would support her. She is from the countryside, and he is from the city. Even if they divorce, he could marry another young girl someday. Where would Yang Bengxia find a young man at her age? She could only marry an old man, and he's just waiting to see what happens. No wonder he's heartless and unfaithful. He quickly got his emotions in order. Yang Bengxia knew she probably wouldn't get the city house, so just keeping her current property was good enough. Since there were no property disputes, the divorce went smoothly. It was done in triplicate, with witnesses and both sides signing and sealing. The divorce was finalized. Then, Old Lady Han and Han Adong packed their things and planned to leave early the next morning. Their quick separation caused a big stir in Yang Shugong's village. Additionally, Old Lady Han's theft of someone else's child became a sensational news story. In Jing, at the Xiao family's main house, Xiao Shuhan asked someone to investigate Han Yenshin's family, and finally, there was a result. That evening, he brought the findings home. "Dad, have you found out about Xiao Yenshin's family? This proves I didn't lie to you. I am telling the truth. I am from a past life," Xiao Yingyue said seriously to her family, who looked like they were facing a great enemy. They had doubted what Xiao Yakan said before, but now they fully believed it. Reincarnation, this unbelievable thing, really happened in their family. The atmosphere inside was a bit heavy. By inside, since things are like this, let's discuss what to do next. Xiao Shuhan rubbed his face with his big hand. His twin brother, who had been missing for decades, suddenly appeared. He wasn't lying when he said he had no hesitation. After all, he was his blood brother and a long-standing family issue. But now it was clear that his daughter had truly lived through a whole life, and in the end, their family's Yingyue died so tragically. This brother's return was not good news for their main family at all. "The original plan was for me to take a business trip to the northeast when I get the chance," Xiao Baijun said. "Dad, what's his situation?" Xiao Shuhan replied, "He's not doing well. His adoptive mother has been abusing him since he was young, and now he calls himself Han Taiju. I don't know if he knows he's not biologically related. Their family used to farm in the countryside, but now he works at a small factory in a small town." When he got the Han family's information, the Han love affair hadn't yet exploded, so Xiao Shuhan only had basic details. He looked at Yingyue with a serious expression. "Xiao Yu, the most talented girl in the Han family is Han Ke. She's only young but has already published 2 books, both well received. But don't worry, she's just starting to show her talent. We can stop her from developing further if needed. I'll go meet him first, and then tell the old master. Based on their current situation, your grandfather probably doesn't think highly of him. Han Taiju, go to the personnel department." "Yes. I'll go right away," Han Taiju replied, putting down what he was holding, locking the warehouse door, and heading to the personnel department. He guessed that Han Idong's work situation might be improving. The head of the personnel department found it strange. Who exactly was this Han Taiju? He had only been at the factory for a month, and now he had another job. The more unclear things were, the more cautious he needed to be. Who knew which temple's deity was involved? He decided not to ask questions he shouldn't. So Han Taiju was warmly received. What a big misunderstanding. Who knew that his backer was actually an enemy?
Comrade Hensisu, please seat.
Han Taiju sat down. Director, did you call me here about the job position? Yes, about the job. The approval has come down from above.
Who will take this job?
Someone needs to come and fill out the form and handle the procedures. The personnel manager handed the form back to Han Yenshin. I can fill this out. My son is coming to work. All right, then you fill it out. The personnel manager handed Han Taiju a pen, and he carefully filled out the form. When will he come to report to the factory? What position will he take? Any time tomorrow or the day after. As for the position, I think your son is educated enough. Would he be able to repair machines? Han Yenshin asked. My son has never repaired anything. Can he do it? Our factory doesn't have many other positions right now. I should tell you, Han Adong used to do machine repairs before. This position is very popular, not easy to lose, and the salary is high. It's okay if he doesn't know. There's a master to guide him. Having a master to guide him is enough.
Han Tishunu did.
The work for old second Han was settled quickly, faster than old first Han and his wife. That evening, the family of 3 sat on the Kong eating dinner. We need to find time to go back home. While old second isn't working yet, let's change all the family names. It's just the right time to do it during the start of spring and summer when we handle household registration. Zhao Guoyun asked Han Yenshin. Okay, I can't go home. I can't leave work at the unit. I'm so tense every day, afraid I'll be plotted against. You take the girl back home. Bring the kids along to change the household registration. Han Ku took a sip of porridge. One more thing. What should we do about Grandma Han? She did such a terrible thing. We can't just let her go. We can't ignore her just because she's old. Zhao Guoyun looked at the man. Dad, you wouldn't be too soft-hearted, would you? Han Yenshin was silent for a moment and said gloomily, you all do as you see fit. I know it's hard for you. After all, she's been like a mother to you for over 40 years. But someone like her, so wicked that her feet are rotten with evil, isn't worth it. Once we change the names, I'll report her to the police. Han Yenshin didn't reply, just nodded in agreement. Is it hard? Of course it is. Not because he had deep feelings for Tang Mei, but because his life was already halfway over, and Tang Mei had ruined it. If not for Tang Mei, maybe he'd have loving parents and wouldn't have suffered so much. He looked up at his wife and daughter, feeling it wasn't all bad. If Tang Mei hadn't secretly taken him out, he wouldn't have met Zhao Guoyun, nor would he have so many biological children. Thinking this way, he felt much better inside. The next morning, Han Taiju went to work, and Zhao Guoyun and her daughter got into the car to return to Yangshu Valley. Just as they reached the gate, Han Dazhuang suddenly rushed out with his arms stretched wide, happily shouting and running around them. It was like a long-lost mother and daughter reunion. Zhao Guoyun embraced Han Dazhuang tightly. Oh, my dear girl, I missed you so much. What should we do? Maybe take my girl to the county to enjoy life. Ha ha ha. They all started laughing and talking happily, like they were telling a funny story. Mom, little sister, we're back. Han Lixia heard the voice and came out.
Ah.
You're back. It's cold outside, come inside. Is second brother at home? He went out, he'll be back soon, Zhao Zhaodi replied. Just then she finally picked up her son and came out. No one understood how lonely she felt after her mother-in-law and sister-in-law left. She had been waiting eagerly, and finally her loved ones returned. It was only a few days since they left, but she missed them so much. Mom, you and little sister should come to our house. We didn't expect you back so soon, and the bed is cold. Let Li Chun heat it up for you. Indeed, since her mother and sister returned suddenly, the bed hadn't been heated. So they went to Han Lichuan's room. Grandma, Grandma, I miss you. Auntie, I miss you. Little Shuang was already too restless to stay in his mother's arms. His chubby hands reached out to Zhao Guiyun, asking to be held. Oh, my dear grandson. Grandma missed you so much. Come, give Grandma a kiss. You're such a good boy. Grandma has been gone for several days, but she still remembers me. She hasn't forgotten Grandma, Zhao Guiyun said, taking her grandson and giving him 2 kisses to ease her longing. Mom, it's almost my turn now, Hanke said as he took the chubby boy from his mother's arms. The 2 cousins immediately started playing affectionately. Second brother, Mom is back. She's in my room, calling you. Han Lichuan was carrying firewood from the backyard when he saw Han Lixia return. Han Lixia nodded and went straight to Han Lichuan's room. Mom, little sister, we're back. We're back. When will our kids have winter break? Zhao Guiyun sat on the Kong, heated bed, holding a chubby boy who was carefully peeling the sugar paper. Han Lixia took off her dogskin hat. It should be soon. Wang Zhadi said, I heard from Daya that the final exams are coming soon, maybe in a few days. Han Lixia heated the Kangs in the upstairs room and Han Ke's room before returning to her own. Mom, I want to tell you that my second uncle, Han Aidong, has divorced Yang Bangxia. Wang Zhaodi suddenly remembered the chaos at Han Aidong's house yesterday. After the divorce, everyone in the village knew about the couple's affairs. It could be said that Han Aidong and his mother had become notorious in Yangshugo, spreading rumors for miles. Zhao Guiyun and Han Ku exchanged surprised looks, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They never expected Yang Bangxia to have the courage to choose divorce, which made them look at her differently. They thought she would be like other rural women, Rengqi Tinsheng. Zhao Guiyun sighed. TSK, I didn't see that coming. Yang Bangxia has some guts. Just for her to have the courage to divorce, I really admire her. I always said, Han Aidong is just a rotten piece of meat. What's the use of him? Let the mother and son stick together and move on. Although the 2 sisters-in-law had many disagreements and arguments over the years, Zhao Guiyun felt sympathetic toward Yang Bangxia regarding Han Aidong's issues and didn't rejoice in her misfortune. When she heard that Yang Bangxia went to the factory to cause trouble about Han Aidong's job, intending for Han Yu to take over, but the job was taken away by their family, she felt a bit guilty, but not too much. Where are they living now? Has Yang Bangxia moved out? Han Ku asked out of curiosity. Wang Zhaodi chuckled. Well, that's what you call karma. The mother and daughter left with nothing. Only took their clothes and nothing else. Yang Bangxia didn't give them anything. This news sounded quite satisfying. Han Lixia asked, what about the job? Han Aidong was fired. Can we get the job back? Zhao Guiyun proudly replied, you asked the right question. I came back today just for that. The job is definitely ours now. I tell you, Yang Bangxia didn't cause trouble over the job. Really? That easy? That's hard to believe, Han Lixia said skeptically. This was a formal job, and their family was given the position by the factory? Neither Han Lixia nor Han Ke could believe how smoothly things went. They didn't know that Meng Chunxing had a lot to do with it. Everyone thought their family had some connection with Meng Chunxing and didn't want to offend him, so they got the job easily. Who cares? If they gave it to us, we'll take it, Zhao Guiyun said confidently, waving her hand. The chubby little boy in her arms also waved his small hand. I've discussed with your dad, before Li Chun takes over, let's change all our names. We've already chosen new ones, just waiting to change the household registration. What about yours? And Zhaodi's? When mentioning the name Wang Zhaodi, she feels a bit shy. Mother, I will just keep the Han family surname. From now on, I won't have anything to do with the old Wang family. The name was given to me by Little Spring and it is Han Xiuji. Mother, younger sister, what do you think of this name? I think it sounds quite nice. Zhao Guiyun still thought that these 2 people were just making things up, but she really wanted to take the Han surname. This time, the change was thorough, but whether they changed or not, it was still their family's decision. It's pretty good, better than mine. Then let's finalize it. Tomorrow, we'll go to the village office to get the introduction letter, then go to the town to change the name. So, everyone in the Han family, who could change their name did so. Han Taizhu changed his name to Han Yunshan. Zhao Hohot changed her name to Zhao Guhyun. Han Ke changed his name to Han Qingyun. Han Lichuan changed his name to Han Xinghe. Wang Zhaodi changed her name to Han Xiuji. Han Lixia changed his name to Han Qingzhou. Han Liqiu changed his name to Han Jingyuan. As for the youngest, Han Lidong, who was in the army, he didn't change his name. The next day, not only did they get the name change introduction letter, but they also prepared a letter for Han Lao heir to transfer his household registration and to start work. Then the Han family caused a stir again in Yangshugo. They had never seen such a family. Everyone had changed their names. Could there be some reason behind it? The Han family's days were getting better and better. Could it be because of the name change? That's why many people started thinking about changing their names too. The Han family became the focus of admiration and envy once again. What does having two official workers mean? It's truly like a leap into a better life. It looked like the Han family was about to leave their poor mountain village and move on to a different life. They were no longer on the same level as others. Then, the Han family's door was almost impossible to close, unless Zhao Guiyun said she needed to go to the town for errands, which kept people coming and going. There were all kinds of people, quite a few odd ones, and surprisingly, some even asked Han Yunshan and Zhao Guiyun to help arrange jobs for them. It was hilarious. Did work come from the wind? It sounded so easy. Then, the whole family, holding the children, went to the town police station. When they arrived, Wu Aigua was shocked. So many people rushing to the police station. He thought something serious had happened to the Han family. Zhao Guiyun, full of good intentions, said, "Aigua, we actually did report a case. Since we're here, let's report it officially." Everyone else was silent. Wu Aigua couldn't help but laugh and cry, "Auntie, you can't report a case so casually." Zhao Guiyun, seeing that he didn't believe her, patted her thigh and said, "Why don't you believe me? I really am here to report a case. Just wait until we finish changing all our names, then I'll report it. Something big has happened, I tell you." So, the whole family started changing their names, and Han Lichuan even changed his birth date. Honestly, there were quite a few changes, especially with the age. If it weren't for Wu Aigua being here, it probably wouldn't have been changed. But Wu Aigua didn't know why old Han wanted to change the age. Fortunately, changing the age isn't illegal, so they just went ahead and did it. As a result, old Han and Han Xiuji ended up being born on the same day, same month, and same year. Wu Aigua was confused, thinking, what are they doing? Meanwhile, as they continued changing names, Zhao Guiyun started reporting a case. She said, "Aigua, you haven't been back to the village for a long time, have you? It's cold, windy, and snowy. It takes a long time to go home, so it's better to stay in the dormitory. Plus, when there's a mission, you have to leave immediately, and it's not convenient to go home. So, you don't know what's happening in the village. I want to report Tang Mei. You probably don't know who she is, right? She's my mother-in-law, old Han." Wu Aigua frowned. That old lady was quite old, almost 70. What did she do that made Zhao Guiyun want to report her? "Our family, Uncle Han isn't her biological son. She stole him." Wu Aigua's expression turned serious as he got ready to work. Zhao Guiyun explained everything clearly and even showed Wu Aigua the original confession and fingerprint of old Han. Wu Aigua took notes. Zhao Guiyun asked, "Aigua, when will you go to arrest her now that I've reported her? I don't know where they are living now. Old Han has been dismissed from her job, but I know their house in town. I don't know about the county house." Wu Aigua said, "Auntie, give me the address in town. For the county house, I can follow the clues from Li Xiangxiang." Zhao Guiyun nodded, feeling relieved. The whole family finished changing their names and returned to Yangshugo. Zhao Guiyun was worried that Meng might cause trouble, so she was eager to go back to the county. Her second son also needed to go to the factory to handle paperwork and start working. Now that her second son could work in the factory, the two brothers could look out for each other, which eased Zhao Guiyun's worries. They only stayed one night, and the next morning, Zhao Guiyun took Han Er and Han Ke to the county. After old Han and Han Adong were disowned, they moved to a small yard in town. Because Han Adong lost his job, the two women stayed in the county or town, which was equally convenient. Su Aihua worked in town, so it was easier for her to go home. Old Han asked someone to send a message to Su Aihua, telling her to come home at noon. 3 people working together might come up with a way out. Su Aihua received the message and came after work. Brother, why didn't you go to work today? Su Aihua saw Han Adong at home. Han Adong was lying on the Kong bed, stiff and unresponsive, with dull eyes and a pale face. Su Aihua tried to talk to him, but he didn't react. It seemed like he was feeling down after losing his job. Mom, what's wrong with him? Su Aihua took off her scarf and gloves, asking Grandma Han. She noticed Grandma Han looked unwell too, and suddenly realized something was wrong. Where's the child? Her question was urgent, and Grandma Han suddenly burst into tears, crying loudly, "Oh, what a tragedy! Oh, what a tragedy!" Su Aihua was stunned. What had happened? But she knew the child was truly gone. Did that widow Li change her mind and take the child away? Su Aihua guessed that Li might have regretted giving up the child. She only had a daughter, and having a son would help with future support. Grandma Han cried even harder. I really loved that big, chubby grandson. I took care of him for so long. I had real feelings for him. Now he's been taken away, and Grandma Han was shocked. Child. Oh, my grandson. They've taken him away.
Grandma Han cried loudly, hitting her thigh.
Then tell me who took him. Su Aihua sat on the Kong, feeling annoyed. Grandma Han sniffled and sobbed. It's over, Aihua. It's over. Your brother lost his job. Suddenly, Su Aihua's head was pounding. She couldn't bear to hear about losing a job because it reminded her that her own job was gone too. She was constantly counting down. What happened? Su Aihua asked with difficulty.
Grandma Han wiped her tears.
Darn it, your brother's affair with that widow Li got out and the company fired him. That wicked girl, Yang Bansha, is truly heartless. She took everything from us, our house and belongings. She even took the child's grandmother and took the child away. Aihua, that woman Li is just a troublemaker, like a hen laying eggs everywhere. Those eggs aren't ours. Poor me. I waited months for her to hatch her plans, but in the end, the child wasn't ours at all. Su Aihua was stunned. See, I knew it. Li is not a trustworthy person. She's been cheating around with many men, and she probably doesn't even know herself. You expected her to give you a grandson? That's like asking for trouble. Now my worries have come true. Talking about affairs and cheating. What's the point of all this? Suddenly, Su Aihua thought of herself and realized she might have lost her job because of her own mistakes. She couldn't continue talking. Su Aihua felt discouraged. I think our family's luck isn't good. Maybe because Han Tieji's family is lucky, ours isn't? Old Lady Han, what's the use of talking about this now? Aren't you here to discuss with me? Your brother is unemployed now. What should we do? Su Aihua glared. If you ask me. Who else can I ask? I almost lost my job too. Last time I came to you and told you I might lose my job, how did you two respond?
Now you should worry about me.
In a few days, I might lose my job too. Old Lady Han started to cry again. What can we do? This is driving us to despair. Han Laodai finally responded, slowly getting up. Aihua, what did Director Meng say? Do you have any news? Our only way out now is to build a good relationship with Mr. Meng. Once we get close to him, we might still have a future. Su Aihua sighed. You think I don't want that? I'm more anxious than you. Besides, I'm so angry at Zhao Hohat and her family. If I could really get close to Director Meng, I'd teach them a lesson. If I don't get revenge, I won't rest easy. Yes, and I won't let that nasty girl Yang Banksia go either. Old Lady Han gritted her teeth. Mom, I'm glad you're here. Without you, what would I do with my brother? I've thought it through. If my situation gets exposed and my in-laws won't accept me, I'll just divorce. Looking back, I'm glad you have a salary. With your retirement pension, our family of 3 won't go hungry. Old Lady Han also felt relieved, glad she took this job. At least she still has over 30 yuan in retirement pay. Though money is tight for the three of them, they have a house. If her daughter really divorces, she and her two children will have a way out. Just as she was feeling grateful, there was a knock on the door. Old Lady Han frowned. It's almost noon.
Who could that be?
Aihua, go open the door. Su Aihua got up and went to open the door. When she opened it, 3 police officers appeared. Su Aihua's face changed instantly. Oh no! Seeing the 3 police, she felt nervous. She had been unfaithful, so she felt guilty. The moment she saw the police, she thought of her misdeeds, and her legs felt weak. Comrades, who are you looking for?
Su Aihua's dam, sky steep.
The leader of the team was Wu Aigua. Hello, comrades. We are from the town police station, looking for Tang Mei.
What?
They came for her mother? Looking for my mom?
Why?
Su Aihua asked nervously. Wu Aigua replied, we'd prefer to tell her in person. Su Aihua had no choice but to step aside. Old Lady Han, already watching from the window, saw the police come in. Isn't that the eldest son of the Wu family? I was originally quite nervous and scared, but when I saw that the person was Wu Aigua, Grandma Han relaxed a little. After all, we live in the same village. If I don't look at her face, who else can I rely on? Grandma Han forced a smile and greeted Wu Aigua as she entered the house.
Hello, Grandma Han.
Since we live in the same village and Grandma Han is quite old and respected, Wu Aigua was very polite. Seeing the police made Grandma Han feel very nervous, almost like she had been shocked. It's fair to say that her 3 daughters had done many bad things, and all 3 of them felt guilty when they saw the police. Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Come in and warm up. Ai Hua, hurry and pour some hot water to warm the stomachs of the officers. Grandma Han, as the only man in the family and the main support, greeted them warmly. When the police entered, it was not a good sign, and the women felt uneasy. Wu Aigua waved his hand. No need for water. We're here to handle official business. Let's get it done quickly. Since meeting Wu Aigua, Grandma Han's old heart was pounding. Her eyelids twitched fiercely, and she cautiously asked, what's the matter? Wu Aigua said, Grandma Han, you've been reported.
What?
Someone reported me? What did I do? I'm so old. What could I have done? Aigua, we're all from the same village. You know who I am, right? I'm just good with words, but if it gets serious, I really don't dare to do anything. Grandma Han shouted, as if raising her voice could give her courage. Aigua, we're all from the same village. Be honest with us. Did my mother do anything serious? Actually, Grandma Han already guessed what it was about. She couldn't afford for her mother to get into trouble, especially now. She had lost her job, and Su Aihua was about to lose hers too. They relied on her mother's pension to live. If Grandma Han also went in, and she had no income, how could they survive? Wu Aigua said, Comrade Zhao Guiyun reported the case. 40 years ago, you stole a child, and that child is Han Taizhu. She also provided us with evidence. Then Wu Aigua took out her original confession and showed it to them. This is your confession from back then. The signature at the bottom is yours, right? If it's yours, then it's confirmed. Now I can only handle this officially. The law is the law, and kindness is kindness. I can't break the law, can I? Grandma Han, come with us. Let's go to the police station and make a statement. Grandma Han's eyes widened with shock. No way. Zhao Ho Hot. How could she do that? How could she accuse me? I'm her mother-in-law. Yes. What about Taizhu? What does he say? I raised him with my own hands. Even if he's not my biological son, I raised him. How can a son send his mother to jail? That's heartless. No, I don't accept it. She's lying.
I didn't write that.
I can't write. It's her and her people framing me. That's right, Taizhu is my biological son. Who said he's not?
Huh?
Who's lying? Grandma Han was so frightened she started talking incoherently, not even knowing what she was saying. Wu Aigua didn't want to hit an elderly woman. If it were a young man, they would have already taken him to the police station. But since Grandma Han was so old, they couldn't lay a hand on her. They could only try to persuade her. Grandma Han, you're just a suspect now. You haven't been proven guilty yet. But since you've been accused, you need to come with us to the police station to explain. If you're innocent, we'll release you immediately. Don't worry, we would never wrong a good person. If Zhao Guoyun is falsely accusing you, that's framing and that's a crime too. Grandma Han shook her head like a rattle drum. No, I won't go. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I go? Even if I haven't committed a crime, if I go there, my reputation will be ruined. No matter what you say today, I won't go with you. The other two police officers looked helpless. They didn't want to arrest an old lady who kept fainting and falling down.
Ulykt at han den.
Comrade Han Adong, I hope you can persuade Grandma Han. If we arrest her again, we'll have to take her forcibly. Either way, it's the same result. But if she cooperates and comes with us peacefully, she won't suffer. She's old and might get hurt if she resists. Children, please talk to her and help her understand. Then he glanced at his watch. I'll give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, if she still refuses to cooperate, we'll have to arrest her. Honestly, since we're from the same village, I'm giving you these 10 minutes. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't bother. They'd just arrest her directly. Han Adong and Su Aihua were stunned. Zhao Hohat's mother had actually accused Grandma Han. Is she even human?
Su Aihua said.
Grandma Han really couldn't go in. If she went inside, their brother and sister would truly have no way out. Just now, I was glad that the elderly lady had a retirement pension, but now that pension is almost gone. This not only makes Grandma Han hopeless, but also her siblings. Heaven seems determined to ruin them. How did their family end up in this situation? Why did everything fall apart so suddenly? Han Adong opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to stop Grandma Han. He looked like Wu Aigua. Aigua, if my older brother and sister-in-law are willing to make peace, does that mean my mom might be safe? He wasn't sure if his mom had done anything wrong, but she was old now. Once someone reaches her age, can she still come out? As a son, how can I just watch my mom stay inside? Can we wait before arresting her? I'll go talk to my older brother and sister-in-law, see if they'll agree not to sue Grandma Han. Wu Aigua was also in a tough spot. That's really not possible. They've already filed charges, so I have to arrest her. As for reconciliation, you can only ask them. If they're willing, we'll let her go. Grandma Han, terrified, grabbed Han Idong's arm as if clutching a lifeline. Her thin, trembling hands pinched his arm like clamps, making him grimace in pain. Adong, save my mom. She can't go inside. If she goes in, she'll die. She's so old and sick, she'll definitely die in there. Hurry and find Taiju. Tell him I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated him like that before. It's all my fault. And kneel down and beg him. Plead with him to let me go. Tell him that if he forgives me, I'll kneel and apologize to him face to face. I truly know I was wrong. Grandma Han was almost going crazy. Su Aihua reassured her, Mom, don't worry. My brother and I will go with you. Grandma Han was the breadwinner for her siblings. If she went inside, they'd have no way out. So she decided to go with Han Adong and beg Taiju. Grandma Han was afraid of losing face, so she covered her head and followed. She thought that as long as Han Adong went to see Taiju, he would come back quickly. The siblings watched their mother being taken away. Su Aihua felt her heart was empty, lost without direction. Brother, I feel anxious. I worry that our mom might not come out. Zhao Guohua isn't easy to deal with. Do you think she'll agree to drop the charges? Han Adong also felt uncertain and was irritated. His eyebrows furrowed. I don't know. Going is better than not going. Let's go this afternoon, just in case the night drags on. Mrs. Han believed that as long as she explained everything to Han Taiju, she would be fine. So, she was very cooperative and told the police everything in detail, not hiding anything. She fully admitted to the criminal acts. Zhao Guoyun has already taken her 2 children to the county home. In the afternoon, the second son, Han Qingzhou, went alone to the factory to register with the paperwork. Second son, I want to tell you, our family has offended that Meng family. I heard that Meng's younger brother is part of a certain committee. Your dad's transfer must have been their doing. Han Qingzhou understood immediately. They want to cause trouble? I see. Don't worry, I will help my dad deal with it. Han Qingyan said, second brother, I think if I were in their place, where would I start? Maybe by stealing or causing trouble. For example, setting a fire at dad's workplace or stealing from there, then blaming it on our family. Watch out for those two things. Maybe they have other plans I haven't thought of yet.
Han Qingzhou nodded.
Zhao Guoyin looked at her son repeatedly. He was quiet, had a bad temper, and with 2 children, it was hard to find a partner. Now that he had a job and looked handsome, it should be fine, right? Second son, now that you have a job and decent conditions, if you find someone suitable at work, maybe you should consider finding another partner? Han Qingzhou felt a bit helpless. Mom, I don't want to look for now. I'm afraid I might end up with someone like me Manhwa again. That would be even worse. You know, you never really know a person. If I marry someone who appears good but is different inside, it would cause a lot of trouble at home. That makes sense, but Han Qingzhou was only 26. Being young and single was not good either. As he got older, it would be even harder to find someone. Plus, he was remarried with children, which made things more complicated. Well, you decide. I don't know what kind of trouble we've gotten into with 3 sons and 2 divorced ones, Zhao Guoyin said, waving her hand. Seeing Han Qingyun look a bit embarrassed, she changed the subject. Mom, should we sue the old lady? If she gets arrested, do you think they will just give up? Zhao Guoyin's mouth turned down. Honestly, if it were someone else, I wouldn't do this. But she has caused so much trouble for our family over the years. She's so mean and spiteful. She's already done wrong by stealing someone's child and treating others badly. It's clear that he's not an ordinary person because most people wouldn't do such unkind things. Let him make trouble. Who's afraid of her? Han Qingzhou said, Does my dad want to find his family? Zhao Guoyin sighed, No, he doesn't. Your dad said that if the family he finds turns out to be as troublesome as the old lady, it's better not to look. Since he's come to terms with it, we don't care much either. Our family isn't expecting to find his relatives or hope for better connections. I'm content, and we're doing quite well now. So whether we look or not doesn't matter. Second brother, do you know where Dad's workplace is? Han Qingyun suddenly asked. Han Qingzhou replied, No, I'll ask around. Zhao Guoyin said, TSK, how did we forget about this? None of you 3 brothers know either. Han Qingyun clapped her hands. All right, I'll go with you this afternoon. In the afternoon, since they didn't have bikes, the siblings had to walk there. They thought once they arrived and finished the paperwork at the factory, everything would be fine.
But
when they entered the factory and asked for directions to the warehouse, they headed there. Before reaching the place, they saw a crowd gathered at the warehouse gate, making a lot of noise. Brother, I beg you. That's our mom. How can you be so cruel? How could you tell her off? Please let her go. I'm begging you, I'll kneel to you. From behind the crowd, a woman's sharp, crying voice came through. It sounded very familiar, and the faces of the siblings instantly darkened. It was Su Aihua trying to emotionally manipulate Han Yunshin. Big brother, I know you have issues with me because I caused trouble when I got married, so you blame our mom for favoritism. I was wrong, I admit it. It's all my fault. Our mom is quite old now. If something happens to her inside, would you feel at peace? That was Han Aihua's voice. Wow. The siblings kept switching back and forth, bombarding him without giving Han Yunshin a chance to speak. Han used his strength to push through the crowd and pull them apart. You 2 are really good at turning black into white and playing the blame game. Su Aihua held Han Yunshin's sleeve stiffly. The voice behind her was familiar and pleasant, but it made her afraid. She slowly let go of his arm, turned around, and saw Han Qingyun and her brother. What's going on? How did they get to the factory? The siblings wanted to take advantage of Han Taizhu being alone to gather a crowd and cause trouble, putting pressure on him with public opinion. If he cared about his reputation, he would have to compromise. As long as Zhao Hohat and Han Ke, those 2 troublemakers, are not around, Han Taizhu is easy to handle. They truly look down on Han Yunsun from the bottom of their hearts. However, for some reason, Han Adong is especially jealous of his older brother. It's been only a short time, and his older brother is much younger than him. He now has a job and doesn't have to work in the fields anymore, so he feels happy and spirited. Look at his older brother, not a single gray hair, while he himself is almost bald and has white hair. His job is gone, yet his brother is proud and confident. Just thinking about it makes him angry. So, the two of them planned to cause trouble at the factory. Since Han Adong used to work at the textile factory, he lied to the gatekeeper, saying he left something behind at the factory and needed to retrieve it. With this excuse, he brought Su Aihua inside. Once inside, Han Adong told acquaintances that Han Yunsen was ungrateful and selfish, and Su Aihua tearfully accused Han Yunsen of being unfilial. They didn't know that today was just a string of bad luck. How could it be that this troublemaker also came? When they found Han Yunsen to cause trouble, he didn't even know that Zhao Guiyun had already reported Han Laotai, and they had already caught her. The siblings came prepared, aiming to cause trouble. If only they could ruin his job, that would be perfect. They didn't even give him a chance to defend himself, arguing back and forth and calling others over to watch. Just as Han Yunsen was about to push Su Aihua away and reveal their shameless deeds, his daughter arrived. Han Adong, now tell everyone openly, why exactly was your mother arrested? The onlookers, the community, are sharp-eyed. Do you think the police from the police station would arrest the wrong person? Would they arrest someone without reason? Are you curious about what your mother did? Let me tell you.
Han Aidang panikerade.
He had just been fired for having an affair and supporting a love child. He was trying to boost his reputation by using the incident of Han Laotai's arrest. But he didn't check the calendar, and ended up running into this troublemaker too. This niece of his was just like her mother, no good at all. The old lady and Aihua had suffered a lot because of these two women. As for Aihua's job, it was said that this niece was the mastermind behind the scheme. Han Adong didn't underestimate this 17-year-old girl at all. He had to be very careful in dealing with her. Can ordinary people write books? Can this be reported in the newspaper? So, he can't treat her like an ordinary girl. Little Ko's second uncle has no bad intentions. As a son, when my mom was taken away, could I just stand by and do nothing? Really, second uncle is at his wit's end. He has nowhere to turn. Now, he can only ask your dad for help. Can you ask your dad to be kind and let your grandma go? I know your grandma did something wrong. She made a big mistake, but she's old. Can't we forgive her because of her age? Ha ha. No wonder he's been in the workplace for over 20 years. He's a smooth talker. Before their brother and sister arrived, they seemed to be stirring the pot with false hints. Now that Han Qingyun is about to reveal the truth, he quickly confesses. He's trying to gain sympathy or favor with this matter, but Han Qingyun won't give him that chance. Since you say you know the old lady was wrong, then tell everyone what exactly she did that caused our family to sue her. Han Adong feels cold sweat on his forehead. The girl opposite him looks sharp and speaks fiercely. Some people around earlier were on his side, but now they've gone quiet and are watching him, waiting for his answer. Seeing that there's nothing unclear anymore, this pretty girl is confident and not guilty at all. But Han Idong's eyes flicker, and his words are uncertain, so all he said before was a lie. I already said, do you think someone who cheats on his wife, supports a widow, and has a secret family is a good person? Don't you believe what I say? Hey, you can't blame us for believing him. He acted so convincingly. Han Adong, say something. Weren't you just so eloquent? Didn't you say your mom was innocent? Then tell us why she was in jail? The crowd around keeps pushing him with questions. Su Aihua's eyes are full of resentment. These fair-weather friends weren't saying that earlier. They even helped pressure Han Taizhu. Now they're all on one side. Han Qingyun smirks sarcastically. What? Can't say it? Aren't you just fooling everyone? Making them use you as a pawn to attack innocent victims? Yes, my dad is the victim. Han Idong's mom, over 40 years ago, when she gave birth in the hospital, her own child died. Then she stole a child from the next room. This child is my dad.
Boom.
The crowd erupts in discussion. Honestly, it's very cold today, but no one feels the chill anymore. The news is too shocking. Everyone is on high alert. Han Adong slightly lowered his head, and his hat just covered his angry eyes. Why did they push him so hard? He was already very unlucky and had no way out. Everyone around him was betraying him, and no one was kind. 30 years in one place, 30 in another. They were all waiting for him. Han Adong was not someone to be underestimated. One day, when he rose up, he would show them all. Although Han Qingzhou didn't talk much, at times like this, as the older brother, he couldn't let his sister speak first. So he took the lead. She stole my father back, but she didn't treat him well. When my grandfather was alive, my father didn't suffer much. But when my father was 10, my grandfather died in a mining accident. Since that day, my father's hardships began. Because Han Idong's mother couldn't stand being alone, she remarried right after her husband died. She took my father to her new husband's home, where he worked as a farmhand for 3 years. Later, Han Adong couldn't bear that hardship, and my father, unwilling to leave him, stopped living with his stepfather. My father was only 13 then, and Han Adong was just 2 years younger. But at 13, my father had to act like both a brother and a father, carrying the burden of their lives on his small shoulders. After my father took him away to live alone, Han Adong never worked in the fields again. My father raised him, paid for his schooling, and he graduated from high school. By then, the woman's second husband had also died. She couldn't stay in that household anymore, and just as Han Adong got married again. Although he didn't talk much, that didn't mean he couldn't speak. He recounted the complicated years of the mother and son, and everyone found the story very interesting. It was so captivating, even better than a novel, with twists more complicated than those in stories. No one felt cold anymore. The factory leaders also listened eagerly among the crowd. So, Han Adong stealing and raising a widow's child was definitely not accidental, because he's just a bad person. Look at what he just said. I misunderstood and thought Han Taizhu was the bad guy. Only a bad person could do such things, so bad people are just like their mothers. Now his mother is in jail, right? That's too cruel. They stole someone's son right in front of their parents. It must have driven the parents crazy. Good job catching her. It's karma. Oh my, catching her is just the beginning. I think she should be executed to satisfy justice. Just because she's old doesn't mean she gets away. Anyway, everyone in the crowd was talking, but no one praised Han Adong.
Su Aihua said, "You can't say it like that.
If my mother really treated him badly, how could he raise us so well and live past 40? Besides, how can you be sure his biological parents are good people with good conditions? Maybe their family is even worse than ours." Han Qingyan laughed angrily. My dad lived past 40 because of himself, not because your mom let him. Your mom never let him go. She kept my dad around to support her and raise her children. If my dad had died, who would support her? And you, Su Laotu, you were young when he died, right? Who did you rely on to live then? Your mom often took things from our house to support you, didn't she? Let's not talk about her breaking the law. What kind of behavior is this? It's exploitation, and your family must be exploiters. These last 4 words scared the brother and sister so much they almost kneeled. It seemed impossible to handle this today. What if they failed and lost everything? They already lost their jobs, and if they were further accused, they might as well give up. They quickly pushed through the crowd and ran away. Old Lady Han had already convinced everyone on her side to cooperate, but the brother and sister had no way out, so she had to wait for the court verdict. In the open space in front of the factory gate, all the leaders of the towel factory stood solemnly at the entrance. They were dressed neatly, some even wearing leather shoes. Next to them were a few carefully chosen worker representatives, also in new work uniforms, standing straight. In front of them was a set of drums and gongs, with bright red drums that looked striking in the snow. They were waiting for the leader's convoy to arrive, so they could beat drums and play loudly to warmly welcome the leader's inspection. Yesterday, the factory suddenly received news that higher officials would visit for an inspection, which surprised the factory leaders because the visitors were from the provincial and city levels. Although their factory was one of the better companies in the county, it still couldn't compare to the provincial or city level. So, they felt honored. Therefore, early this morning, after work started, everyone was guarding at the gate. Despite the cold wind, they stood straight and kept looking toward the distant roads. They didn't know exactly when the officials would arrive, but they stayed strong despite the chill. Xiao Shohan sat in a jeep, looking calm, with deep eyes that showed a sense of authority. The city's secretary and mayor walked together, one on each side, occasionally exchanging a few words. Their tone showed they took this inspection very seriously. Xiao Shohan was on a business trip to investigate local work. In fact, among many local units, he specifically chose a few to visit, including the towel factory, where Han Yunshin works. This was his real purpose for coming. If he had come alone to meet Han Yunshin by chance, it would seem too deliberate. So he came under the guise of work. Director Xiao, your visit must be very tiring. Traveling so much without proper rest and rushing here for the inspection, your dedication truly impresses us. Mayor Wu's face was full of a flattering smile. His eyes looked eager and respectful. He spoke softly and politely, trying to leave a good impression on the mysterious Director Xiao. He was responsible for industry, and the visiting leader above him was also in charge of industry. It wasn't flattery, but building good relations with leaders is always helpful. Xiao Shohan just waved his hand lightly. His gesture was small but carried a sense of authority. Not at all, everyone has worked hard. You've been traveling with me to many places. But your local enterprises are doing well, with notable achievements. Your work is commendable. The leaders then discussed work and local customs. Soon, the convoy slowly stopped. Suddenly, drums and gongs sounded outside the vehicle. The factory leaders' faces lit up with smiles as they warmly welcomed the leader's arrival. The car doors opened, and people stepped out one after another. The factory director and secretary went forward to shake hands with the leaders. The local industrial leader introduced the textile factory leaders to the visiting leaders. Then, they talked as they walked into the factory area, surrounded by many people. Visiting top leaders was a big event. Everyone was on alert, afraid of making mistakes that could embarrass the factory. The leaders stayed in the factory office for a while. Then, accompanied by the factory leaders, they visited each workshop. They talked to workers' representatives and checked on production, focusing on how things were going. Xiao Shohan received information that his brother was guarding the gate. When he arrived, he even went to the gatekeeper himself and talked with the staff there, showing concern from the higher-ups for the local workers. The gatekeeper was both surprised and flustered, feeling honored to shake hands and talk with the top leader. It was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and he decided not to wash his hands for 3 days. The person investigating Han Yunshin's information for Xiao Shohan was also among the accompanying staff. After all, Xiao Shohan, as a high-ranking leader, wouldn't go around alone. He needed someone to handle things for him. Since the gatekeeper couldn't find Han Yunshin, Xiao Shohan quietly asked that person to discreetly inquire. It turned out Han Yunshin had already been transferred to a new position as a warehouse manager, which had happened just a few days ago. The inspection of the factory was complete, and Xiao Shohan gave a meaningful look to that person. The person understood and suggested they go check the warehouse to see if there was any stockpile of goods. The group then headed toward the warehouse. Once at the warehouse, they were sure to see Han Yunshin. Suddenly, everyone realized that the warehouse manager at their factory looked very much like this mysterious leader from above. Not exactly identical, but about 80% similar. No wonder the leader looked familiar earlier, as if they had seen him somewhere before, but they didn't dare stare directly at his face. Now, they understood. He looked just like Han Yunshin. However, Han Yunshin appeared younger. If Han Yunshin and this leader wore the same clothes, it would be hard to tell them apart at a glance. Then everyone noticed that the mysterious leader was staring at Han Tieju's face with shock. Yes, shock, disbelief, and then excitement. This can't be? How is that possible? Xiao Shohan, who had been calm earlier, now spoke incoherently with excitement. The leader next to him thought Xiao Shohan was losing composure. Xiao Bureau, is something wrong? The factory leaders felt nervous, worried that the warehouse manager might have caused trouble again. Recently, this warehouse manager had become a well-known figure in the factory, even causing a fuss a few days ago after arresting his adoptive mother. What is this person's background? They planned to ask clearly once the leader left. Han Yunshin also looked blankly at the crowd, noticing someone being surrounded and called by many. He looked just like himself. Xiao Shuhan had imagined many times what it would be like to meet his long-lost brother. He had a strong impression because his daughter had described the tragic ending of his past life. In his view, his brother must have been spoiled by being raised in the countryside for decades, which had ruined him. Based on her daughter's description, she imagined Han Yunshin as someone from the lower class, perhaps a petty troublemaker who is petty, stubborn, and only cares about immediate benefits, like a small-town person. So, she doesn't really feel much affection for this brother. In fact, she might even harbor some resentment. But now that he finally sees the person he's been looking for, a strange feeling of sadness naturally arises in his heart. The man just stares at him blankly, as if surprised and suddenly aware. Xiao Shuhan seems to have guessed something. He thinks this brother probably already knows his true background. Who is he? Xiao Shuhan asks, with his eyes already reddening. Half of his emotion is acting, and half is genuine. Although he doesn't plan to let him reconnect with his family, he can't deny that he has lived comfortably with his parents for decades, while his brother was raised in the countryside by his adoptive mother. Compared to himself, who is a son of the Xiao family, his brother has truly suffered. If he hadn't been stolen away back then, he might be living in the imperial city now, in the high circles they can't reach, with a bright future ahead. So, his brother's luck is indeed worse, and he's had some bad luck too. Han Yunshin realizes he lost his composure just now. He quickly withdraws his gaze. People and things can look alike, but how could Han Yunshin be so lucky as to have such a brother? But the person opposite him looks at him with increasing intensity. Xiao Shuhan stumbles a few steps forward, excited, and asks, "Comrade, what's your surname?"
How old are you?
Han Yunshin straightens his expression and replies, "Hello, leader. I am the warehouse manager here. My surname is Han, and my name is Yunshin. I am 45 years old." This was the first time he publicly mentioned his new name at the factory, so everyone was only slightly surprised. Seeing this, quick-witted people probably already guessed some truth. He looks so much like someone else, no one would believe there's no relation.
Hanin Hin.
Yes, her daughter said his name was Xiao Yunshin, but that was after reconnecting with his family and changing back to the surname Xiao. The name matches, and so does the face. It has to be him. He looks at the person in front of him like looking in a mirror. Born on the same day, yet he looks younger. He seems to have a good heart, but the more admirable he is, the more he can't let him go back. Sorry, I can't let my children walk the same old path as in the past, even if I am selfish. The debts from my previous life are still owed in this one, which feels quite reasonable. He suppressed his complicated feelings, took a deep breath, and looked surprisingly happy. I think you might be my real brother. He wanted to acknowledge their relationship openly, even in front of others. Even if the old man found out later, he wouldn't suspect him. Everyone present, including Han Yunshin, was stunned. Was he really so sure about recognizing his family? Leader, it's cold. Shall we go back to the factory office to talk? Comrade Han Tiexin and Han Yunshin can come too, suggested the factory secretary. Yes, yes, yes. Look at me. I got so excited I forgot everything. I don't want everyone to catch cold because of me. Xiao Shuhan apologized with a fist gesture to everyone. Wow, he was a top leader from the capital, but he had no airs and was very friendly. Han Yunshin felt overwhelmed and confused. He had just learned about his background, and now his so-called relatives had just happened to appear. He could only lock the warehouse door and follow them to the factory office. It's okay. This isn't a secret. No need to hide. Everyone sit down, Xiao Shuhan said openly, not planning to hide anything. The more people knew, the better. Everyone sat down, and Xiao Shuhan looked at Han Yunshin. I think I might be your big brother, a real brother from the same mother. Everyone gasped. What luck for Han Yunshin. The leader came to check, and ended up finding his real brother. Han Yunshin moved his lips slightly. I only recently found out about my background too. Xiao Shuhan nodded. It's a long story. Our parents were involved in underground work here. My mother gave birth to twins in the hospital, me and you. But when she woke up, one of us was gone. At that time, our parents were working behind enemy lines. There was a traitor in the organization, and they were ordered to retreat quickly. Reluctantly, our parents took me and left, but they never abandoned you. They've been searching for you all these years. They looked everywhere in the provincial city, but found nothing. Since we are twins, when I saw you just now, I felt like I was looking at myself. Tell me, how have you been all these years? Wow, such an incredible story. Han Yunshin was so lucky. He suddenly had parents who were leaders and a brother who was also a leader. He was sure to rise quickly. That small towel factory in the county was no longer enough for him. Han Yunshin no longer looked confused. Like you said, I was stolen long ago. I only recently learned that I was adopted by him. Just a few days ago, I reported it and she was arrested.
Sigh, someone took a deep breath.
The person doing so must think Han Yunshin is somewhat ungrateful. After all, he was raised by others, yet he ended up sending his foster mother away. This shows how heartless and cold-hearted he is. With Xiao Yue's hint, Xiao Shuhan knew that the old lady was very mean. She treated her foster son like a worker, constantly watching him like a blood-sucking leech. In the past life, she also sent him away. He saw that some people present didn't agree, but he didn't ask why Han Yunshin sent the old lady away. It was deliberate. Why should he explain? Wouldn't it be better if everyone misunderstood? But now he was just a good older brother. Yunshin, our parents didn't abandon you. They did look for you, but at that time, there was war. Later, they couldn't find us, and we guessed you might not be alive anymore. Don't hold resentment against your parents. Losing you is a pain that our mother will carry forever. Even now, when the old lady mentions you, she sighs deeply.
Ani Yunshin sayabrous gradually furuba.
He felt something was off about these words. What does it mean to say he resents his parents? When did he ever express resentment? He only recently found out he wasn't his biological son. Could he possibly resent his parents? I don't resent my parents because I only just recently learned about my background. I haven't had time to think about my biological parents, Han Yunshin replied, not entirely naive. If something sounded unpleasant, he quickly corrected it. Oh, I understand, leader. Everyone in our factory knows about this. That old lady isn't kind to Han Yunshin at all, making him work like a beast to raise her children. Han Yunshin lost his father at 10, and from a young age, he helped his foster mother care for his younger brother. This caused him to fall into debt. How do I know? Because a few days ago, her biological children came to the factory to cause trouble. They said it was because Han Yunshin sent that morally corrupt foster mother to jail. Honestly, if such a bad person isn't punished, where's justice in this world? Good job, they caught her. Well done, Director Chen, thinking he understood the full story, quickly explained to the leader. This was his chance to show off. He had no idea that by flattering, he had stepped on a landmine. Xiao Shuhan didn't want to bring up the reason why the foster mother was sent away. This clueless Director Chen's careless words spoiled his plan. Xiao Shuhan's smile froze slightly. Yunshin, you've suffered so much over the years. Xiao Shuhan looked sadly at Han Yunshin and patted his shoulder. However, our brothers have still found each other, which shows our kinship can't be broken.
We will meet again someday.
After finishing the investigation here, I need to visit my wife and children.
Han Yunshin nodded.
Welcome, leader. I will certainly prepare a warm welcome. Don't call me leader, call me big brother. Big brother. This sudden feeling of family warmth made Han Yunshin feel like he was on cloud 9. He didn't know how he left the office or how he got to the afternoon meeting. He was so distracted that he didn't even realize how he answered when his second son came to find him. His heart felt light and aimless. At the end of the day, Han Qingzhou rode his bike to pick him up. Without that, he wouldn't have known how to ride at all. Was he happy? Not really. It just felt sudden and unreal. So, the father and son, both with heavy hearts, arrived home. Zhao Guiyun and Han Qingyun had already prepared the meal and set the table. Han Yunshin sat cross-legged on the kong, a traditional bed, not touching his chopsticks for a long time. What's wrong? Zhao Guiyun saw his face and knew he was troubled. Han Qingzhou, noticing his father's distracted mood, could only say, Dad met his biological brother. Zhao Guiyun. Han Qingyun.
What?
Dad met his biological brother? Second brother, can you be more concise? Saying a few more words wouldn't hurt. Zhao Guiyun rolled her eyes at her son. This is quite dramatic. Han Qingzhou explained the whole story. Today, our factory was welcoming some leaders for inspection. When that leader saw my dad, he recognized him as his own brother. Yes, this was truly dramatic. Such coincidence made people doubt it. But if you think about it, could there be some conspiracy? That's a bit funny. After all, they are farmers. Why would high-level officials want to scheme against them? What would they gain? Could it really be fate arranged by heaven, predestined?
All right.
That's luck on your side.
Luck.
Girls' luck can't be judged as good or bad. Anyway, since it's happened, we'll see how they act. We never planned to find anyone, but now that your family background is so high, we didn't aim to climb the ladder. We'll just keep living as we are. Eat your meal. Why think so much? Zhao Guiyun's attitude was very positive. She believed that if you show respect to me, I'll show even more respect in return. If you treat me well, I'll treat you twice as well. If you treat me badly, I'll stay away. Han Qingyan said, My mom is right. Didn't they say they want to come to our house? Look at how we should welcome them. My mom and I will cooperate with you. Seeing her father's bad mood, she quickly changed the subject. When talking about this, Han Yunshin finally responded, Since people are coming, we should entertain them. I'll go to the black market tonight to see if there's meat. We have vegetables at home. Han Qingyun quickly waved her hand. Leave the meat to me. I have a way. Han Qingzhou said, I'll go with you. It's not safe for a girl like you. Ugh, Han Qingyun thought, since everyone is here, using the space might be a bit inconvenient. Don't worry. You know I have strength. If someone tries to catch me, they'll definitely hold me back.
Han Qingzhou hesitated.
That night, a brave man surprisingly cried. Though he didn't make a sound, Zhao Guiyun knew her husband was crying. She didn't move or try to comfort him. She just pretended to be asleep because she was afraid he'd lose face. She never thought her husband would come from such a high and distant background, someone only seen in newspapers. If he hadn't been stolen away by Tang Mei, he might have been a top official, living a completely different life now. Although they are twin brothers, their status is worlds apart. People with bad temperaments probably feel unbalanced and unhappy about it. Han Qingyun quietly left home around 10 at night. Although the power went out at 8 and the streetlights weren't on, the moon was big and round tonight, reflecting off the snow on the ground. In the quiet night, her footsteps on the snow made a squeaking sound. Her eyes shone brighter than the stars, with a cold gleam. There was no one on the street. Suddenly, she gathered her strength and ran like the wind. She has an electric scooter in her space, but because of her great strength, she runs faster than the scooter. These days, she's been investigating Meng Chunqing during the day, but only on the surface. Everyone knows about it. She wants to find out something secret. Using the excuse of going to the black market tonight, she plans to check out Meng Chunqing's house. She already figured out where Meng Chunqing lives and visited during the day. She doesn't believe such a person is clean. His countless crimes are too many to count. When he's working, can he avoid stealing? If someone doesn't bother her, she won't bother them. She's a law-abiding citizen, but if Meng's family crosses her, she doesn't mind doing some gray area things. The wind howled in her ears, and the ground seemed to rush beneath her feet. Buildings and trees sped past as she ran wildly outside for the first time. She must say, she feels light as a swallow now, and running like this is very exciting. Unfortunately, she was too fast and soon arrived at Meng Chunqing's house. She looked at the house, which, according to reports, was where the previous residents had all died. Yet, Meng Chunqing still lived there without fear. She respects him as a brave man. This was a courtyard house. She took out the prepared shoe covers from her space and put them on her feet, then wore cotton gloves. She found the spot she planned to enter, stepped back a few paces, then ran forward quickly, tiptoeing and touching the wall. Next, she swiftly pressed her other foot against the wall. In just 2 steps, she was over the wall, gently slapped the top, then flipped over and jumped into the yard. She chose the spot carefully because there were 2 dog kennels there. Sure enough, as soon as she entered, she was greeted by 2 large wolfhounds. Their mouths were wide open, showing sharp teeth that gleamed in the moonlight, with saliva dripping from their jaws. At this moment, the dogs were about to bite her. Just as they barked loudly, Han Qingyan stepped forward 2 steps, waved her hand, and the 2 wolves appeared inside her space. Although the scene was intense, it was silent. It was said that only Meng Chunqing, his wife, and their child lived in this courtyard. She already knew that Meng Chunqing lived in the room on the right side of the main house. So, Han Qingyan searched all the rooms and the vegetable cellar except the one where Meng Chunqing stayed. It was quite eye-opening: antique items, jewelry, gold bars, and enough supplies to run a supply store. She didn't find any cash, probably stored in his room. She stroked her chin, thinking, maybe she should take the opportunity today, since she was already here. Thanks so much for the comments and encouragement from everyone. I know you're still there.
All right.
I can do it again. Even if this book doesn't make money, I will finish it seriously to thank everyone for their support. I will keep going. Once again, thank you from the bottom of my heart. The fire started in Meng's warehouse. Soon, thick smoke billowed out. The fire wasn't large. Han Qingyan only burned some easily flammable materials piled together. Even if no one came, it wouldn't cause a big fire, just a lot of smoke. Black smoke seeped out from the cracks in the windows and dispersed with the wind. The smell of smoke quickly spread to the neighbors. Han Qingyan cleaned up the traces she left in the yard and on the wall, then released the dogs. She shouted loudly from a distance, "Fire! Fire!" Her voice was hoarse and indistinguishable between male and female. At this moment, the smoke grew thicker, and the loud barking of 2 dogs could be heard. Woof woof woof, woof woof, woof woof woof. Then, faint candlelight appeared from the windows of the neighboring houses. Hurry, hurry, there's a fire. It seems to be the Meng family. Does it matter? Nonsense, if we don't do anything, it might burn down our place too. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. The 2 large doors of the Meng house were almost knocked down. As Meng Chunqing woke up, he immediately smelled the smoke. Quick, there's a fire. Where's the candle? Get up quickly. His wife was awakened by him. What are you doing? You've already tired me out. I just fell asleep. What do you want now? Lu Yingying muttered unhappily. Meng Chunqing hurriedly grabbed clothes around him, but he couldn't find his underwear. Oh well, he didn't care whose clothes they were, and just threw them on himself. Ah! Fire? You say there's a fire? Lu Yingying finally snapped out of her daze and quickly sat up to find some clothes. Because of the power outage at night, their clothes were all mixed up, so they just grabbed whatever was nearby and put them on. Outside, the knocking on the door became more urgent, and some people couldn't wait any longer and jumped down from the wall. Dogs barked wildly, and voices and barking sounded one after another. The children were also frightened and started crying loudly. The warehouse door was opened. The main gate was also opened. The dogs ran out. Then neighbors on both sides came with buckets of water to pour into Meng's warehouse, some holding flashlights to illuminate the scene. When the light shone, a big secret was revealed. The fire was finally extinguished. Meng Chunqing and his wife finished dressing and came out to see a yard full of people. They all looked frozen in place. Meng Chunqing's mind was buzzing. He knew he had many things stored in his warehouse, but it mostly contained rice, flour, oil, and other supplies. Although there were quite a few items, he thought it should be okay. But when he pushed people aside and went inside, many flashlights shone on the ground filled with antique porcelain and open boxes containing jewelry and gold, all exposed to everyone. He was stunned. Impossible! These antiques, jewelry, and gold were hidden very secretly. How could they appear in the warehouse? He had buried these items in the vegetable cellar. How did they end up in the warehouse? Who did this? At that moment, He realized someone had set a trap for him. Who? Who could it be? It's over. Everything is ruined. How dare you break into someone's home? Lu Yingying shouted, pushing people away. Haha, I think you and your man should first explain where these things in the house came from before you chase us away. A man said, shining his flashlight over the items inside the house. Meng Chunsheng was wearing his wife's cotton-padded coat. The coat was too small for him, unable to button up and with 7/4 sleeves. Lu Yingying was wearing Meng Chunsheng's coat, like a child wearing an adult's clothes. The scene was quite funny, but no one could laugh. Director Meng, you spend your days smashing and stealing. Are you telling me you keep everything you steal for yourself? That, those are from Lao Lu's house, confiscated. Director Meng said that he was destroying the old customs. His wife used to sing opera, but now she doesn't anymore. Why are you still bothering her? Did we do anything wrong to you? Why did you send her away? Isn't that unkind? Now I understand, you just like these old items, so you use your position to harm people. These things might be stained with many people's blood. It's karma. If there hadn't been a fire, we would know how capable Director Meng is. So powerful he can cover everything up. Many neighbors have also been harmed by Meng Chunsheng. Most of them don't want to associate with him anymore. If they weren't afraid that the fire would spread and burn their own homes, who would want to help him put out the fire? The items in this big house have caused public anger. At first, a few brave people started speaking out, and then everyone joined in, furious and demanding justice against Meng Chunsheng. Today, so many people have come. More are arriving, both inside and outside the yard. It's impossible to silence everyone. At this moment, Han Qingyan was already standing among the crowd. She told the person next to her, he has done so many evil things, claiming to fight for justice, but actually harming others. His real goal is to take their property. Can we just let him go? Let him continue to do harm? I think we should take this chance to send him to the police station right now. The law is for everyone. We all need to go together. Tonight, this can't be left unresolved. If everyone leaves and he moves the items, he won't admit anything. How can those people he falsely accused or harmed sleep peacefully? Others didn't dare to speak after hearing her words. But once Han Qingyan took the lead, more people started talking, and their voices grew louder. Eventually, everyone was angry. Even if Meng Chunsheng was usually very confident, he couldn't stand against hundreds of people. Plus, Han Qingyan kept stirring up trouble among the crowd. The couple was surrounded. No one knew who made the first move, but once someone acted, more followed. No, don't hit me. I haven't done anything wrong to you. Lu Yingying covered her head to block the angry people. Who's reporting the case? Someone already did. The couple was beaten loudly by everyone, one hitting and the other shouting. Soon the police arrived. There was nothing more to say. They found the stolen goods and took the couple and their child away. 2 police officers stayed behind to watch over the stolen items from the Meng family. The crowd didn't leave for a long time, still talking about what Meng Chunsheng had done over the years. When the police came, Han Qingyan managed to stay safe. She ran happily, knowing that Meng's family wouldn't get away with it. They would definitely fall. Whether he gets a long prison sentence or the death penalty depends on his fate. It's unlikely he'll be released because it would cause a big problem. Tonight, with hundreds of people watching, releasing him would cause public anger. Back home, she quietly put the things prepared in her space into the kitchen for tomorrow. The next morning, the whole family woke up to find a lot of meat in the kitchen. 3 large hairtail fish, a rooster, a hen, a rabbit, a big rack of ribs for pig's trotters, and 2 large pieces of pork belly. Mom, is this enough? Han Qingyan also got up. Zhao Guoyun said if it's not good enough, does he think he's eating dragon meat from the sky? She said this angrily because someone had hurt her husband's feelings and made him cry. 2 men went to work and brought their relatives home at noon. Today, Han Qingyan cooked herself, with Zhao Guoyun helping. Mother and daughter spent the morning frying, boiling, and stir-frying. By noon, all the dishes were ready. Zhao Guoyun looked at the clock on the wall. It's already 11:30. Why haven't they come back? The mother and daughter sat on the window ledge of the Kong, a traditional bed, and looked outside. The yard had no wall, only a half-height fence, so they could see the main road clearly. Your grandpa and grandma's gate is so high. Do you think they can see me, a rural daughter-in-law? Even Zhao Guiyun, who was never afraid of anyone, started to feel nervous. It was like a bride waiting to meet her in-laws. Their family had been poor farmers for generations, simple country folk. Han Yunshin's family, on the other hand, was from a wealthy, official family in Beijing, used to riding in cars.
Oh my.
The difference in status was huge. She felt like she couldn't reach the sky, like a fallen prince marrying a village girl. She spoke confidently, pretending she didn't care, but inside she was unsure and a little self-conscious. Han Qingyun grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds. Mom, you used to be fearless. According to what you said before, we don't rely on the sky, the ground, or anyone else. So, what are you worried about? There's no need to feel inferior. We've made today's life all by ourselves. If we weren't born into a good family, we would still have managed. Oh, don't worry too much. As long as my dad cares about you, that's enough. Who cares what others think? Han Qingyun's words gave Zhao Guiyun some comfort, but she was still nervous about meeting her older brother-in-law.
Huh.
Are those two cars? Zhao Guiyun's eyes never left the window. She saw a green mini jeep coming from afar, along with a black small car. Han Qingyun also looked outside. The one in front was a military mini jeep, and the one behind was a red flag car. That's probably them. Let's go outside to greet them. She clapped her hands, pushed the basket of melon seeds under the bed cabinet, and the two women put on shoes and went outside to meet them. The cars had already arrived at the gate. The car doors opened. A few people got out of the front jeep. Han Qingyun and her daughter didn't recognize them. When the back door opened, it was Han Yunshin's father and son, along with two middle-aged men. One of them's face made Zhao Guiyun gasp in surprise. Oh my, he looks so much like your dad. Han Qingyun also looked at that person. He was about the same height as Han Yunshin, around 1.8 meters. He looked several years older than her dad because Han Yunshin's white hair, which was nourished by spiritual spring water, was gone. His wrinkles were fewer, and he looked much younger than half a year ago. If someone hadn't seen him in a long time, they might not recognize him at first glance. Besides looking like Han Yunshin, that man carried an extraordinary aura, clearly a leader. His commanding presence was overwhelming, with an invisible pressure, definitely someone in a high position. Anyone who could be accompanied by city leaders must be someone important. The gate of the fence opened. Han Yunshin led Xiao Shuhan into the yard. Guiyun, this is my older brother, he said, though he still wasn't used to calling him that. Zhao Guiyun, seeing such a high-ranking leader for the first time, was nervous and speechless. Xiao Shuhan smiled gently and extended his hand. So, you must be my sister-in-law? Hello. I am Yunshin's older brother. Zhao Guiyun nervously rubbed her hands and shook Xiao Shuhan's hand. Her hands trembled because she was meeting a big leader from the imperial city. She had never imagined she'd shake hands with such an important person. Now, she didn't connect the man in front of her with Han Yunshin's older brother. She just saw him as a high-ranking leader. Please come inside. It's cold outside. Zhao Guiyun was thinking that she used to be quite eloquent, but today, what happened to her? Not only was her speech not working, but she also didn't know what to say. A lively group of people entered the house. Oh, Comrade Han Yunshin, your home is so warm, the Secretary Chong exclaimed as he entered. Everyone took off their coats, hats, and scarves before sitting down. Han Qingyun brought over the prepared tea.
Xiao Shuhan looked at Han Qingyun.
Is this your youngest child? Han Yunshin replied, Yes, my only daughter. When Han Yunshin introduced his daughter, he looked proud and honored. Han Qingyun was very striking. Although dressed plainly, her simple clothes couldn't hide her beauty. This girl was truly stunning, so beautiful that it was hard to look away. She looked so unique, almost like something out of a fairy tale. The moment Xiao Shuhan saw Han Qingyun, his heart sank. No wonder his daughter had such a fate in her past life. Just in terms of looks, she was unmatched in the entire capital. Which young man could resist such beauty? With such a face and a bit of talent, marrying into a noble family wouldn't be a problem. In her past life, they even traced their ancestry back to their roots. With those conditions and her family background, she should have belonged to him, but it was all taken away. Come, come. My elder brother's recognition of you is just accidental. I didn't prepare anything. This is just a small token from me, Xiao Shuhan said, taking a red envelope from his pocket and handing it to Han Qingyun. He clenched his fist tightly on his lap. Han Qingyun wasn't sure whether to accept it. She looked at her father, who nodded slightly, indicating she should take it. Thank you, elder brother, she said, accepting the envelope and thanking him. She was calm and dignified, not showing the petty attitude typical of rural girls who feel inferior. She wasn't flattering or trying to please. Instead, she appeared steady and graceful. This made Xiao Shuhan even more determined not to let this family recognize their roots. He had plans in his mind, but didn't show them on his face. He kept smiling, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Including the 2 drivers, there were 8 people at home today, plus Han Yunshin and his son. 10 men in total, just enough for a full table. They set up a meal right on the floor inside Han Yunshin's house. Han Qingyun's cooking skills definitely amazed everyone present. Even Xiao Shuhan couldn't honestly say her cooking was bad. He also realized that besides her background being less impressive than his daughter's, she was better in every other way. It's not that his daughter isn't talented or outstanding, but Han Yunshin's daughter is simply too exceptional. Someone like her will always make others feel pressured, overshadowed, and their confidence will suffer. This is why his daughter was so intense in her past life. She was driven to madness because Han Yunshin's daughter made her feel unimportant. At the dinner table, they exchanged drinks and toasts, talking about work. After dinner, Xiao Shuhan didn't stay long. He said he had a train to catch to the capital this afternoon. Before leaving, he held Han Yunshin's hand and sincerely said, Yunshin, I should have called my parents first to tell them about you, to let them know I found you. But my parents are old, and such sudden news might be too much for them. I worry if I'm not there. So I plan to go back quickly and tell them about you, so I can handle anything that happens with me nearby. His words sounded perfect, without any flaws. He didn't call his parents out of filial piety, but wanted to see with his own eyes that his parents were safe before making the call. Xiao Shuhan hurried back to the capital without delay. Meanwhile, Han Yunshin took the 2 children back to their workplace via the factory's car. The incident with Meng Chunsheng started to spread. Because many people were present, the news quickly circulated, and by the next day it was known throughout the county. It became the biggest story recently. Meng Chunsheng's house was raided, and all his belongings were confiscated. Meng Shu's first reaction was disbelief. Her brother was so capable. How could this happen? Then Zhu Wenjie called her, saying everyone at their unit was talking about her uncle, that he had been arrested, his house raided, and his wealth was enormous. It sounded so real. After receiving the call, Meng Shu panicked. She hurriedly tried to call her brother at the committee. Hello, this is Meng Shu from the Women's Federation. Yes, Meng Chunsheng is my brother.
I need to talk to him. Why isn't he answering?
She called his office phone, which was on his desk. Why was someone else answering instead of him? This made Meng Shu very anxious, her heart sinking. Oh, you're looking for Meng Chunsheng? He's in trouble.
Didn't you know?
He was arrested last night. The phone suddenly slipped from her hand onto the table, and she felt completely lost. No, this can't be. How is this possible? She trembled as she picked up the phone to ask about the situation on the other end, but the call had already been disconnected. She sat on the chair like a fool, her mind blank. Suddenly, she grabbed the phone and called her husband, Zhu Chenyang.
Hello, Lao Zhu.
Boo-hoo, something's wrong. Boo-hoo, my brother is in trouble. Chunsheng is in trouble. What should I do? What should I do? Please think of a way. At this critical moment, she forgot she was the Women's Federation director. Her husband depended on her mood, or she needed to rely on her own man for decisions. Honestly, given her brother Meng Chunqing's situation and what he did, who would dare get involved with him now? On the other end, Zhu Chenyang cursed himself for being so stupid. Now he couldn't even hide, and she kept calling. Besides, could they talk about such things on the phone? He was worried the operator might overhear and trace the call, leading to trouble for Meng Chunqing.
He didn't want to be involved.
Meng Shu, stay calm.
Calm down.
Panicking now won't help. What do you mean? Just ignore it? But he's my real brother, Meng Shu said, losing her reason because of her anxiety. Zhu Chenyang clenched his teeth. Did this fool really want to drag him down? But he was also afraid she might say something that would upset Meng Shu or reveal things she shouldn't. So, for now, he had to keep her calm. Meng Shu, let's talk about this at home, okay? I'll take leave now, and you should too. It's hard to explain over the phone. Hearing this, Meng Shu finally calmed down a bit. She wondered if she had said anything inappropriate earlier, but luckily Zhu Chenyang interrupted her in time. Good. Now both the Meng family and Zhu family felt like ants on a hot pan. Meng Shu tried to find connections to rescue Meng Chunqing, but the committee was already losing power and many people no longer supported her. She spent days trying to get help but received no responses, which made her feel hopeless. What made her even more devastated was that her frantic efforts to find connections scared Zhu Chenyang. Despite his multiple warnings, Meng Shu didn't listen, and Zhu Chenyang reported her. People with many faults like Meng Shu could easily be reported just by picking a few. She was covered in dirt. Soon, Meng Shu was dismissed from her position as Women's Federation Director and was even demoted. Then, the couple divorced and severed ties. Zhu Chenyang managed to save himself. In these moments of life and death, his wife and son were no longer important to him. With the fall of the Meng family, Zhu Wenjie was exposed by a series of reports and ended up in prison. It seems like people who wanted to kick others when they were down gathered together. Those persecuted by the Meng family and the female comrades harmed by Zhu Wenjie all wanted to take this chance to get back at their family. It looked like many things happened to the Meng family, but it was all within a few days. Han Yunshin and his son were still nervously waiting, suspicious of everyone. Surprisingly, after a week, nothing happened. Later, they learned that Meng Chunqing had been imprisoned, which was a relief. Apparently, they no longer needed to worry. Another warehouse manager, surnamed Wu, was also scared to death. He was afraid that Meng Chunqing would betray him in prison. In fact, he hadn't done anything wrong. Meng Chunqing had introduced him to some acquaintances and promised him many benefits to frame Han Yunshin. Wu had a conscience and didn't want to betray Han Yunshin, but Meng Chunqing offered so much that his conscience had a price. He hadn't figured out how to frame Han Yunshin before Meng Chunqing was imprisoned, which made him very anxious. If Meng Chunqing got bored and decided to reveal everything, especially about Wu, who hadn't actually done anything, Wu would be very unfairly accused. Han Yunshin noticed that Wu always looked away when they were together, his eyes never honest. Because of Wu's behavior, Han Yunshin checked the inventory twice but found nothing wrong. Wu was nervous for over a week, but since Meng Chunqing hadn't betrayed him, he relaxed a little. Fortunately, Wu hadn't taken any action. If he had, he might have ended up in jail too. Han Yunshin's transfer to a new position was a stroke of luck. So far, the leaders at work didn't know why Han Yunshin was transferred. They thought it was related to Meng Chunqing until Meng Chunqing was arrested. Then they realized it had nothing to do with Han Yunshin. If he hadn't acknowledged Xiao Shohan, Han Yunshin might have been sent to guard the gate again. But luckily, his brother appeared just in time, so Han Yunshin's position was secure. The warehouse manager position seemed to fall from the sky. Meanwhile, Han's children had already started their winter vacation. Zhao Guiyun found it troublesome to run back and forth, so she decided to bring all the children here to stay. They divided the 3 big tile-roofed houses into several small rooms. Then, another big event happened in the Han family. Su Aihua's work contract had expired. Mother and daughter, like villains from a story, took Han Xinghe and his wife to the hospital to take over. Su Aihua was crying and reluctant to give, but Chun Bin was determined to cut ties, so she had no choice but to give in. Han Xinghe and Han Xiuji successfully took over. Yang Shegu was left with only Han Laosan, and even Han Dazhuang was desperately trying to get into the city. Old Lady Han was in prison with no one to help her, and she lacked the ability to do so, so she had to stay inside. Han Aiden was laid off and had no income. Su Aihua was also laid off now and didn't know how to explain this to her family. Xiao Shuhan returned to the imperial city from a business trip, arriving at the Xiao family mansion. The main family members gathered again, and the air in the room felt tense because they were about to discuss a heavy topic. Xiao Shuhan sat on a chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest, looking serious, as if he could drop water. He still had some conflicted feelings about confronting his brother. He could ignore the situation if he hadn't seen Xiao Yunshin with his own eyes, but after witnessing it, some brotherly feelings were awakened. He slowly looked over his wife and children, his voice low and weak. I really found him. Ingwe told the truth. He is my twin brother, no fake. His face looks just like mine. And his adoptive mother has admitted it. She stole the child from a local provincial hospital, the same hospital where the old lady used to stay. Now that adoptive mother has been caught. A few words, but like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing ripples. All hope was gone, and the mood became very heavy. Bai Ruoyun squinted her eyes, leaning slightly forward, softly saying to Xiao Shuhan, I don't care if he's your real brother or not, but they killed my daughter in a past life. If you're soft-hearted, I won't be polite to you either. Her eyes were cold, but her words, clenched with her teeth, were even colder. He was an enemy. How could she be soft-hearted toward an enemy? Xiao Shuhan sighed slightly. What are you talking about? I didn't say I wanted him to recognize his roots. But he has indeed had a hard life these past years. You haven't seen him. He's just working as a small warehouse manager at a small factory in a county town. That's a recent position. Before, he was just guarding the gate. With his status, Han Yunshin's current job was quite miserable. Bai Ruoyun couldn't bear to hear anyone say that Xiao Yunshin was pitiful. What about her daughter? Was she not pitiful? Is he more pitiful than the life of my daughter? I haven't killed their entire family. Consider that my mercy. They have already enjoyed life in their past, and even if they have it now, they are worth it. What more do you want? Do you think that family of common folks should enjoy wealth and happiness for 2 generations?
Dream on.
I can't accept them. Xiao Ingwe loosened her tightly clenched lips, her expression a mix of pain and hatred. Dad, have you seen that shameless girl Xiao Qingyan? How is she now? Xiao Shuhan looked at Xiao Ingwe with concern. Since she is the source of your pain, why bring her up again? It only hurts you more. No, Dad, you have to tell me. She has become my lifelong demon. As long as she's doing well, I suffer. Xiao Ingwe clutched her clothes tightly over her chest. The pain, fear, and despair she felt before death seemed to have just happened. That pain was unforgettable. How could she not hate? After all, it was a life and death feud. It's not easy to let go of such hatred. Brothers Xiao Baijun and Xiao Bailin saw their sister upset and felt heartbroken. Xiao Baijun said, Dad, just tell her the truth. Why make her suffer so much? Not knowing the news hurts, and hearing it still hurts. Isn't that self-torture? Xiao Shuhan tightened his grip on the handle and sighed. Xiao Yunshin's daughter is very outstanding. Not only is she beautiful and graceful, but even at a young age, she has an extraordinary demeanor. She's not inferior to the noble young ladies of the imperial city, maybe even better. When I saw her, she was calm and composed, with the manners of a noble lady. She doesn't seem like someone raised in a rural family. But I've only seen one of his children. Compared to her, he's not too remarkable. I haven't had the chance to meet the others yet. The truth is harsh, and Xiao Ingxue closed her eyes. Bai Ruoyun was unconvinced. You think so highly of that little shameless girl? She's just a village girl. Xiao Shuhan said, Bai Ruoyun, mind your manners. She doesn't look like a noble lady at all. Calling her a shameless girl all the time is just insulting yourself. His wife used to be gentle and kind, but after he returned from a business trip for a few days, she changed. He didn't want his family to be blinded by hatred, nor did he want them to suffer from such pain their whole lives. Bai Ruoyan screamed, Xiao Shohan. Xiao Yingwe weakly released her grip on her collar. She's already a fox spirit? No wonder men look at her like they've lost their souls.
Dad, you can't be fooled by them.
Xiao Shohan sighed helplessly. Xiao Yu, can you listen to your dad's advice? Let go of the past. We've been reborn in this life. That's a gift from heaven. Cherish it, okay? There are many good men in the world. Why do you cling to that one man? I promise I won't let their family come back to bother you. Just pretend they don't exist. They won't be allowed into the capital in this lifetime, and no one will bother you again. Xiao Yingwe lowered her head without speaking, lost in her thoughts. For a moment, the room fell into brief silence. Xiao Bojun broke the silence first. Dad, we should think about how to tell Grandpa and Grandma. They need to know about this, and we also need to stop him from claiming his family's heritage. Grandma and Grandpa have been worried about Xiao Yunshin for decades. If they find out he's alive, they might rush to bring the whole family back. Once they do, they will surely accept their heritage. Plus, Xiao Yunshin has a wonderful daughter. You know Grandpa, he would definitely arrange a good marriage for her. Marriage alliances might not be good for us, but for them, it's like stepping into a better life, an opportunity to help her. Xiao Buqin nodded in agreement. My older brother is right. Don't overestimate human greed. Their family is from humble beginnings. When they see the bright world of the capital and are dazzled by wealth, they might lose their way. It wouldn't benefit us at all. Xiao Shohan listened to his sons and nodded slightly. I understand what's important. I will consider how to tell the elders. At this moment, the brotherly bond in his heart was already hidden behind his lowered gaze, gone without a trace. He sent the children away and paced alone in the study, hands behind his back. He was thinking about how to speak to the elders in a way that would benefit him. Finally, he made up his mind, opened the door to the study, and headed toward his parents' courtyard. He gently knocked on his parents' door. Dad, Mom, are you asleep? Come in, came old Master Zhao's aged voice from inside. The couple had just gone to bed when their eldest son knocked. They turned on the light and got dressed again. The door opened, and Xiao Shuhan entered. Is there something urgent you need to tell us tonight? Old Master Xiao looked at his son. You old man, if I didn't have something important, would I come bother you at night? The old lady shot a glance at her husband. Xiao Shuhan sat down. Yes, something big. Dad, Mom, both of you have weak hearts. Be prepared. Where are the medicines? Get them ready quickly. The elderly woman pointed at her son. Your mother has been through gunfire and storms. If there's anything that can hurt me, just say it. If you have something to say it quickly. Xiao Shuhan cleared his throat softly, trying to hide his nervousness because he didn't dare meet the old man's eyes. This time I went on a business trip and met someone below. He looks almost exactly like me. Hearing this, the two elders immediately leaned forward, their eyes fixed on Xiao Shuhan. The elderly woman asked, Could you be mistaken? Xiao Shuhan replied, No, it's him. Although the old man was also excited, he remained calm. The elderly woman couldn't hold back any longer. She quickly trembled as she reached under her pillow, took out a medicine bottle, and swallowed a pill. Xiao Shuhan hurriedly poured her a glass of water. After she took the medicine, she grabbed his arm, tears streaming down her face. Shuhan, tell me the truth. Mom isn't dreaming, right? It's real, isn't it? The old man gently patted her back. Why are you so anxious? Your health is more important. We've waited so many years. Just a few more minutes won't matter. The elderly woman nodded. Yes, yes, yes. My health is important. I need to stay alive to see my son. By the way, how is he now? Xiao Shuhan's eyes flickered. Not good. The elderly woman immediately grabbed him again. What do you mean not good?
Huh.
How is he not good?
Mom, don't worry.
When I say he's not good, I mean he grew up in a poor mountain village. The woman who raised him, who stole him from his birth mother, was just a simple farmer. Later, that foster mother got a town household registration after marrying her husband, but none of that matters to him. He's really suffered a lot over the years. Rural life, you know how tough it is. hard to eat, hard to drink, let alone get an education. He only knows a few words, but he never really went to school. Sigh, it's a pity. If things had gone differently back then, he could have had a bright future now. But fate is cruel. My own brother, my biological brother, is now no different from other farmers. Although he has a job, it's not much, just a small warehouse clerk position. My son, he's so miserable.
Boo-hoo.
It's like my heart is being torn apart. When he was born, I looked at him once and then my son was gone. Hearing Xiao Shuhan's description, the elderly woman couldn't bear it anymore. She clutched her chest and burst into tears. The old man also frowned. Losing a son was a pain they carried forever. They had blamed themselves for many years, but in those circumstances, what could they do? The organization had already ordered their retreat. The military command was as firm as a mountain. They could only leave reluctantly. Even if they later had more children, it wouldn't erase the regret in their hearts. That foster mother treated him badly? Grandma asked tearfully. He's not her biological son, so how good could she be? But at least, after he had his own children, he didn't think of abandoning him. During those 3 years of natural disasters, every family lacked food and drink. His survival shows his foster mother's heart wasn't completely black. He was changing the subject. During those 3 years, Han Yunshin was already in his 30s. Not just in his 30s, when he was a teenager, he was already taking care of himself. But when he said this, Grandma and Grandpa didn't think much. They believed Han Yunshin was living with his foster mother. Grandma sniffed and wiped her tears. That foster mother has some conscience. If my son had died, I would have killed that old woman. Old mister. Han remained silent. He was a deep thinker, always calm and unreadable, so no one could guess his true thoughts. Xiao Shuhan said that foster mother went to jail. When Yunshin found out about his background, he reported her. When I met him, his foster mother had just been caught. Grandma was shocked, and Grandpa frowned. There's a saying that the kindness of a parent's grace surpasses even that of a foster parent. Although it was Grandma Han who secretly took Han Yunshin away, she raised him. Looking at it this way, Han Yunshin seemed a bit ungrateful, a bit unthankful. Grandma Xiao was less emotional than before. She wiped her tears. This child, isn't he afraid of being judged or criticized? Xiao Shuhan sighed. After all, he endured so much suffering over the years. As the eldest brother, I have a good career in Beijing, but I have no right to advise him. Honestly, our parents gave birth to us before liberation, in such difficult times. If you had taken both of us with you while hiding, it would have been inconvenient. Maybe I would have been gone long ago. So even if he was stolen away, it was like fate giving us brothers a chance to survive. When you look at it this way, his foster mother's mistakes don't seem so big, especially since she raised him. But from my point of view, if I say this, it sounds like I'm just standing here criticizing without any burden. I've taken advantage of the situation, and I'm pointing out her mistakes. He might misunderstand me. By now, Grandma Xiao had calmed down considerably. The couple didn't doubt what their eldest son said because, in their eyes, he was the future heir of the Xiao family. This heir had to go through many tests and needed to be selfless. He treats family members fairly and justly, so his words are always truthful. Grandma Zhao's excitement and hope gradually turn into disappointment, and the sparkle in her eyes dims. She understands Han Yunshin's actions, but does not agree with them. She feels he is too heartless. Even if the adoptive mother was not good, she raised him and never abandoned or starved him. It makes him seem ungrateful. Dad, Mom, I came to tell you this because he's suffered so much in the countryside for years, and it's natural for him to feel unbalanced. Bringing him back sooner could help him avoid more suffering. I'll go now. You too should rest early. After comforting the elderly couple, Xiao Shuhan left. Old Xiao, what do you think? Grandma Zhao's once warm heart was no longer so warm. Old Xiao took out a cigarette from the box and lit it, taking a puff. Do you want to bring him back? It's not impossible. Our family can afford it. The grandma hesitated. Old Xiao, don't you have expectations for him? Old Xiao flicked ash from a cigarette. He's our flesh and blood. Of course I want him, but the family needs useful people. He grew up in that environment and wouldn't adapt to life in the capital. Living here, he'd be looked down on and feel inferior. Plus, the Xiao family would be affected too. Basically, the meaning was that someone like Han Yunshin, a useless person, wouldn't bring value back. Old Xiao was very realistic. He believed returning someone who couldn't benefit the family and might bring shame was pointless.
But
He's our son. Are you saying you won't acknowledge him? Grandma Xiao cried again. He knew his man was always cold-hearted, and his heart was with the family. Old Xiao pressed out his cigarette in the ashtray. It might not be good for him to come back. He's better off free now. I'm thinking of him. Better not to see each other. We just need to know he's living well somewhere. It was decided Han Yunshin would not acknowledge his roots. They would never know if they would regret it someday. They never understood what they lost. Especially when the old man was gravely ill in bed. If Han Yunshin had acknowledged his roots now, Han Qingyan wouldn't have watched helplessly as the old man died. He would have used spiritual springs to save him, and in the space, there were rare, life-saving ginsengs worth hundreds of years. But unfortunately, he missed his chance. Once they knew the old man didn't plan to acknowledge Han Yunshin, the main family was overjoyed and relaxed completely. The old man specifically told them not to tell the third son about this matter, as if it never happened, to avoid creating more problems. Xiao Shuhan left without any news, as if he had vanished into thin air. The Han family never expected to climb higher, just feeling a bit regretful. Han Yunshin was gloomy for 2 days, but then he decided to move on. He never planned to find his biological parents. He thought it was better not to pursue it. Zhao Guoyan was playing with her little grandson on the bed. TSK, your dad's biological parents don't seem very kind. They're his real parents, so even if they don't acknowledge him, they should at least look at him, right? But they didn't even bother to look. How cold-hearted. That's fine. We can't go back to that family. If we did, it wouldn't be good for us. I've had enough of Tang Mei all these years and don't want another mother-in-law like her to pressure me. She sighed. I just don't understand. Your dad is our flesh and blood. If it were me, I couldn't do that. Han Qingyan pinched her chubby little face. There's nothing to understand. Their status and background are worlds apart from ours. If they acknowledge him, we'll be humiliated. Indeed, Xiao Qingyan guessed right. The Xiao family was afraid that acknowledging their son would bring shame. Han Yunshin was like a stain on their reputation. Especially Grandma Xiao. She was so proud, she wouldn't let anyone make a joke of her. So, the idea of recognizing their son was dropped quickly and quietly. The Mi family. Since her divorce, Mi Chunhua had been living at her mother's house. Her family could accept her because she gave them 100 yuan after the divorce. There was also a cruel plan to sell Han Ko, also known as Han Qingyun. This plan had been discussed with her family before her divorce. Her ex-sister-in-law was very beautiful, so they thought she could fetch a good price. The Mi family waited for the right opportunity. At first, they had no chance. Then they waited until Han Yunshin got a job, and then again until Han Lauer also found work. Finally, they heard that Han the eldest son and his wife both had jobs. Mi Chunhua was furious. Darn it! Why didn't they have jobs when I was still here? Now that I've left, everyone has a job, except that stupid Wang Zhaodi. Oh my god. Why are they treating me like this? If I were still there, I'd have the job. The Han family must have planned this. They want to kick me out, then everyone else gets a job. Just wait for me. Although her family took her in, life was still hard. When she was with old Han's family, she could sneak around and avoid work, but at her own family, that was impossible. Many eyes watched her, and she couldn't slack off. She had to do laundry, cook, farm, and everything else. Luckily, she kept a little cleverness. When she left Han's house, she was supposed to get 300 yuan, but she only took 200 from Mi's family, lying about it. She hid those 200 yuan very carefully. Old Lady Mi kept poking her head, making her look up and down. You can't even get warm food after eating dirt. If you had divorced a few months earlier, maybe you could have a job too. When that time comes, you can't get a job, but your big nephew can help you. Now we wait and wait, and look, old Han's family has moved to the city. They have several jobs, and even bought a house. When will we act, big sister-in-law? We can't let the Han family be so arrogant. Mi Dezhuang's wife said, I think it's time to act. After so long, we could even sell old Han's daughter, and they wouldn't suspect us. I just need to go back to my family, arrange everything, and plan the timing. Right now, only old third Han is in Yangshu Valley. The rest are in the city. Honestly, even heaven seems to be helping us. If we were still in Yangshu Valley, we might not have a chance. In the city, it's easier, more people, more chaos, and easier to escape. Mi Chunhua gritted her teeth in anger. It's best to catch and sell those little kids. She hated it. Her reputation was ruined. She hadn't had a matchmaker visit her in almost half a year. Old Lady Mi was trying to find her a husband everywhere, but everyone shook their heads and refused. Even with 100 yuan in dowry, no one wanted her. So, reality was far from her dreams. Her family's constant pressure twisted her mind, making her a bit crazy. She wanted to sell her former sister-in-law and didn't care about her son anymore, just to vent her anger. A young girl was easy to handle, and if she could sell a few children too, that would be great. They could make a lot of money. The whole family thought they were sure to succeed, never considering failure. Old Man Mi tapped the ashes from his pipe. All right, fortune favors the bold. We can't do anything if we're afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. Big sister-in-law, go home now and talk to your brother. When it's done, he'll get some benefits too. Our Mi family can't do this openly, since the Han family knows us. So, we can only trouble his older brother-in-law. Big sister-in-law Mi looked at her useless second sister-in-law and proudly said, Parents, don't worry. Leave it to me. I will make sure everything is done properly and perfectly, with no mistakes. The Mi family dreamed of getting rich all night. The next morning, big sister-in-law Mi went back to her parents' house. Her name was Li Lan. Her family's older brother had been involved in illegal activities like human trafficking for many years. Their family was becoming more and more wealthy. This made Li Lan very excited. She knew it was illegal, but her brother had been doing it for years and hadn't been caught. The family had already bought 2 bicycles. She was very envious. She was eager to try herself. She decided to use Han's girl as her first deal. Lan, you came back to your parents' house? A woman about her age greeted her.
Yes.
I came to see my mother. I dreamed of her last night, so I wanted to come back and see her. Li Lan quickly made up an excuse. You're so filial. You should go back now. It's very cold today. Li Lan arrived at her parents' house. Why did you come back? Her mother asked. I'm looking for my brother. Where is he? Old Lady Li whispered. He went to deliver something. He said he'll be back tonight. What's going on? Are you planning to make a move on your sister-in-law's daughter?
Li Lan not that happily.
Mom, I've decided. I want to work with my brother. This will be my first deal. Old Man Mi had said that they should not let the Han family recognize them, so the Mi family wouldn't appear. Everything would be handled by her brother. When it's done, her brother won't be treated badly. Old Lady Li pouted. You finally understand. I've always said you didn't want to work with your brother. The Mi family is so poor it's hard to eat and drink properly, isn't it? What about my sister-in-law? Li Lan looked around. She's in the cellar. There are 2 goods she brought back. Old Lady Li said proudly. Her son and daughter-in-law are capable. Lan, you're here? Big sister-in-law Li saw her younger sister-in-law. Li Lan put on a friendly smile.
Yes.
The thing I told you about last time worked out. Hurry up and get things moving. Big sister-in-law Li was happy. That's great. I went to Yangshu Valley just for Han's girl. She's a fairy. We can sell her for a good price. Her little face, if sold to special buyers, could make us a lot of money. Li Lan covered her mouth. Wow, that girl is so valuable. If she's worth that much, I'll make it happen. What is conscience? Since I started this line of work, I've already lost it. Late at night, Li Lan's brother returned home. The family gathered together to plan how and when to act. I tell you, that girl is very strong. It might be hard to catch her. Li Lan's older brother was not convinced. A girl, no matter how strong, couldn't be as strong as grown men. They had heard some stories about her, but he thought they were exaggerated. It was just getting cold, and the river hadn't frozen solid. Not even with a pickaxe, standing on the ice would cause it to crack. If you're worried, I can send more people. Li Lan still felt uneasy. For safety, I think you should first arrest Han's children to threaten her. Then she will come quietly. You don't know, that girl cares a lot about her nephews and nieces. If we catch the little ones, she will surrender. Li Lan's sister waved her hand. All right, Lan is right. Lunch was already prepared, but Da Hu and Air, who hadn't come back. The two girls, afraid of the cold, stayed inside watching their younger brother. Since entering the county, Da Hu and Air, who had made friends with the children in the neighborhood and played together often. But when it was time to eat, both boys knew they should come home. Why weren't they back today? Han Qingyan said, Mom, it's cold. You go back first. I'll find them. Han Dazhuang wanted to go with Han Qingyan, but she shooed him away. This wasn't Yangshugo. The roads here were busy and well-connected. If Han Dazhuang got caught and taken away, what would happen? Go back quickly. Sister will be back soon. Han Qingyun waved her hand. Han Dazhuang made a few reluctant noises and then went back inside, hesitant. Yes, Han Dazhuang didn't stay in the yard because Zhao Guiyun was worried someone might steal him at night. Han Qingyun left the house and went to visit a few families who played with the two boys. But they said the boys had already gone home. Her scalp suddenly went numb. She sensed something was wrong. She asked a few children but couldn't find out anything. She just decided to go home, not even knowing which way to go. Han Qingyun ran quickly, looking left and right on the main road. Her heart sank lower and lower. For the first time, she was extremely anxious. Bad thoughts flooded her mind, making her break out in a cold sweat. A man riding a bicycle from afar waved at her. Han Qingyun didn't hesitate. It was too late to greet Zhao Guiyun. The man had already ridden away, and Han Qingyun's eyes looked like she was staring at a dead person. Then she suddenly rushed forward with incredible speed. The man had initially planned to lure Han Qingyun to follow him while riding his bike, thinking she was slow. He decided to wait for her, but she ran so fast like a gust of wind that he was scared and pedaled furiously, pushing himself to the limit. No matter how fast he pedaled, he couldn't catch up. In just a moment, Han Qingyun reached him, kicked the bike and him over, knocking both to the ground. She kicked the man and his bike several meters away. Han Qingyun grabbed his collar, clenched her teeth, and asked, "Where are our two children? If you don't tell me, I will break your legs." The man never expected things to turn out like this. He never thought he would be kicked so far away by a woman. Now he felt pain all over, as if his bones were shattered. Such strength. I'll tell you. Don't break my legs. Your two nephews are with the boss now. I'll take you to find him. Please don't hurt me. If you break me, no one will help you save your nephews. Han Qingyun said, "It's best if what you say is true. Otherwise, I will kill you." Then she casually grabbed someone and asked her to go to the Han family and tell Zhao Guiyun not to worry, that she was there to handle everything. She also gave the woman 10 yuan for running errands. The man was a bit surprised. He was just trying to kidnap a pretty girl, but he didn't realize she was so skilled. However, there were quite a few people here. So many men, and they still couldn't catch a little girl? But whether the girl was pretty or not, he couldn't see because she had a big scarf wrapped around her head. "Are you Han Ke?" he asked to confirm, to avoid taking the wrong person. Han Qingyun narrowed her eyes. Did he know her? She didn't have time to think about who she might offend. With her skills and space, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. She already planned that once she found the children, she would bring these scumbags into her space and get rid of them. Lead the way. The man rode his bike, and Han Qingyun ran after him. They ran all the way to the outskirts of town. The man was amazed. This woman could run so fast, crossing the entire county. She didn't seem tired at all after running so far. "We're here." The man pointed to a farmhouse. He knocked on the big door, which opened slightly. Seeing it was someone from their side, he asked, "Did you bring the person back?" "Yes, I did." The person opening the door looked behind the man and saw Han Qingyun. He opened the door wider and said, "Come in." Han Qingyun followed the man riding a bike into a courtyard. It was a simple earthen house with a small yard. As soon as she entered, the gate slammed shut behind her. Han Qingyun asked, "Where are the two children?" The man opening the gate grinned lecherously, reaching out to touch Han Qingyun. "Little beauty, you're too naive. You probably think we'll give you the kids just because you're here?" Before his hand could reach her, Han Qingyun kicked him into the wall, causing him to fall down unconscious. Inside, 5 people rushed out. The leader was probably in his 40s, with a thick beard that made his features hard to see. He clapped loudly. "Impressive. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it. But do you think you're so clever that you can rescue your 2 nephews? Honestly, those 2 boys have already been taken away. They've probably left the city by now. If you come with me quietly, I might let you see them. If you don't, you'll never see them again in your life."
Hey,
"Stop. Don't try to fight me. If you do, I can't guarantee your nephew's safety." Han Qingyun withdrew her foot. "Fine, I'll go with you now. If I don't see them within a day, I'll break your neck." Then, everyone saw Han Qingyun kick down a wall. The traffickers were stunned. They were in a tough spot now, not expecting Han Qingyun to be so powerful. It was too late to let her go, so they had no choice but to proceed. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have dared to hurt her. This meant the information from the Mi family was unreliable. The 2 children were in their hands. Han Qingyun dared not act rashly and could only follow them, waiting for the right moment. Coincidentally, when she rescued her nephews this time, she ran into the man on a mission. Zhao Guiyun had been waiting at home for a long time. The food on the table was almost cold.
what's going on?
Why haven't the people we sent out come back? Did the 2 tigers get into a fight with some kids? Zhao Guiyun leaned against the window, watching the busy street. "Nanny, should I go look for them?" Han Xian, the older girl, was also anxious. Zhao Guiyun turned around. "No, don't go. If you go, they might come back, and then you can go." "Oh, who's that? Why are they looking at our house from the door?" Han Xian also leaned out the window. "Nanny, that auntie must be looking for us. I'll go out." "Go ahead. Maybe she's just asking for directions," Zhao Guiyun said, letting her go. The girl put on a knitted hat and went outside. "Auntie, who are you looking for?" Zhao Guiyun was leaning by the window, watching her eldest granddaughter talk to a woman at the gate. As she watched, she felt something was wrong because her granddaughter's face looked like she was about to cry. "Oh my, something's wrong." She hurriedly got up, put on her shoes, and went outside just as her granddaughter was running back. Grandma, my older aunt was taken by human traffickers," Han Xian cried loudly. Zhao Guiyun's vision blurred. Luckily, the woman caught her in time. "Big sister, you can't faint now. The children are waiting for us to rescue them." Holding her arms steady, Zhao Guiyun asked, "Girl, tell me what happened. Come inside. It's too cold outside." Inside the house, Zhao Guiyun eagerly pressed for details. The woman was straightforward. She patted her leg and said, "Big sister, I'm your neighbor nearby. You might not know me, but I know your family just moved here. I was just going to buy soy sauce when I saw your daughter fighting with someone on the street. Don't worry, your daughter wasn't hurt." She kicked the man to the ground. It was quite satisfying to see. "Then I passed by, and your daughter called me over. She said that man was a trafficker and that your 2 grandsons had been taken by them. Your daughter went after them to rescue the boys. She told me not to worry because she can take care of herself and will bring the boys back. She also told me to report it to the police. At that moment, your daughter gave me 10 yuan to run an errand. Can I take this money?" I was nervous then, so I didn't argue. "Now, I want to give it back to you." The woman took out the 10 yuan and placed it on the table. "How can I accept this money? I can't spend it easily. If I keep it, what kind of person am I?" "Big sister, don't get too upset. If you get too anxious and faint, the children will be very sad to see you like that." Zhao Guiyun's brow eased a little. She had imagined all sorts of bloody scenes and was frightened. She only remembered her daughter was a girl and her 2 grandsons were under 8 years old. She had forgotten her daughter's strength. Hopefully she'd be okay, right? Thank you so much, big sister. Thank you very much. She looked at the 10 yuan on the table. Since your daughter gave you this money, take it. Don't be polite. She tried to insist, but the woman refused to take it. Big sister, we're neighbors. Maybe someday I'll need your help too. We should support each other. Let me just say a few words. It's a small favor. My name is Feng Chun Chao. We know each other now. I can't take up your time reporting the case, so go quickly. I'm leaving now. Don't worry. Feng Chuanxiao's personality is straightforward and honest, just like Zhao Guiyun. Seeing Zhao Guiyun's urgency, she couldn't delay her, so she hurriedly urged Zhao Guiyun to report the case. After the person left, Zhao Guiyun wrapped up all 3 children tightly, holding her grandson in her arms and carrying 2 granddaughters. She ran to the nearest police station to report the incident. She couldn't leave the children at home after such a thing happened. What if bad people targeted their family? She even suspected that they might have offended the Meng family, and someone from the Meng family was behind this. Big brother, that woman isn't eating or drinking what we give her. We can't even trick her into fainting. If this continues, she'll realize we're just wasting her time. A man with a flat top and a scarred face brought in food and placed it on the table. Inside, several men sat around. One with a thick beard, sitting confidently on a stool, was Li Chong, the older brother of sister Mi Chunhua. Big brother, what should we do now? Half a day has passed. If this girl finds out we're deceiving her, will she turn against us? Darn, this is a real headache. If I'd known it would be so hard, I wouldn't have caught someone like her. Now we're in trouble. Maybe we should let those 2 kids go? I don't know if Lao Nian's side has managed to get rid of her. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Han Xingyan strode in quickly. Without saying a word, she kicked each of them to the ground. Her face was expressionless as she stepped on Li Chong's leg and twisted it forcefully. Crack.
Crack. Ah.
With the sound of bones breaking, Li Chong let out a terrible scream. His cry was chilling. I warned you not to play tricks on me. It looks like you're asking for death. Without giving them a chance to explain or beg, Han Xingyan stepped on Li Chong's right arm.
Crack. Crack. Ah.
Oh my. Normally, the process should be that you threaten him after stepping on him, making him talk. But this lady just crushed him directly, without saying a word. All right, you've paid the price for deceiving me. Next, I'll see who looks pleasing, and I'll ruin him too, Han Xingyan said, her eyes scanning the people lying on the ground, as if hunting prey. They traveled for a long time by car to a city in Jisheng province, where they said 2 tigers were hiding. Then, they arranged for Han Xingyan to stay in this yard. Han Xingyan could not be so foolish as to eat the food they sent, especially since she had plenty of food in her space. After waiting in the yard for over 10 minutes, she couldn't sit still and wanted to find Li Chong to ask clearly where the children were. Then she overheard them trying to comfort her and planning to drug her to make her faint, which made Han Xingyan angry. Everyone who knows her understands that when Han Xingyan is angry, she shows no expression. In both her past and present lives, she has never done anything so violent. Even now, with her great strength, she has never used that advantage to bully others. But just now, she stomped on the kidnapper's legs and arms without fear or regret. For such scum, 1,000 cuts wouldn't be enough to vent her hatred. Her heart felt like overgrown grass, worried about her 2 children. What if they are in danger? How dare they play tricks on her? You're the one. She pointed at the scar-faced man who brought her food. The man was so scared he urinated, and a yellow puddle grew on the ground, showing he was very frightened. No, 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 don't, miss. I'll tell you. The children are no longer with us.
Ah.
Don't hurt me, I haven't finished. The children are with Lao Nian, but we don't know if he's hurt or not. Han Xingyan stepped on his arm and asked, Where are you taking him? I can tell you the truth. I don't plan to report this. If I find the children, I'll spare your lives. If not, you all can go to hell.
Reporting it is cheap for you.
You'll just end up in jail for a few years. Besides causing trouble, I'd rather take justice into my own hands and get rid of scum like you. That's what Han Xingyan thought. She was so angry she wanted to destroy these scum. What's the point of prison? If they aren't executed, they'll come out after a few years and be just as bad. Oh my, how regretful they must be for offending such a deadly woman. Her murderous intent was so fierce it seemed she might really kill them. Help. She wanted to report it to the police for protection. Don't kill me. I know how to contact him. I'll take you there, just don't hurt me, and I'll do whatever you say. The man begged and cried. So, you also beg for mercy? What about the women and children you kidnapped? Did you let them go when they begged? Han Qingyan knocked out and tied up the remaining men, stuffing a rag into their mouths. She closed her eyes, feeling restless and irritated. She was a law-abiding citizen, not a criminal. She couldn't cross her bottom line just because she had special abilities. They truly deserve to be punished, but that doesn't mean they have a reason to take lives themselves. If they get used to killing, will they become unstoppable in the future? Fists clenched tightly, her eyes slowly opened. Her mind was clear. She quickly grabbed the man and headed outside the yard. She found out about a nearby police station. She took the man there to report the case, explaining everything in detail. The large number of human traffickers caught the police's attention. Some officers went to the yard to arrest those people, and the police chief personally led a team to follow the clues and find the old man. Han Qingyan insisted on going along. The police officers warned her it was too dangerous and that the other side might have weapons, but she refused to stay back. Reluctantly, she kicked down a tree in front of them, which surprised the police officers. Then they took Han Qingyan away. Han Qingyan didn't want to reveal herself, hoping to stay hidden forever. But now she had no choice. If she couldn't see the two children safely rescued with her own eyes, how could she face Han Qingzhou when she returned home? When they reached the hideout, the old man had already left with his people. One woman guarding the hideout was captured. She learned from her that there was indeed a pair of twin boys and 3 young women. She didn't know exactly where they had gone. The police also called in a search dog. Han Qingyan followed the police and the dog, tracking the suspects. The old man had just left with the women and children. He wanted to get rid of them quickly and was with several accomplices. They knew the routes well and planned to sell the children in remote areas. Captain, the target has appeared, but we haven't seen the person called Da Huang. Several people were hiding along the road, intermittently. A young soldier in a white coat used binoculars and saw the target appear. They were working with the provincial police to catch a large human trafficking gang. It was said that a person called Haizi was a small leader in the gang. An insider said that they would be moving along this route in the next couple of days, and that Haizi had kidnapped a very special girl. Haizi was described as a darker-skinned man with a full beard. He was believed to be a key member of the organization. Once they caught him, the entire gang would likely be caught too. Emote Songji was also using binoculars. The inside source said they had deployed many people, but why did only 7 targets appear? On the road, there are 2 shaky old carriages, with children, women, and 7 strong men riding in them. Captain, should we arrest them or not? What should we do? The 2 carriages have already passed by. The head of the criminal investigation team discussed with Emote Songji. After a brief hesitation of a few seconds, they ordered, arrest them. If we let these people go, hoping to catch bigger fish later, what about the victims on the carriage? Should we just watch and let them be sold? At the command, many people suddenly appeared on the roadside and surrounded the 2 carriages. The man driving the front carriage was an old, tired-looking man. Hey, what are you doing? Are you bandits or what? Trying to rob us? The other men also jumped down from the carriage. Experienced human traffickers have seen many situations, and although so many people suddenly appeared, he only hesitated for a moment before starting to shift blame. Today, the police and soldiers are all in plain clothes. The criminal investigation team leader stepped forward. Are you Lao Nian? Your real name is Zhao Dahai. You've been involved in human trafficking for many years. We've had our eyes on you for a while. Comrades, arrest him. You're framing good people. I don't know who you're talking about. We're just going to visit relatives. My wife and children are also in the carriage. Emote Songji chuckled. What a coincidence. In this cold weather, your wife and children are all sleeping in the carriage. He quickly took off his coat and wrapped the two children in it, but these two kids looked somewhat familiar. When Emo Tsongji first visited the Han family for a marriage proposal, he only saw these two children once. He didn't remember them very well. At that time, the kids were just playing around in the yard. It was already impressive that Emo Tsongji recognized them. The two children's faces were already blue from the cold, and they didn't wake up despite all the fuss, clearly drugged. The three women lying in the back carriage were in the same condition. They didn't wake up despite the noisy environment. There's no point in claiming innocence now. Even if they protest, it's useless. Their hands are now cuffed with silver bracelets. Captain Emo, should we continue the chase or wait a bit longer? After questioning those few people, they said no one was behind them. Emo Tsongji pondered. The informant said there's still someone called Lao He. He's holding a special person. Lao He didn't stay with Lao Nian because of that special person, and he let Lao Nian go first. We can't be sure if Lao He will come back later. Let's wait a bit longer. Take these people back first. I'll stay here with my team and keep watching for any signs. The head of the criminal investigation team nodded. All right, then I'll leave it to Emo Tuan. Thank you for your hard work. You're welcome. The two shook hands and said goodbye. The head of the investigation team took the person away, and Emo Tsongji led his soldiers to hide on both sides of the road. At this moment, Han Qingyan followed officers from the police station, being led by a military dog toward the target. Han Qingyan sat in a cart, the wind blowing so strongly that she couldn't keep her eyes open. The dog in front was leading the way, while the truck behind moved slowly, and there was also a military jeep behind them. But when the dog reached a certain spot, it stopped and started circling in place, sniffing around and then turning back. What's going on? Did those people turn back again? The police station chief looked at the footprints on the ground and said, Emo Tsongji saw police officers investigating at their capture site, with military dogs, clearly tracking the people they had just caught or the victims. He jumped from the roadside onto the main road. Comrade. His sudden appearance startled a few police officers. Two of them already drew their guns and aimed at him.
Montag Tuan? Han Qingyan recognized mo kong si.
When the only female officer called his name, he looked at her. Actually, in the middle of winter, Emo Tsongji was wearing a lei foam hat and a mask, so even acquaintances wouldn't recognize him. But he remembered Han Qingyan's voice, so he tentatively asked, and it really was him. She pulled down her scarf. Hello, Emo Tuan and officers. This is Emo Tuan from a certain army unit. Hearing Han Qingyan call him Tuan, the police chief said, Ah. Sorry, it was a misunderstanding. Emo Tsongji was a bit stunned by Han Qingyan's appearance and felt a little excited inside. Hello, police comrades. I'm here to clear up the misunderstanding. Comrade Han, why are you here? Han Qingyan explained, my two nephews were kidnapped by human traffickers. I followed the police officers to track them here. Suddenly, Emo Tsongji remembered the twin boys. Twins? I know. They've already been rescued by us. Han Qingyan breathed a big sigh of relief and sincerely thanked him. Thank you so much. Emo Tsongji replied, It's our duty. I wanted to say I'd accept your gratitude with a favor in return, but it seems you don't like me. Han Qingyan was anxious. Emo Tuan, where are my two nephews? Emo Tsongji said, They were taken away by the police involved in the operation. I saw you all stop here, so I guess you might be connected to the people we intercepted. The police station director said, Comrade, that's great. We have caught some human traffickers, and they might be accomplices of the ones you are after. Let's find a place to compare cases. Emo Tsongji frowned and asked, Is there someone very tall, dark and strong, with a full beard? The police station director replied, Yes, they say he's called Old Black. Emo Tsongji said, That's him. We stayed here to catch him, but it turns out he's already been caught. So we can call off the search. Han Qingyan was worried about her family and wanted to quickly find a phone to call the factory to report safety. The night had passed, and her family was still anxious. Comrade Emo, I want to see my two nephews right now, and I also want to call my family. I've been out all night, and I'm worried about my parents. Emo Tsongji said, Comrade Han, I will take you to see the children now. But it seems they were given sleeping pills. When we rescued them, they hadn't woken up yet. Hearing this, Han Qingyun became even more anxious. She needed to see the children quickly to prevent any harm, like eating something dangerous or having an accident. She wanted to find her children and feed them some spiritual spring water. Comrade Han, come with me. My car isn't cold, and we can see the children faster, Emo Seongji asked cautiously. Han Qingyun didn't care about anything else. Whoever could help her see her children sooner, she would go with them. She told the police station director and then got into Emo Seongji's jeep without hesitation. Comrade Han, we meet again, said Lu Sudong, Emo Seongji's security guard, who was driving. Han Qingyun said, hello. Thank you all for your hard work on this mission. It's no trouble. Why did we join the army? To protect our country, Lu Sudong replied. Emo Seongji cleared his throat and coughed a few times, trying to stop their friendly chat. Captain, you have a cold, Lu Sudong said confidently. Hearing this, Emo Seongji immediately realized he was probably chilled last night during the ambush. Don't talk nonsense. I'm healthy and strong. How could I catch a cold easily? He said, trying to explain, even though he didn't want to admit he was unwell. Comrade Han, your second brother is injured, Lu Sudong added. Really? Han Qingyun turned her head in surprise. Both of them sat in the back and turned their heads at the same time, feeling a little awkward. This also made Emo Seongji feel awkward. Han Qingyun seemed unaffected, but he knew from past experience that she had seen a lot. Emo Seongji didn't expect Han Qingyun to suddenly turn his face aside. He looked like he had been scalded, quickly turning his face forward again. But in that brief moment, his eyes were panicked. Then he regained his composure. Your fourth brother is Han Lidong, right? He's the company commander of our 2nd Battalion. Han Qingyun remained silent. Her father had once held on to hope, but when Emo Seongji visited their home last time, her father guessed that her fourth brother was in Emo Seongji's unit, yet he didn't dare to reveal it. They were worried that if the truth came out, it might upset others or cause trouble for their family. Could they hide it? The records were right there. Plus, their family's brothers all have distinctive names: spring, summer, autumn, winter. They aren't fools. They could guess easily. Is it serious? How long ago? How was he hurt? Han Qingyun asked repeatedly, staring at Emo Seongji's side profile. Well, he's been injured for 3 days now. It's quite serious, but he was saved. Han Qingyun's mouth opened slightly. Her vision blurred, and the word rescue suggested he was close to losing his life. She had to quickly feed him spiritual spring. The little ones were waiting for her to feed them. She was anxious, more anxious than she'd ever been. Comrade Han Ko, please don't worry. He's fine now, Lu Sudong, in front, saw Han Qingyun's panicked face through the rear-view mirror. Her stunning face was pale as paper, clearly frightened. Of course she was worried. He was her brother. Emo Seongji slightly turned his head, not daring to look at Han Qingyun. He wasn't hurt during a mission. It happened on Sunday when he was on leave. He went out and encountered a female comrade who was being harassed by a group of hooligans. Those hooligans wanted to cause trouble, and your brother stepped in to help. He licked his lips and continued, there were too many of them, and they were quite skilled, even armed. Your brother was stabbed 4 times in the abdomen. Han Qingyun clutched her knees and said with a bitter smile, heroes saving beauty? She was angry, but what could she say? Could she say her fourth brother did something wrong? His uniform represented carrying a mission on his shoulders. If she said he was wrong, how bad would her own awareness be? But her fourth brother was almost lost. If he had died, she couldn't even imagine how her parents would react. Why didn't your unit notify the family? Han Qingyun asked angrily, with a hint of accusation. Emo Seongji replied, your brother refused. They were about to take him into surgery, and even before he lost consciousness, he held us back from informing the family. He said if he died, it wouldn't help to tell the family, it was too late. If he survived, it would only cause more trouble for the family. Han Qingyun said, this jerk. What does he think of his family? What does he think of his parents? Is he an orphan? It seems like his family has neglected him and made him feel guilty. Emo Seongji quickly explained when he saw her upset. Comrade Han Ko, you misunderstood. That's not what he meant at all. We are also soldiers and understand his feelings. Because we often get hurt and tell our families about it, they worry a lot. Living every day in fear makes life hard. He's worried about his family's concern. Han Qingyun remained silent, and, without saying a word, they arrived at the police station. At the police station, Emo Seongji first found the person who was on the same mission as him and asked him to take Han Qingyun to the hospital to see the two children. Han Qingyun said, Captain Emo, can I ask you a favor? Please call my dad's work unit and tell them I'm safe. Let him know the kids are fine. And not to worry. Emo Seongji nodded, sure. Give me the phone number and I'll call. You should go see the children quickly. Han Qingyun gave Mo Seongji the phone number for Han Yunsun's workplace and then got into a jeep with a police officer. The hospital was nearby, just a 10-minute drive. Han Qingyun hurriedly followed the police into the hospital's inpatient ward. Seeing the two children lying in beds, she finally let go of the tight hold on her emotions, and tears started to fall. Although she was a bit more mature than others her age, she had only lived to 21 in her past life. No matter how mature she was, how much could she really be? Now, in a strange place, alone with two children, she wasn't afraid of the space, but was constantly worried about their safety during the chase. Her nerves were stretched tight, and when she saw her children, her mental defenses collapsed. Two doctors were examining the children. Doctor, I am their aunt. What's wrong with them? The doctor saw a beautiful girl crying like a tearful person and thought she was a family member. Don't worry, young lady. The children aren't in serious trouble. They took sleeping pills and haven't woken up yet. They should wake up by tonight. Han Qingyun's heart finally relaxed. She waited for the doctors and police to leave before feeding the children spiritual spring water. After the examination, the doctor explained some precautions to Han Qingyun and then left. The police officer guiding the way has also left. Outside the door, two officers are standing guard. The two children are witnesses, and Han Qingyun's identity has not yet been fully confirmed, so the police won't let her take the children away casually. Once inside the ward, only the patient remains. Han Qingyun, with her back to the patient on the nearby bed, suddenly has a porcelain cup in her hand, filled with warm water mixed with spiritual spring water. She carefully feeds the two children with a spoon. Usually, the children are quite mischievous and not well behaved, but now they are lying quietly, as if they are asleep. Her heart aches so much it feels like it might tear apart. At this moment, she finally has time to feel scared. She has never hoped for the effects of the spiritual spring as much as she does now. She wishes the children would wake up immediately so she can take them to rescue old Forhan. When Emo Seongji arrived, he saw Han Qingyun sitting by the bed, staring at the two children without blinking. He had just been at the police station, coordinating with officers about the case, exchanging information. The case was becoming clearer. It was about a gang they were chasing. Half of the gang members had already been caught, and the rest were still being questioned. The remaining members were led by Lao He, and the woman Lao He was after was Han Qingyun. With Han Qingyun's stunning looks, they hoped to make a lot of money by selling her to the wealthy in Gangcheng. If they sold Han Qingyun there, they wouldn't have to worry about food or drink for the rest of their lives. The two children were just tools to threaten Han Qingyun, forcing her to cooperate. When he learned this, Emo Seongji felt like killing someone. He wanted to eliminate those scum completely. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. He had never been so angry, not even when that man and woman's family had been so overbearing to him. This was abnormal. Yes, he was a little bit abnormal. He stood outside the door, looking through the glass at her. She had her head lowered, her face as beautiful as jade, expressionless, like a carved jade statue. Ding, ding, ding. Emo Seongji knocked on the door. Han Qingyun was observing whether the two children had any reaction. Just now, whose eyelashes seemed to move, or maybe they didn't. She kept staring without blinking, not noticing what was happening outside. When she heard the knocking, she looked up. Her deep eyes met his, flashing with a fleeting, unusual emotion. She nodded. Emot Songji pushed the door open and walked to the bed, softly asking, "How are the children?" Han Xingyan replied, "They were given sleeping pills. The doctor said it's not a big problem. We're just waiting for them to wake up." Emot Songji relaxed and pointed outside. "Let's go outside to discuss the case." Han Xingyan tucked in her child's quilt and followed Emot Songji out. The two stood in the corridor. Han Xingyan looked up at Emot Songji. He was very tall, so she had to tilt her head back and step back a little to feel comfortable. "Is there any progress on the case?" If Emot Songji hadn't been involved in the arrest, he wouldn't have told the victim the results so quickly. But since Emot Songji was part of the internal team, it's normal for him to know some details early. Emot Songji said, "I need to tell you something. Please stay calm and don't get too excited."
Han Xingyan hesitated.
Is there anything more exciting than being kidnapped by human traffickers? Right now, Han Xingyan was feeling a bit confused. Emot Songji cleared his throat to hide his distraction earlier. "That beard guy, was he the one you fought off?"
"Ah."
"Is there a problem?" "I was just defending myself." Han Xingyan thought she had beaten up the black-haired man, and the police might come after her. Was that what made her so upset? Emot Songji said, "No, actually that black-haired man is somehow related to you." Han Xingyan was silent. "According to his accomplices, your former sister-in-law, Mi Manhwa, and her older brother are connected to this black-haired man." Han Xingyan asked, "Wait, let me get this straight. Mi Manhwa's her older brother? He was after me? Just because my second brother divorced Mi Manhwa? So they kidnapped and sold my second brother's 2 children?" She couldn't think of any other reason. Is this revenge because of the divorce? Mi Manhwa's heart is so cold, she's even willing to sell her own son. Emot Songji clenched his fists behind his back. "No, they came for you. The 2 children were just bait to lure you out." Han Xingyan covered her chest in disbelief.
"Me?
"They're after me? That wicked woman before the divorce, she was always against me at home. But this is just a family dispute, a small quarrel between sister-in-law and wife. Why would she kidnap me over that?" Emot Songji said, "It's not just kidnapping. They plan to sell you abroad, to Hongcheng." Han Xingyan's mind was racing. How dark are their plans? They're not just selling her, they want to sell her overseas. Darn, even black-haired Lao He would be cheaper if they sold her. She should just wipe them all out. Han Xingyan burst into laughter. "If I had known they had such ideas, I should have crushed all of their eggs. None left, so they could be eunuchs for life. Trying to mess with me and dragging my nephew into it."
"Ha."
Cough, cough.
"Well."
Cough, cough. Oops. Having been used to talking freely at home, she forgot the occasion. In short, she forgot to pretend. Emot Songji's eyes twitched. He was so disappointed. Beneath her stunning face was someone. He couldn't quite describe her. Something different from the her he saw before. The last time he saw her, she seemed elegant and intelligent, like a noble lady. But now, she looked more lively and down-to-earth, unlike her previous self, who seemed untouchable. "Comrade Han, your 2 nephews have woken up. The children are crying and looking for you." A police officer came to inform Han Xingyan. Han Xingyan and Emot Songji hurried into the ward. The 2 little boys, Dahu and Eru, wanted to get up and go home, crying. A police officer was comforting the children. "Uncle didn't lie to you. The bad people have been caught. Your aunt will be here soon." Sniff, sniff, "I want to go home. I want to go home." Wah, wah, wah. Although the 2 children usually acted mature and spoke like little adults, they were still young kids. Being taken away by strangers and forcibly scared for the sake of the children was terrifying. Waking up in a strange place, how could they not cry? "Dahu, your aunt is here." The bad people really got caught. Han Xingyan quickly walked to the bed and hugged the 2 little ones. The children, seeing their family, clung tightly to their aunt's waist, not letting go. Only in her arms could they feel safe. "You're all boys. If you cry anymore, people will laugh at you." Era looked up. "Auntie, I'm so scared. I won't run around anymore. Those people hit me and Dahu." At this moment, police officers had called the doctors over. 2 doctors hurried in, asking the children many questions. The children said they no longer felt dizzy and had no other discomfort. The doctors said the children were quite lucky. 3 other young women had been drugged and hadn't woken up yet. But it wasn't a big problem. They should wake up tonight. Seeing the children were fine, Han Qingyun was worried about old fourth Han. Captain Mo, my fourth brother is in that hospital. I need to go take care of him. The key was to feed him spiritual spring water. Mo Tsongji replied, he's at our military district hospital, which is quite far. These 2 children are witnesses. They need to be taken to the police station for a statement. After completing the statement, I will take you back to the military area. Thinking about being able to take her back to see the military area, she suddenly felt a strange emotion, but he ignored it. Since that's the case, the children are fine now. Han Qingyun took the 2 children and went with Mo Tsongji and 2 police officers to the police station. De Hu and Air, who are 2 smart kids. Han Qingyun secretly gave them a lot of spiritual spring water. The children are very good at expressing themselves and clearly described what happened. They were playing with nearby children. At noon, those children went home for lunch, and the 2 kids also went home. On the way back, they were caught. The children cried and made a fuss, then their mouths were covered, and they were carried onto a bicycle. Later, they arrived at a strange place. Their mouths were stuffed with medicine, and then they lost consciousness. After finishing the statement, Mo Tsongji took his mother and the 2 children to the military area. The Han family was in chaos. When they learned the twins were taken by human traffickers, Han Qingyun even chased after them. She had no mood to go to work. The father and son waited at the police station. Later, someone from their workplace came. Han Yunshin and his father waited at the police station. The person told them that the children were found and all 3 were safe. It was a call from someone named Mo Tsongji. Han Yunshin didn't go to work because all 3 children were lost. He didn't answer the phone. Their workplace was worried. Such a big matter couldn't be delayed. So, they specifically came home to inform them. Zhao Guiyun was overjoyed and cried tears of happiness. She thanked the person who brought the news and even brought some food when leaving. Then she cried her heart out. In the afternoon, Han Yunshin and his father returned home, looking exhausted. Zhao Guiyun patted her legs and said, "Don't sit at the police station anymore. The children are found. I don't know the details either. It was someone from your workplace who called and said Mo Tsongji called and said Qingyun found the 2 children." Hearing that the children were found, the father and son collapsed in relief. My goodness, these past 2 days felt longer than 2 years. Because the 3 children were lost, they didn't dare tell their eldest or the others, including Han Lao-san. So, the 3 adults bore all the mental stress. They hadn't eaten well or slept for 2 days and nights. Now that there was news, they could finally relax. Han Qingzhou asked Mo Tsongji, "Why did he call? Isn't he in the provincial city?" "It seems my sister and the 2 children are now in the provincial city." He is truly the smartest among the children, quickly thinking of the key point. "Wow, that's right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of this. Did our daughter go to Old Forest Place? Or did Mo Tsongji save our child?" Zhao Guiyun asked both her son and husband as if questioning herself. Either of those could be true. "No, second brother, we have to go to work tomorrow. If your little sister calls, we might not be able to answer," Han Yunshin said to Han Qingzhou. In the past 2 days, the father and son both felt a deep sense of helplessness. They were ordinary people with no influence or connections. When faced with such situations, they were completely at a loss. They had no contacts, so they didn't even know where to look for information. Now, they deeply realized how true Han Qingyun's words had been before. This lesson had taken root in Han Qingzhou's heart, and once given the chance, he would do his best to climb higher. After a false alarm, the father and son returned to their workplace and kept watch. Han Qingyun followed Mo Tsongji to the military unit. During the journey, Mo Tsongji, who was usually quiet, introduced the unit to Han Qingyun. Of course, he only mentioned what everyone knew and didn't say anything unnecessary. The main point was that a division was stationed here. The family area and the military district were separated by a wall, 2 courtyards. The unit also had a guest house and a hospital. Now, Old Han had been transferred from the People's Hospital back to the Military District Hospital. After understanding the situation, they arrived at the place. Han Qingyun didn't rest, but took the 2 children directly to the hospital, eager to see how Old Han was doing. Mo Tsungji asked Lu Sudong to drive the car to the hospital. This military hospital was quite large. Not only did military personnel receive treatment here, but local residents could also come for medical care. Han Qingyun and the 2 children entered the hospital's inpatient department. When they reached room 108, the door was open, and there seemed to be many people inside, talking and making the place lively. Mo Tsungji led the 3 women into the ward. Regiment Commander. Regiment Commander. Inside the ward, there were 3 beds, each with someone lying on it, and several soldiers were either sitting or standing nearby, talking to the patients. Mo Tsungji's appearance made the soldiers quickly stand up and salute him. He returned the salute. Han Qingyun looked around at the 3 beds. Since her return, she hadn't seen Han Lidong, and her 4th brother still existed in her memory. Although she was from the future, she had traveled back to her previous life. This 4th brother hasn't returned home for over 2 years. At that time, Han Qingyun was still young, around 14 or 15. Han Old Fourth was only about 18 or 19 then. After more than 2 years, Han Old Fourth's appearance must have changed somewhat. Han Qingyun scanned the faces of 3 people and finally identified one. Even lying on the hospital bed, he was tall, handsome, and had a good-looking face, but his face lacked color. Han Qingyun stared sharply at the 3 faces, making everyone in the room suddenly quiet. They were mainly stunned by Han Qingyun's good looks. Da Hu and Air, who hid behind Han Qingyun, peeking out with small heads. The people inside looked at the 2 children as if they had just woken up from a dream. Could this woman be visiting with children? It didn't seem like it. She looked under 20, and why was she so pretty? Cough, cough. Mo Tsungji's throat itched again. The mischievous kids stared intently at Han Qingyun, which made him very annoyed. Han Qingyun pulled the 2 children to the bedside of Han Lidong, who was still dazed, and said, "4th brother."
Han Lidong was silent.
Did this girl just call him 4th brother? He couldn't blame him for being confused. He last saw Han Qingyun when she was about 14 or 15, still not fully grown. Plus, since Han Qingyun came back, she had been nourished by spiritual spring water and looked quite different from before. Da Hu and Air, who also didn't remember Uncle Fourth, the last time they saw him, they were only 5 years old. After a scare, the 2 children became very attached to Han Qingyun. One hugged each arm, and all 4 eyes stared at the person on the bed they didn't recognize. They didn't speak, just watched silently. Han Qingyun said, "I am your younger sister, Han Ke." She had no choice but to tell them her old name since she didn't know they remembered her as Han Lidong. Han Lidong was surprised and tried to sit up, covering his stomach.
"You're
my little sister? Don't move. Lie still," Han Qingyun said, then turned to the 2 children.
"Da er hun, call forth uncle."
The 2 children tightly clung to Han Qingyun and called out, "4th uncle." Han Lidong couldn't understand this group. "What are you 3 doing here?" Han Qingyun looked at Mo Tsungji, who was standing with his hands behind his back. She touched her nose. "Well, the 3 of us were kidnapped by human traffickers." "Really?
What?"
Their words caused everyone in the room to gasp in surprise. Mo Tsungji already knew about Han Qingyun's honorable deed, and the story was truly inspiring. She was a brave and strong young girl who fought alone against several fierce human traffickers, even injuring one so badly that they couldn't recover. The remaining traffickers were tied up and taken to the police station, and no one would believe it if they didn't see it themselves. Since Han Qingyun was so capable, why did she try to drown herself in the river? Mo Tsungji discreetly looked at Han Qingyun, feeling a bit sad. He wondered if she really liked that young man, and that was why she tried to end her life. But it didn't seem like her. Han Qingyun didn't seem like someone who would do such a thing. What exactly happened that caused her to fall into the water? Because of Han Qingyun's presence, the people in the house didn't dare to speak loudly and secretly looked at her. especially Han Lidong's comrades. They thought, wow, Han Lidong's sister is so beautiful. Maybe I can get close to her. My friends are all single, so it's time to settle some personal matters. Emote Songji said, everyone has finished watching, go back to training. Han Lidong is badly hurt, so let him rest well. Don't bother him anymore. Everyone responded. All right, since the team leader ordered, they had to leave. The few friends who came to see Han Lidong looked reluctant and kept glancing back as they left. Emote Songji told Han Lidong, rest well, take good care of your health, and try to return to the team soon. Comrade Han Ko, I finished my task this time and need to report to the leaders. You stay in the hospital with Han Lidong and wait for me to finish my report before arranging your stay at the guest house. Han Qingyan said, Commander Emo, thank you so much this time. You go ahead and busy yourself. I can stay at the guest house by myself. She thought a high-ranking officer is very busy and she shouldn't waste his time. Emote Songji replied, it's no trouble at all. You're part of our team's family, and it's our duty to take care of family members. Besides, without an introduction letter, how can you stay there? I'll go first. Han Qingyun hesitated, realizing she didn't have an introduction letter. She thought, looks like I'll have to trouble him after all. Emote Songji went back to report the results of this mission. Han Qingyun and the two children stayed in the hospital room. Fourth brother, are you thirsty? I'll pour you some water. Look at your lips, they're chapped, Han Qingyun said, remembering her purpose for this trip. Han Lidong touched his lips and said, they're not chapped, but his sister said they were, so they must be. Han Qingyun took a cup and poured a quarter of a bottle of spiritual spring water from the thermos. She then handed it to Han Lidong and said, drink it all, no leftovers. Han Lidong hesitated but finished the water quickly, thinking his younger sister was still so capable. Have you called home? If not, hurry and make a call. If your parents don't hear from you, they'll worry. Han Lao Si usually writes home once every 2 months, so he knows the family situation and that Han Yunqing is already at work. But he doesn't know what has happened in the past month. Han Qingyun said, who's as careless as you? I called this morning. Why didn't you tell the family you were stabbed 4 times?
I only found out by chance.
If I didn't know, would you have planned to hide everything from the family forever? Han Lidong wanted to explain, but Han Qingyun interrupted him. You should rest now. Don't talk if there's nothing urgent. We'll deal with everything once you're better. Han Lidong felt both amused and helpless. His injuries were serious, with 2 wounds in vital areas, almost taking his life. At that moment, he was bleeding heavily, but soldiers donated blood to save him. Losing too much blood made him exhausted and weak. Han Qingyun told him to close his eyes and rest, and he obediently closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. In the hospital room, there were 2 other injured soldiers, but no one else was around. These soldiers were hurt on missions. Han Qingyun thought for a moment, then played the kind-hearted person. She poured water for each of the 2 soldiers, but the amount of spiritual spring was only 1/5 of Han Lao Si's, enough to help them recover faster. Emote Songji hurried back to the military district to report on this mission to the commander. An hour later, he left the headquarters and went to the guest house. Usually, such arrangements were made by the logistics staff, even when family members visited, but this time he personally booked the rooms. He reserved 2 rooms, one for the 2 children and one for Han Qingyun alone. Thinking further, he called Lu Sudong. Sudong, go and buy some clothes for the 2 kids. He handed over money and instructions, telling him to buy everything from top to bottom, inside and out. Lu Sudong was surprised. The battalion commander was not easy to deal with. Winning his wife's favor meant starting with her family, and there was no way to approach the girl directly. He needed to think carefully. If he flattered the family well, it might work better than trying to impress her directly. Captain, do you want to buy some underwear for Comrade Han too? Get lost. She's a young lady. Do I buy her underwear? Hurry up and go away. Oh, I'll go right now. Lu Sudong rubbed his sore behind from the captain's kick and left. Emote Songji sent Lu Sudong away, then thought for a moment and headed to the hospital. He had a ready excuse. The guest house was arranged.
Han Lidong was asleep.
The two children were too young to take care of, and they were still hungry. There was plenty to eat in the space, but no good excuse. At this moment, Mo Tsungji arrived. Comrade Han Ko, the guest house has been arranged for you. When do you plan to take the two children there? Han Ko looked at Han Lidong still sleeping on the bed, then asked the soldier in the next bed to pass a message to Han Lidong. Please tell my second brother that I will take the two children to the guest house first. Once they are settled, I will come back to see him.
Thank you.
All right, no need to thank me. When he wakes up, I'll tell him. You can rest assured. Mo Tsungji took his mother and the two children to the guest house. It was close to the hospital, right next to the family quarters. I've reserved 2 rooms for you on the 2nd floor. I'll take you to see them. In front of the guest house, 2 attendants looked surprised as Mo Tsungji led Han Qingyun and the children upstairs. Once on the 2nd floor, the 2 attendants immediately whispered to each other. Wow, Mo Tsungji personally came to book the rooms. It's for this comrade. Guess who she is? Maybe her partner? No way. She's with 2 kids? Can that girl even have such big children? With how attentive Mo Tsungji is, she's probably her partner. Oh my, Mo Tsungji is known as the toughest person in our unit. I thought he didn't care about gender, but it turns out he does. Come on, you're talking nonsense. People have to be judged individually. That girl looks like that. She can't be a man. Wherever there are people, there are gossipers. News about Mo Tsungji booking a room with a female comrade and 2 children spread quickly. The guest house wasn't as fancy as modern ones, but it was simple, clean, and even had hot water. Mo Tsungji said, I asked Lu Sudong to buy some clothes for the children. I don't know your size, so I didn't buy any for you. Although Mo Tsungji looked expressionless, his ears felt hot. Han Qingyun replied, Thank you. Later, I'll give you the money and the tickets. You see, we caused you a lot of trouble since we arrived. I'll buy my own clothes. Mo Tsungji said, Comrade Han Ko, why are you still so distant? We've met a few times, so we're friends, right? And your brother is still in our group. You're also part of our family. By the way, for dinner night, should I go to the cafeteria to get food for you? Or do you want to go with me? Since meeting Han Qingyun, Mo Tsungji has been speaking very carefully and cautiously, unlike his usual self. Han Qingyun replied, Captain Mo, do you have a stove here? I want to borrow it. Don't worry, I will pay for it. My second brother was badly hurt and lost a lot of blood. I want to help him recover faster. Mo Tsungji said, I have a single room with a stove inside. If you don't mind, I can lend it to you. If you think the stove is too simple, you can also go to the military wife's house to cook. She was just borrowing the stove as an excuse, not really interested in military family affairs. As long as she has a stove to use as an excuse, everything else can be done in her space. So she didn't think much about it and said, just borrow your stove. I don't know anyone there, and it would be awkward to go alone. Having a stove is enough. Mo Tsungji's lips unconsciously curled up. All right, tell me if you need any pots or bowls, and I'll lend them to you.
Oh.
And don't thank me. You're part of our group, so helping family members with difficulties is what I should do. Han Qingyun was about to say thank you, but Mo Tsungji interrupted her before she could speak. Han Qingyun took Da Hu and Air Hu and followed Mo Tsungji to a single room. The room was small, about 20 square meters, simply but neatly kept. Under the window was a desk with several neatly arranged books and a large enamel teapot. Besides that, there was a metal single bed. On the bed was a green quilt, folded neatly like a tofu block, and the sheets were smooth and wrinkle-free. Han Qingyun could tell that Mo Tsungji was a disciplined and meticulous person. The room was so clean and tidy that it made a good impression of its owner. In her previous life, she had visited a college boys' dorm twice. Clothes and socks everywhere, really messy, to the point where you couldn't even step inside. Han Qingyun didn't dare say she could keep her dorm as tidy as this. In the corner, there was an iron stove, but it was not lit because Mo Tsungji was on a mission and hadn't returned for a few days. So the room was cold. Mo Tsungji quickly brought in some wood and lit the stove, carefully telling the twins not to get close to the iron stove because it was dangerous. The mischievous twins were curious enough to play with the iron stove. Han Xingyin felt for the first time that taking care of children was tiring. It wasn't physical exhaustion, but mental fatigue. After lighting the stove, Emo Tsongji washed his hands. Comrade Han, the military district has a supply and marketing cooperative, not small, and it has as many goods as outside. If you need anything, you can go there to look. Surprisingly, there is a supply cooperative? Han Xingyin asked, do they have meat and vegetables? I want to cook some nourishing soup for my second brother.
Mukhang sisseketligen vid han lidom.
He had been injured so many times over the years, always managing to get through. No family had ever brought him soup or meals. Unaware of Emo Tsongji's inner complaints and feelings, Han Xingyin looked around the simple room and said, let's just use this stove. It's pretty good here, but I feel bad asking you. Emo Tsongji replied, no trouble at all. Come on, I'll take you to the supply cooperative. Han Xingyin nodded and took the two little boys with Emo Tsongji to the supply cooperative. On the way, Da Hu and Hu chattered excitedly. Their eyes were wide with amazement, surrounded by military green everywhere. The kids were thrilled. Being children, the kidnapping incident was pushed aside by the lively scene before them. Da Hu curiously asked Emo Tsongji, Uncle Mo, is there anything fun in the supply cooperative? Is it like the one in our county? Emo Tsongji patted his head. The military district supply cooperative has everything, daily necessities, food, and vegetables. Who covered his stomach. Old aunt, I'm hungry.
I want to eat something.
The two kids hadn't eaten anything since they were taken, almost 2 days ago, only receiving glucose at the hospital. Han Xingyin said, wait until old aunt buys you some eggs and cakes to fill you up. At this time, the army cafeteria wouldn't have food either. It was afternoon now, and they had to leave. Just past the cafeteria, the door was locked, so they couldn't even fry rice. They arrived at the supply cooperative and the group entered. Hey, Mo Tuan, do you need anything? Inside, there were 2 women in their 30s, one with a round face and short hair, smiling as she approached. Emo Tsongji said, comradely, this is Han Lidong's sister from our 2nd battalion. Han Lidong was injured, and she's here to take care of him. She has nothing with her, just wants to buy some ingredients to help him recover. Comrade Han, this lady is the army district's sister-in-law. You can just call her Sisterly. Oh, I see. That's it. Sisterly seemed to suddenly understand, though she didn't know why. Actually, Emo Tsongji took a very beautiful girl to a guest house for a stay, and this story spread. It turned out to be Han Lianzhong's sister. No, even if she was Han Lianzhong's sister, why did Emo personally take her? Something felt off. Moreover, he personally brought her to the supply and marketing cooperative. Madam Li, I want to buy some meat, vegetables, rice, and a few bowls and chopsticks. Sure, everything is available. Since there were no customers at the cooperative, the 2 sisters-in-law quickly gathered everything Han wanted. When paying, Emo Tsongji took out money, but Han Xingyin said she would handle it herself. Emo asked, did you bring so many bills in such a hurry? Yes, I have plenty of space, but I can't really explain it. She came out looking for the 2 children, wearing old clothes, which made her look especially poor. Then just borrow it for now, and my 4th brother will pay it back. Han Xingyin wasn't the kind to be overly delicate. She said she would give him a meal she cooked as thanks. Emo Tsongji was delighted by Han Xingyun's casual attitude. Several people left the cooperative with full hands. Even the 2 children weren't empty-handed. Han Xingyin said, Emo troop, I don't know how to thank you. During my time in the army, I cooked for myself. Come back and eat with us. Don't refuse. It's a small gesture from us siblings. This was acceptable. If it were anything else, he might have refused, but eating together meant he could see her every day, maybe. Then thank you, Comrade Han. I can't forget your cooking skills. Passing by my office, do you want to call home again? Han Xingyin nodded, just one call. My parents are probably very anxious. So, everyone went to Emo Tsongji's office. Mo troop, aren't you working? We're already familiar with the place, so don't delay your work. Mo Tsongji could say he was reporting work when his superior forced him to take 3 days off. Is that girl the one you liked before? If she didn't like you, there must be a reason. You didn't pay enough attention. As long as I try, I believe I can win her over. A good girl fears a persistent suitor. If you keep circling her every day, she'll eventually notice. Hey, I say, you're brave enough in battle, but when it comes to chasing a girl, you're timid? I don't have cowards under my command, and chasing a girl is the same. Back in the day. Never mind, a hero doesn't boast about the past. Stop wasting time. Give yourself 3 days to win her over. Emote Seongji felt both annoyed and amused. If she didn't like him, wouldn't pestering her make her dislike him even more? Luckily, when he was about to doze off, someone sent him a pillow. She invited him to eat. This is good. He can approach her openly, without bothering others. My mission went well this time, and the commander gave me a few days off. I don't have anything else to do, so I might as well help out. Han Qingyun didn't think much of it. She didn't know the rules of the military. When she entered the office, Emote Seongji pointed to the phone on the desk. Han Qingyun dialed the logistics department's number for Han Yunshin.
Hello, I Han Inchenes døtter, Han Kinge.
I need to talk to my dad. Yes, we are all safe now. Thank you for your concern. I'll wait. The person who answered was the logistics director. He knew that Han Yunshin's daughter and grandson had been kidnapped by human traffickers. When Emote Seongji called the unit, he was the one who answered. As soon as he took the call, he sent someone to deliver a message. Now he was sending someone to the warehouse to call Han Yunshin.
Han Kingyun waited for her day to arrive.
Emote Seongji asked, "Did you change your name?" Han Qingyun looked up. Yes, I did. Except for Han Lidong, everyone in our family changed their names.
Montag Kongji was surprisingly confused. Why?
Han Qingyun replied, if it sounds bad, I just change it. There's no special reason. Emote Seongji thought, what a stubborn family. But I don't think they're being reckless. Although Han Lidong's father was a farmer, he had a refined, elegant aura, not at all like a typical rural person. Changing his name to Han Yunshin suited his personality well. Han Qingyun heard hurried, chaotic footsteps on the phone. Her father and brother were running over. Hello, dear, it's Dad. How are you and the kids now? Are you at your fourth brother's place? How is the fourth? Is it serious? His questions showed how worried Han Yunshin was.
Dad, don't worry.
Everyone is fine, including fourth brother Han. I just wanted to let you know we're safe. We're at the military district now. The 2 kids were rescued by Mo Tuan. My fourth brother was injured while heroically saving someone, but he's okay. I just want to tell you I'll stay here to take care of him until he's discharged. Han Yunshin and Han Qingyun, with their ears pressed to the phone, let out a deep breath. Han Yunshin asked, is there any progress with the case? Han Qingyun replied, yes, it was done by the Mi family. They will probably be caught soon. The Han father and son were stunned. Who would have thought it was the Mi family? Even if it was revenge for a divorce, it had been months ago. That family is truly despicable. Han Yunshin said, all right, take care of your brother. When you're coming back, just send a message. I'll take leave to pick you up. I can't let you come back alone with 2 kids.
Han Kingyun's mode wisha.
Dad, you don't need to come pick me up. I can manage by myself. A hand appeared in front of Han Qingyun. She placed the phone in that hand. Emote Seongji took the phone. Uncle Han, this is Emote Seongji. Han Yunshin replied, Emo, I really appreciate you saving my children. Now 3 kids are with you, and causing you trouble again. Emote Seongji said, no trouble at all. Once Han Lidong is better, I will personally take the 3 of them back. You don't need to take leave.
Han Jansen hesitated. That's
not very good. Sorry to take up your time. It's fine. That's settled. Please go ahead and talk to Han Qingyun, Mo said, then handed the phone back to the surprised Han Qingyun. Han Qingyun took the phone and said flatly, Dad, you really don't need to come. Oh, okay then. The kids are eating egg cakes. All right, Dahu and Air, who, say something to your dad. On the phone, Han Yunshin didn't let Han Qingyun argue, insisting she not bring the children back alone. Who took the phone? The 2 brothers, holding their egg cakes, were talking and eating with Han Qingzhou. Yes, we will listen to Annie and not run around. Emo Seongji asked Han Qingyan, "Aren't you going to tell your fourth brother the real situation?" Han Qingyan replied, "No, if my mom finds out, she'll come rushing here overnight. Besides, he's starting to see through my tricks to scare my parents. By the way, what exactly happened with my brother saving someone?" Emo Seongji explained that female comrade was unlucky. She was dating someone whose family was well off. Her father is a leader at a certain organization. Later, she found out something was wrong with her boyfriend, probably some issues. In short, she wanted to break up, and the guy retaliated. He gathered quite a few people to block her. Your brother saw it. As a soldier, he couldn't just stand by. The guy thought the girl had a new boyfriend and got angry. They fought, and the other guy had 12 people with knives. No matter how strong your brother is, he was cut. Han Qingyan asked, "Did they catch him?" Emo Seongji shook his head. No, the main suspect escaped. Only a few accomplices were caught. Han Qingyan clenched her fists again and again. If she didn't have two little ones to take care of, she'd be camping out at the suspect's house every day until she caught him herself. Don't worry, they won't get away. Our unit is working with the police to catch him, Mo Seongji said, noticing Han Qingyan's unwillingness. Yes, I trust the organization. Okay, they finished their call. I'll go back to your dorm to handle the ingredients. Emo Seongji took a key from the office drawer. Here is a key for you. You can enter the dormitory anytime. Han Qingyan felt quite touched. Having someone to help at this time was very kind. Emo Seongji finally earned the label of a good person. Hand over the two kids to me. You can go back to your work. Do you want to take the uncle to see the tanks and the training of the soldiers? The two children brightened their eyes and said in unison, yes. Don't worry about the kids. I will take good care of them. Nothing will go wrong, Emo Seongji assured. Han Qingyan was happy to agree. Without the two little troublemakers around, she found it much easier to use her space. Emo Seongji helped deliver the things to the dorm and then took the kids away. Han Qingyan started preparing ingredients. Currently, old fourth Han needs a light diet and can't eat red soy sauce. She bought all the pig scraps from the supply and marketing cooperative, including pig skin, pig bones, and pig kidneys. There weren't many vegetables in winter, but she bought all the available ones from the supply store. She put the large bones and pig skin into her space to simmer, making broth from the bones and jelly from the pig skin. The time difference in her space was large, so it finished cooking quickly. She placed a small bowl of pigskin broth on her desk. It should solidify by dinner time. Although there was a stove in the room, it wasn't very warm since there was no Kong heated bed. The current temperature was just right for making jelly. She kept the large bones in her space so they wouldn't cool down. She checked her watch. It was past 3 p.m., and she started cooking. Emo Seongji bought rice, so Han Qingyan cooked plain rice for old fourth Han, who ate rice porridge, while they ate egg-fried rice. She prepared 2 more dishes to complete the meal. Cooking and stir-frying were done outside her space, so Emo Seongji wouldn't notice anything unusual. Fortunately, Emo Seongji was considerate. He took the kids back after about 2 hours, and it was already dark outside. Han Qingyan packed the food and soup for old fourth Han. Emo Seongji returned with the children. She saw that both kids were dressed in new clothes. She looked at Emo Seongji, who explained, I asked Lu Sudong to buy them in the city. They were sweating this afternoon, so I took them to the bathhouse to wash, and they changed into new clothes. The kids still held their old clothes in their arms. She hadn't expected that. It was indeed inconvenient for her to bathe the boys alone, but Emo Seongji was very thoughtful. She didn't say much. She decided to add more dishes tomorrow. Talking too much would seem fake, so she kept it simple and practical. Han Qingyan pointed to the desk. The dishes, rice, and soup are ready. You eat first. I'll go deliver food to my fourth brother. Emo Seongji said, Let me go. It's very cold outside now. Kong Qingyan said goodbye. Even my own sister said I should stay and take care of him. But I didn't come, which isn't good. Anyway, it's not far, just a few steps. You eat. I kept some food for myself. Everything on the table is yours. After speaking, she put on her scarf, grabbed her mesh bag, and went out. Emot Seongji looked at the hot dishes on the table, clearly just served. There was stir-fried cabbage slices with kidney, radish and bone soup, stir-fried carrot shreds, a plate of pigskin jelly, and rice with scrambled eggs. Uncle Emo, hurry and eat. I told you, my aunt's cooking is really good. She's the best cook in our family. Eros started showing off about his aunt. Dahu said, my aunt can even make delicious steamed cornbread. Uncle, try this egg-fried rice. Emot Seongji felt a strange urge, a desire to get married. He never felt this way before. Having a home felt different now. After returning, his dorm room wouldn't feel so cold and empty. He used to be alone and thought that was fine. Whether he married or not didn't matter. But today, when he was with 2 kids, he felt having a family might be nice. He imagined his wife waiting for him at home and the 2 children hugging his legs as soon as he entered. That scene seemed warm and sweet. Once he had a family, he wouldn't be lonely anymore. All right, let's eat. No need for introductions. I already know your aunt's cooking is excellent, he said. The 3 men started eating. After leaving, Kang Ching-yun sent her mesh bag to the space. She pulled her scarf up again to block the biting wind and walked in footprints across the snow to the hospital. In the afternoon, after waking up, Han Lidong found his little sister was missing. A comrade in the neighboring bed said she had gone back to prepare nourishing food for him. His 2 roommates were jealous. His injuries were in his abdomen, so he didn't need someone to help him go to the bathroom. He could walk on his own. Supporting himself against the wall and clutching his stomach, he slowly returned to his ward and saw his beloved sister had already arrived. Kang Ching-yun noticed that her 4th brother was the tallest among her brothers, probably over 1.85 meters. Indeed, being in the military and exercising daily helped him stay in good shape, and as long as his genes were good, he wouldn't grow crooked. At 21, he was handsome and energetic, already a company commander, with a bright future ahead. She helped him onto the bed. Brother, I made you some rice porridge. With your condition, you probably can only eat soft food. So, Comrade Han Lidong could only drink rice porridge and bone broth. She brought plenty of bone broth and shared some with the 2 neighboring patients. Of course, the broth was made with spiritual spring water. Han Lidong said, I feel much better now. The wound feels itchy. This morning I was very weak, but this afternoon I can walk on the ground. It seems I will be able to return to the team soon. Han Ching-yun almost rolled her eyes. Does her 4th brother really think he's incredibly talented? If she hadn't arrived in time, he might still be lying in bed. Please rest honestly for a few days. Being sick at such a young age could cause lasting problems, and then you wouldn't be able to do the work you love. Hee. Han Lien, my sister is right. Just listen to her. Han Lidong's eyes widened. Who are you calling my sister? She's my sister. Han Ching-yun. Knock, someone is knocking on the door. Han Ching-yun opens it, and 3 people stand outside. At the front is a young woman, with a middle-aged man and woman behind her, all carrying things. Han Ching-yun probably guessed their purpose. Please come in. The 3 are a bit stunned by Han Ching-yun's appearance. We are here to see Comrade Han Lidong, the young woman says. They go straight to Han Lidong's bed, indicating they've visited before. How are you today? Feeling better? The middle-aged woman asks with concern. Han Lidong, who just finished eating, is sitting on the bed. Auntie, why are you here again? I'm almost fine now. It's not a big problem. I'm a soldier. Protecting the country is my duty. No need to thank me. I feel a bit embarrassed. Wow, her 4th brother is quite the talker.
Han Ching-yun reiser nejebrov.
The family of 3 stands on the other side of the bed, while Han Ching-yun stands to the side. The young woman looks at Han Ching-yun, then at Han Lidong. Miss, who are you? Han Ching-yun calmly replies, I'm a family member. That's true. She is indeed a family member. She intentionally didn't say she was Han Lao-si's sister. She wants to prevent any further situations where someone might try to repay kindness with love. Han Lao-si is only 21. How can he be dating while his career is just starting? The young woman's smile stiffens for a moment, but quickly returns to normal. Oh, a family member. The middle-aged woman looks Han Ching-yun over again. This girl is really very beautiful. Then she looks at her own daughter. Of course, her daughter looks good. Her family's child looks fine everywhere, but compared to her, she's not quite as attractive. Oh well, no fate. Han Qingyan felt no guilt at all for pretending to be Han Laoxi's family member, even though she saw the girl's disappointed look in her eyes. Old Mr. Han is currently on the rise in his career, and this woman is involved in many complicated matters. Who knows what else is behind the scenes? She is not naive. She believes what others tell her. She doesn't want old Mr. Han to be troubled. There are many women in the world. Why choose one that brings trouble? It's not that she insists on making decisions for old Mr. Han. Mainly, she has noticed that this girl is interested in her fourth brother, but Han Lidong's eyes are clear and he seems indifferent. Maybe he doesn't understand what the woman means. Yi Fong is indeed a little hurt. When she was most scared, helpless, and hopeless, Han Lidong appeared like a hero to save her. In her heart, Han Lidong is a great hero, but how could this hero be married? She secretly looked at Han Qingyan, thinking that besides being good-looking, this woman might not come from a wealthy family. She carefully observed the old clothes Han Qingyan was wearing. It's a pity. How could such an outstanding soldier like Han Lidong marry a woman from the countryside? She doesn't look down on rural girls. It's just that rural girls often lack education. And with such poor living conditions, a talented young man like Han Lidong could definitely find someone better. Thinking this, her eyes towards Han Lidong showed a bit of sadness. Yi Fong's mother had long noticed her daughter's feelings. Her daughter was unlucky. She was introduced to a match, but it turned out to be a mess. She didn't want Han to misunderstand. Even if he might already have someone, she still needed to explain. Otherwise, what does he think of her daughter?
Sigh.
This is also my daughter's bad luck. An old friend of mine tried to introduce her to someone, talking about how great he was. I thought, since my daughter is already 20, she should start looking. So I agreed to meet him. They only met once, and he already liked my daughter. We thought his conditions were okay, he looked good, and his family was decent, so we decided to try talking. Later, I found out that this young man was actually hanging out with some troublemakers. Not just that, he was seeing several women at once. Just with us, he was involved with 2 different women.
This is not right.
We are decent people. How can we be involved with someone like that? And it's not even love. He's just playing with women. He's not serious about marriage at all. We decided to stop seeing him, but he got angry and gathered some troublemaker friends to come and bother my daughter. Oh my goodness. Fortunately, Comrade Han appeared at a critical moment, or I can't imagine what the consequences might have been.
Comrade Han.
Thank you so much. You basically saved our whole family. No words can express our gratitude. Yi Fong's mother even emphasized that their family is a decent one and her daughter is very proper. They were harmed by others. Han Lidong didn't say much, just nodded with a smile. He's not a naive person. He became a company commander at a young age, not only because he's good at his work but also because he's quite smart. But he's just an outsider, so whatever he says doesn't matter. Han Qingyan said, "Hi. Auntie, you're overthinking. Han Lidong is a soldier. He's wearing a military uniform, and defending the country is what he's supposed to do. Even if it wasn't your daughter, he would still help anyone in need." Basically, she was telling them that your daughter isn't special. Anyone else would do the same, as long as they're not foolish enough to miss it. Mother and daughter looked a bit awkward. Yi Fong's mother was still not convinced. "Comrade, what is your relation to Comrade Han Lidong?" Han Qingyan replied, "Family member. If someone says they are family, asking further would be impolite." "Haha, then we won't bother Comrade Han to rest. You take good care of yourself. Tomorrow, I'll make chicken soup, and my daughter Yi Fong will bring it over." Yi Fong's mother quickly excused herself politely. Han Qingyan said, "No need for soup. I can't do without his soup, so I'll see you off." Then she accompanied the family to the door of the ward and, after a few polite words, returned. "Han Lidong, I can tell. The girl has a crush on you," joked a soldier lying next to Han Lidong's bed. "Stop talking nonsense. How can you joke about such things? I'm a man. It doesn't matter to me, but it would harm her reputation if people found out," Han Lidong said, giving him a sidelong glance. Another soldier also said, I think you're just pretending not to notice. Not only I but others see it too. That girl is pretty, so why don't you consider her? Han Qingyun closed the door and said, Consider what? I just told you. She's your family member and she's still interested in you. Do you think someone like her is suitable? I'm not testing her, nor am I trying to ruin your chances of getting married. I just think she's not right for you. And if she's involved with someone like that, marrying her could bring endless trouble. Also, how old are you? 21? Why rush to marry? A young man, as long as he's under 30, it's not too late to get married. Focus on your work and build your career. Once you're successful, finding a wife will be easy. What kind of wife wouldn't suit someone who's achieved success? Han Qingyun's words sounded very motherly. The three men looked at each other, speechless. This girl is really impressive. Han Lidong chuckled and said, Little sister, I think you're even better than our mother.
Don't misunderstand me.
I don't plan to find a wife right now. He was very clear-headed. Although he didn't share Han Qingyun's views, he wasn't interested in women at all. If he were to find a wife, it would have to be someone he truly liked. If he met someone suitable, he wouldn't refuse to marry her. He was confident he could balance family and career. Han Qingyun didn't know Han Lao Si's thoughts. She only thought he was firm in his stance and focused on his career. But a few months later, at the Mi family home, in the cold winter, everyone was staying inside, keeping warm. All we eat these days are carrots, cabbage, or pickled vegetables. I haven't tasted real meat in months, complained Mi Dazhuang, looking at the simple meals in front of him. Yes, the Mi family was still very poor. While others' lives were quietly improving, theirs remained stuck in poverty. They ate coarse grain porridge with coarse grain buns, drinking sour vegetable soup without even enough salt. Old Mrs. Mi's teeth were bad. She had to bite several times to chew a piece of the coarse bread. Don't worry, we'll have money soon. Big sister-in-law, it's been days. Why hasn't your brother contacted us? They're just waiting for that money to improve our meals. Don't think your husband is craving meat. I'm craving it too. Li Lan scoffed. Why are you all so anxious? It's only been a few days. Whenever my brother goes out, it's usually for 10 days or half a month. He has quite a bit of goods. He'll send them out one by one. And besides, Spring Flower's sister-in-law sells in a different place. Otherwise, she wouldn't make much money. It's too troublesome, I tell you. Mi Chunhua clenched her teeth and saw Han Qingyun as the target. She bit into her bun hard. No matter where she sells, she should suffer and die. Otherwise, I can't vent my anger. Stop talking. It sounds like someone is knocking at the door. The second daughter-in-law listened carefully. Everyone fell silent and stopped eating, hearing the loud knocks on the courtyard door. Mi's second daughter-in-law asked her daughter to open the door. Old Mrs. Mi's face lit up with joy. I bet it's your brother's coming back. Hurry up. If we're not eating, we still have 2 eggs to fry. Your uncle is a guest in our house. Quick, quick. Big sister-in-law, that's your real brother. You better treat him well. Li Lan was also happy, thinking money was coming soon.
Oh.
I'm going now. During the cold winter, frost covered the windows, making it impossible to see what was happening outside. So, even when the police arrived, they didn't know what was going on. Mi Lauer's eldest daughter opened the door and saw several police officers rushing in, frightening her so much she sat down on the ground immediately. She didn't have time to shout. 5 or 6 officers barged inside. Li Lan was holding the only 2 eggs left in her house. When she saw several police officers come in, the eggs dropped to the ground with a loud crack.
You.
She stammered, unable to say much. Didn't she realize what was happening? The police coming meant something had been exposed. Li Lan felt anxious and uncertain about her older brother. Was he caught or not? Was the girl from the Han family rescued or sold? The leading police officer looked at her and asked, Who is Li Lan? Li Lan's lips trembled as she asked back, I am. What's wrong? It's not me. I haven't done anything wrong. At this moment, loud screams and crying came from inside the house. What's going on? What did the Mi family do? The team leader and the secretary hurried over. Someone saw the police entering the village and specifically ran to report to them. This was serious. If the police came, it meant big trouble, especially since they went to the Mi family. Soon, village officials arrived at the Mi house and saw a police officer taking out handcuffs, aiming to arrest Lilan. Lilan quickly backed her hands behind her back and shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you taking me?" Seeing the village officials there, the police officer explained, "Since you are here, I need to clarify. Lilan is involved in a kidnapping and human trafficking case. Her brother, Li Chong, brought her out."
What?
Lilan was stunned. Was Li Chong caught? "Comrade police, don't listen to his lies. Although he is my brother, I don't know if he's done anything bad. I really haven't done anything wrong," Lilan insisted, pretending to be innocent. She believed she was only providing some information about Han Qingyun and hadn't committed any crimes. She wasn't the one who arrested people, nor was she the one who sold anyone. She only said a few words. How could that be a crime? She felt she was wrongfully accused. "Stop making excuses. Li Chong has confessed everything you did. Not only him, but everyone in your family who knows about this will be taken away." Then the village officials saw all the members of the Mi family being taken away, including teenagers. None were left. Because they all knew about selling Han Qingyun, the entire Mi family was completely destroyed. The village officials were stunned and speechless for a long time. At this moment, many villagers arrived, gathered around to watch the scene, chatting and exchanging opinions. "Oh my, there's actually a human trafficker in our village. People really shouldn't judge by appearances. Usually, Lilan doesn't seem like a trafficker at all." "You're saying that? Can a trafficker really have their face written all over them? Our village has lost several children. Do you think it's the Li family's doing? Did the Mi family get involved too?" This was a big deal. The whole village was in an uproar. Yes, some children had gone missing, but no one suspected the local residents. After the incident, several families who lost children went to the police station to report, saying their children might have been sold by the Mi family. Han Yunshin and his son returned home and told Zhao Guiyun that Han Qingyun and the two children had been kidnapped and sold by the Mi family. Zhao Guiyun was stunned for a moment and then grabbed a kitchen knife. "Let's go. I want to cut those sons of the Mi family. How dare they sell my daughter's children? I'd rather lose my life than let them get away with it. I'll cut them into pieces and feed them to the dogs. Mi Chunhua, it's definitely her. I'll start with her." Han Yunshin quickly held her back, trying to calm her down.
"It's too late now.
The police probably already came to arrest them. If you go now, you'll just be wasting your effort." Zhao Guiyun was unwilling. Those animals, they get caught and serve a few years, then they're out again. Better I cut them with a knife now, so they won't harm anyone else. Han Yunshin said, "If you cut them, won't you get shot?"
"How will I take care of the children then?"
Han Qingzhou, understanding his mother well, stayed at the door, worried she might act impulsively.
"Mom, sit down.
Let my dad tell you what happened. And my younger sister is now at the 4th military district. She's injured, and she's staying to take care of him. She said she'll come back once the 4th is better." Zhao Guiyun finally calmed down completely. "The 4th is injured? Is it serious? I have to go see for myself." These days, Zhao Guiyun was exhausted. Losing 3 children in such a short time was a huge blow. She had lost 2 pounds in just a few days. She couldn't sleep at night, her eyes dark and swollen. Now that the children were finally safe, but the 4th was injured again. How could she sit still as a mother? Since several children were gathered together, she decided to go. She could see both the missing children and the injured one. Han Yunshin held her down and sat her. "What are you going to do?" "No need to go. My daughter called me today. She said the 4th's injury isn't serious. He's been in the hospital for days. By the time you get there, they might have already discharged him." Zhao Guiyun nodded. "All right then. These past few days have been very tough. I can't sleep even when I want to, and I have a terrible headache. Let me sleep first. Once I feel better, I plan to visit old Mi's family. Even if I can't see them, I will still scold them fiercely. After comforting Zhao Guhyun, the father and son finally relaxed. A middle-aged man, wearing a torn blue hat and patched clothes, pushes a bicycle with 2 bamboo baskets on the back, filled with messy scraps. He shouts as he pushes, collecting scrap, collecting scrap. Anyone with trash, sell it here. This man is Han Adong, who has been fired. Yes, he has turned to collecting scrap because he has no other choice. There's no way around it. When Grandma Han went to jail, even if she's out now, her pension is gone. Su Aihua lost her job and, after fighting with her in-laws and her husband, they divorced. The brother and sister have no income, can't afford food or drinks, and are forced to be shameless. So, they started collecting scrap to make a living. Honestly, although this job is looked down upon, it can be quite profitable if done quietly. It's dirty work and people look down on it, but it pays. Today, business was slow. They wandered through the streets all day, but didn't collect much. Seeing that it was getting late, Han Adong had to go home. Right now, the brother and sister still live in a small yard in town. Recently, they've been extremely poor. Luckily, after Su Aihua's divorce, she brought back some money, or they might have starved. Under these circumstances, Han Adong didn't dare sell the county house. He still hopes to return there someday. When he got home, he opened the door and pushed his bicycle into the yard. The yard wasn't as clean and tidy as before. A corner was piled with the scraps he had collected. He was responsible for going out to collect, while Su Aihua stayed at home to tidy up and cook. He parked his bicycle, took off the 2 baskets, and dumped the collected waste in the corner. Su Aihua came out of the house, looking excited. "Brother, Mom is back. Come in quickly and see her." Han Adong was stunned by this sudden good news.
What?
Mom's back? That's impossible. Could it be that Han Taiju has finally had a change of heart? Su Adong rolled his eyes.
Impossible.
That ingrate is as black-hearted as ever. Don't count on him having a conscience. You might as well hope the sun rises in the west. Our family has a benefactor now. Mom is the one who saved us. Han Ida quickly brushed off the dust from her clothes and followed Su Aihua into the house. Old Madame Han sat on the Kong bed, wiping tears from her eyes. Since she entered the police station, she had been waiting day and night, hoping Han Ida would go and ask Han Yenshin to release her. At first, she was full of hope, but after a few days, then more days, and then even more days, over a month passed without any news. Old Madame Han broke down. She heard that if she delayed any longer, she would be sentenced. She finally realized how bad her situation was. Just when she was desperate, someone suddenly said they would release her. She thought Han Ida had convinced Han Yenshin, probably because he felt sorry for her after raising him, and that was why she was set free. But after she came out, she saw the person who came to pick her up was someone she didn't know. It was a young man in his 20s, quite handsome. She felt he looked familiar, but wasn't sure. She was certain she had never seen him before. Then a small car took her back home. Old Madame Han was stunned, confused from the moment she came out until she reached home. She asked the driver questions, but he didn't say anything. As soon as she sat on the Kong and saw the familiar surroundings of her home, old Madame Han burst into tears, hugging her daughter and crying. Look, her son was back again, and she started crying all over again. She knew it wasn't that ungrateful person withdrawing the lawsuit, but that this young man had saved her. But what was his true purpose? Su Aihua also didn't know where this young man came from, but he looked noble, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Her mother was picked up by a car, so she could tell he was from an important family. Then Su Aihua imagined her own background. Maybe her mother had an extraordinary past. If that were true, their family might soon become very successful. After the siblings entered the house, Han Ida saw a young man in his 20s sitting inside. He was dressed elegantly and had an impressive aura, suggesting a noble background. He gave off a feeling of superiority. His hands were dirty from collecting scrap, rough from work, and he didn't dare shake hands with someone so distinguished. "Comrade, hello. May I ask?" The young man slowly stood up. "I am Han Yenshin, also known as Han Tieju's nephew." The 3 women were stunned. The mother and her children were all stunned. Isn't he Han Tieju's nephew? Doesn't that mean their family is considered an enemy? Rescuing an enemy, what kind of move is that? They couldn't understand it. Old Madame Han trembled with fear. She felt guilty. She had stolen someone's child, and now they had come to settle the score. It's difficult to act against her in the detention center. Should we bring her out to attack her? It's safer to stay in the detention center. At least her life is protected. Although she's not young anymore, she doesn't want to die. Looking at her demeanor, she clearly is a powerful official. Do they really have any chance left? I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please let us, the three women, go. We've already suffered enough. I understand now. I didn't treat Taiju well, but at least I didn't kill him. I kneel to you. The young man frowned. Old lady, when did I say I wouldn't let you go? If I didn't want to let you go, how could I have pulled you out from there? Han Adong said, Mom, don't get too upset. Let him finish speaking. He was just a little nervous at first, but then he calmed down. Given their background, it's not easy for them to die. His mother simply can't leave the detention center. He looked at the young man. Who are you? What do you really want? The young man replied, You're not worthy of knowing who I am. Just do what I ask, and I will reward you. Su Aihua's eyes brightened. She didn't understand. What was her brother still thinking about? As long as they don't allow killing or causing chaos, they would agree. Can't they see their current situation? They're almost starving and about to die of hunger. What else is there to consider? Comrade, tell us what to do. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Xiao Bola nodded. You're sensible. Honestly, Han Yunshin, or, as you call him, Han Taiju, is from our family. But he grew up in the countryside for so many years, which doesn't match our family status. The family isn't planning to accept him back. To prevent him from causing trouble for the family, I want you to keep causing him small problems. After all, someone like him, from a humble background, can't climb up to our family status. If he develops other intentions, it would be bad. Wouldn't that tarnish our family? Yes, the person is Xiao Bolan, the eldest son of the Xiao family. Originally, the Xiao family didn't want to accept Han Yunshin back, to keep things as they were and not interfere with each other. But the daughter and mother of the eldest branch were unwilling. Even if they didn't officially accept him back, they couldn't let go of their resentment. So, they secretly sent Xiao Bolan to cause trouble for Han's family, mainly to make their lives difficult and make themselves happy. After his explanation, the mother and son understood.
Oh.
It turns out that people looked down on Han Tieju's humble background. It seems Han Tieju's origins are not simple. His parents might be powerful and influential. Han Ai Dang did not blindly agree because he knows that good things don't come easily. He doesn't think he's so lucky that a big opportunity would just fall into his lap. Now, Han Taiju is not the same as before. His daughter acts like a little queen, and even county officials have been pulled down because of her. Han Ai Dang is just a dismissed worker. He doesn't believe he can compete with the Han family using his current strength. He's already had enough hardships and doesn't want to make things worse. Also, the person in front of him hasn't offered enough benefits or incentives to make him act. He's not going to take unnecessary risks. Xiao Bolan sees his hesitation. Don't worry, I never treat those who help me badly.
What do you need most now?
Money? Jobs? Do you really want to spend your whole life doing menial work? The old lady went to the police station and lost her pension, right? That's okay. I'll find someone to help her get her pension back. And you too. Since you're unemployed, I'll arrange jobs for you. I wonder if these benefits are enough for you to help me out. The people who might cause trouble for Han Taiju are too weak, so he's willing to give these benefits happily. It's just a few jobs, nothing important to him, just a few words. Han Yunshin's family is just a bunch of insignificant ants. If it weren't for family ties, he could crush them with just 2 fingers. His mother and sister are too kind, wanting this family to stay in this small place forever, preferably never rising above their station. They've already shown mercy for what Han Yunshin's family did in the past. Not punishing them was a way of repaying evil with kindness. He smirks wickedly. How about you go back to your old job as the workshop director? Since you're close to Han Yunshin, it's good for you to keep an eye on him. Report any moves he makes to me in time. I'll give you the contact number later. He then looks at Su Aihua. And you, I know you used to just work as a cashier at a small health clinic in town. I'll arrange a good position for you in the county. Han Yenshin's family is currently in the county, so I hope you and your brother can take advantage of this and do good work for me. If you do well, there will be more benefits. If you don't, well, I can make sure you have nothing at all. Su Aihua said, brother, please agree. Tell him yes, comrade. I promise you, I can handle this. I already have a grudge against their family. Even if you don't ask me, I still want to get revenge on them. But look at my current situation. I have nothing. How can I get revenge? Now that we share the same goal, let's work together. Later, we'll make their whole family suffer. Han Adong, who had become somewhat respected at the factory, was shocked by this threat. He felt angry and clenched his teeth. But he knew he couldn't resist the situation. The person in front of him could give him everything he needed. This person also said that if he completed the task well, he would get even more benefits. For someone like him, who was eager for profit and wanted to climb higher, this was like a ladder to the sky. Such a ladder was hard to find before. When he divorced, he had sworn that if he ever got a chance to stand out, he would give Yang Bansha a hard time. He thought she was blind to her own mistakes. He wondered how she would regret it later. And those two rude girls, they didn't even recognize their own father. He had raised them for nothing. In an instant, Han Adong seemed to see himself returning home in glory. Everyone around praised him and surrounded him. Even Yang Bansha's face looked full of regret. He suppressed his anger and unhappiness, took a deep breath, and said, "Okay, I agree." Old Lady Han was so happy, she clapped her hands. This was her lucky day. She was destined for great wealth and happiness. They went to the police station and came out safely. What's this called? It's called surviving a disaster and gaining good fortune afterward. Good. Now that we have a strong backing, who should we fear? Han Taiju has been trying to get by on his own since he was a kid. These past 2 years, he's been trying to stand tall. Now that we have support, let's see how he tries to act tough. We'll settle all our old and new accounts together. And that big goose, darn it, I'll catch it and stew it. Eating it will help me forget my anger. Old Lady Han was already thinking about how to show off in front of Han Yunsun and Zhao Guiyun's family. Let's go to the city. Our whole family will go to the county town.
I want to settle scores with that family.
You two, come with me. If Zhao Guohua dares to fight back, I'll report her to the police, let the authorities arrest her, and let her taste what it's like to be confined. Old Lady Han knew how to use the law to protect herself. In the future, as a mother-in-law, she could go to their house and cause trouble. If Zhao Guohua dared to fight back, she would be arrested. The county is not a rural area. It is a place that upholds the law. Grandma Han is in good spirits now, no longer looking desperate and begging on her knees. Su Aihua rubs her hands nervously. Leader, look, what kind of job do you think I am suited for? And when can I start working? I want to start as soon as possible. The earlier I start, the sooner I can go to the city and trouble Han Taiju and Zhao Guohua. Her previous job was nothing special. She must seize this chance to find a good one, especially since the people in front of her are asking for her help. Xiao Bolin, though unimpressed by her attitude, agrees that the sooner she gets into the city, the sooner she can cause trouble for that family. Don't worry, in a few days you can move. Once I arrange your work, I will let you know. After making arrangements, Xiao Bolin leaves in a small car. A family of 3 stands at the door, watching the car drive away into the distance. Su Aihua's eyes are filled with excitement and jealousy. I never expected that Han Taiju came from such a background. It's really different fate for different people. If I had that background, I would have gone after them long ago, not giving them a chance to brush me off. That family must be really foolish.
Grandma Han Pats.
What does that mean? It means he doesn't have that kind of luck. Born with a hard life, he's not meant to enjoy happiness. If he were lucky, someone would have stolen him away back then. Why didn't I steal his brother instead? It's just bad luck, I guess. She sighs happily. Finally, I feel better. Let's pack up quickly and move to the city.
Aihwa.
Now you can hold your head high. Once your work is settled, go back to your in-laws' house and show them how successful you are. Make that family jealous. Su Aihwa is proud. Of course, that's what I think too. She clearly remembers her husband and mother-in-law questioning her about why she lost her job. She couldn't lie because the truth would come out. She could only tell the truth. Then her husband beat her half to death. Before she could ask for a divorce, he filed for one himself. After the divorce, he didn't even give her the children. She would be happy just to have one of her 2 kids with her. She feels so unfairly treated. Once she gets a good job, she can find any kind of man she wants, preferably young and good-looking, just like that young man earlier. The family begins packing their things, dreaming happily as they do. 4 days pass quickly. Han Lidong recovers well from his injury, and his wound heals nicely. The doctor said his body was in good shape when removing stitches, but it's not really his physical fitness. It's the effect of the spiritual spring water. If Han Qingyun hadn't been worried about exposing herself, the higher concentration of the spring water would have left a scar on old 4th Han. Han Lidong was discharged from the hospital and returned to the army. He didn't have a single dormitory. He shared a room with another company commander. Little sister, look, I really am fine now. I feel like I can start exercising again. He thought he was fully recovered and showed off a few spins in front of Han Qingyun. Han Qingyun crossed her arms. That's not allowed. Don't be arrogant. You're not fully healed yet, and you want to train? Are you crazy? Besides, your unit already gave you leave. If you don't use these days to recover properly and start training too early, what if you develop a health problem? If that happens, you won't be able to serve anymore. Han Lidong had no choice but to listen to Han Qingyun. He got back into bed, feeling confident that he was fine, but everyone else kept saying he wasn't. Emote Sungji said, Han Lidong, stop showing off. Listen to your sister. Han Lidong looked at his battalion commander. He knew this guy had bad intentions toward his little sister. Just look at how attentive and eager he's been these days. He almost doesn't recognize their battalion commander anymore. He needed to warn his sister not to let Emote Sungji succeed. Emote Sungji noticed Han Lidong's subtle gaze and challenged him with a raised eyebrow. The 2 men's eyes met in the air, sparks flying. Emote Sungji had often heard fellow soldiers say that brothers-in-law and fathers-in-law are like enemies. Now he was starting to understand. Once this kid recovered, he'd have to have a serious talk with him. He wondered if the kid knew he and his sister had already been engaged. He should tell him, so he's prepared to be his future brother-in-law. Since he was sure about his feelings, he had to move forward bravely and hold on tight. Han Qingyun said, 4th brother, your injury is almost healed now. I plan to take the kids home so our parents won't worry. Don't think you can train casually just because I'm leaving. Commander Emo, I'm leaving him in your hands. If he doesn't behave, you have my permission to discipline him harshly. Emote Sungji looked serious. All right, I promise to complete the task. When are you leaving? I promised Uncle I'd safely deliver you and the kids to him. They were all in the same province. It only took a day and night by car to get there.
Montag Kongji was disciplined.
He usually didn't take many days off, but for this important matter, he made an exception. The commanding officer was urging him to get married and settle down immediately. He was just as eager. But when chasing after his wife, he shouldn't act recklessly. Who would pay if he scared her away? Han Qingyun didn't refuse. If she took the 2 kids home, her parents would definitely nag her. To keep things quiet, she had to trouble others. Tomorrow, the kids miss home too.
Montag Kongji nodded.
All right, let's leave tomorrow morning. Han Qingyun said, okay, early morning. We're leaving tomorrow, so tonight I'll cook a good meal. My 4th brother has had a very bland taste these days. Before leaving, I want to treat him to something tasty. Han Lidong almost cried. He finally got to eat something.
Who understands?
His sister is even more formidable than his mom. When she glares, it's scary. She won't even let him have red soy sauce. He's been craving simple, light broth these days. Although the soup is tasty, drinking it every day is hard to take. He prefers spicy and slightly salty food. Does having scars on a man matter? They're just scars anyway. He nodded eagerly. Hurry up, little sister. I want to eat meat. There's money and tickets in the drawer. Go buy some. Also, pay back the money and tickets you owe Captain Mo. Seungji said. Don't worry about me. Take care of yourself. What's owed or not? Our family members came from far away. I want to do my part.
All right.
You're the team leader, so I won't argue with you. But I want to say, among our family members, who is as proactive as you? That evening, Han Xingyun prepared a big meal. Han Si also invited 2 good comrades, one of whom shared a dorm with him. After dinner, Han Lidong told the 3 family members many times to be careful, and he also gave Han Xingyun a lot of money. Han Xingyun pushed the money back to him, saying not to take it. Now, only Han Si, the soldier, was the poorest in the family. The next morning, Mo Seungji took a taxi to the cafeteria. After eating, he prepared to leave. Han Xingyun saw Mo Seungji put a large bag into the car, but didn't know what it was for. She didn't want to ask about his private matters. The driver was Lu Sudong. Although they were in the same province and only 2 cities apart, it had snowed in the past 2 days. The drive was slow, and it was dark when they arrived home. Before returning, he called Han Yenshin. Only after the 3 women arrived home safely did the Han family relax. Han Yenshin excitedly held Mo Seungji's hand. Captain Mo, this time you really helped us a lot. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your timely rescue, my 2 grandsons.
Sigh.
And our 4th son, too. We're grateful to you. Zhao Guiyun hugged her 2 grandchildren and her daughter at different times, not knowing what to say, tears streaming down her face. She sniffled, saying, Grandma was so scared for you all. If something had happened to you, how could Grandma live? The 2 little tigers also clung to Zhao Guiyun's waist and cried. After such an incident, the children became very attached. They still had some shadows in their hearts. Big sister and second sister were also very frightened these days. Finally, they saw their 2 brothers and their old aunt return safely. The children gathered around Han Xingyun. Even little Shuangzhu held onto Han Xingyun's leg. Zhao Guiyun said, Commander Mo, you are truly our family's great benefactor. If we can't find the children, our family will fall apart. Really, my husband and I know our whole family don't know how to thank you enough. You saved my daughter before, and now you've saved my 2 grandchildren again.
Sigh.
Our Han family owes you so much. Hurry up, you and Xiaolu go to bed and keep warm. It's been a long journey. Big sister and second sister, go brew some tea. I'll go cook dinner. To welcome you back, I bought pork especially. Tonight, we'll make dumplings to eat. Mo Seungji said, Auntie, don't be so polite. Han Lidong is in our unit. We're all comrades. I don't see you as outsiders. There's no need to prepare special dishes. Whatever we have, that's what we eat. Zhao Guiyun's face lit up with joy, almost grinning from ear to ear. Really, don't be so formal. We're all friends here, just having a meal of dumplings. Old Han, you and Lao Er can chat with Mo Tuan and Xiao Lu. Han Xingyun went into her room and entered her space. She had stayed in the army for over a week, bought 2 sets of clothes. Actually, they were from her space, just washed in the washing machine. Then she soaked in a spiritual spring bath, changed into comfortable cotton pajamas, and came out of her space. Zhao Guiyun pulled her into the kitchen. Daughter, are you tired? If you are, go rest first. Han Xingyun said, Not tired, I'm fine. I'll help you knead the dough. Zhao Guiyun poured the flour into a basin. You have strength, so you knead the dough. Let me see. Just eating dumplings isn't enough. We need some side dishes with wine. I'll chop the meat first. Daughter, this time, it was done by Old Me's family. I wanted to go to Old Me's house to settle the score after I found out, but I didn't expect that jerk to be caught. I was just waiting for you to come back. When you do, we'll ask Aigwa for help and talk to the detention center.
I want to go see me Chunhua.
Daughter, I tell you, I can't stand this feeling. Even if I don't beat her up, I'll scold her. How could she be so wicked and crazy to sell her own son? Big Tiger and Second Tiger still don't know it was their mother. You didn't tell them, right? Han Xingyun rolled up her sleeves to prepare for kneading dough. No, I have no plans to tell them in this lifetime. If those two kids find out what their mom did, it would hurt them so much. It could affect their mental and physical health. Zhao Guiyun said, exactly. Your dad, your second brother, and I also plan to keep it quiet. What's going on with your fourth brother? Han Qingyun poured warm water into a basin. What's there to say? A hero saving a beauty got hurt, and that girl almost blamed him. Luckily, my fourth brother was clear-headed, or else we'd have one more daughter-in-law. Zhao Guiyun looked thoughtful. Girl, I think your fourth brother and your classmate Sun Jejia are a good match. They're about the same age, and I think they're quite suitable. I really like Jejia. She's straightforward, honest, and has no bad intentions. When it comes to choosing a daughter-in-law, she's just right.
Han Qingyun clicked her tongue.
Some things I guess I have to say now. Zhao Guiyun placed meat on the cutting board to prepare mincemeat. What? You're hiding something from me? Han Qingyun rubbed her hands on the dough. This happened a few months ago. When Sun Jejia first came to our house, she met my third brother. It seemed like she liked him. At that time, my third brother wasn't divorced yet. When Jejia found out he was married, she gave up, though she was a bit regretful. Now I don't know if she still has those feelings, but she doesn't know my third brother is divorced. Zhao Guiyun almost cut her hand. What? She liked the third brother? But he's divorced. How could she like him? Of course, our third brother is still a young, handsome man, so I can't tell her he's still single in front of her. What should I do? No, Jejia is simple and honest, and my third brother isn't very clever either. If they get together, wouldn't that just mean more misunderstandings? Han Qingyun was laughed at by Zhao Guiyun. It's true, Sun Jejia is very open and honest. If she has something to say, she says it. She's not really foolish, just straightforward. Basically, she's a very honest girl. But Han Lao San and Li Wan together seem to lower his IQ. When he's away from Li Wan, his IQ returns to normal. Compared to siblings, Lao San is a bit less thoughtful. If Han Qingyun didn't say anything, Zhao Guiyun wouldn't worry. But once Han Qingyun spoke, Zhao Guiyun started to think. Inside the house, Mo Tsongji opened the bag he brought. Han Yunshin's father and son looked inside. The bag was full of things, including a new military coat. Mo Tsongji took out 2 military coats first.
Onkel, Comrade Han Lixia.
He didn't know Han Lixia had changed his name, nor did he know how to address him since they might be the same age. So he could only call him by his name directly. Keep these 2 military coats for yourself. They were issued by the army. I have enough clothes, and leaving them here is a waste. It's better to give them to someone who needs them. Han Yunshin replied, Haha, no, I can't keep asking you to spend money every time you come. This matter made them feel like their family owed others many lives. Well, several favors, actually. They hadn't repaid these favors yet, so how could they accept gifts from others? Han Qingzhou said, Mo Tuan, I've changed my name now. I am called Han Qingzhou. Lu Sudong found the Han family strange. He had never seen anyone in a family change their name collectively before. But now, the names of the Han family were better sounding than before. He didn't know about Han Qingyun's big ambitions. Future wealthy CEO, she probably wouldn't be called Han Taiju, right? Of course, others didn't know her ambitions and just found it strange. Mo Tsongji stayed overnight at the Han family with Lu Sudong. The next morning, Han Qingyun personally cooked steamed soup buns, which used the braised pork broth from last night. Because of her cooking, Lu Sudong even considered taking the Han surname. Honestly, he thought Aunt Han and Comrade Han were such good cooks. Their meals were excellent. He strongly suggested the team leader marry his wife soon, or even better, have her move in. He was so eager for good food that he even considered selling out the team leader. Since arriving, he had established a good relationship with Han Dazhuang. Although Han Dazhuang was just a goose, he had a good memory. After half a year, he still recognized these 2 people. But he knew they weren't bad people and even had friendly exchanges with Lu Sudong. Before leaving, Mo Tsongji asked to speak privately with Han Qingyun. Han Qingyun couldn't pretend to be naive. That would be pretentious. If there was something to say, Just say it openly so as not to waste each other's time. Han Yunshin and his father went to work. Zhao Guoyun saw that Comrade Mo wanted to talk to her daughter, so she didn't block her at the door like last time, forcing her to meet with Mo. Instead, she took her children and stayed in her own room. Honestly, Mo Tsungji thought this young man was good in every way: young, talented, handsome. That tall, straight figure looked like a sturdy little white poplar. With such conditions, he was barely a match for her daughter. As for whether his family was from the imperial capital, that didn't matter. Since Xiao Shuhan disappeared from public view, there has been no response from the Xiao family, and Zhao Guoyun has developed little goodwill towards the people from the imperial city. Of course, Zhao Guoyun has never thought her family is inferior to Mo Tsungji's. Her daughter is good in every way, and her mother's perspective is always overly positive. In Han Qingyun's room, they have met several times, and the awkwardness and restraint from the first meeting are gone. Mo Tsungji looks at Han Qingyun, his emotions almost hard to contain. Comrade Han Qingyun, do you know where our problem lies? Han Qingyun? Mo Tsungji, I saved you back then and proposed marriage to you. I said I would take responsibility. I was wrong. Since you talked to your fourth brother about those things, I realized where I went wrong. Do you think that because I saved you, I am relying on you, or that I want something from you? Han Qingyun, what else? I can't just repay kindness with resentment, right? But now I see it clearly. You, cough cough, you understand. Mo Tsungji smiles slightly. Yes, I understand. Such a clever girl. This kind of understanding is rare. Comrade Han Qingyun, I don't mean to confess now, but I want to tell you that I am not pursuing you just because I want to take responsibility. I like you. Like I said before, if you ever decide to settle down, please consider me first. Don't feel pressured, thinking that not replying now is just delaying me. I can tell you, I never planned to marry before I met you. If you think it's too early to date now, just wait a bit longer. No matter when, I am here. Hearing this, Han Qingyun, who is usually very tough, feels her nose sour. She is a cold-hearted person, not born that way, but shaped by her past environment. Even in this life, she is selfish, caring only about herself and her family. And when bad people like Li Wan and Mi Chunwa are dealt with, she claps happily and even hopes to cause trouble. It's truly remarkable that such a vicious supporting character still has people chasing after her. Comrade Mo, I need to tell you the truth.
You don't really know me.
I am not the same on the outside and inside. What you see as kindness and goodness might just be an illusion. I am a selfish utilitarian. There's no boundless love in my heart. I am also selfish, vengeful, narrow-minded, and petty. I have many flaws and shortcomings. Comrade, you can't just judge by appearance. You need to see inner beauty. Mo Tsungji playfully covered his mouth with his fist and smiled. Cough cough. I wasn't very familiar with you before, just saw you once, so I didn't really understand. But after this time getting to know you, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Han Qingyun raised an eyebrow. What does this guy mean? Mo Tsungji said, I've never been in a relationship, and I've never liked someone of the same gender, so I don't know what it's like to like someone. But now I understand. He chuckled softly. It's funny, like they say, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Han Qingyun asked, that's when feelings are good and lovers see each other as perfect. But when they get tired or bored, they see each other as something unpleasant. He laughed, haha, that's why I like you. The perfect person, like a rare flower, can be intimidating. I married a person with real, everyday qualities, not a fairy who lives in dreams. I'm afraid I'm not good enough for someone so perfect. You probably have some flaws, so others won't be tempted. Han Qingyun sighed. All right, since you accept all my flaws, I'll think about it. Mo Tsungji didn't expect such good news so quickly. He was stunned at first, then ecstatic. Really? Just thinking about it? Can't you give me a title? Last time, you said you were too young and didn't want to get serious now. That really hurt me. You can't let me down this time. Han Qingyun said, I used to think that way. I felt I was still young and wondered why I should find someone so early. But I realized it's rare for someone to accept all my flaws. Meeting someone like you isn't easy. We should keep in touch after I go back. You should be able to let go of your worries now.
Montag Kongji chuckled softly.
He usually didn't smile much, but when he did, it felt like spring breeze. Honestly, he was quite impressive, good looks that matched Han Qingyun's taste. He was young but already a senior officer, with a promising future. Plus, although he was in the military, he had a gentle, refined aura, like a noble scholar. He seized the moment and said, "You also said it's rare to meet someone who can accept your flaws. So, let's make it official. Don't worry, I won't rush you to marry. Whenever you want, we'll get married. If you don't want to, that's fine. Without a formal relationship, I feel anxious." This person was getting a bit too pushy. Han Qingyun grabbed his sleeve.
Come with me.
Emote Songji was confused but followed her to Zhao Guiyun's room. Mom, I have something to tell you.
I'm dating Montag Kongji. Montag Kongji was speechless.
Zhao Guiyun looked stunned. Oh my, her daughter is really brave. Emote Songji suddenly stood with his feet together and gave Zhao Guiyun a proper military salute, Mom. Han Qingyun almost choked on her saliva. Calling her mom? Is that appropriate? Zhao Guiyun opened her mouth in surprise, then froze, unable to speak.
Oh.
Han Qingyun said to Emote Songji, "We're just dating, not married. It's not right to call me mom like that." Emote Songji looked sad. "It's not because we're dating that I call you aunt. I really like our family atmosphere. My mother died when I was 4, and after my father remarried, I got a stepmother. At home, I felt unnecessary. My stepmother was sweet on the surface but bitter inside, and she treated me differently behind my back. I suffered a lot under her hand, and I almost starved to death. My uncle and grandfather found out and argued with my father. Later, my grandfather took me away. His surname is Mo, so I took his surname." Zhao Guiyun's heart softened completely. Such a pitiful child. He's just a young man in his 20s, about the same age as her second son, but his life has been tough, and he hasn't had good parents. Child, from now on you have a family. Our Han family is your family.
Call me whatever you like.
Zhao Hohat is sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. She seems tough on the outside but hates to see others suffer. She's the kind who prefers soft methods over hard. Han Qingyun sighed internally. Her mother is so clever, she can see through this poor me act and pity him. She didn't expect Emote Songji to have this side, but at least he explained his family situation to the family. It means his relationship with his father isn't good, and their family is complicated. Can it get better? Emote Songji asked Comrade Han Qingyun. "I don't get along well with my father. My family is a bit complicated. You won't mind, will you?" Zhao Guiyun replied, No. Our family is complicated too. Let's just not dislike each other." She was referring to Han Yunshin's background. Emote Songji knew there might be secrets, but as a newcomer, he didn't ask much. His commanding officer was right. Good women fear being entangled. Now that things are clear, he's in a good mood and happy. The two women personally sent Emote Songji to the car and watched it drive away. Lu Sudong hesitated. Wait, he just waited in the car for a while. What happened? Why is the commander so happy? Emote Songji said, "Turn around." Lu Sudong asked, "Commander, where are we going?" Emote Songji replied, "To find Wu Aigua. I want to declare sovereignty." Li Sudong, what happened? Emote Songji said, "I have confirmed my romantic relationship with Comrade Han Qingyun."
What?
Wow, Commander, what progress have you made so quickly? I always said it, you're very well matched with Comrade Han. Everywhere you're compatible. If Comrade Han marries someone else in the future, it will be your lifelong regret. Emote Songji loves hearing flattery. He believes he and Comrade Han are the best match, so he took the time to tell Wu Aigua not to worry. It's not his concern anymore. As men, Lu Sudong understands the commander's eagerness to show off. Towel factory.
Comrade Han Yunshin.
Han Yunshin was sitting at his desk, flipping through the ledger, when suddenly his vision darkened. Someone blocked the light. He looked up to see who called him.
Han Aidan.
Why are you here? He was surprised to see the person standing above him looking down. Han Aiden sat on a chair beside the desk. Big brother, I hope you're doing well. Han Yunshin, after a moment of shock, recovered quickly and went on with his work, ignoring him completely. But in Han Aiden's eyes, Han Yunshin must be feeling guilty. He's probably thinking about something. Han Yunshin never expected this. His family members not only don't want him to return but also want to cause trouble for him. Unfortunately, he can't tell the truth, or else Han Aiden will boast about it and try to provoke him. As long as Han Aiden feels bad, he'll be happy. Are you curious how I got back? Yes, I returned to our factory still as the workshop director. Didn't expect that after making such a big mistake, I could make a comeback. Isn't that frustrating? That's just luck. That's fate. Oh, and I have to tell you one more thing. My mother is out too. Thank heaven. She's so old. She shouldn't have to suffer like this. Although she made a mistake by taking you away, you're not missing limbs or anything. She's lived so long and has grandchildren. She has nothing to be sorry for. You're really a treacherous wolf, so heartless. I hope you never find your family in this life. Yes, he's here to provoke and torment Han Yunshin. This is the task given to him by the Shao family. Anyway, he now has such a strong backing that he can do anything, things he once dared not do or say, he now does freely. Especially in front of Han Yunshin, he no longer needs to hide himself or wear that fake mask. Han Yunshin was not angry. He put down the account book and crossed his arms over his chest. Although you are now proudly standing in front of me, I understand one thing, that you only managed to do so by using crooked ways. There's a saying that evil cannot triumph over good, but be careful not to hurt yourself in the process. You know in your heart whether I am ungrateful. Without me, you would have starved long ago. You are the real ungrateful one. Back at the Su family, I shouldn't have brought you out. I should have let you serve them like a beast, be worn down by them, and let you fend for yourself. I raised you, paid for your education, and built the house where you married your wife. You can choose to forget some things, but I remember every detail. Anyway, I don't feel guilty. I tell everyone what I think. If your face is big, then bear it. As for the matter of Grandma Han coming out, Han Yunshin wasn't surprised. But now he was more cautious, showing no visible emotions, so his true thoughts couldn't be guessed from his face.
Han Aiden came to anger Han Yunshin.
He wanted to see him lose his temper, but he didn't get what he expected. Instead, he got very annoyed himself. It doesn't matter. Since I was fired, I have no pride left. Now that I've come back, people point fingers at me. Do I care? Say whatever you want. I have plenty of flesh on my bones. Work hard, my good big brother. Be sure to work carefully and avoid mistakes. If you make a mistake at work, you might end up in big trouble. By the way, the feeling of being in detention isn't good. My mom stayed inside for over a month and lost 2 rounds of weight. She suffered a lot. Han Aidong muttered to himself as he stood up, dusted off the non-existent dust from his clothes, and sneered at Han Yunshin. Well, I'll take my leave now. In the future, we brothers should talk more and communicate better. I might come here often. Han Yunshin didn't even look at him. He just resumed reading the account book.
Han Yunshin squinted at Han Aidang's back.
He wasn't truly angry. He just didn't show it on his face. Han Aidong must have found some powerful backing, something quite strong. Otherwise, how could he be released so easily after committing such a serious offense, which would normally get at least 10 years? It seems he can't let Han Aidong go. Even if he wanted to, the family clearly didn't want to let him off. Han Yunshin lowered his eyes. Even if he wanted to deal with him openly, he wouldn't do it directly. But behind the scenes, he had no intention of letting this troublemaker go. Let him enjoy his moment of pride for a couple of days. First, figure out what's really going on before making any decisions. At this time, Emote Songji had already arrived at the town police station. Not to mention, Wu Aigwa was really there, not on a mission. Emo Tuan, are you just passing by here? Wu Aigwa handed out 2 cigarettes. Emote Songji took the cigarette. I came specifically to see you. Wu Aigwa was pleasantly surprised, but he didn't quite believe it. Emote Songji said, Aigwa, you're not a young kid anymore. When are you going to settle down so your brothers can rest easy? Wu Aigwa replied, I say, Mo Tuan, you're still single too. We're in the same boat. You sort yourself out first, then talk about me. I'm a year older than you, after all. Lu Sudong said, who says our leader is single? Our leader is already in a relationship. Wu Aigwa was a little surprised, really? Last time I saw, you were single. Where is your partner from? Could she be one of those lovely girls from the arts troupe? It's like a tree blooming in winter. Looks like she's not an ordinary person. Tell me about her. Maybe I know her? Mo Tsungji said, today, I officially started dating comrade Han Qingyun.
Oh, Han Qingyun is Han Ki.
Wu Aigwa naturally knew Han Qingyun was Han Ko since her household registration was changed to his place. But how did they start dating? Wu Aigwa felt uncomfortable inside. He had already decided to talk to Han Qingyun about their relationship, especially since his family had agreed. Last time he changed his household registration, he decided to do it in the next few days. But now, she had already made her decision. If he didn't have a mission these days, maybe he'd have a chance? Is this fate? Are they destined not to be together in this life? He hadn't even thought about competing with Mo Tsungji. He was not as good as Mo Tsungji in every way. Competing would only be humiliating. Most importantly, Han Qingyun showed no interest in him at all. He was just putting in all the effort. But it's not easy to say he wasn't sad. Congratulations, Mo Tuan finally got the girl. Everything between them was understood, without words. After work that evening, the father and son arrived home. Han Yunshin planned to tell Zhao Guiyun that explosive news after dinner, because if Zhao Guiyun found out before, she might not eat well. After dinner, Han Yunshin told Zhao Guiyun and Han Qingyun, I have something to tell you. Be prepared. Han Aiden has returned to the unit. Today, he even went to the warehouse to show off and challenge me, declaring war. He said he won't let me have a good life in the future. He also said his mother is out now, and he's feeling very confident, acting like he's invincible. Zhao Guiyun said, what? How is that possible? He was caught doing something wrong, but he was expelled and can still go back? No, that's not right. The old lady was arrested, and we reported it. Did they come out without notifying us? No, I need to go to the police station tomorrow and ask about it. Han Qingyun shook her head. It's okay to ask at the police station, but they no longer handle this matter. The investigation has been transferred to the detention center. Han Qingzhou said, Dad, please take a day off tomorrow. I want to go to the town and ask Wu Aigwa what is really going on.
Han Yansen nodded.
The enemy is in the shadows, and we are in the open. If we don't figure this out, we won't sleep well. Recently, I don't know what's wrong. Why are there so many problems in our family? Did everything go too smoothly before? Han Qingyun said, Han Aidong and his mother have done some serious things. If someone can erase their records, what kind of person would that be? There is something suspicious here. Even if they are very creative, they wouldn't think it was Han Yenshin's so-called relatives who did it. Han Qingyun said, I have a plan, but it's a bit illegal, cough cough, but if I can't catch him, it doesn't count. The three looked at Han Qingyun. Tomorrow, I will follow him to see where he lives. Late at night, when it's quiet, I will sneak out and catch him. Then we can question him and find out how the old lady Han got out. The few of them fell silent, and no one said she was wrong to do this. For very dangerous people, extreme measures are needed. It's his own fault for getting involved. Han Qingzhou said, Little sister, if you're going, take me with you. I know you're capable, but as your brother, I can't let you go alone into such danger. Han Qingyun knew she wouldn't go without her second brother, so she agreed. Fine, you keep watch outside and I'll go in and catch him. Honestly, she thought it might be better if she did it alone. Knock Han Aidong out, hide him in her space, and do it secretly, leaving no trace. But if she went out at night, her family would find out, and she couldn't explain herself.
All right.
Since she was confident in her skills, if she was caught, she would just grab Han Air and run away. The Han family's recent resurrection of their old issues cast a shadow over everyone. Overall, everyone felt a bit down. Zhao Guthien suddenly brightened her eyes. Oh, I just remembered something. Our family had a big event, a happy occasion. Han Yenshin looked at his excited wife. What happy event?
He, Han Yan-sin. You missed out today.
My son-in-law now calls me mom, and if you were at home, he would definitely call me dad too. Han Xingyan covers her face, feeling embarrassed. She's too carefree and forgot she has a boyfriend. The father and son just stand there, silent. What does this mean? They went out for just one day, and suddenly they have a son-in-law? Zhao Guthian laughs, so much her eyes almost close. Haha, I told you our daughter is now engaged to Mo Tuan. My son-in-law is the team leader, haha. Really? Look at that kid. Why didn't he mention it when I was around? He only said it after I left.
All right.
As a father-in-law, I'm quite happy. The kid is promising, young, and full of potential. Goyun, I tell you, finding such a son-in-law is like finding a needle in a haystack. I've already agreed, but our daughter didn't want to. Now, everything has finally worked out, and I can relax as a proud father. Han Yunsin also feels very happy upon hearing this news, without any sadness or disappointment about his daughter having a family of her own. Not at all. To him, it's not that their family is missing a member, but that they've gained someone new. Son-in-law is part of their family now.
Han Qingyun.
So, you don't feel any reluctance at all. In a small courtyard in the county town, this is Han Aidong's house, better than the one in the town. Han Aidong went to work, while old Madam Han and Su Aihua are getting ready, wanting to show off. Today, they are dressed up quite nicely, planning to appear confident in front of Zhao Guthyun. Let her see, they can send her in, but they can also get her out if they want. Yes, today they want to show off at the main Han house. Old Madam Han combs her hair carefully into a bun, looking in the mirror. Su Aihua styles her hair with trendy curls. In the county town, she sees many women with curled hair. For someone competitive like her, falling behind is not an option. She was assigned to the bottle cap factory, working as an officer in the union. At her new workplace, many colleagues secretly mock her as a country bumpkin. She knows what they're thinking. 2 colleagues in the same office also curled their hair, so she grit her teeth and got hers curled too. Today, she's wearing a new padded jacket, bought with the money she and her brother earned from collecting scrap metal this past month. The fabric isn't very good, but she had no choice, no money for better. Still, it's new. Mother and daughter both wear similar expressions, with a hint of pride, acting as if they look down on everything. Mom, everything is ready. Let's go. Today, we must settle the score and show them up. Su Aihua is wrapping a scarf around her head. Grandma Han also puts on her scarf and hat. I've been waiting for this day, even in my dreams. Over a month in the detention center. Was that crime really worth it? All the frustration I endured before, today we will get it all back. Humph. Exactly.
How dare they steal my job?
Whatever they took, they must give back. Now that we have such strong backing, who are we afraid of? Mother and daughter, full of confidence, leave the house with determined steps. Su Aihua rides her bike with Grandma Han, braving the cold wind, heading toward the address. It's not far. It takes about half an hour. They get off the bike and look at the big yard in front of them. Their hearts feel both sour and jealous. Humph, this beast. I raised him for nothing. I knew he bought a house in the city, but I didn't expect it to be such a nice house. Look at this yard. It's several times bigger than ours. Do they even deserve to live in such a house? Grandma Han's eyes burn with anger. What went wrong? Why has everything changed so much in the past half year? If something belonged to Han Tieju's family before, it was hers. They could never buy a house outside. They should have worked hard for their family all their lives. Now she suddenly feels unlucky, and it seems related to the big family. When Han Tieju's family is doing well, theirs isn't. Is this kid born unlucky? Otherwise, why wouldn't his own parents acknowledge him? Serves him right. He has no conscience. He even harms his adoptive mother. Su Aihua's face also looks bad. She asks Grandma Han, Mom, should we go straight in?
Go.
What's there to be afraid of? We're not scared of her. I, as the mother-in-law, should be able to visit my son's house, right? That's only fair. Grandma Han swings her arm and pushes open the fence gate. Su Aihua pushes her bike and follows inside. Suddenly, Su Aihua stops, looks around nervously, and stiffens.
Mom, wait.
Do you think that goose might come out and bite us? Grandma Han, who had just taken a step forward, pulls back her foot, a hint of panic on her face. No way. How could they bring a goose to the city? She says this, but her body instinctively moves back. She can't forget the shadow that goose cast over her.
Grandma Han grits her tit.
When she catches Zhao Hohat and his wife, she will bring that goose home and personally cut it up. Zhao Hohat, come out here.
Suai hui au lao li.
There's nothing I can do. The mother and daughter, afraid of the goose, couldn't go inside and could only stand in the yard calling out. Zhao Guiyun heard the noise inside. She leaned against the glass window, fogging it up a little, and looked outside with one eye open and one closed. Oh, dear. Why does this sound so familiar? Are these two fools thinking they can just come in because they think they have backing? Zhao Guiyun saw the mother and daughter at the door, sneering disdainfully. Han Qingyun also leaned on the window, peering out through a small hole. TSK, 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 such energy and spirit, they came prepared. Having backing really makes a difference, they're all pumped up. Mom, go out and bring them in. Be polite, don't make a fuss, just greet them nicely. Zhao Guiyun asked, why? I'd be lucky if I didn't have to threaten them with a knife, and now I should greet them politely? Han Qingyun sat back. My goodness, their goal is just to cause a scene so others will see, and then blame you. Why fall for that? Just bring them in, close the door, and handle it quietly. Zhao Guiyun clapped her thigh. Got it, Mom. I understand. They're just trying to show off to the neighbors. We can't let them succeed. Zhao Guiyun got up and went outside. Han Qingyun watched her mother walk over to the mother and daughter, smiling without knowing what she was saying. The expressions on their faces, she saw clearly. Very arrogant, very proud, and very haughty. Then the mother and daughter followed Zhao Guiyun back inside. Old lady, Aihua, come in quickly. Zhao Guiyun warmly led them into the house. Han Qingyun sat up straight again, wearing a mischievous smile. Old Lady Han and Su Aihua were invited into the house by Zhao Guiyun. Old Lady Han saw Han Qingyun still sitting on the kong, a traditional bed, and she was furious. I say, Zhao Hohat, you're living quite comfortably now, huh? Living in such a nice house. You're just a family of country folks, and you're fit to live in such a good house? It's no wonder she was so arrogant upon entering. Zhao Hohat had been very polite outside, which made her feel a bit inflated. Especially after knowing they had such strong backing, her pride was almost bursting. This sense of superiority made her want to show off. When she finally got a chance to act tough in front of Zhao Guiyun and Han Qingyun, she couldn't hold back. Su Aihua took off her scarf and sat down heavily on the kong, raising her chin arrogantly.
Exactly.
If you want to go back to the countryside to farm, fine. Is this the place for you? My brother and I both work in the city. I don't even have a house yet. Though I don't really like this house, it's better than nothing. I'll just make do for now. Zhao Hohat and Han Qingyun watched these two foolish women talk to themselves like fools. Old Lady Han said, yes, your family has no sense of right and wrong. You sent me to jail for so long, and now you want to use this house as compensation. Today, you must give it whether you want to or not. Han Taiju has no real skills for work. He's just a country bumpkin who sold his job and gave the money to his second brother. The second brother is divorced and lonely. It's quite sad. As the older brother, shouldn't he find a wife for his brother? And getting a wife doesn't cost much money. Old Lady Han kept talking and slapped the kong bed. Qingyun almost burst out laughing, not because she was angry, but because it was just too funny. She had seen fools before, but never this foolish. Then, mother and daughter each grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, cracking and eating them while watching the two women across from them perform, constantly commenting. Their relaxed attitude greatly annoyed Old Lady Han and her daughter. What are they doing? They're talking so loudly. These shameless women dare to ignore them? Do you know who's behind us? Old Lady Han was furious, wanting to show off, but Su Aihua tugged her sleeve to remind her not to reveal their identity. She had specifically been warned not to expose the other side's background. Old Lady Han quickly shut up, feeling very frustrated inside. Why does she have such a powerful backing but dare not show it? Zhao Guiyun spat out a sunflower seed shell.
Bah.
Old woman, you haven't finished what you were saying. Keep going. Who's behind you? Let me see for myself. Zhao Guiyun's attitude surprised the mother and daughter. Just now in the yard, they were polite, almost kneeling, but now their attitude changed completely. They had a strange, uneasy feeling. Old Lady Han forced herself to speak. Who cares who's behind us? As long as you know we have strong backing. What if you send me to jail? I still came out fine. Forget it, you're no match for us. I advise you to obey. People like us have to accept our fate. Han Taiju was born to be our servant. He should stay in the countryside. With someone like him, even if he wore a dragon robe, he wouldn't look like a prince. Stop daydreaming. We love the party, and we're capable, educated, and will have even greater prospects in the future. The important people have promised us. They say loving the party is a sign of a bright future and good fortune. Zhao Guotian looked at Han Qingyun and said, Girl, please don't torment Mom. Just watch these two troublemakers jump around and show off. I don't mind much. I see it as a joke. But it's delaying our lunch preparations. I've already planned the menu for today.
Han Qingyun chuckled softly. Mom.
Don't you think they look really good? I think they look way better than actors in movies. Actors wouldn't dare act like that. Forget it, who opened the door? Hearing Zhao Hohot and her daughter's words, Han Lao Tai and her daughter were furious. Suddenly, the door opened, and a big white goose strutted in with a square walk, stretching its neck. Then the door closed again. Han Lao Tai was speechless, and Su Aihua also looked stunned. Wait, why are you bringing it into the city? Han Lao Tai immediately shrank back onto the bed, and Su Aihua did the same. The mother and daughter finally realized that Zhao Hohot was just pretending to trick them, trying to make them get close so the goose could peck at them. Han Lao Tai stared at Han Dazhuang, and Han Dazhuang's small black eyes stared back at her. She shivered and wondered how she saw sarcasm in the goose's eyes. Zhao Hohot, I want to remind you, I am not an ordinary person now. My status is not something you can offend. If you dare do anything to me or us, just see if our backing will let you go. Su Aihua also shouted sharply, Listen, Zhao Hohot, this isn't the countryside. This is the city. If you dare do anything to us, we'll go to the police station and report you, and you'll taste what it's like to go to jail. Han Lao Tai nodded vigorously, Yes, if you dare do anything to me, I'll report you. Zhao Guiyun calmly picked up her daughter and placed her on the bed. Go ahead and report if you want. After all, it's my daughter who did it. The law. It can't control a goose, though. She lovingly stroked Dashuang's goose head. My girl, I'm leaving these two fools to you. Make Mom proud, okay? Just don't let it peck them to death. Stop. Don't come any closer. Han Lao Tai kept backing away, already pressed against the windowsill, with nowhere to hide. Dazhuang swung his head left and right, looking at Han Lao Tai and Su Aihua, as if deciding whom to peck first. Han Qingyun said, Don't think about it. Just peck one of them. They're both equally wicked and not good people. Dazhuang suddenly rushed toward Han Lao Tai with a loud cluck.
Ah!
Suddenly, the room was filled with continuous screams. Zhao Guiyun and her mother stood on the ground, munching on sunflower seeds and watching. Girl, do you think these two loud-mouthed women will really go to the police and tell on us? Mom, don't worry. I know what to do. I'm just afraid they won't go. If they do, that would be even better. Hearing this, Zhao Guiyun felt relieved. Her daughter was always reliable when handling things. Fortunately, both women on the Kong were wearing cotton jackets and pants. If it had been summer, they would have torn them apart. Their clothes were already torn and tattered from Han Dazhuang biting them, with cotton flying everywhere. They had no serious injuries, just scared half to death. Zhao Guiyun frowned in disgust. These shameless old women actually urinated on our Kong. I can't keep this Kong cover anymore. Han Qingyun said, It's okay, Mom. We still have a new cover. The old one is gone, and the new one will come. Getting rid of these two fools and changing to a new cover is worth it.
Kashwam.
All right, just let them go this time. Zhao Guoyan nodded. Fine. We'll let these two bad girls go today. After all, we are kind-hearted. She is kind-hearted?
What kind of bad people?
The mother and daughter were battered by Han Dazhuang, looking like they had just been assaulted. Their hair was messy, with makeup smudged, tears, and snot covering their faces. When Su Aihua left the house, she had even put on makeup, but now her face was streaked with tears and dirt. Their clothes were even worse, holes in their cotton jackets, pants, and socks. Seeing Han Dazhuang stop talking, the mother and daughter quickly got down, put on their shoes, and ran outside, as if a dog was chasing them. The cold wind blew, and cotton flew everywhere as they ran. When they reached the gate, they realized Zhao Guoyan hadn't stopped them at all. She just let them run.
Ugh, ugh, ugh.
I'm so angry. Our family has connections now, and they still dare to do this. Girl, I can't hold this in anymore. I need to vent.
Ugh, ugh.
Old Lady Han squatted on the ground, crying loudly. Su Aihua cried even more miserably. She was thinking, seeing her mother and daughter crying so badly and being bitten so badly by Han Dazhuang, soon enough, many neighbors would come out. Then she could expose Zhao Guoyun's evil deeds to everyone. But her good plan was impossible to carry out in reality. When they ran out, they weren't wearing hats or gloves, and their tears froze almost instantly in the freezing cold of -30 or 40 degrees. The onlookers didn't come out to see. Their cotton jackets and pants were full of holes from Han Dazhuang biting, and the cold wind kept blowing inside. The mother and daughter couldn't bear the cold anymore and couldn't continue pretending. Grandma Han shivered, her lips numb from the cold. Love. Ai Hua. Let's go to the police station and report this.
Su Aihu agvet?
It was hard to find evidence, and now they finally had some. They thought they could win the case. Grandma Han and her daughter, with messy hair and tears on their faces, cried loudly as they supported each other into the police station. People who didn't know might think they had been robbed. Their sad looks made everyone feel sorry for them. The police quickly stepped forward and asked, "Ma'am, what happened? Don't cry, sit down and tell us." The police were very kind and poured hot water for them. Grandma Han sniffed and wiped her nose on her sleeve, which made the female police officer smile a little. Looking at them, it was clear they were related. Their clothes and pants were full of holes. How could they get so torn just from being inside? Several cotton pieces had fallen on the ground. Sniff, sniff. Police officer, help. Someone is trying to hurt us. Grandma Han cried while patting her legs. Su Aihua wiped her tears more politely. The female police officer said, "Ma'am, you can't make false reports. Please tell the truth. This is a place for law, and if you exaggerate, the other side could be held responsible."
Grandmahan suddenly stopped cleaning, scarred.
In the past, she thought that because she was old, the police wouldn't do anything to her. But after what happened last time, she didn't think that way anymore. Her crying quieted down a bit, and the police finally had some peace. Grandma Han wiped her face with her sleeve and asked, "I just want to ask, does your daughter-in-law hit her mother-in-law? Look at us. Can we be doing this on purpose?" The female police officer said if she really hit her mother-in-law, that's wrong. But why did she do it? Grandma Han hesitated and looked at Su Aihua for help. Su Aihua said, "My older brother went to work in the city and didn't tell my mom. My mom took me to visit them, and then my sister-in-law let a goose bite us. All these tears and rips on us are from that goose. They intentionally let the goose bite us. Is that considered hurting someone on purpose?" The female police officer wasn't naive. She saw that Grandma Han seemed guilty. The two women probably went somewhere they shouldn't have. But the injuries on them were real. Grandma Han looked at her with hopeful eyes and asked, "Comrade, how long could they keep her in custody with our situation?" The female police officer said, "Ma'am, isn't that your daughter-in-law? How can you just accuse her and want to send her to jail? Do you know what the consequences are if you go to the police station? Please think carefully." Don't act impulsively and ruin your daughter's and son's reputation. The old lady didn't seem like someone who would cause trouble easily. Having worked as a police officer for many years, she had seen all kinds of strange people. She could tell right away that this old woman was not easy to deal with. The old lady was about to send her daughter-in-law to the police station and wanted her to be detained. What kind of mother-in-law would do that? Grandma Han shook her head. No, she's been unfilial for a long time. Since she came into our family, she's been disrespectful to me. When we lived in the village, she even hit me. I thought, since I can't teach her, maybe the government can help educate her and make her change her ways and be filial to her elders. The police officer's mouth twitched. There was really nothing they could do in such family disputes. Usually they try to mediate. Who would truly be cruel enough to send their own family member to jail? After confirming the old lady's intentions, she insisted on filing a report. Once a case was opened, the police had to respond. They needed to understand what exactly happened and bring the accused back for a detailed questioning, not just rely on the old lady's word. Su Aihua provided the police with Han Yunson's address, and 2 male officers went to investigate. When Grandma Han saw the police really going to arrest Zhao Guiyun, she was overjoyed. Now she could see where she was trying to run. Although she couldn't send her to jail for a long time, putting her in for a few days was good enough. Her reputation was already ruined. She thought about how Han Taizhu, that scoundrel, would behave at the factory. Later, she planned to force them to hand over their work. If they refused, she would keep suing. She knew that Zhao Hohot had indeed locked her in the yard a couple of times in Yangshugo, and everyone in the brigade knew about it. She planned to call all the witnesses from the brigade to testify. She thought, I won't let her get away with it. Grandma Han believed she had powerful backing. She almost thought the police station was her family's property. She sniffled and told her sad story, insisting that Zhao Guiyun and her children had beaten her many times in the countryside, and she had witnesses from her village. Next to her, Su Aihua was also helping out, and the mother and daughter argued back and forth, painting Zhao Guiyun and Han Qingyun as utterly wicked. They accused them of being unfilial to their mother-in-law and disrespectful to elders. Overall, they insisted on reporting them, acting as if they had suffered great injustice and would not rest until justice was served. The policewoman patiently took notes. On the Han side, Han Qingyun and Zhao Guiyun had just brought steaming hot dishes to the table, with children sitting nearby, ready to eat. Suddenly, there was a knock on the outside door. Han Qingyun said, Mom, remember what I told you earlier? Zhao Guiyun took off her apron and replied, I remember. Besides, we haven't lied, have we? Daughter opened the door and saw 2 police officers standing outside. The children froze in surprise. Perhaps because they had experienced a lot, they only paused for a moment before calming down. Hello, officers, the children greeted politely. Hello, little ones. May I ask if Zhao Hohot and Han Ko are here? The daughter nodded. Zhao Guiyun is my grandma, and Han Qingyun is my aunt. They're both here. The 2 police officers didn't understand why Grandma Han told them different names from the ones the suspects used, but as long as they were at the right place, it was fine. Zhao Guiyun came out of the room and said, Comrade Police, hello. I am Zhao Hohot you are looking for. Now I go by Zhao Guiyun. Is there something you need? One officer, smiling, replied, Comrade, I am from the nearby police station. An elderly lady named Tang Mei and a woman named Su Aihua reported to us that you and your daughter beat them. Tang Mei and Su Aihua had filed the report. Zhao Guiyun and Han Qingyun remained calm and cooperative. They didn't defend themselves or refuse to go to the police station. Instead, they calmly arranged for the children to eat and told them to stay at home and not go out. After dressing properly, the 2 women went with the police. At the police station, they saw the disheveled Grandma Han and Su Aihua. Grandma Han was quite the actress, pointing at Zhao Guiyun and crying loudly, Zhao Hohot, how could you be so unkind? I am your elder, your mother-in-law. Although I am the foster mother of Taizhu, I raised him, and a foster mother is still a mother. How come I can't visit my son's home? She kept singing, reciting, and acting out her part, filling the police station office with her performance. Meanwhile, the two suspects, mother and daughter, quietly watched her perform. This made Grandma Han and Su Aihua feel very awkward because no one was supporting them. Two police officers separated Zhao Guiyun and Han Qingyun for questioning. When they came out, both gave the same statement, as they had already planned what to say at home. Zhao Guiyun, with red eyes, said, "Yes, you are my mother-in-law, and you are also my husband's adoptive mother. When I said I hit you, it was just talk. Those holes on your body were caused by our big goose biting you." Grandma Han finally found a reason to accuse her police officer. Look, she admitted it. It was her and her daughter who told the goose to bite us. Quickly, arrest them. The female police officer asked, "It would be best if you had a third-party witness. Do you have one?" Both women were stunned. No, they didn't. Zhao Hohat politely invited them into the house, then closed the door to deal with them. The police clearly believed the goose did the biting but didn't think they ordered it. Geese are not humans. How could they understand human speech? That's unreasonable. If a dog listened to commands, people might believe it, but this is a goose, a farm bird. So, the women completely denied instructing the goose to bite anyone. It was all the goose's own doing, with no third-party witnesses. This left Grandma Han and her daughter speechless. But they weren't willing to give up. They didn't want to let Zhao Guiyun and her daughter go. They wanted them to experience being detained. Han Qingyun took out a piece of paper from her pocket. This familiar move made Grandma Han and her daughter feel uneasy. She placed the paper on the desk and said, "Police officer, we want to report a case." All the police officers. Grandma Han and her daughter. "No, just saying, last time you reported a case, I got arrested. I have powerful backing, and I came out again. What's the point of reporting now? Can they arrest me again?" That's what Grandma Han was thinking. She was scared just now, but then she calmed down. She had backup, so what was she afraid of? The female police officer picked up the confession letter Grandma Han had signed earlier. She looked at it, then at Grandma Han, then at the letter again, then at Grandma Han again. After finishing, she placed the confession on the desk and asked, "Ma'am, is what's written on this paper true? Did you really steal someone's child?" Grandma Han confidently said, "Yeah." "So what?" "Oh my, what are you talking about? Do you realize you've done something bad?" No wonder they brought her to the police station and even detained her daughter-in-law. She's not her biological daughter, and she stole someone's child. How could she have the nerve to report it? Doesn't she realize she's covered in dirt? And she was so fearless and confident. Where did her courage come from? The female police officer confirmed again. "Are you sure what you just said is true?" Both mother and daughter nodded, yes. Their answers were straightforward, without hesitation. Even Su Aihua didn't think it was a big problem. The authorities had already ordered her release, so why arrest her again? The female police officer said, "All right, thank you for your cooperation. It saves us time and effort. Now we will officially file a case and make the arrest right here at the police station, which is convenient." Then two police officers took out handcuffs to arrest them, frightening the women and making them scream. "What are you doing?
What do you want?"
"I tell you, I have connections upstairs. I hold a high position, and I am someone you can't mess with. If you dare to arrest me, I will have your jobs taken away." Grandma Han shouted loudly while dodging. Su Aihua put her hands in her pockets. She couldn't be detained. If she was, her work would be affected. "What's going on? Why are you doing this?" "It has nothing to do with me. I didn't steal the child. Besides, my mother filed the case and I was just here with her. I am also a victim. I didn't do anything to them. It was her daughter and mother who caused the goose to bite me. Do you understand the situation?" Indeed. So Su Aihua watched as the old lady was handcuffed and taken away. Grandma Han kept jumping and shouting as she was led away, "Let go of me. You've got the wrong person.
I'm innocent.
Let me go. I have connections upstairs." No one could see her, but her voice could still be heard calling for help. Everything was so smooth and seamless. Su Aihua was speechless. Officers, I need to tell you, my mother has already been reported once. She stayed in the detention center for over a month and was released a few days ago. thanks to someone higher up in our family. Since she was released, how can they arrest her again? The police officers looked at each other in confusion. This situation was complicated. You haven't been convicted or released after serving a sentence. Even if she was reported again, it wouldn't prevent her from being arrested. It was also confirmed by the old lady herself. If you don't want to be arrested, don't admit to anything. The mother and daughter watched helplessly, unable to interfere. They couldn't just ignore the rules. The female police officer then questioned Su Aihua. Why didn't you say anything earlier? What's the point now? If you had told us when they were arrested, would we have let them go? Are there no rules in our line of work? Grandma Han accused Su Aihua. You and your mother lied in front of the police. After all these years, everyone in the village knows how your family is related to ours. Today, you came to our house and arrogantly told us to go back to the countryside and demanded that we give you our house. Who do you think you are? Just because you asked us to give you the house for free? And the old lady also told my father to sell his job and give the money to your brother for marriage. Even if my father is your brother, he is a foster brother, not your real father. Why should he support your mother's children? I don't understand why your brother, who had an affair and was fired from the factory, can still return there. Maybe, like you said, someone higher up is helping him. But I believe that in this world, no evil can stay hidden forever. I also believe that the law is fair. Don't judge the justice of the police based on your dirty thoughts. No matter how powerful the people behind you are, they can't control everything. Our Han family is determined to fight against evil forces. Han Xingyan said these words not to Su Aihua, but to the police officers present. Especially about the whole story of what happened today, she had to tell them that it was the old lady and her daughter who caused trouble at their home. Even if she was beaten, she deserved it. Han Xingyan stood there confidently and openly, unlike Su Aihua, whose eyes flickered and looked around nervously, clearly feeling guilty. Su Aihua also wanted to argue back, but when she saw Han Xingyan take out her mother's confession letter, her mother was immediately taken away. What if Han Xingyan also pulled out her own confession? Wouldn't that expose her own affair? Such matters could be big or small. If these malicious mother and daughter reported her, she might end up in jail. So, she could only lower her head and admit to her actions today. That was like accepting everyone's disdain. How dare they come to report such immoral acts? It's shameless. The world is big, and there are all kinds of people. Su Aihua's head was buzzing as she left the police station. The cold wind blew her awake, and she quickly rode her bike home to change clothes. After changing, she went to find Han Aiden to think of a plan. What she didn't know was that she was being followed from behind, and she couldn't guess that Han Xingyan was also tailing her. Yes, Han Xingyan was following her, mainly because she didn't know where they were staying in the county town. Su Aihua returned home with a heavy heart, hurriedly changed clothes, and then rode away again. Han Xingyan knew where they lived and left. Su Aihua didn't stop and immediately found her brother Han Aiden. Brother, something's wrong. Our mom has gone back inside again. Han Aidong asked. What's going on? What did she do this time? Why are you okay? Weren't you two supposed to go? Su Aihua remained silent. What does that mean? She didn't go in, but Han Aidong still seemed disappointed. Han Aidong didn't have time to worry about Su Aihua's feelings. Speak up. Su Aihua replied, You already know what we went to do. Zhao Hohat is now more cunning than before. She let the geese bite me and my mom. We went to report it, but the police said we had no witnesses. Then Zhao Hohat immediately filed a counter-complaint, accusing our mom of stealing Han Taiju, and she was taken back again.
Han Aidong sighed.
So, they went to cause trouble for someone, but not only did they fail to get any answers, they also got themselves into trouble. Brother, you should think of a way. We can't waste time. Last time, Mom stayed inside for over a month and lost her wages. If this drags on again, and we lose more wages, what will we do? Su Aihua stomped her foot, frustrated with his calm reaction. Han Aidong waved to stop her from nagging. You two are really useless. Such a small matter, and you can't handle it? People are getting smarter, but you two still aren't. Su Aihua's face darkened. What's the use of saying all this? Right now, we need to find a way to get our mom out. Besides, you've also suffered a lot at their hands. Didn't the people from Zhao's family leave us a phone number?
Call them.
They want us to do something for them, so they can't just ignore us. Our mom was put inside because of them. It was they who asked us to trouble Han Taizhu and his wife. If something happens, they can't just ignore it. Han Adong, feeling irritated, scratched his head. You think I don't want to call? I'm trying to figure out how to talk to him. If he leaves and something happens right after, he'll think we're useless. He said this, but he knew they had to save their mom. He picked up the phone on the table and dialed. A minute later, a voice asked, "Hello, who's calling?" Han Adong only knew that the young man's last name was Xiao, but not his first name. His voice sounded familiar.
Hello, I'm Han Aidang.
No, there's no progress yet. My mom and sister went to his house today to cause trouble, but Zhao Hohot reported the case again. Same old case. My mom was taken again. On the other end, Xiao Bolin frowned. You can't handle such a small matter? How can I expect you to do bigger things? You're useless. This is the last warning. If you mess up again, you're on your own. If I need something done, I can find someone else. Han Adong looked upset, but kept promising, yes, yes. I understand. We'll be more careful in the future. Han Adong, with a stern face, put down the phone. When had he ever been scolded like a dog before? No matter how much he hated it, he couldn't change it. His eyes looked dark and gloomy. Did he agree?
Su Aihua asked.
Han Adong replied, yes, he agreed. Be careful from now on. He said he won't care next time.
Su Aihua said, oh.
Then I'll go back to work. After today, she understood that this job was not easy. Zhao Guiyun saw Han Qingyan return. Do you know where they are staying? Han Qingyan took off her scarf and gloves. Yes, not far from her home. Tonight, we'll act. The sooner we know who's behind them, the better we can prepare. Second brother, you stay watch at the blind spot around the corner. I'll go inside. Be careful, Han Qingzhou warned repeatedly, as he wasn't very skilled. The siblings left their home late at night. The small courtyard in front was where Han Adong and his sister lived. The wall was over a meter high, but to Han Qingyun it was nothing. She easily jumped over it and landed softly. The footprints she left behind were covered by the falling snow. Inside the main hall, a door was locked. Han Qingyun used wire from her space to open a latch. She moved quietly inside. There were 2 rooms on each side of the hall. She looked around but didn't know which room Han Adong was in. She went straight to the east room, which was the upper room. Maybe Han Adong was there. But she was wrong. The person inside was Su Aihua. Just as she was about to leave, Su Aihua woke up needing to go to the bathroom. She got up groggily from the bed. Han Qingyun quickly knocked her out with a hand strike.
Han Qingyun hesitated.
If she left Han Adong behind and Su Aihua found out, things might get worse.
So, she decided to take both of them.
While Su Aihua was unconscious, Han Qingyun quickly moved to the west room and knocked out Han Adong too. Then she grabbed both of the unconscious people with her hands and carried them out through the front door. She dropped them on the ground, then went back inside to lock the door. She climbed over the wall again, leaving no trace. Han Qingyun carried the 2 unconscious people and signaled Han Qingzhou. The siblings hurried back home. Su Aihua woke up again, needing to pee. She opened her eyes but was blinded by the bright light, and closed them again. When she opened them slowly, she thought she was dreaming because the scene looked so surreal. Her brother Han Adong was kneeling on the ground. Sitting on the Kong was Han Tieju's family and Han Lauer with Han Qingyun. She thought she must be seeing things differently, so she opened her eyes again. Han Adong knelt there, trembling with fear.
It was so scary.
He could be stolen from even while sleeping at home. If they wanted his life, it would be terrible. He shivered at the thought and dared not continue. Big brother, I know my mom did wrong. I will control her from now on. Please don't take to heart what I said the other day. I didn't know my limits.
I'm sorry.
I was wrong. Big brother, please let me go. He was flexible and could endure, but his cowardice made him hard to look at. Before doing much, he had already knelt down. Zhao Guthian slapped the bedside table. Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. I just want to ask, who is your backer?
Han Aidang stiffened.
I don't know. He's very mysterious. How could he tell us little people his identity? Han Qingzhou said, Little sister, have we cleaned up all traces? This was meant for Han Adong and his sister. Han Qingyan replied, It's all cleaned up. Even if we kill them tonight, they won't find us. Han Adong was silent. Su Aihua also said nothing. Han Adong was hopeful, thinking that people who lied without blinking would believe him. Han Qingyan said, I'll give you siblings a chance. Tell the truth or suffer. Mom, where is the needle-sharp tool you used to make shoes? Those who didn't tell the truth would be pricked hard. That thing wouldn't kill, but would cause pain. It all depended on who was stubborn. Su Aihua looked distressed. This is too cruel. Zhao Guthian pulled out a sewing basket from under the bed. She took out a needle-sharp tool, scissors, and needles. Su Aihua felt her bladder about to burst. Han Adong, being close, saw the shiny, cold needle in front of him. He shrank back. Zhao Guthian pushed the needle forward. Start with you. Su Aihua exclaimed, Wait, why are you pushing the needle in front of me? Zhao Guthian said, Because I don't like you. Su Aihua was so scared, she wet herself. She had peed twice in this room today. It was too much. Han Qingyan said, Just tell the truth, and you won't suffer. Su Aihua's face was all scrunched up. Wah, you all are lawless. Zhao Guthian warned, If you scream again, I'll pull out your tongue. Su Aihua whispered, I won't cry. I'll be quiet. Don't be afraid. Who should be afraid, really? Han Dazhuang also joined in. He pressed his mouth against Su Aihua's cheek, frightening her so much she didn't dare move, afraid her face would be bitten. She looked down with her eyes crossed and her beak-shaped mouth. I said, let them go. Zhao Guthian looked at the small tool in her hand and then at Han Dazhuang's mouth. TSK, her big zhuang still had more intimidating power. Han Adong said, Su Aihua, stop talking nonsense. If they revealed the truth, it would be over. Not only would they offend the higher-ups, but they would also lose everything. Just now, they were afraid that Han's family would kill him, but now that they were calmer, they knew killing was illegal. The conflict between their families had just started today. If he died, Han Tieju's family would definitely be suspected. Han Qingyan kicked him aside. You haven't tasted what it's like to face our zhuang, have you? Maybe I should let you try. Han Dazhuang immediately ran over to Han Adong and bit the back of his hand, then twisted it.
Ah!
Han Adong cried out in pain, his forehead bulging with veins. His mouth was stuffed with a cloth. Su Aihua covered her ears and closed her eyes, feeling grateful that Han Dazhuang had been gentle with her earlier. Although he bit her brother, as long as he didn't bite her, it was fine. Su Aihua, do you also want to experience this treatment? Su Aihua replied, I said I would tell. I was about to say it, but you interrupted me. The people behind us are surnamed Xiao, from the Xiao family. They said their family didn't want a rough guy like my brother to go back and tarnish their reputation. They also asked us to keep causing trouble for your family. We didn't come here on purpose today. We had no choice. If we didn't agree, my mom would still be in detention, and my brother and I have no jobs, no food, no drinks. We could only agree. Surnamed Xiao. The elders of the Han family looked serious. They never expected it to be the Xiao family from the capital. Since Su Aihua had already spoken, she might as well tell everything.
Han Qingyan stared at Han Adong.
What happened tonight? Han Adong shook his head. Nothing happened. We were at home sleeping, didn't go anywhere. Han Qingyan narrowed her eyes. If you dare to reveal a word about tonight's events or leak information to the Xiao family, I can get you out, but I can also quietly get rid of you. Su Aihua swallowed her saliva in fear. I swear, if I tell anyone about tonight, I won't have a good ending. Oh my. She didn't want to die. Even if she reported it, what good would it do? The police hadn't figured it out yet, and they might have already been killed. They didn't dare to take that risk. After the two of them repeatedly promised, Han Qingyan took them back home. The brother and sister stood inside their house like they were dreaming. If it weren't for the pain on the back of Han Idong's hand reminding him, he would have thought he was sleepwalking. Su Aihua, brother, what should we do? Should we inform the people at the Imperial City? Han Idong, angry and embarrassed, snapped, "You idiot. Just now I told you not to reveal anything, but you insisted on it. Now that you have, are you trying to tell them we betrayed him and sold him out?" Han Idong's roar made Su Aihua shrink back in fear. "So, is that it now? What else can we do? Do you believe that if you tell him, our mother won't come out and sleep?" Han Idong finished and stormed back into his room. "Yes. If we tell that Xiao guy now, maybe the old lady won't come out." Su Aihua knocked her head, realizing she had forgotten about this. The atmosphere in the Han family's main house was tense. Han Yunshin kept smoking one cigarette after another. Zhao Guiyun looked angry. What does the Xiao family mean? If they don't accept us, so what? We never plan to go back and recognize them, right? It's just saying if they don't accept us, then fine. We can be strangers. Why do they have to hurt our family? Is there some deep grudge? Or are they worried about inheriting the throne and afraid we'll take it? Han Qingyun said, "Mom, you're right. Maybe they do want to inherit the throne. It's interesting, they think our family is a threat." Han Qingzhou added, "I think this isn't something our dad's real parents did." Han Qingyun agreed. She also thought it was unlikely that the two elders were involved. Zhao Guiyun said ever since Xiao Shuhan left, it's like he disappeared. When they recognized each other, they just talked about brothers and relatives, but it was all pretend. If they really considered your dad as a real brother, shouldn't the parents have told us?
Han Qingyun frov ned.
It seems our family is quite complicated. Maybe this person thinks we'll offend their interests if we go back. There's no such thing as a thief who isn't worried about being caught. We can defend ourselves today, but not tomorrow. If we're always on guard, we might as well not live at all. And enemies are in the dark while we're in the light. It's clear they're trying to set us up. They just can't stand to see our family do well. Zhao Gudian asked, "Daughter, what should we do about this?" Han Qingyun said, "Parents, instead of defending ourselves day and night, it's better to take the initiative and strike first." Han Yunshin stomped out his cigarette. His eyes were bloodshot, showing he was really angry.
My daughter is right.
I think so too. I'm going to find them and ask directly, what did I do wrong to them? It's still some issue that bothers them, or maybe it's just that as long as I live, I will always be a problem for the Xiao family. Zhao Guthien patted her thigh. Yes, Grandma's grandson. Go find them. Aren't they afraid we'll come looking for him? Well, we will go. Don't act like they're so important, as if we're desperate to cling to them. I want to tell them directly that our family doesn't care. Han Qingyan thought for a moment. We definitely need to go, but the family should make arrangements first so they don't overreach and dig holes for us from all sides. Zhao Gudian asked, Girl, what do you mean? Han Qingyan said, The day after tomorrow is Sunday. My older brother and sister-in-law are off work. Here's the plan. Call my older brother, sister-in-law, and third brother to come back for a family meeting. Dad, when you go to work tomorrow, call the town and Yangshu go to let them know to come back for the meeting. They are family members and have the right to know what's happening. It's good to be prepared, so we're not caught off guard when something happens. Take the kidnapping case, for example. Although it was done by the Mi family, it also served as a warning to us. If it had been the Xiao family, maybe the children wouldn't have been found at all. The Xiao family is too powerful for us to fight. If we could stand up to them, we wouldn't need to come all the way to Beijing. When they mentioned the lost children, the others fell silent. The pain of those days was still fresh, and none of them wanted to go through it again. Han Yunda wiped his face.
All right.
Han Qingzhou added, By the way, I almost forgot something. Mom, aren't you planning to visit me Manhwa in the detention center? I've already talked to Wu Aigua. He contacted the detention center, and you can go tomorrow. Hearing this, Zhao Hohot perked up. What? Go see her? I'm just going to go yell at her. Just wait and see. I'll scold her until she's sick of it. Han Qingyun held her forehead. Mom, take it easy. That's the detention center. You can't just curse people there. So, in the future, if you need to scold someone, you should do it cleverly, maybe in a roundabout way. Zhao Guiyun said, I can curse roundabout ways. She wouldn't understand anyway. I get what you mean, I just want to kick her when she's down. Besides, we're victims. Isn't it okay to vent a little by cursing? Who knows how many years she'll be sentenced to. The whole Me family deserves to be executed. Alright, everyone wash up and go to sleep. If we keep talking it'll be dawn. Though she said to wash up and sleep, Han Yunda couldn't sleep. He couldn't understand what hatred or grudge could make someone so unforgiving toward him. He didn't show any desire to go back and fight for the family inheritance. Nor did he have a reason to return to the family. He just wanted to live his own simple life as a small person. Isn't that okay? In the dark night, Han Yunshin's eyes grew brighter. Because he was so lowly, like dirt, he was trampled on and pushed around. When he was pushed down, he couldn't fight back. This was the second time he felt helpless since his child was kidnapped. He grew up in the countryside. Although there was some scheming in the village, overall it was straightforward. Compared to the tricks of big families, it was just child's play. So, Han Yunshin only truly started to grow up at 45 and saw what real darkness was. He wanted to change. He couldn't go on like this. He was the head of the family, a husband, and a father. He should protect his wife and children, not cause them trouble. Because of the sudden truth, Han Yunshin couldn't sleep until dawn. Zhao Guoyun also couldn't sleep. Her mind was full of how she would scold Mi Chunhua when she saw her. She rehearsed it several times in her head. She fell asleep thinking about it. When she opened her eyes again, Han Yunshin had already gone to work. After Zhao Guoyun got up and washed up, Han Qingyun and the children had already finished eating. She brought the food to the table. Mom, wait until you're done, I'll go with you. Zhao Guoyun took a bite of bread. I don't know if the two of us can get in. I forgot to ask your brother. After finishing eating and tidying up, mother and daughter prepared and then set off to visit the detention center. The detention center was far away in the suburbs. They took a bus and then walked for an hour before finding it. Big walls, electric fences, and heavy iron gates, standard features of a detention center. After registering, they entered through a small side gate at the guard post. They asked if they could see the prisoner at the same time, and it was actually possible. In a visitation room, the mother and daughter saw Mi Chunhua, who was wearing handcuffs and leg shackles. Her once long braid was cut short, and she had several injuries on her face, both old and new. During the break earlier, she was also beaten by Li Lan. Since she was brought in, she had been beaten several times by two sisters-in-law. Li Lan knew that Li Chong was sentenced to death, and her sisters-in-law, mother, and nephew were also arrested. The Li family was already small, and this was to cut off their family line. It's all because of this bad omen. If she hadn't caused trouble in her husband's family, they wouldn't have divorced. Without the divorce, she wouldn't have sought revenge. If she hadn't sought revenge, the Li family wouldn't have fallen apart. So, they all blamed Mi Chunhua, calling her a disaster star. Compared to Li Lan, Sister Mi Er feels wronged. She believes she did nothing wrong but was still arrested, and she might even be sentenced. The reason for the sentence is that she and her husband sheltered and protected someone. Sister Mi Er doesn't understand the law, but an experienced prisoner in the jail told her that her crime would likely result in at least 3 years of prison. It feels like an unfair disaster. They didn't benefit from anything but ended up sentenced for many years. How can she not hate it? Now, Sister Mi Er sees everyone as enemies. She hits Mi Chunhua when she sees her, hits Li Lan, and even fights with old lady Mi. Basically, she no longer cares about anyone. When Mi Chunhua was told someone was coming to see her, she wondered who it could be. All the members of the Mi family came in, even the children who had to be sent to juvenile detention. In the reception room, she surprisingly saw Zhao Hohat and Han Ko, two unkind women. People like Mi Chunhua never realize their mistakes, especially after being mistreated by her family recently. She blames all her anger and mistakes on the Han family. If they hadn't cruelly kicked her out of the Han family, she wouldn't have suffered all this. So, she believes the root of everything is the Han family. Enemies meet and get even angrier. When she sees Han Qingyun safe and standing in front of her, Chunhua tries to attack her but is stopped by 2 female police officers. Be good. What are you trying to do? Do you know who you are?
Sit down, they say.
Chanhua slumps onto a bench, her eyes dark and cold as she looks at Zhao Guiyun and Han Qingyun. If I knew you came to see me, I wouldn't have met you, she says. Zhao Guiyun scoffs. TSK. With that attitude, I thought you were some big official. You don't want to see us, but you have no choice. Chanhua responds, why see me? To laugh at me? Now that I'm here, are you satisfied? That unkind woman is fine, isn't she? She's not missing an arm or a leg or dead. Why did they arrest me? It's Li Lan who betrayed them, not me. Why am I the one sentenced? Han Qingyan says, honestly, I think seeing someone like you is pointless. I don't want to see you. Every time I see you, I feel sick. But my mom won't sleep unless she scolds you a few times, so we came. Yes, we came just to laugh at you, to see how miserable you are. Honestly, I don't think you're miserable enough. Someone like you, who even sells her own son, should be sentenced to life in prison. You shouldn't come out at all. Coming out just causes trouble for others. Zhao Guiyun adds, girl, stop talking so much. Let me say a few words too.
Coughs.
The female officer clears her throat twice, as a warning. Han Qingyan offers a shy smile. Mi Chunhua's hands are clenched tightly, pinching each other. The pain helps her hold back the urge to rush forward and bite that hateful girl. Zhao Guiyun suddenly feels bored. She had thought of many harsh words to say to Mi Chunhua before coming, but now, seeing her stubborn and unrepentant face, she feels that speaking more is useless. Just like her daughter said, you can never wake someone pretending to sleep. It's so boring. Why did she come all this way in the cold north wind? Since she's here, she might as well say a few words. Otherwise, she might regret it later. I really admire you. We're both mothers, yet you could do such a thing. Selling your own flesh and blood. That's why you're caught now. It's karma. Girl, let's go. This is so pointless. Anyway, her life is already like this. In the future, I won't have a mother for my 2 grandchildren. My son will raise them well, and they'll grow up to be successful. You just stay in prison and rot. Mi Chunhua sees them about to leave. She can't let that happen. She's been here almost going crazy. Finally, she sees someone she knows, even if that person is an enemy or they're arguing. She pulls against the officers holding her, leaning forward with all her strength, eyes wide with anger at Han Qingyun and Zhao Guiyun. She looks quite frightening, but Han Qingyun isn't afraid. Although Mi Chunhua was involved in this case, she didn't do the actual deed. She'll probably be out in a few years. It's complicated. In just 2 more years, the college entrance exam will be restored. When that happens, she plans to take her family far away. With Mi Chunhua's skills, she won't be able to find them after she's out. After leaving the detention center, Zhao Guiyun doesn't feel much better. She thought that scolding Mi Chunhua would vent her anger and make her feel better, but it didn't. Girl, did I really make a mistake back then?
Han Qingyun feels terrible.
Seeing how her mother, Mi Chunhua, fell into depression after just one look, she wonders if she shouldn't have come at all. Are you influenced by what she said? Let me tell you, if she doesn't leave our family, there will be consequences. People say that marrying the wrong wife can ruin 3 generations. If she stays in our family, our 2 sons, Dahu and Erhu, might be ruined. Maybe in the future, her children could be harmed too. Do you think someone like her can change? She's already grown up. She can't be changed anymore. Zhao Guiyun thought about this and shivered, unsure if it was from the cold wind or fear. The sadness she felt just now disappeared. Yes, my daughter is right. I was overthinking. Han Qingyun knew Zhao Guiyun was kind-hearted. Although she spoke harshly, deep down she was gentle. But kindness depends on the person. With someone like Mi Chunhua, all kindness would be wasted. Zhao Guiyun's worries came quickly, but left just as fast. She stopped stressing, and the 2 women took the bus back home. In the evening, Han Yunshin and his son hadn't finished work yet. Han Laosan and his wife had already come back. Han Xiuji and her husband hadn't seen their 3 children for a while, especially little Shuangzhu. That little one was unkind. He had grandma and auntie, and he didn't care whether his parents were there or not. Zhao Guoyun asked, "How are you two doing at the clinic? Is your work going smoothly? Has that Chen person been unfair to you?" They had been working for 2 weeks, renting a small room in town for 8 yuan a month. Han Xinghe said, "Work is fine. Our jobs aren't difficult. Director Chen is okay, not as bad as we thought. Maybe Su Aihua influenced him, but he couldn't resist. Besides his personal issues, he's capable at work." Zhao Guoyun said, "Wow, just a few days on the job, and you're already defending the boss." Han Xiuji held her son's chubby hand and said, "Mom, little sister, I want to tell you I've been practicing at home and used my skills in the cafeteria. I was just helping out, cutting vegetables, washing dishes, that kind of thing." One day, the head chef was sick and didn't come to work. Another chef was overwhelmed, so I helped out. I made a few dishes. Guess what? The hospital staff said maybe the head chef was replaced because the food that day was so good. Later, they found out I made it, and the directors decided I could start cooking too. Maybe I'll become a full chef soon. Zhao Guoyun clapped her hands and laughed, "Haha. My goodness, my eldest daughter-in-law is so impressive. Let your little sister teach you a few more skills. Since you're already cooking, you need to hold on to this position and not let anyone take it away." Han Xiuji said, "Mom, I told you, our cafeteria chef took 2 days off sick. When he came back and saw me cooking, he wasn't happy. He's been giving me the cold shoulder these days."
I didn't back down.
"What am I afraid of? I rely on my own skills." Zhao Guoyun replied, "That's right. We have skills, so what are we afraid of? Hurry up, girl. Start making dinner now. I'll teach your sister-in-law a few tricks. After dinner, we can have a family meeting. Your dad and your second brother will be back too." Han Qingyan said, "Okay, I know you're coming back, so I bought a lot of meat from the black market. Tonight, our family will have a good meal." Han Lao Sen was lying on the Kong, heated bed, saying, "I'm the most tired. I can't cook, and after you all leave, I keep eating undercooked rice every few days. When will this end?" Zhao Guoyun, both annoyed and amused, kicked her son's backside with her foot. "What's wrong? If no one cooks for you, you'll go hungry. I think you're just lazy." Han Lao Sen turned over and said, "Mom, I have to admit, cooking really requires talent. I can do other things well, but I just can't learn to cook. Out of 10 meals, 5 are undercooked and 5 are burnt. Recently, I've been working at my teacher's house, and I'm worried I might get poisoned if I keep eating like this." At this moment, Han Yunshin and Han Qingzhou returned. The family gathered together, lively and chatting. Zhao Guoyun, seeing she had nothing more to do, went to the kitchen to help with cooking.
Han Qingyan guide Han Xiuxi in making spiser a bit.
"Sister-in-law, has my older brother reviewed his school lessons?" Han Xiuji was choked by chili, and tears streamed down her face. "Yes, but if he doesn't understand, he asks others. This hot pot is too spicy. Don't worry, I watch him. If he slacks off, I'll tell you."
Ha ha ha.
Han Qingyan also laughed. "All right, let's start stir-frying the rabbit meat." Han Qingyan was teaching her sister-in-law how to cook in the kitchen, with Zhao Guoyun helping out. Inside, the father and sons were talking about the Xiao family.
"What?"
"Dad, you found your birth parents?"
Han Lo San, Han Yingyan, exclaimed.
Han Xinghe, the eldest son, remained calm. "Dad, when did this happen?" Han Yunden said, "It's been almost half a month. It was quite sudden at the time. I didn't expect it either." Then Han Yunden recounted how he met Xiao Shuhan by chance, speaking about it as if it was someone else's story, with no emotional ups and downs. Han Lao Sen said, "TSK, I didn't expect your background to be so high. Do you think they would look down on our family?" When talking about this, Han Yunshin's expression turned cold. He lowered his eyes and said, "I don't like it. That's what I want to tell you next." Hearing Han Yunshin say he didn't like it, his brothers all frowned. No wonder he looked indifferent when mentioning recognizing relatives. It turns out finding family isn't a happy thing. Han Yunshin explained again how the Xiao family members caused trouble and set traps, telling his 2 sons about it. Han Xinghe frowned and asked, "So you want to take the initiative and go to clear things up?" Han Yunshin replied, That's the only way. We can't compete with their power. The only thing we can do is go to them and make it clear that I have no intention of returning. They are overthinking. The third son, Han Jingyuan, said, yes, if it doesn't work, we should expose their true nature openly. Aren't they proud of their status? Aren't they obsessed with face? Then let them lose face. Of course, if they can promise not to interfere with us in the future, that would be even better. It turns out those high and mighty people are also concerned with power. Han Qingzhou said, Dad, I think it's better to cut ties completely. We should write a formal letter to end the relationship. That way, they can rest assured and we can also be at ease. We don't value such relatives, and we've never relied on them, right? Wasn't that how it was before? The eldest son, Han Xinghe, agreed. Brother, you're right. If we don't cut it off now, there will be trouble later. It's better to end everything this time and go our separate ways. Even if the Xiao family moves up a few levels in the future, it won't matter to us. Even if our family falls into poverty and we are begging on the streets, we won't go near the Xiao family's door. The reactions of his sons made Han Yunxin very happy. His disappointment in the family and his heartbreak over his parents had disappeared completely. These people in front of him were his true kin, the only ones who cared about him. It must be said that because of the Xiao family's manipulations, Han Yunxin lost all trust in the Xiao family. This led to old Master Xiao and old Madam Xiao never accepting their son back, no matter what. As for Han's sons, none of them felt sad about losing this high-status relative. Since the family all had jobs, they rarely gathered for a family dinner like this. Tonight was lively. The family had a reunion dinner. After finishing the meal and clearing the table, everyone in the Han family, big and small, gathered in Zhao Hohot and Han Yunxin's room for yet another family meeting. Zhao Hohot patted the table and said, everyone knows now, right? Our family is in trouble. Big trouble. You all know what happened, right? Everyone nodded, including Han Xiuji. She was cooking in the kitchen when Zhao Hohot and Han Qingyan told her, which made her very angry. What kind of relatives are they? They didn't do anything to offend you, yet you treat them so harshly? And you even let the enemies go free. Are you afraid their family will come and take advantage? Turns out these high officials are so naive, looking down on others. Zhao Guoyun continued, this is the first time our family has faced such a big problem. So, we need to come up with some rules on how to handle this. Let's hear your ideas. Han Xinghe, as the oldest, had to speak first. His younger siblings looked at him. Just like my dad said, our family is too weak now. Compared to Zhao's family, we're like small arms trying to compete with big legs. Once we find the Xiao family, we should clearly state our position. This way, they won't think we're interested in their family. We should give them some reassurance and make sure they promise not to bother us in the future.
Han Inchen nodded.
That's good. He didn't want any relationship with Zhao's family. Han Qingzhou said, from what Han Aiden meant, it's not the idea of the two elders of Zhao's family. This time, we must catch the person behind the scenes and have the Xiao elders give us an explanation. Dad, you must stand firm. No matter how they try to smooth things over, you can't agree. Zhao Guoyun agreed. Yes, I won't agree. I want to go with you and your dad. I'm worried they might trick your dad again. These intellectuals can be very sneaky. The third brother, Han Jingyuan, scratched his head. I don't have any ideas, but I must go this time. The oldest and second brother both have jobs and can't take such long leave. I'm better than them, so I'll go. Zhao Guoyun wanted to say, what good can you do if you go? But she closed her mouth again. Actually, she thought, it's necessary to bring a son along. No matter how capable a daughter is, she can't do everything. If she gets tired, what then? So errands should be handled by sons.
Han Qingyan cleared her throat.
I think the oldest, second, and third brothers all have good points. I won't repeat what they said. I'll just add a part about our family's future and then summarize the meeting. This part is about looking ahead. After this lesson, do you see? Without power, influence, or money, people will look down on us. Even when we try to make relatives, they weigh us on a scale to see if we're worth it. So, their family bonds are clearly priced. That's different from our family's love. If they don't acknowledge this love, it's okay. Without their presence, we had no hope of relying on external help. As the saying goes, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. As long as we are excellent on our own, we don't need to depend on anyone else. I'm not joking when I tell you to review your high school courses. This trip to the Imperial City is an opportunity. I plan to buy some materials there, so we can study carefully. If someday the college entrance exam is restored, I hope all of us brothers and sisters can succeed. Although we do want to make a name for ourselves, it's not just to impress others, it's also to be responsible for our own lives. When we reach a high point, others will only be able to look up to us. In short, reputation is earned by ourselves, not given by others. So, we don't need anyone to look up to us. Han Qingyun's words were very wise, and all the brothers felt deeply touched. Yes, relying on ourselves is better than relying on others. Those who have less are not better than us. Han Qinghe asked, Dad, when do we leave? How come you're asking for leave now? Han Yunsin smiled slyly. I said I was going to visit relatives in the Imperial City. Do you think they wouldn't give me leave? So, he was just pretending to ask for leave to gain favor. Honestly, these leaders are very sharp, and they tend to overthink simple matters. The top leader openly acknowledged his close brothers, although he didn't tell the factory leaders how to take care of them. But anyone with a bit of brains in the factory knew that such matters are understood, but not spoken aloud. Even now, factory leaders are still very polite to Han Yunsin. They wonder why, despite his background, he hasn't moved his whole family to the Imperial City. But no one dares to ask. Who knows what the top leader is planning?